Great Emperor Myriad Chapter 2095 to Chapter 2180. Daoist Huang he didn't have high hopes for Feng Qingyang, which was why he chose this moment to sell the Heavenspan jar. Even if he had to offend Skirich Demon Overlord and Saint Mu Yuan, he felt that it was worth it. Moreover, even if he sold the Heavenspan jar to Feng Qingyang, it would still fall into Skirich Demon Overlord's hands if Feng Qingyang was killed by Skirich Demon Overlord. Feng Qingyang glanced at Daoist Huang he indifferently with a sharp gaze. He naturally understood what Daoist Huang he was thinking, but he still threw an ancient jade bottle at Daoist Huang he with a flash of light in his hand. Here's the exalted golden pill. I want the Heavenspan jar. Light shot out from Feng Qingyang's palm and a divine rainbow swept across the sky, sweeping up the Heavenspan jar and putting it away. Feng Qingyang didn't even look at Daoist Huang he, Skirich Demon Overlord, Saint Mu Yuan, and the others. He turned and rushed out of the holy city of the human race. Daoist Huang he naturally didn't stop him. He believed that Feng Qingyang wouldn't lie to him. After receiving the jade bottle like it was a treasure, he opened it and sniffed the medicinal fragrance within. His face immediately revealed an extremely excited expression. It was indeed the exalted golden pill. Daoist Huang he looked around vigilantly. He didn't even bother with his stall and headed straight for the depths of the holy city of the human race. Humph. Let's go. Feng Qingyang must die today. Skirich Demon Overlord snorted coldly. He glanced at Daoist Huang he's departing figure and also rushed out of the holy city of the human race. Although Skirich Demon Overlord believed that the Heavenspan jar was already in Feng Qingyang's hands, he was still displeased that Daoist Huang he had humiliated him like this. However, the battle with Feng Qingyang was imminent, so he only kept it in mind and would settle the score with Daoist Huang he in the future. Surrounded by a group of geniuses, Skirich Demon Overlord and Saint Mu Yuan left the holy city of the human race and chased after Feng Qingyang. The holy city of the human race was in an uproar as many experts rushed out of the city. In the past few years since the start of the heavenly selection meeting, although there had been constant battles in the chaotic ancient land and many experts had fallen, there hadn't been many battles between the geniuses of the three realms of ascension. In particular, such a life-and-death battle was extremely rare. Feng Qingyang and Tong Tian Demon Saint were both well known in the sacred city of the human race. Naturally, many people were extremely shocked and looked forward to a life-and-death battle outside the sacred city of the human race. The showdown between the geniuses might allow them to see the path to break through their limits and ascend to the peak, accumulate strength, and compete for the ultimate opportunity and fortune. Qingyang should have already reached the human sovereign level. He should have no problem fighting the sky-piercing demon saint. But that Mu Yuan is very strong. I can't see through him. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Ling Xiao was also filled with killing intent towards the sky-piercing demon saint. He had killed the sky-piercing demon saint's clone, but he didn't expect the sky-piercing demon saint to be so cruel that he wouldn't even let go of Feng Qingyang's followers and disciples of the Taishengdao Palace. However, he didn't immediately appear to find Feng Qingyang. Instead, he rushed out of the holy city of the human race. He wanted to see the result of the battle before making a decision. With him secretly holding the fort, he could ensure Feng Qingyang's safety. Outside the holy city of the human race, an undulating mountain range, ancient and majestic, pierced through the clouds like a sharp sword, exuding a majestic aura of savagery. Feng Qingyang and Tong Tian Demon Saint faced each other in the air. Their eyes were extremely cold and contained. Killing intent. They intertwined with each other and condensed into a solid form. A clanging sound was heard, like a divine sword flying across the sky, incomparably sharp. Feng Qingyang, I really don't know where you get the confidence to fight me. But no matter what trump card you have, you'll definitely die today. The sky-piercing demon saint sneered with a cruel gaze. Cut the crap. Sky-piercing demon saint, you've done a lot of evil. Today, I'll take your head as a sacrifice to the disciples of the Taisheng Palace. Feng Qingyang's eyes were filled with coldness. Rumble, the aura around him was violent and blazing. Flames rose around him as if forming a vast sea of fire, causing Feng Qingyang's aura to soar to the extreme. The pressure swept out in all directions. He was accumulating his power. The more hatred he had for the sky-piercing demon saint, the calmer he became. How childish. Feng Qingyang, do you really think you're qualified to fight me? I heard that the Taisheng Palace has a peerless female disciple called Xianxia who has the Taisheng Saint body. After I kill you, I'll capture Xianxia and make her my wife. Ha ha ha. The sky-piercing demon saint laughed arrogantly. He was cruel and cunning. The reason why he spoke so much was not because he was doing something useless, but because he wanted to anger Feng Qingyang and find a flaw in Feng Qingyang's body. You're courting death for insulting junior sister Xianxia. Feng Qingyang's eyes flashed with killing intent as the terrifying aura around him erupted instantly. Damn it. Ling Xiao, who was watching the battle from below, also had a cold look in his eyes. He did not expect the sky-piercing demon saint to target Xianxia. This made him want to kill the sky-piercing demon saint even more. However, Feng Qingyang's speed was faster. Rumble, in the void, the sea of fire rose. It was as if a blazing sun had risen behind Feng Qingyang before it suddenly exploded. Endless flames were attached to the silver war spear in his hand. In an instant, the spear pierced through the air and shot toward the sky-piercing demon saint's forehead. The flaming war spear pierced through the air and dyed the silver armor on Feng Qingyang's body dazzling. His eyes were filled with anger and killing intent as he thrust out his spear with all his might. Boom, the void shook violently as the spear radiance bloomed like lightning. It almost instantly pierced through the sky-piercing demon saint's forehead. Good timing. The sky-piercing demon saint sneered and instantly leaped up. His speed was so fast that he turned into thousands of afterimages in the void. Feng Qingyang's spear radiance pierced through the afterimages, but it seemed to have lost the sky-piercing demon saint's aura. A black blood radiance bloomed in the void as if the world had been split in half. The sky-piercing demon saint appeared above Feng Qingyang with a ghost head blade in his hand. His body was surrounded by a black demonic light. His eyes were extremely cruel as he slashed down at Feng Qingyang's head. Gotcha! Feng Qingyang's eyes flashed as the silver war spear in his hand collided with the ghost head blade. Blazing radiance bloomed, causing the surrounding earth to shake violently. Eh? You've condensed a human sovereign? The sky-piercing demon saint's surprised voice was heard as his figure flew out from the divine light that filled the sky. Chi. Feng Qingyang's eyes were cold as blazing flames rose around his body. 9 dazzling suns appeared behind him and pressed down on Xianxia demon saint. Feng Qingyang used the heavenly solar art. A sea of fire surged around him as if the entire void was shrouded in blazing flames that wanted to turn all life into ashes. Break! Xianxia demon saint's eyes turned solemn. He could feel that Feng Qingyang's strength had increased greatly after he formed the human sovereign realm. He felt a great threat when Feng Qingyang used the heavenly solar art. Xianxia demon saint spun like a top with the ghost head saber in his hand. The saber radiance was blazing, and a chilly wind howled like the wailing of ghosts as it emitted an extremely cold gale. Feng Qingyang and Xianxia demon saint fought fiercely in the void like 2 dazzling storms of divine light. Every time they collided, the world would tremble and the void would rumble. The desolate mountain range below was trembling as if it couldn't withstand the battle between Feng Qingyang and Xianxia demon saint. Crack. A black saber radiance slashed across the sky. Feng Qingyang dodged it by shifting his body. The saber radiance slashed down and cut a towering mountain in half. The terrifying saber intent turned the towering ancient trees on the mountain into dust as if a terrifying storm had been set off. Boom. Feng Qingyang's silver spear pierced towards Xianxia demon saint's heart like a silver lightning bolt. Xianxia demon saint blocked it with his ghost head saber. The sound of metal clashing rang out as a terrifying shockwave spread out, causing the ground below to tremble and crack like a spider web. Feng Qingyang and Xianxia demon saint were extremely fast. They were like spiritual apes soaring in the sky or tigers and leopards fighting. Each of their attacks was extremely terrifying. Both of them were supreme experts in the third realm of heaven treading. Their attacks contained the power of the great path law. One could imagine the destructive power they could cause. The surrounding people stared at the battle between Feng Qingyang and Xianxia demon saint with amazement in their eyes. Is this the battle of the sky prides? The aura is too terrifying. Someone said with a pale face. Although they were far away, that aura still made him tremble in fear. Who would have thought that Feng Qingyang would be able to fight the sky-piercing demon saint to such an extent? Did he really break through? Very likely. Rumor had it that Feng Qingyang had fought with the sky-piercing demon saint in the past, but the latter had lost. Now, it seemed like Feng Qingyang would be able to avenge himself. He might even be able to defeat the sky-piercing demon saint. Defeat the sky-piercing demon saint? How could it be that easy? Do you really think that Holy Sun Muyuan is here to watch the show? Given his relationship with the sky-piercing demon saint, if the sky-piercing demon saint is no match for him, he will definitely step in. No matter how strong Feng Qingyang is, he is no match for the two supreme geniuses. It seems like his defeat is already destined. What a pity. Everyone had different expressions on their faces as they tried to guess the outcome of this battle. However, when they saw Saint Muyuan's indifferent expression, their hearts trembled slightly and they began to sympathize with Feng Qingyang. This sky-reaching beast saint is indeed very strong. I'm afraid it won't be easy for Feng Qingyang to defeat him. Ling Xiao thought to himself as he stood on top of a mountain and watched the battle between Feng Qingyang and the sky-reaching beast saint. He could feel that the sky-reaching beast saint was extremely strong, while Feng Qingyang had just condensed the human sovereign realm. In terms of cultivation, he might be weaker than the sky-reaching beast saint. Moreover, Ling Xiao could feel that the sky-reaching beast saint was still hiding his strength. There was a terrifying power hidden in his body. Kill. Feng Qingyang's aura had risen to the extreme. The killing intent in his eyes was so intense that it seemed to have materialized. At this moment, he suddenly roared. Boom, the blazing flames around him suddenly bloomed and turned into blazing runes in the void. They intertwined with each other and seemed to form billions of divine weapons in an instant. They contained an extremely terrifying power and directly pressed down on the sky-reaching beast saint. Feng Qingyang seemed to have become the center of the storm. Billions of divine weapons were all formed from the great Tao. The surrounding mountains were all blasted into smithereens. Divine light gushed out from all over the sky, trying to turn all matter into the most primordial power. This was the forbidden art of the Taishang Palace. Feng Qingyang could feel the power of the sky-reaching beast saint, so he did not hesitate to use this forbidden art. The sky-reaching beast saint was in the center of the billions of divine weapons and was almost instantly engulfed by them. Feng Qingyang's eyes were cold as if he did not want to give the sky-reaching beast saint any chance of survival. After burying the sky-reaching beast saint with the divine weapon saint technique, the silver spear in his hand pierced through the void and turned into billions of afterimages as it shot towards the sky-reaching beast saint. Boom, a huge mountain suddenly exploded. Rocks flew everywhere and divine light gushed out. There was a flash of blood in the void. The sky-reaching beast saint seemed to have been torn into pieces by the divine weapon saint technique and Feng Qingyang's silver spear. What a terrifying divine weapon saint technique! Someone exclaimed and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Almost every strike of the billions of Tao weapons contained supreme power. The terrifying fluctuations of the Tao weapons and saint techniques caused the surrounding spectators to feel their hearts palpitate. Could it be that the sky-reaching beast saint was killed by Feng Qingyang just like that? Someone was shocked. They did not expect the outcome to be decided so quickly. No. That's not the sky-reaching beast saint. The sky-reaching beast saint is over there. Suddenly, a divine light flashed in someone's eyes as he looked behind Feng Qingyang. Rumble, blazing divine light burst out and shook the world. In the endless chaotic mist, the sky-reaching beast saint's body was badly mutilated. However, his eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. Blood-red divine chains of order shot out from his body and instantly wrapped around Feng Qingyang's limbs and neck. The sky-reaching beast saint's eyes were blood-red. He held a huge ghost head saber in his hand and emitted a whistling wind as he slashed towards Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang, I didn't expect you to have mastered a divine weapon saint technique. But today, you still have to die. The sky-reaching beast saint's voice was bone-chilling as he roared furiously. He did not expect Feng Qingyang to push him to this point. Feng Qingyang had even mastered a divine weapon saint technique. If he had not dodged quickly, he would have been seriously injured even if he did not die. His speed was extremely fast as he descended from the ninth heaven. Black demonic light rose from his body and his ghost head saber emitted a sound that made one's mind confused. Boom, Feng Qingyang's expression changed slightly. He could feel that the divine chains of order that wrapped around his limbs were incomparably sturdy. It was impossible for him to break them apart in a short period of time. Furthermore, Skirich Demon Saint's speed was too fast. He could only endure the power of this blow. The sun opens the sky, the moon destroys the world, Feng Qingyang shouted. Blazing light gushed out from his body, forming two colors, black and white. With him as the core, a mysterious shadow of the Taiji diagram appeared and rotated around him. Crack, Feng Qingyang's aura skyrocketed. The divine chains of order that wrapped around him were instantly crushed by the shadow of the Taiji diagram. Feng Qingyang pushed out his arms. The shadow of the Taiji diagram soared into the sky and collided with the huge skull with a loud bang. Divine light erupted all over the sky like a volcanic eruption. Cracks appeared on the huge skull. In the end, it exploded with a loud bang. The ghost head saber trembled violently, as if it was about to fly out of Skirich Demon Saint's hand. Puff, the Taiji diagram slammed into Skirich Demon Saint's body, causing the demon chi around him to spurt out. He staggered and his face turned extremely pale. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Skirich Demon Saint was injured for the first time. The shadow of the Taiji diagram was filled with mysterious runes and intertwined with the light of the Dharma. It was like the incarnation of the great Tao. It seemed to be extremely lethal to Skirich Demon Saint, causing his injuries to be irreversible. Skirich Demon Saint's body was badly mutilated, as if he had been dismembered. He looked extremely miserable. Feng Qingyang, you deserve to die. Skirich Demon Saint roared. Black divine light gushed out from his body. His fierce aura erupted and his eyes were filled with blood-red killing intent. Rumble, boom. Boom. Skirich Demon Saint's aura skyrocketed in an instant and turned into a giant beast. He was ancient and ferocious, as if an ancient fierce beast had awakened. Skirich Demon Saint has been forced by Feng Qingyang to the point of revealing his true form? Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. In the air, the colossal beast was shrouded in chaotic mist. It was pitch black, and its fur was glossy and shiny. Its fur was as sharp as steel needles. It had an extremely ugly face, and its eyes were filled with bloodthirsty and frenzied killing intent. This giant beast actually looked like a giant rat. This is a mutant from the primordial times, the heavenly rat. A gleam of light flashed through Ling Zhao's eyes as he muttered to himself in surprise. He immediately recognized the origins of the sky-reaching demon saint. The heavenspan rat was an ancient variant that was said to be able to see through the heavens and the earth, and possessed extraordinary abilities. Not only did it possess extreme speed, it was capable of traversing through space, and it was even capable of swallowing gold, refining jade, and smelting everything in the world. No wonder the sky-reaching demon sage had such a name. It turned out that his true form was the sky-reaching rat. Roar, in the void, Tong Tian rat, who was tens of thousands of feet tall, was hidden in the chaotic mist. His eyes were like blood moons, filled with cold killing intent. An extremely sharp sound wave instantly erupted from his mouth, rushing towards Feng Qingyang. At the same time, its sharp claws swept across the air like a huge mountain. After revealing his true form, the sky-reaching demon saint's aura had increased by several times. The surrounding people were extremely shocked, and their faces were extremely pale. Feng Qingyang's expression also changed. He rushed into the sky with the silver spear in his hand, wanting to block the sky-reaching demon saint's huge claws. However, the terrifying sound wave was formless and intangible, but it contained extremely strong killing power. It caused him to stagger and slow down a lot. Bang! Feng Qingyang and his spear were slapped down from the sky by the sky-reaching rat, and the mountain below was smashed into powder. Boom! 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 Tong Tian rat did not give Feng Qingyang any chance to react. His attack was as fast as lightning. His sharp claws constantly fell on Feng Qingyang's body. Feng Qingyang's body was trembling violently as he coughed up blood. He had also suffered serious injuries. Go to hell! The sky-reaching rat grabbed Feng Qingyang and opened its bloody mouth, revealing its white and sharp teeth. It was about to devour Feng Qingyang. Tai Chi True Self, Myriad transformations as one. Open! Feng Qingyang's face was extremely pale, but his eyes were extremely sharp. He roared, and the mysterious aura around him rose. The black and white Tai Chi diagram emerged again, wrapping him up. This was the Supreme Emperor Art of the Supreme Doctrine Palace. Although Feng Qingyang had only comprehended a little of it, it was extremely powerful at this moment. The sky-reaching rat's sharp teeth could no longer fall. The black and white Tai Chi diagram slowly rotated, and a bloody light flashed. Several of the sky-reaching rat's teeth were shattered. Rumble, although Feng Qingyang's face was pale, his eyes were incomparably bright. The Tai Chi diagram shone brightly, emitting boundless light. Runes filled the air, and the great Tao Law bloomed. The Tai Chi diagram was like a bright sun, and it instantly soared across the sky, pressing down on the sky-reaching rat. Feng Qingyang activated the Supreme Emperor Art. The mysterious Tai Chi diagram seemed to be able to melt everything. It caused the sky-reaching rat to tremble violently, as if it was facing the majestic heavenly might. The surrounding space was sealed, and there was no way it could escape. Roar! Roar! The sky-reaching rat roared a few times, and a terrifying aura gushed out from its body. Blazing divine light bloomed. It used various powerful means, but there was no way to break the Tai Chi diagram. It could only watch as the Tai Chi diagram pressed down on it. The sky-reaching demon overlord is going to be suppressed by Feng Qingyang. Someone exclaimed. His eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Was the ferocious and insufferably arrogant demon saint going to be suppressed by Feng Qingyang? Gotcha! All of a sudden, a mysterious rune bloomed in the void. Vast and ancient great Tao Law descended, containing an aura that could annihilate everything. Finally, it intertwined into a mysterious rune. It seemed to be hidden in the void, invisible and intangible. It turned into an incomparably mysterious curse power, and instantly flew towards Feng Qingyang. The curse power entered Feng Qingyang's body almost instantaneously. At this moment, Feng Qingyang was fully activating the Tai Chi diagram, trying to suppress Feng Qingyang. He did not expect that someone would launch a sneak attack from behind. He could not help but tremble, and suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood. The Tai Chi diagram that he was controlling trembled violently, as if it was going to collapse at any time. Shameless! Feng Qingyang's eyes were filled with rage and killing intent, and he stared at Saint Sun Muyuan in the distance. The curse power came from Saint Sun Muyuan, and it caused Feng Qingyang to suffer a serious injury at the critical moment. No one had expected Saint Muyuan to attack Feng Qingyang at the critical moment of his battle with the piercing demon overlord. Moreover, he had used an extremely strange curse power to silently invade Feng Qingyang's body, interrupting his Supreme Emperor technique and causing the Tai Chi diagram to tremble violently, as if it was going to collapse at any time. Boom! The sky-piercing demon saint was about to be suppressed by the Tai Chi diagram. Now that he saw what was happening, he let out a loud roar. Terrifying demonic light rose around him, and streaks of black lightning intertwined. Like an erupting volcano, he directly shattered the Tai Chi diagram and rushed out from it. However, there was no longer a trace of arrogance on his face. Instead, his eyes were filled with deep fear and horror. When that Tai Chi diagram came crashing down, he really felt the threat of death. This was the power of a Supreme Emperor technique. A trace of greed appeared on the piercing demon overlord's face. If he could obtain this Supreme Emperor technique, his strength would definitely improve qualitatively. Damn it! Murderous intent flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. Saint Sun Muyuan's attack was beyond his expectations. Heaven's prides had their own pride. They wouldn't allow others to interfere in a major battle. In addition, Saint Sun Muyuan's curse was silent and extremely strange. By the time Ling Zhao realized it, it was already too late. He had underestimated Saint Muyuan's shamelessness. The aura in Ling Zhao's body surged violently like a volcano that was about to erupt, containing extremely terrifying energy fluctuations. He was ready to strike at any time and kill the piercing demon overlord and Saint Muyuan with lightning speed. These two people had already aroused his killing intent. Feng Qingyang's Supreme Emperor technique had been interrupted when the Tai Chi diagram was broken. He had also suffered a severe backlash, coughing up blood, and his face had become extremely pale. Despicable and shameless. I didn't expect Saint Muyuan of the Heavenly Curse sect to be so weak. If you want to save him, then come at me together. I, Feng Qingyang, am not afraid. Although Feng Qingyang's face was pale, his eyes were incomparably bright and sharp. His voice was sonorous and powerful as he stared at Saint Mu Yuan. Saint Mu Yuan, when it's possible to let people off, you should spare them. Why do you have to kill the piercing demon overlord? How is your style different from the demon race? Saint Sun Mu Yuan smiled faintly. His figure was tall and slender, and his black hair was thick and glossy, casually draped behind his head. His face was extremely handsome, and his skin was as white as ivory. His entire person exuded an extraordinary temperament, as if a saint had descended to the mortal world. Especially the double pupils in his eyes, they were suffused with chaotic energy and interwoven with the laws of the great Tao. They were like a chaotic vortex that seemed to be able to devour everything. Everyone couldn't help but admire this kind of peerless bearing. Although many people despised Saint Mu Yuan for sneaking an attack on Feng Qingyang, no one dared to say anything. Exterminate? A battle of life and death was supposed to be a battle of life and death. If you want to make a move, just do it. Why do you need so many excuses? Mu Yuan, don't think I don't know that it was your heavenly curse sect's disciple who leaked the information to the sky-reaching demon saint. Feng Qingyang sneered as his eyes were filled with coldness. Holy Sun Qingyang, you're so disappointing. Without any evidence, you slandered the sky-reaching demon saint for killing your people. Now, you're slandering me. Are you forcing me to make a move? Saint Sun Mu Yuan sighed softly as a vast aura spread out from his body. It was vast and mighty like the heavenly might, containing unpredictable energy fluctuations. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Mu Yuan, today, either you die or I die. Feng Qingyang's eyes were blood-red and filled with determination. His body was as straight as a divine spear, exuding a sharp aura that pierced through the clouds. He was already seriously injured. Now that he was facing the graveyard saint in his prime and the sky-reaching demon saint, Feng Qingyang knew that this battle boded ill rather than well. However, as the saint of the Taishang Dao Palace, he had his own pride and dignity. Even though he knew that he would die in this battle, he had to fight for his dignity. Moreover, Feng Qingyang was confident that even if he died in this battle, he could drag someone down with him. Feng Qingyang's firm words moved the crowd. He knows that he can't do it, yet he still does it. Is Feng Qingyang ignorant or stupid? What a pity. If it weren't for Saint Sun Mu Yuan, perhaps Feng Qingyang could create glory and kill the sky-reaching demon saint and become famous. That's right. Saint Sun Mu Yuan is said to be stronger than the sky-reaching demon saint and has a good relationship with the Son of Heaven. Looks like there's no suspense in this battle anymore. The spectators were discussing among themselves. Although they admired Feng Qingyang, their rationality told them that Feng Qingyang would not be able to win and would most likely fall here today. Saint Sun Qingyang, why do you have to do this? How about this, kneel down and apologize to the sky-reaching demon saint and me, and we won't pursue your sins. How about that? Saint Sun Mu Yuan sighed softly with a trace of regret in his eyes. Kneel to you? Are you worthy? I, Feng Qingyang, have never knelt to heaven or earth in my life. I only kneel to my parents and teachers. Who do you think you are? Feng Qingyang sneered. His eyes were sharp as the aura around him rose. Blazing flames spread out as if they could burn the world. What a pity. A genius cannot be humiliated. Since you've slandered me, I can only take action against you. Saint Sun Mu Yuan said indifferently. His eyelids drooped as mysterious runes flashed around him. Vast heavenly law filled the air as a mysterious force locked onto Feng Qingyang. Hee, Mu Yuan, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Just kill him and hang his head up to lure that bastard Ling Xiao over. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Tong Tian Demon Saint sneered. His eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent. Although he had broken free from the Taiji diagram, Feng Qingyang had still inflicted serious injuries on him. Rumble, in the void, three powerful auras intertwined. Vast heavenly might and great Tao law descended, causing the spectators to shudder in fear. Their faces turned pale as they hurriedly retreated. An earth-shattering battle was about to begin. Sky-reaching demon saint, are you trying to kill me? Suddenly, an indifferent and ethereal voice rang out in the void. Although it was not loud, it sounded like the voice of a heavenly emperor, suppressing all other sounds. The divine light that filled the sky suddenly exploded. Amidst the endless chaotic energy, a white-robed young man stepped through the void as if he was stepping on a flight of stairs. His body emitted a monstrous aura, and his eyes were clear and resplendent. "You are Ling Xiao?" Sky-piercing demon saint trembled. His eyes were filled with rage and killing intent. After Ling Xiao stopped concealing his aura, he instantly recognized him. The white-clothed youth before him was Ling Xiao, who had killed his doppelganger and snatched his longevity gold elixir. "Ling Xiao, you have broken through?" Feng Qingyang's eyes were filled with surprise when he saw Ling Xiao. He could see that Ling Xiao's injuries had not only completely healed, but he had also broken through to the 9th Revolution half-saint realm. Ling Xiao could defeat him when he was severely injured and even killed sky-piercing demon saint's doppelganger. How powerful would Ling Xiao be now? Feng Qingyang's heart was filled with confidence. Lucky breakthrough. You are too impatient. Why do you have to fight to the death when there are shameless people besieging you? As long as you stay alive, you will be able to take revenge sooner or later. Ling Xiao smiled faintly with a calm expression. They have gone too far. Ling Xiao, sky-piercing demon saint is nothing to worry about. However, Mu Yuan's Polychoria divine ability is said to have the power to split open the sky. You have to be careful. Feng Qingyang said with a solemn expression. Don't worry. None of them will be able to escape today. Ling Xiao said faintly with a calm expression. There seemed to be a blazing sharpness in his eyes. Ling Xiao, you killed my doppelganger and snatched my longevity gold elixir. Today, you will pay with your life. Sky-piercing demon saint roared. His eyes were filled with blazing killing intent. He could not hold it in any longer and pounced on Ling Xiao. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes burn with hatred. The one that sky-reaching demon saint hated the most was Ling Xiao. His clone and the golden elixir of immortality that he had spent so much effort to refine had been destroyed by Ling Xiao just like that. He was filled with hatred and wanted nothing more than to tear Ling Xiao to pieces. Rumble, demonic light rose from his body. The ghost head saber in his hand emitted a blazing light. It was like a gust of wind, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. He suddenly slashed his saber at Ling Xiao. You are courting death. Ling Xiao's eyes turned cold. His blood qi and chaotic qi filled the air around him, making his aura extremely terrifying. A fist print flew across the sky and smashed towards sky-piercing demon saint. Crack. The space suddenly shattered. Ling Xiao's punch was filled with extreme power, as if it was going to reopen the world and return everything to chaos. It contained an immortal and eternal power. The breakthrough this time wasn't just a breakthrough in Ling Xiao's cultivation base. More importantly, it allowed his physical body to be tempered by the primal chaos, reaching a kind of great success. The large success of the primal chaos allowed Ling Xiao's every move to possess an unfathomable divine might. Although the saber light emitted by the demonic head blade was extremely intense, it was annihilated by Ling Xiao's punch. In the end, the fist landed directly on the demonic head blade, causing it to emit a resplendent glow and start to vibrate violently. Boom, the Skirich demon saint's face changed drastically. He felt an unstoppable force assault him, causing his arm to tremble violently. He actually lost his grip on his saber and was sent flying. How is this possible? The Skirich demon saint's eyes were filled with disbelief. Ling Xiao was only a 9th Revolution half-saint, but the strength of his physical body made him tremble all over. It was as if he was a supreme sacred beast from ancient times, possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth. However, the person in front of him was clearly a human. How could his physical body be so strong? Boom, Ling Xiao's eyes were cold. His fist was like a dragon. After sending the demonic head blade flying, the vast chaotic fist print pressed down with an indomitable will. It seemed to contain the power of 3,000 worlds, capable of suppressing everything. The Skirich demon saint couldn't dodge. His face was extremely ugly. He could only stretch out his arms with all his might, erupting with terrifying demonic light to block Ling Xiao's fist. Crack, with a crisp sound, the Skirich demon saint's arms were broken. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, revealing his white bones. He looked extremely miserable. The Skirich demon saint screamed and was sent flying. He smashed into a mountain in the distance, causing it to explode. Everyone's body trembled as they were completely dumbfounded. The insufferably arrogant sky-reaching demon saint was actually defeated by Ling Xiao in one move. Ling Xiao only threw out a single punch, but it was unstoppable. It possessed an unparalleled power that could suppress the world and turned the sky-reach demon saint's arms into dust. The true form of the sky-piercing demon saint was a sky-piercing rat, an ancient mutated beast. His physical body was incomparably strong to begin with. But now that he was defeated by a mere human, everyone felt as though they were in a dream. How can Ling Xiao be so strong? He's only a 9th revolution half-saint, but he can go against the flow and defeat the sky-reach demon saint. His talent is too terrifying. That's right. If he advances to the 3rd level of heaven treading, won't he be able to defeat all the prodigies and compete with the emperor? How terrifying. The human race actually has such a prodigy. It's unbelievable. I wonder who he is. Is he also an ancient prodigy? Everyone discussed spiritedly, guessing Ling Xiao's identity. They were extremely shocked by the result of this battle. He can't even withstand a single blow. Saint Sun Muyuan, don't you plan to avenge him? Ling Xiao said indifferently. He didn't care whether the sky-reach demon saint was dead or alive. His gaze landed on Saint Sun Muyuan as he spoke with a faint smile. The Heavenly Emperor's fist just now seemed casual, but it was the most powerful punch that Ling Xiao could muster. It was a shocking blow that erupted from the tremendous momentum he had accumulated. If the sky-reach demon saint hadn't been caught off guard, he wouldn't have lost so miserably. However, the result of the Heavenly Emperor's fist was shocking enough. At the very least, everyone was shocked. Even Saint Sun Muyuan had a solemn look in his eyes. Ling Xiao? That's an unfamiliar name. Although I don't know who you are you sure you want to fight for Fengqingyang? Your physical body is indeed very strong, but you don't understand what true power is. Saint Sun Muyuan looked directly at Ling Xiao as he spoke. His eyes were extremely deep. Oh? Then do you know what true power is? I really want to see how strong Saint Sun Muyuan of the Heavenly Curse sect is. Ling Xiao said indifferently with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Towards a hypocrite like Mu Yuan, he had never had a good impression of him. He had witnessed Mu Yuan's actions earlier. Even Fengqingyang had almost died in Mu Yuan's hands. Are you sure you want to offend the Heavenly Curse sect? Believe me, the result isn't something you can bear. Ling Xiao, I think you're quite strong. Why do you have to mix with trash like Fengqingyang? Why don't you side with me? I'll teach you the Supreme Emperor technique. How about it? Supreme Emperor technique? Someone exclaimed. Immediately, a blazing look appeared in his eyes. Who would have thought that in order to win over Ling Xiao, Holy Sun Mu Yuan would not hesitate to offer a Supreme Monarch technique? It should be known that Supreme Monarch techniques contained extreme monarch aura and possessed unfathomable power. They could go against the flow of the universe and increase one's battle prowess exponentially. Fengqingyang and the heaven-piercing demon saint were similar in strength, but Fengqingyang had a Supreme Emperor technique that almost killed the heaven-piercing demon saint. One could imagine how powerful the Supreme Emperor technique was. Supreme Emperor technique? Mu Yuan, why don't you submit to me and be my servant? I'll teach you the Supreme Emperor scripture. What do you think? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and said with a faint smile. The Supreme Emperor technique was just a superpower, but the Supreme Emperor scripture contained the ultimate power of a great emperor. It contained many powerful emperor techniques, and its value was immeasurable. Supreme Emperor scripture? Aren't you afraid of biting your own tongue? Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite. Saint Mu Yuan's face darkened, and he sneered. He naturally didn't think that Ling Xiao would have the Supreme Emperor scripture. After all, the inheritance of a Supreme Emperor was extremely precious. Even he didn't have the Supreme Emperor scripture. In the entire human race's Saint City, the only person who had the Supreme Emperor scripture was probably the Emperor. He thought that Ling Xiao was making fun of him, and anger rose in his heart. Rumble, Saint Mu Yuan was surrounded by rays of light and mysterious symbols. It made his aura seem even more ethereal, as though he was hidden in heaven and earth and had become one with the great Tao. Although Saint Mu Yuan knew that Ling Xiao's physical body was very strong, he was still confident that he could defeat Ling Xiao. After all, the curse power that Ling Xiao cultivated was invisible and formless. It could destroy and annihilate everything from the inside. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight. Starting with you, the heavenly curse sect will be destroyed today. Ling Xiao sneered, and his eyes were blazing with sharpness. Golden qi and blood rose around him, as dazzling as a divine glow. It contained a vast and terrifying energy fluctuation. Chaotic qi pervaded the air, making him look like a peerless young celestial emperor who could suppress everything. Boom! Ling Xiao stepped into the void, causing the earth to rumble violently. Divine light exploded all over the sky, and he shot towards Saint Mu Yuan like a dazzling meteor. A mighty golden fist print traversed the void, and it had the power to destroy everything. Ling Xiao made the first move. Thousand Swords Curse. Saint Mu Yuan's eyes were dazzling, and there seemed to be traces of chaotic qi lingering in the air. His expression was extremely cold as he shouted. In an instant, sword qi intertwined in the void. Billions of sharp lights collided and turned into thousands of unparalleled sword qi, slashing towards Ling Xiao. The sword qi was shapeless and formless. It was formed from pure energy of the laws, and it contained the power to pierce through everything. Insignificant. Ling Xiao sneered. He showed no signs of dodging at all. Scorching light surged around him as strands of golden light seemed to form golden vortexes. Clang! 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 When the sword qi hit Ling Xiao's body, it actually produced the sound of metal clashing. It was as if they were blocked by an invisible barrier. They simply couldn't break through Ling Xiao's defense. Rumble! Ling Xiao's aura surged like the sea, and his aura became even more terrifying. His golden fist print appeared in front of Saint Mu Yuan in an instant. Imperial Heaven Curse. Saint Mu Yuan's expression remained indifferent as he called out. Runes rose around him and condensed into a mysterious starry sky in front of him. It seemed to be able to contain everything. Ling Xiao's fist imprint exploded in the starry sky, shaking the heavens all around. The stars in the sky seemed like they were about to fall, but they seemed to be millions of miles away from Saint Mu Yuan, separated by time and space. Buzz! Saint Mu Yuan's palm glowed, and a glittering scepter appeared. It looked like a glazed crystal. Mysterious runes of the law intertwined with it, and it contained a vast amount of curse power. Forbidden Heaven Curse. Saint Mu Yuan's eyes darkened. He pointed at Ling Xiao with the scepter in his hand. Runes rose from the void and formed a mysterious world in the void, trapping Ling Xiao within. There was only eternal darkness and silence. There was no light or color. Not only was there no way to feel the passage of time and space, but it was also as if he was about to forget himself. Open! Ling Xiao's eyes shone with an unparalleled sharpness. In that instant, the blood and qi in his body surged like a raging flame. All the energy in his body gathered on his fist, and he suddenly punched out towards the endless void. Crack! Chaotic qi filled the air. The vast chaotic fist print had the power to split the heavens and earth. It shattered the dark world in an instant, and a blazing light appeared in front of Ling Xiao again. Ling Xiao's aura rose. He used a secret teleportation technique and instantly moved hundreds of millions of miles across the void. He charged at Saint Mu Yuan. Boom! Ling Xiao's fist was like a dragon. The vast fist intent could destroy everything. It arrived in front of Saint Mu Yuan in an instant and blasted him into dust. An afterimage? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He realized that this wasn't Saint Mu Yuan's real body. It couldn't even be considered a clone. It was just an afterimage condensed by a curse. Rumble! After Ling Xiao destroyed the afterimage, a blazing light rose up in an instant. Mysterious runes silently burrowed into Ling Xiao's body, containing a power that could destroy everything. That was the power of a curse. It was the power of the Great Path. It was soundless, and there was no way to dodge it. He could only watch it enter his body. Great Destruction Curse. Saint Mu Yuan's figure appeared in the void in the distance. His robes were whiter than snow, and he held a scepter in his hand. The runes between his eyebrows shone brightly. He looked like a supreme saint from ancient times who controlled the Great Path. He was mysterious and unfathomable. As he called out, the inscriptions that had invaded Ling Xiao's body instantly shattered. The vast laws of the world were destroyed, like a storm of destruction, about to completely obliterate all life. Although Ling Zhao's physical body was incomparably strong, the power of the curse was destroying him from the inside out. Ling Xiao almost couldn't withstand it. His body trembled violently, and cracks appeared on it. It was as if his physical body was going to collapse at any time. What? Is Ling Xiao going to lose? Everyone was shocked, and their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Rumble, black light flickered around Ling Xiao's body as runes spread out. Cracks actually appeared on the surface of his powerful body, as if it would collapse at any moment. He coughed up blood as if he had been severely injured. His face turned extremely pale. The heavenly curse sex incantation divine ability was incomparably strange. It silently invaded one's body and contained the vast power of the great Tao that could destroy everything. After all, the heavenly way was flawed, and it was impossible for all living things to be perfect. There would always be flaws. The curse used the power of the great way to find the flaws of living things and deliver a fatal blow. Although Ling Zhao's body was extremely powerful, it was not perfect. When Saint Sun Muyuan used the Great Destruction Curse, his entire body seemed to have merged with the heavenly way. His every move contained the power of the heavens. Boom, the terrifying power of the curse spread out around Ling Xiao and even surged into his primordial spirit. It wanted to completely destroy his primordial spirit. Ling Zhao's aura grew weaker and weaker as he coughed up blood. It was as if his entire body was about to collapse in the void and turn into a bloody mist. However, Ling Zhao's eyes were extremely calm and cold. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes as he slowly spat out a word. Devour. Rumble, the wordless heavenly book in his sea of consciousness shone brightly at this moment. 9-colored divine light bloomed, ancient and mysterious. It transformed into a vast and terrifying devouring vortex. In an instant, it devoured the strange power of the curse in Ling Zhao's body. The origin of the power of the curse was the Great Way. Even with Ling Zhao's current attainments in the heaven-devouring secret skill, it was difficult for him to completely devour and refine it. However, the wordless heavenly book erupted at this moment. In an instant, the power of the curse in Ling Zhao's body was completely devoured by the wordless heavenly book. A terrifying power of qi and blood erupted from Ling Zhao's body. The void around him trembled as billions of rays of divine light gushed out. In an instant, the sky around him shook violently. What? Pfft! Saint Muyuan shuddered as disbelief filled his eyes. Suddenly, the laws of the world surged out, causing him to suffer a great backlash. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Saint Sun Muyuan had used the Great Destruction Curse and merged it with the Great Path Law. Although he could borrow the supreme power of the Great Path Law, he would also suffer a great backlash if the curse was broken. Ling Xiao had noticed this before, so he had only resisted it with his physical body at the beginning. When the vast power of the curse had completely integrated into his body, he had unleashed the power of the wordless book and devoured all the curse power. Saint Sun Muyuan naturally suffered a backlash from the great Tao laws, and his aura became chaotic. Kill! Ling Xiao roared. His eyes were extremely cold, and his body was enveloped in a monstrous divine light. He charged towards Saint Muyuan with a punch. Crack, heaven and earth trembled as Ling Xiao charged through the sky. Wherever he passed, mountains exploded and the earth quaked. The terrifying divine light contained unparalleled divine power and suppressed Saint Sun Muyuan. Saint Sun Muyuan suffered a backlash from the Great Path Law, so his reaction was naturally slower. At this moment, there was no way for him to dodge Ling Zhao's punch. He could only take it head-on. Boom, Ling Zhao's punch was like a dragon, and his aura was extremely violent. The punch directly shattered the Imperial Heaven spell around Saint Sun Muyuan and landed heavily on his chest. Crack, Saint Sun Muyuan's white robe emitted a dazzling light. In an instant, an unparalleled saint aura shot into the sky, trying to dissolve the terrifying power contained in Ling Zhao's punch. However, in the end, the saint aura collapsed, and Saint Sun Muyuan was sent flying by Ling Zhao's punch. A crisp sound rang out. Saint Sun Muyuan's ribs were broken, and his face turned even paler. The corner of his mouth was full of blood. Boom! 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 Ling Xiao did not seem to want to give Saint Sun Muyuan any chance to escape. His battle intent surged into the sky, and he had an invincible aura. His understanding of the fist of the Heavenly Emperor was getting deeper and deeper. Every time he attacked, there was boundless divine power. The invincible fist intent seemed to have been imprinted in his bones, and it exploded with shocking power. The sky was filled with Ling Zhao's fist prints. They intertwined into mysterious shadows and charged towards Saint Sun Muyuan. Even though Saint Prince Muyuan tried his best to defend himself and cast a powerful defensive spell, he was still no match for Ling Zhao's terrifying fists. His defensive spells shattered one after another, and he was sent flying by Ling Xiao, coughing up blood. Ling Xiao, you deserve to die. Saint Muyuan roared in anger. His eyes were extremely cold and filled with towering rage. He felt extremely aggrieved. Blazing divine light rose around him, and the void all around him trembled. However, it was unable to withstand Ling Zhao's fist will. Crack, boundless light burst out from his eyes in an instant, and a mysterious aura of chaos permeated the air. The double pupils in his eyes, one black and one white, were like the most original power of heaven and earth. In an instant, they intertwined and shot towards Ling Xiao. The void was annihilated silently, and the supreme destructive force attacked as if it was going to turn everything into dust. This was the power of the Polychoria. It was said to contain the original energy of the heavenly way, and it was the incarnation of the heavenly way. It could control the power of the heavenly punishment, and it was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao felt a chill run down his spine, as if he was being stared at by some terrifying existence. Without thinking, he immediately cast a teleportation secret skill. His entire body was like a ray of chaotic light, shuttling through the void in an attempt to avoid the light of the original source. However, the Polychoria's superpower was too terrifying, and it could destroy everything. At this moment, it had completely locked onto Ling Xiao, and it would not rest until it killed him. Open! Hundreds of millions of rays of light shot out from Ling Xiao's arms, and flames rose into the sky. In an instant, an Emperor Yen cauldron was formed in the void, exuding supreme divine power. The mouth of the cauldron exuded a power that could devour everything, and it wanted to swallow the Polychoria's superpower. Crack, however, the chaotic aura spread out, and the black and white divine light intertwined. After rushing into the Emperor Yen cauldron, it trembled violently. In the next instant, the Emperor Yen cauldron shattered, and the two divine lights shot toward Ling Xiao. Buzz, Ling Xiao's glabella shone, and the vast divine light around him intertwined, forming a mysterious heaven-devouring divine sea behind him. It wanted to completely refine the black and white divine light. However, the black and white divine light seemed to contain an extremely powerful spirituality, and there was no way to refine it. Instead, it wanted to pierce through the heaven-devouring divine sea and into Ling Xiao's consciousness. Polychoria sky opening. At that moment, Saint Muyuan suddenly exclaimed. Crack! Boundless spatial turbulence surged, and chaotic light interweaved. It was extremely chaotic, containing the most original killing power. It was as if the scene of chaos splitting open was being reenacted. It was incomparably mysterious. Strands of law swept across the void, and divine chains of order sealed Ling Xiao's body. It was as if they wanted to annihilate Ling Xiao and the surrounding void at the same time. Ling Xiao can actually force Muyuan to use his Polychoria Sky Splitter? This kid is really terrifying. However, once he uses his Polychoria Sky Splitter, he's dead for sure. The sky-piercing demon saint's eyes were filled with shock. He knew how terrifying Saint Muyuan's Polychoria Sky Splitter was. It was one of the ultimate secrets of his Polychoria. This move had allowed him to kill a saint before, and it possessed unfathomable power. This is the scene of the creation of heaven and earth. Is Ling Xiao really going to lose? He's not just going to lose. I'm afraid he's going to be completely annihilated. Everyone was shocked as well. Their eyes were filled with terror. Boundless chaotic energy rose, and the void in front of them seemed to distort. An ancient chaotic world appeared, and the terrifying aura made them tremble and palpitate even though they were far away. Boom! Ling Xiao seemed to have lost his sense of direction in the chaotic sky. He punched out like a dragon, and his physical body erupted with extreme power. However, he was still unable to break through the chaos. His body was bound by divine chains of order, and beams of destructive light exploded around him, causing his entire body to tremble violently. He staggered back, and even his aura became chaotic. What a powerful Polychoria sky splitter. The Polychoria sky splitter is indeed one of the top 3 eye techniques in all heavens. Ling Xiao thought to himself as his eyes flickered. He seemed to have been exiled by the endless chaos, and was about to be completely obliterated in the void. He had lost all sense of direction and perception. This state was extremely terrifying. Even an expert with a strong will would go crazy after a long time. The power of chaos is destruction, but it's also creation. Ling Xiao did not panic at all. Instead, his expression became incomparably calm. Rumble, he simply gave up on resisting. He closed his eyes and sat in the chaotic space, allowing the divine chains of order to interweave around him and the chaotic power to attack him. Brilliant light bloomed from Ling Xiao's body. Mysterious runes seemed to appear on his body. They contained chaotic luster and looked extremely mysterious. Crack, Ling Xiao's physical body was shattered. His entire body was severely injured. He was shaking violently and coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. However, his expression was extremely calm, as if he was not in pain at all. The chaotic qi in his body surged, containing a mysterious energy fluctuation, causing the chaotic qi in all directions to tremble. In the end, his body actually formed a mysterious resonance with the chaos around him. The chaos energy started to surge into his body, causing his aura to grow stronger and stronger. Rumble, behind Ling Xiao, the sky-devouring divine ocean appeared. His entire being was like a bottomless black hole vortex that began to devour the vast chaotic energy around him. Heaven and earth began to tremble. It was as if there was the chanting of gods and demons, or the sound of all living beings praying. It was incomparably mysterious. What? Everyone shuddered, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. They originally thought that Ling Xiao was dead for sure. However, they suddenly realized that a mysterious 9-colored light suddenly bloomed in the chaotic space. The vast chaotic energy was being devoured like a whale swallowing the sea. In an instant, heaven and earth trembled. A mysterious figure bathed in 9-colored divine light rushed out of the chaotic space. Crack, a dazzling light broke through the chaotic space and shot towards Saint Sun Muyuan at an extremely fast speed. This is impossible. Saint Sun Muyuan looked as if he had seen a ghost. His entire body trembled violently. He could not believe what he was seeing. He had used the supreme Polychoria heaven-splitting divine ability. Not only was Ling Xiao not killed by him, but he also rushed out of the chaotic space and exploded with an even more terrifying power. It felt as if the power of the Polychoria heaven-splitting divine ability had been completely devoured by Ling Xiao. It had become a part of Ling Xiao's power and exploded with a fatal blow towards Saint Sun Muyuan. Crack, the 9-colored divine light was like a sword aura. Its speed was extremely fast. Saint Sun Muyuan's body trembled violently. The robe he was wearing was a powerful defensive sacred treasure. At this moment, it was unable to withstand the power of this attack and exploded into pieces. Bloody mist filled the void. A bloody hole the size of a fist appeared on Saint Sun Muyuan's chest. Fresh blood spurted out from the hole. I don't believe that you can break through my Polychoria heaven-splitting divine ability. Kill. 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 Saint Sun Muyuan was completely deranged. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. 2 streams of blood flowed out from his eyes. A vast amount of chaotic energy gushed out, and an even more terrifying chaotic light burst out and shot towards Ling Xiao. I control the chaotic space. I shall suppress all enemies. Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely cold. His entire person seemed to have entered a mysterious state. An extremely cold voice came out of his mouth. In an instant, a vast amount of divine light gushed out. He opened his mouth and swallowed the chaotic light that Saint Sun Muyuan had unleashed into his stomach. Endless lightning seemed to burst out from within Ling Xiao's body. He flew across the sky, and an unparalleled light burst out from his palm. He attacked with all his might. You actually swallowed my Polychoria heaven-splitting divine ability? Saint Sun Muyuan seemed to have been scared out of his wits. His eyes were filled with terror. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled. Just as he was distracted, Ling Xiao charged over like an ancient great emperor. His fist landed on Saint Muyuan's body and directly blasted him to smithereens. Crack, a blazing light burst out. Ling Xiao's fist released an unparalleled amount of divine power. It smashed Saint Sun Muyuan's head like a watermelon and dug out his eyes. This pair of eyes was a natural treasure that contained the secrets of chaos. Naturally, Ling Xiao would not let it go. Ling Xiao, I won't let you go. I will make sure that you die without a burial place and never reincarnate. Saint Sun Muyuan's physical body exploded, and his primordial spirit shot out from his body. He looked like a miniature version of Saint Sun Muyuan. At this moment, his eyes were filled with hatred. He glared at Ling Xiao and was about to break open the void and leave this place. You don't know what's good for you. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. The flipping sky seal flew out of his body in an instant. It contained the power to destroy everything. It broke through layers of the void in an instant and blasted directly on Saint Muyuan's primordial spirit. Don't. Let me go. Rumble, the divine light slowly dispersed, revealing Ling Xiao's figure. He stood in the air with his black hair fluttering in the wind. His white robe was stained with Saint Sun Muyuan's blood, and his eyes were blazing like lightning. He exuded an extremely terrifying aura, as if he was invincible in the world. Everyone was stunned. Their minds went blank. They were completely stunned by the scene in front of them, and their bodies couldn't stop trembling. What did they just see? The saint, son of the heavenly curse sect, a peerless genius of the heaven-treading realm, Muyuan, was killed by Ling Xiao just like that. Saint Sun Muyuan's strength was monstrous, and he was famous in the human race's saint city. Even the infamous sky-reaching demon saint was no match for him, and he was even qualified to fight for the ultimate fortune. However, he was killed by Ling Xiao. His physical body was blown apart, his polychoria was dug out, and even his primordial spirit was forcefully killed, completely annihilated. Everyone felt that it was extremely unreal. Sky-reaching demon saint, where do you think you're going? A cold voice sounded, accompanied by a silver spear light that pierced through the sky, as if it could annihilate everything. Feng Qingyang held the silver spear in his hand, and his murderous aura filled the sky as he shot towards the sky-reaching demon saint. After Ling Xiao killed Saint Sun Muyuan, the sky-reaching demon saint was completely scared out of his wits. He wanted to escape while everyone's attention was on Saint Sun Muyuan. However, Feng Qingyang's attention had always been on the sky-reaching demon saint. When he saw the sky-reaching demon saint trying to escape, he attacked without hesitation. Rumble, the blazing spear contained flames that could burn the heavens and destroy the earth. It pierced through the void and instantly blocked the sky-reaching demon saint's escape route, as if it was going to pierce through him directly. Feng Qingyang, you're courting death. The sky-reaching demon saint was furious, and his eyes were filled with incomparable madness. His demonic aura filled the sky, and a dazzling Dao immortal flower bloomed above his head, sprinkling down mysterious pearls. Boom, an unparalleled divine force erupted, and the great Dao immortal flower blocked Feng Qingyang's spear. The burst of divine force forced Feng Qingyang to retreat. The sky-reaching demon saint didn't dare to continue fighting. He could even feel Ling Xiao's cold gaze, which sent a chill down his spine. Without even thinking, he wanted to tear open the void and escape. You should go and accompany Muyuan. Ling Xiao's indifferent voice rang out. A chaotic fist print traversed the space and circled around the 3,000 great worlds. The unparalleled fist will directly shatter the space, causing the surroundings to tremble violently. Ling Xiao, you'll die a horrible death. A look of despair appeared in the sky-reaching demon saint's eyes as he roared furiously. Ling Xiao's punch made him feel the threat of death. Even Saint Muyuan had been killed by Ling Xiao, so how could sky-reaching demon saint, who had already been severely injured, rumble? Unsurprisingly, the heavenly emperor's fist was domineering. It sealed off the surrounding void and pressed down mightily. The Tongtian demon saint's body crumbled with a loud bang. Even his primordial spirit was shattered by Ling Xiao's punch. Sky-reaching demon saint's great Dao immortal flower bloomed with brilliant light. As sky-reaching demon saint died, the great Dao immortal flower seemed like it was about to be annihilated. However, it was engulfed by a blazing devouring vortex before it could be completely annihilated. Ling Xiao had used the sky-devouring secret skill to devour the great Dao immortal flower. The great Dao immortal flower contained the purest power of the great Dao law. It was even more precious than a divine elixir. It was simply a great supplement for Ling Xiao. After he devoured it, his body instantly emitted dazzling light, and his aura began to soar. In the blink of an eye, sky-reaching demon saint was completely killed. The entire place was dead silent. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao with reverence in their eyes. From today onwards, Ling Xiao's name will probably resound throughout the entire chaotic ancient land. Someone sighed softly. There were 108 ancient cities in the chaotic ancient land. Every ancient city had a peerless genius who dominated the world and was invincible. The peerless genius of the human clan was naturally the Son of Heaven. However, other than the Son of Heaven, there were many extremely powerful experts. These people also had hopes of competing for the final fortune. Everyone seemed to have seen another rising star in the human clan. Ling Xiao killed Mu Yuan. I'm afraid the Heavenly Curse sect won't let him off so easily. It's said that a saint from the Heavenly Curse sect severed his own saber and entered the chaotic ancient land. Now, he's cultivating in seclusion in a secret place. Once he returns to the Saint Realm, I'm afraid he'll come back to seek revenge on Ling Xiao. That's right. The 12 immortal sacred lands have a strong foundation. It's not as simple as it seems on the surface. Although it's the end of the era, very few of the billions of races in the universe dare to go head-to-head with the human clan because of the existence of the 12 immortal sacred lands. I hope Ling Xiao can survive this tribulation. I have a feeling that perhaps he really has a chance to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Son of Heaven. Everyone discussed softly as they watched Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang leave and return to the human clan's holy city. Before the battle began, many people thought that Feng Qingyang would definitely die. After all, both the sky-piercing demon saint and Saint Mu Yuan were peerless geniuses with unparalleled combat strength. They were far from what Feng Qingyang could contend with. However, they didn't expect Ling Xiao to stand up at the critical moment and sweep away the crowd with his peerless strength. He killed the sky-piercing demon saint and Saint Mu Yuan consecutively. The impact of this battle was destined to be far-reaching. Many things that Ling Xiao didn't expect had happened. At this moment, Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang had returned to the Qingyang Pavilion. Ling Xiao, I originally thought that I could fight with you after condensing the human venerable realm. However, I didn't expect the gap between us to grow bigger and bigger. Feng Qingyang said with some emotion. His eyes trembled and revealed a trace of awe. Ling Xiao's strength was far beyond his imagination. He was only a 9th revolution half-saint, but he was able to go against the odds and kill peerless geniuses of the 3rd stage of heaven treading. He had never heard of such a thing. From today onwards, the legend of immortality of the 3rd stage of heaven treading had been broken. I've said it before. Relying on me will be your greatest fortune. However, to be able to condense the human venerable realm so quickly, it seems that your talent is indeed not bad. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. His expression was very calm. Ling Xiao, you are indeed very strong. However, you must be careful of the Son of Heaven. The Son of Heaven's strength is not something you can imagine. Some people say that he has already ascended to the heaven realm. His essence, qi, and spirit have merged as one. He has the 3 flowers at once prominence and is invincible. Some people also say that he has already become a saint in the heaven realm and is invincible. His strength is far beyond the likes of the sky-piercing demon saint and Saint Mu Yuan. Feng Qingyang said with a solemn expression. The Emperor? I'll fight him sooner or later. Let's see who's stronger then. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he said flatly. There was no doubt about the Emperor's strength. Ling Xiao had seen how terrifying the Emperor's Taoist body was. If not for the war god Hall's home ground, it would not have been easy for him to defeat the Emperor's Taoist body. However, the stronger the opponent, the stronger the fighting spirit in Ling Xiao's heart. Buzz, light flashed in Ling Xiao's palms, and 2 resplendent balls of light appeared in an instant. They looked gorgeous and dazzling, as if they contained 2 mysterious worlds. The chaotic fog was so dense that people couldn't see them clearly. These are the small worlds of Tong Tian Demon Saint and Holy Sun Mu Yuan? Feng Qingyang's eyes flashed as he asked in surprise. That's right. These are their small worlds. I've already killed the 2 of them. Now it's time for us to split the loot. The treasures in their small world should not disappoint me. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Generally, the small worlds and the bodies of experts would collapse with the death of the expert. It was extremely difficult to take them out completely. Ling Xiao had only obtained these two complete small worlds because he had killed Tongtian Demon Saint and Holy Sun Muyuan with lightning speed, coupled with the mysteries of the heaven-devouring secret skill. The sky-piercing demon sage is vicious and merciless. Who knows how many treasures he stole? Holy Sun Muyuan was a hypocrite. Although he did things secretly, he also obtained many opportunities and creations in the chaotic ancient land. However, these are all treasures that you obtained. There's no need to give them to me. Feng Qingyang shook his head. Let's see what's inside first. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Buzz, the miniature worlds of the sky-reaching Demon Saint and Saint Muyuan trembled slightly. After the two of them died, the seals they left behind became much weaker, allowing Ling Xiao to open them very easily. Ling Xiao directly poured out the treasures in the two small worlds. Dazzling divine light bloomed, causing the void to tremble. It was extremely dazzling and revealed countless treasures of heaven and earth. Feng Qingyang couldn't help but shudder as he sucked in a breath of cold air. How many treasures did these two bastards take? Feng Qingyang said in disbelief. The first thing he saw was the origin source pills. There were many cave mansions of experts in the primal chaos ancient land. Those cave mansions not only contained powerful inheritances, but also a huge amount of origin source pills. Feng Qingyang could see that the Tongtian Overlord Beast Overlord and Saint Muyuan had over 1 million origin pills. With over 1 million origin pills, even a pig could be forcefully pushed to the saint realm. Even many saints did not have such a rich net worth. The origin source pill was sparkling and translucent, flowing with the mysterious power of laws. It was about the size of a longan and floated in the void like a mighty heavenly river, mysterious and unfathomable. In addition to the millions of origin pills, there were also many precious medicines. The lowest was a half-step saint medicine, and most of them were origin saint medicines. Each of them was sparkling and translucent, overflowing with light and color, and emitting a mysterious fragrance that greatly raised the spirits of those who smelled it. There were a total of more than 30 origin source sacred herbs. Ling Xiao could recognize that most of these origin source sacred herbs were ancient sacred herbs that had been lost in the divine world. They could be used to refine several kinds of high-level sacred pills. Longevity grass. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He had discovered the longevity grass that he had been looking forward to for a long time in the sky-reaching Demon Saints collection. The longevity grass was only about a foot tall. It was verdant, and its leaves looked like they were carved from jade. It was incomparably exquisite, and contained an incomparably vast and pure aura of life. Although the longevity grass did not look very impressive, Ling Xiao could feel the vast life force within it. This was the main ingredient for refining the longevity golden pill. I wonder what kind of fortune the sky-reaching demon sage encountered. There are actually 3 stalks of longevity grass here? Feng Qingyang was also a little surprised. Previously, they had obtained the 3 longevity golden pills refined by Skirich Demon Sage's clone. Originally, they had assumed that Skirich Demon Sage had used up all the longevity grasses. Unexpectedly, there were still 3 longevity grasses here. This was a pleasant surprise. There are treasures everywhere in the chaotic ancient land. I'm afraid he must have obtained the inheritance of some expert. Ling Xiao said after some thought. In addition to the origin source divine herb, Ling Xiao also discovered 7 or 8 holy treasures. However, most of them were lower-grade holy treasures, so Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang did not pay much attention to them. However, Skirich Demon Sage's Ghost Head Saber and Holy Sun Muyuan's Curse Scepter attracted Ling Xiao's attention. 2 upper-grade holy treasures, and their power is quite extraordinary. No, this Curse Scepter is a little strange. Ling Xiao observed it carefully. Suddenly, his expression changed, and his eyes flashed. He saw that the Curse Scepter was shrouded in a faint layer of sealing power. The runes of law intertwined within it, and there seemed to be ancient characters hidden within. Could it be the Heaven Curse secret skill? Ling Xiao's body trembled, and his eyes immediately revealed an extremely excited expression. The Heaven Curse secret skill of the Heaven Curse sect was also one of the 12 sky skills. It was also known as the Cursed Sky skill, and it contained the Great Way of Curses. When Ling Xiao was fighting with Mu Yuan, he did not discover that Mu Yuan had used the Heaven Curse secret skill. He thought that Mu Yuan did not cultivate the Heaven Curse secret skill, but he did not expect such a pleasant surprise. Crack, Ling Xiao used a powerful technique to break the sealing power on the curse scepter. Suddenly, ancient runes flew out from it and slowly integrated into Ling Xiao's primordial spirit. The wordless heavenly book also began to shine. It absorbed the runes on the curse scepter, and a mysterious scripture slowly emerged. 7th Heaven Dipper Secret Skill, Heaven Curse Secret Skill. Incomplete, the runes on the curse scepter were indeed the Heaven Curse secret skill. However, to Ling Xiao's disappointment, it was only an incomplete version of the Heaven Curse secret skill. It's a pity that I can't capture Mu Yuan's primordial spirit alive. Otherwise, I might be able to interrogate the Heaven Curse secret skill. Ling Xiao thought with some regret. Ling Xiao, do you want to obtain the Heaven Curse secret skill? Mu Yuan's curse scepter is only an imitation of the real curse scepter. The curse scepter of the Heaven Curse sect is a sect treasure, a supreme imperial weapon. Only it has the complete Heaven Curse secret skill. Feng Qingyang seemed to have guessed Ling Xiao's thoughts and said slowly. I do want to obtain the Heaven Curse secret skill, but unfortunately, it's only an incomplete version. Ling Xiao nodded and said. An incomplete version? It's not impossible to obtain the complete Heaven Curse secret skill. Feng Qingyang suddenly raised his head and said. Oh? What kind of opportunity? Ling Xiao asked. The chaotic ancient land is extremely mysterious. Legend has it that it's the origin of the myriad worlds. It's the foundation of all secret skills in the myriad worlds. Even the Heaven Curse secret skill can be found here, but it's not that easy. Feng Qingyang said slowly. Can the complete Heaven Curse secret skill be found in the chaotic ancient land? Ling Xiao could not help but feel a rush of excitement. He suddenly thought that if the complete version of the Heaven Curse secret skill could be found in the chaotic ancient land, then the 12 sky skills could also be found in the chaotic ancient land. At the thought of this, Ling Xiao was inexplicably excited. After all, the 12 sky skills were the sect treasures of the 12 immortal sanctuaries. Even the saints of the 12 immortal sanctuaries had only obtained an incomplete version. It was extremely difficult to obtain the complete version. Even if Ling Xiao became a divine sage, he was not confident that he could obtain the 12 sky skills from the 12 immortal sanctuaries. Legend has it that the wordless heavenly book and the other 10 great chaotic treasures were born in the chaotic ancient land. The 12 sky arts were originally recorded in the wordless heavenly book. In the chaotic ancient land, let alone the complete heavenly mantra secret skill, even all the 12 sky arts could be found. But I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Feng Qingyang nodded. He had stayed in the Primal Chaos Ancient Land for 3 years and knew some of the secrets of the Primal Chaos Ancient Land. Then you should have the complete Yin Yang secret skill with you, right? Ling Xiao said all of a sudden. There was a hint of a smile in his eyes. Feng Qingyang's expression froze and he jumped up instantly. He looked at Ling Xiao with great vigilance and said, You don't even think about it. The Yin Yang secret skill is the supreme heavenly art of the Taishang Taoism Palace. I only have the Yang scroll, it's not complete. But I can't pass it on to you. Don't be so nervous. I'm just discussing with you. Ling Xiao said with a smile. There's nothing to discuss. Ling Xiao, if you force me to hand over the Yin Yang secret skill, I'd rather die than do it. Feng Qingyang said with a red face. You haven't heard my conditions yet. How about this, I'll give you a complete secret skill in exchange. Anyway, you only have the Yang scroll, it's not the complete Yin Yang secret skill, so it's not considered divulging the sect's secrets. I'll give you a complete secret skill, and you'll get a big bargain. Ling Xiao was still smiling as he spoke. A complete secret skill? Humph, although there are 108 heavenly dipper and earthly fiend secret skills, the most powerful one is the 12 sky arts. Don't try to fool me with those ordinary secret skills. If you want to exchange it for my Yang scroll, unless you give me a complete heavenly art secret skill. Feng Qingyang coldly snorted, but his eyes revealed an incomparably tempted expression. If he could exchange the Yang scroll for a complete heavenly art secret skill, it would be beneficial to the Taishang Taoism Palace and could greatly increase Feng Qingyang's strength. After all, although the 12 sky arts were the secret skills of the 12 immortal sanctuaries, it did not mean that it had never been spread. After all, many powerful races in the heavenly world had dabbled in the secret skills of the heavenly art. No problem. How about I use the secret art of reincarnation to exchange for your Yang scroll? The secret skill of samsara is the supreme skill of the samsara temple. It contains the secrets of the cycle of life and death. If you can cultivate it, your strength will be greatly enhanced. Ling Xiao said patiently. When Ling Xiao heard that Feng Qingyang had the Yang hand scroll, he immediately decided that he had to get his hands on it. The complete Yin Yang secret skill was divided into the Yin scroll and the Yang scroll. Since the Yang scroll was in Feng Qingyang's hands, Ling Xiao was sure that the Yin scroll was in Jin Sei's hands. Obtaining the Yang scroll almost meant that Ling Xiao had obtained the complete Yin Yang secret skill. However, Feng Qingyang did not know the relationship between Ling Xiao and Jin Sei, so he did not think of this point. Samsara Temple's secret skill of samsara? You even have this? Feng Qingyang's body trembled as his voice trembled. Among the 12 sky arts, the Yin Yang secret technique was only ranked 10th while the reincarnation secret technique was ranked 4th. If Feng Qingyang could exchange the reincarnation secret technique with the Yang scroll, it would be a huge gain for him. That's none of your business. Anyway, it was by chance that I obtained the complete secret reincarnation technique. Do you want to exchange? If you don't want to, then forget it. Ling Xiao said with a smile. It had to be said that Feng Qingyang was really tempted. Although he did not believe that Ling Xiao obtained the reincarnation secret technique by chance, everyone had their own opportunities, so he did not want to delve too deeply into it. However, Feng Qingyang still felt that something was wrong. Ling Xiao's smile made him feel that there was some kind of conspiracy, but he did not feel that anything was wrong. I'll exchange. But you have to pass the reincarnation secret technique to me first. Feng Qingyang thought for a while and gritted his teeth as he agreed. Very good. You've made the right choice. This is the reincarnation secret technique. Take a look, I didn't take advantage of you. Ling Xiao said with a smile. A bright light shone in his palm and a bright crystal ball appeared. It was filled with chaotic mist and runes, looking mysterious and bright. This is the imparting crystal? Feng Qingyang's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. For a supreme technique like the reincarnation secret technique, it contained the heavenly Tao and could not be written in words. It required special divine runes and powerful mental strength to condense the imparting crystal. Ling Xiao was able to condense the imparting crystal because his primordial spirit was strong enough. Otherwise, it would be impossible for anyone below the sage realm to condense the imparting crystal. Feng Qingyang almost believed that this was the secret art of reincarnation. He placed the imparting Tao crystal between his eyebrows and poured his powerful mental strength into the crystal. An incomparably mysterious scripture reverberated with the sound of a great bell and intertwined with the principles of the great Tao. It slowly integrated into Feng Qingyang's primordial spirit. Rumble, Feng Qingyang's body was surrounded by lightning. Blazing lightning rose and spewed out mysterious 9-colored light. The vast great Tao Law descended and shrouded Feng Qingyang like a jade necklace. There seemed to be a mysterious concept of reincarnation around him, making him look incomparably mysterious. After a long time, Feng Qingyang slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with excitement. This is really the reincarnation secret technique. You didn't lie to me. Well, the Yang scroll is yours. Feng Qingyang said seriously as he took out a Tao imparting crystal. However, this imparting crystal was given to him by his master. It was not like Ling Xiao who condensed it himself. It also contained a chance to inherit the Yang scroll. Thank you. Ling Xiao nodded seriously. He knew that although Feng Qingyang had gained a great advantage, he was willing to exchange the Yang scroll with him, which meant that he was taking a great risk. No need. We are just taking what we need. Feng Qingyang raised his head and said proudly. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. He picked up the imparting crystal and placed it between his eyebrows. Rumble, it was as if a blazing sun was blooming with infinite light. It directly appeared in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. The sun exuded an eternal aura and contained the mystery of the Supreme Yang. Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness was completely illuminated. In the boundless light, the way of the Supreme Yang flowed. The laws of the Great Way descended, causing Ling Zhao's primordial spirit to become crystal clear. He began to rapidly comprehend the true meaning of the Great Way contained within. Using this imparting crystal to inherit the heavenly technique was the fastest way to comprehend the mystery of the heavenly technique. Ling Xiao was almost instantly sure that this was the Real Yang scroll. Ling Xiao then checked the micro-worlds of the Skirich Demon Saint and Saint Muyuan. He found that there were only some ordinary elixirs and martial arts techniques. There were no treasures that caught his eye. However, he had gained a lot this time. Not to mention the origin elixirs and origin source sacred elixirs, the incomplete heavenly curse secret skill was already a pleasant surprise. These origin elixirs and origin source sacred elixirs could strengthen Ling Zhao's cultivation and accumulate more power. This would increase his chances of breaking through to the third stage of heaven treading. After all, Ling Zhao's foundation was too strong. He had accumulated more power than his peers. Naturally, it would be 10 times or even 100 times harder for him to break through to the next stage. Feng Qingyang, take out the sky-reaching jar that you got from Taoist Huang He. I think it's extraordinary. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he smiled. Sky-reaching jar? Are you talking about this? Feng Qingyang was slightly taken aback. The grayish-brown jar appeared in his palm. There was a layer of seal on top of it. It looked very ordinary, but those with keen divine perception would be able to discover that there was an incomparably vast fluctuation within it. That's right. Open it and take a look. Although Ling Xiao knew that the fragment of the good fortune jade disc was hidden in the sky-reaching jar, he could clearly feel that there was another treasure in the jar. This made him very curious. Okay. Feng Qingyang nodded. Blazing flames rose from his palm and spread toward the layer of seal. The seal on the sky-reaching jar had been loosened for countless years. It soon dimmed as it was burned by Feng Qingyang's supreme yang flame. Crack, with a crisp sound, the seal on the sky-reaching jar broke. An ancient and vast aura gushed out from it. It contained a mysterious majesty like the might of the heavens. This is the aura of the Supreme Emperor? Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang were shocked. They looked at each other and said at the same time. They could feel that the aura in the sky-reaching jar was extremely vast, as if it could annihilate everything. It was eternal and did not weaken with the passage of time. Buzz, a roll of bright yellow silk slowly flew out from the heaven-reaching jar. It shone with a dazzling golden light, causing the space around it to tremble slightly. Feng Qingyang stretched out his hand, and the silk scroll flew into his palm. Then, it slowly unfolded, revealing the contents within. Escape, a large, flamboyant character emitted a dazzling light as though it contained the mysterious laws of space. It wanted to bring Feng Qingyang directly into the void. This is actually a great emperor's decree? Although it was not an offensive Tao, it was a supreme treasure that could save one's life. Using an exalted golden core to exchange for it is indeed not a loss. Feng Qingyang was pleasantly surprised. A supreme golden pill was extremely precious to him. Although he had taken it out in a fit of pique, he still felt extremely pained in his heart. At this moment, he was pleasantly surprised when he saw that the great emperor's decree was inside the heavenly jar. He could feel that if he activated the power of the great emperor's decree, it could allow him to teleport across hundreds of millions of miles of mountains and rivers. It was a supreme treasure that could save one's life. Feng Qingyang was a little hesitant. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao had saved his life, so he should give the great emperor's decree to Ling Xiao. However, he was reluctant to do so. Ling Xiao seemed to have noticed the hesitation in Feng Qingyang's eyes. He smiled and said, "There is nothing to hesitate about. You exchanged it with the supreme golden core. A gentleman does not take what others love. You can keep it for yourself. If you want to repay me, give me this jar." How about it? This jar? It was originally a vessel of the great emperor's decree. If you want it, just take it. Feng Qingyang heaved a sigh of relief and pretended to be generous. Although he knew that Ling Zhao's request for this jar meant that this jar was definitely not simple, he was a smart person and did not ask further. Thank you. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and took the sky-reaching jar without hesitation. Ling Xiao had already noticed that the fragment of the good fortune jade disc had been integrated into the sky-reaching jar. This made Ling Xiao even more curious about the origin of the sky-reaching jar. Since Daoist Huang he knew that there was a supreme treasure in the sky-reaching jar, why did he not open it himself but instead put it up for auction? The biggest possibility is that Daoist Huang he knows what is in the sky-reaching jar. Or rather, the sky-reaching jar originally belonged to him. It seems that Daoist Huang he's origin is very mysterious. Ling Xiao thought to himself secretly. Rumble. The moment the sky-reaching jar entered Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, it suddenly shattered and a sparkling jade fragment appeared. It looked flawless and instantly integrated into the full moon in his sea of consciousness. The good fortune jade disc shone with boundless light. Ling Xiao could feel that the good fortune jade disc had become more complete and its aura had become more powerful and mysterious. Although Ling Xiao could not activate the good fortune jade disc as he wished, the good fortune jade disc had saved his life once. Ling Xiao believed that once the good fortune jade disc was collected, it would not disappoint him and would be able to erupt with extremely powerful strength. Ling Xiao, you killed Holy Sun Muyuan. I'm afraid the Heavenly Curse sect will not let you off easily. I heard that Holy Sun Muyuan was on good terms with the Emperor. If the Emperor takes action, I'm afraid there will be big trouble. Feng Qingyang said slowly. When he mentioned the Emperor, his expression became extremely solemn. The Heavenly Curse sect? Even if there is a sage, he is just a useless person. As for the Emperor, what realm is he in now? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. However, the Emperor's strength had left a deep impression on him. Ling Xiao had seen the Emperor twice. The first time was when the Emperor was born and Zhou Panlong was extremely wary of him. The second time was when the Emperor sent someone to give Ling Xiao a decree. In the end, the two great geniuses were killed by Ling Xiao. The Emperor's Taoist body descended with unparalleled power. Ling Xiao had a hunch that the Emperor would be his greatest enemy. In this chaotic ancient land, there would be a battle sooner or later. The Emperor? I suspect that he has reached the third level of the heaven-treading realm and has condensed the three venerables of heaven, earth, and human. He has reached the peak of the heaven-treading realm. This is because I once saw with my own eyes that he killed an expert who had condensed the human venerables with a single move. Feng Qingyang said solemnly. He killed an expert who had condensed the human venerables with a single move. As expected of the Emperor's son. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of incomparably sharp divine light. Battle intent surged from his body, and his aura was concealed. Even if Ling Xiao attacked with all his strength, it was impossible for him to kill an expert who had condensed the human venerables with a single move. Although the sky-piercing demon saint and Holy Sun Muyuan had died in Ling Xiao's hands in the end, Ling Xiao had used all his strength. It was not as easy as it seemed on the surface. The Emperor's strength should be above his. Feng Qingyang, I'm going to the Monster Saint City to look for some old friends. Do you know where the Monster Saint City is? Ling Xiao glanced at Feng Qingyang and asked. The Monster Saint City? It's not too far from the human Saint City, but it's in a different space. You'll have to travel through the void and there are many dangerous secret realms along the way. I don't have anything to do, so I'll bring you. To the Monster Saint City. Feng Qingyang said after some thought. The chaotic ancient land was a vast land, but the 108 holy cities did not belong to the same space. Without a set of coordinates or someone to guide the way, it was very easy to get lost in the chaos and not find the right direction. Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang left the human Saint City and headed to the Monster's Saint City. Just as Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang left the human Saint City, in a secret villa. Reporting to the two elders, Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang have left the Qingyang Pavilion and left the city. An ordinary-looking woman knelt respectfully in front of the two white-haired old men and said. One of the two white-haired elders was in a white robe, while the other was in a black robe. Their auras were extremely powerful, and they were surrounded by a faint saint aura. Their eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent. They left the human Saint City so soon? How can it be so easy to escape? They must pay with their lives for Muyuan. The white-robed elder said coldly. Fortunately, we were prepared. We knew that they wouldn't dare to stay in the human Saint City for long. It's convenient for us to act now that they've left the human Saint City. The black-robed elder said with a cold smile. I'll inform the dragon and tiger saints to kill Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang. This time, they must die without a burial place. The white-robed elder said with a murderous look. He and the black-robed elder were both saints of the heavenly curse sect. They had severed their cultivation and entered the chaotic ancient land. Now, they had both recovered to the saint realm. Saint Sun Muyuan's death had infuriated them. They hated Ling Xiao to the core and wanted to tear him to pieces. However, it was not easy to make a move in the human race's saint city. Therefore, they secretly hired the dragon and tiger saints to kill Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang. Elders, Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang are extremely powerful. I'm afraid they're not weaker than ordinary saints. It won't be easy for the dragon and tiger saints to kill them, right? The ordinary-looking woman said hesitantly. She was a true disciple of the heavenly curse sect. She was good at concealing her aura and whereabouts. She was sent to monitor Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang's every move. Don't worry. The dragon and tiger sages were proficient in the dragon and tiger combination technique. When the two of them joined forces, they could easily defeat saints of the same level. They were extremely powerful. What's more, they still have a trump card that is enough to make Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang unable to make a comeback. Coupled with the heavenly curse sect's great emperor's decree, these two will definitely die. The black-robed old man sneered. The decree of the great emperor? Once the extreme Dao emperor's aura is released, Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang will definitely die. The ordinary-looking woman's heart trembled, and she nodded. The great emperor's decree was a precious treasure. It was a great killing weapon that could even kill a saint. It seemed like Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang were really going to die. The fall of the two supreme geniuses of the human clan would probably set off a huge earthquake in the human clan's saint city. Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang did not know that the conspiracy against them had already begun. Even if they knew, Ling Xiao did not care. In the entire human clan's saint city, the only person that he cared about was the emperor. The heavenly curse sect was no longer in his consideration. Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang left the human clan's saint city together and moved towards the demon clan's saint city. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang's speed was extremely fast. At their current cultivation level, they could already use the Great Void teleportation technique to travel through the void. They could travel thousands of miles in an instant, as if space was nothing. They left the vast and majestic human clan's saint city. The surrounding was filled with chaotic fog. Below them, there were continuous mountains, and rivers, and seas. Everything was exuding an ancient and wild aura. In the beginning, there were faint lights flashing around. After Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang had flown for tens of thousands of miles, an incomparably dark area appeared in front of them. There were mysterious mountains floating amidst the primordial chaos. Huge stars were incomparably desolate, devoid of any aura of life. There were even towering ancient trees taking root in the void. Mysterious rivers flowed in the darkness. Everything looked incomparably mysterious. For some reason, Ling Xiao could feel that this area was incomparably dangerous. It was terrifyingly quiet. Ling Xiao, this area is called the Void Land. Everything you see in front of you may be real, or it may be a projection of millions of miles away. This place is full of danger and the unknown. However, after passing through the Void Land, we will be able to reach the Demon Clan's saint city. Feng Qingyang said slowly with a solemn expression. The Void Land? What's in there? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he asked. I'm not very sure either. Although I have been training in the chaotic ancient land for the past few years, I have not been to the Demon Clan saint city. Legend has it that the Void Land is a forbidden area that contains an incomparably strange curse. If you are infected by the curse, you will become a part of the Void Land and will never be able to leave. Feng Qingyang shook his head and said. Then let's see what's in the Void Land. It seems like someone is following us? Ling Xiao said as he looked at the dark area in front of him. Suddenly, a divine light flashed in his eyes, revealing a trace of sharpness. After entering the chaotic ancient land, Ling Xiao's divine instinct had become sharper. It seemed that the secret skills of fate and karma had taken effect, allowing him to see the unseen dangers. Ling Xiao vaguely felt that behind him and Feng Qingyang, there seemed to be two incomparably powerful auras that were quietly pursuing them. I don't feel any aura. However, if someone is really following us, I'm afraid it's the people from the Heavenly Curse sect. They are the only ones who hate us to the core. Perhaps those old guys from the Heavenly Curse sect have followed us personally. Fengqingyang said with some doubts. It shouldn't be wrong. Let's enter the Void Land first. We'll give them a surprise then. Ling Xiao said with a cold smile. In an instant, he displayed the heaven-shrouding secret skill. His entire body seemed to have merged with the surrounding darkness as he shot toward the Void Land instantly. Fengqingyang also followed closely behind. After a while, a light flashed at the place where Ling Xiao and Fengqingyang were just a moment ago, and two figures appeared instantly. Rumble, their bodies exuded a vast saint aura, and the dazzling light condensed into a saint halo behind them. Their bodies were permeated with a mysterious wave of immortality. These were two true saints. They actually entered the Void Land? It seems like they want to pass through the Void Land and head to the demon race's holy city. The young man with a violent aura sneered with sharp eyes. Second brother, Ling Xiao and Fengqingyang can't be underestimated. Fengqingyang has condensed the human sovereign realm. Ling Xiao's cultivation is only at the 9th revolution half-saint realm, but he managed to kill the piercing demon saint and Saint Sun Muyuan. I'm afraid his battle prowess is comparable to an ordinary saint. Although we've accepted this mission, we must be careful. The young man, who looked incomparably feminine, revealed a cruel and cunning look in his eyes. The two of them were the assassins hired by the Heavenly Curse sect, the Dragon and Tiger Saints. The Dragon and Tiger Saints were very famous in the ancient primal chaos land. They were only ordinary 9th revolution half-step saints in the divine world. However, they found a supreme fortune in a sage king's abode after entering the ancient primal chaos land. Not only did they break through to the sage realm in one fell swoop, but they also practiced several powerful sage techniques and divine abilities. In addition, they were ruthless and cunning. Many people had fallen into their hands, and they even had the magnificent feat of killing a saint. In recent years, they had become famous assassins in the chaotic ancient land. They relied on the astronomical rewards to obtain countless resources, making their strength even more unfathomable. The Dragon and Tiger Saints were originally hesitant to accept this mission, but the rewards offered by the Heavenly Curse sect were too tempting. If they could successfully cultivate a supreme monarch art, they might be able to sweep through the saint realm and become invincible. In addition, the Heavenly Curse sect had even given them a monarch's decree, so they accepted the mission. Big brother, aren't you overestimating them? Fengqingyang is nothing to worry about. Ling Xiao only has a strong physical body and a supreme treasure for self-defense. That's why he was able to kill the piercing demon saint and Saint Sun Muyuan. We have that. Hee, they're dead for sure. The young man with the violent aura was called Tiger Sage. He wanted to say something, but Dragon Sage glared at him. He immediately chuckled and shut his mouth. Second brother, be careful with your words. I don't believe in luck. Anyway, there's nothing wrong with being careful. These few years have been smooth sailing. I think you've become a little arrogant. The Chaos Ancient Land is fraught with danger. You can't be too careful. Dragon Sage glanced at Tiger Sage and warned. Tiger Sage's heart turned cold. He nodded and said, Big brother's lecture is right. I'll remember it. However, the nothingness is filled with danger. Where are we going to find them? Let's go in and take a look first. We'll play it by ear. If we really can't find them, then we'll go to the exit of the nothingness. If they want to go to the monster race's holy city, they will definitely pass through there. Murderous intent flashed in Long Xing's eyes, and he instantly leaped into the void. Ling Xiao? Hee. The color of blood filled Tiger Sage's eyes. He licked his lips and a sinister smile appeared on his face. In an instant, he chased after Dragon Sage. The nothingness seemed to be a place where reality and illusion intertwined. Everything here was impossible to distinguish between reality and illusion. Even the perception of the primordial spirit was reduced to the lowest level. Those with a weak mind might even be completely lost in the nothingness, never to leave. The land of nothingness was a forbidden area that made people pale at the mere mention of it. Many experts had fallen there, but it was also rumored that the land of nothingness contained supreme fortune and opportunity. It was just that its owner had yet to arrive and was waiting for someone to open it. Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang entered the nothingness and headed towards the depths. As Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang had never been here before, both of them were very careful. They used the breath-concealing technique and flew in the dark void. Ling Xiao could see that the huge stars were cold and dry. There was no breath of life. The mountains and mysterious rivers were all floating in the dark void. The surroundings were dead silent. If an ordinary person stayed here for a long time, they would probably go crazy. Ling Xiao, are you sure there's someone following us? Feng Qingyang asked doubtfully. It shouldn't be wrong. However, we have entered the nothingness. The dark void suppresses the perception of the primordial spirit. Moreover, we have concealed our breath. I'm afraid it won't be easy for them to track us. Perhaps, we can ambush them once. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Ambush? How is he going to ambush them? We know nothing about the nothingness. We don't know who is coming. It won't be a good thing if we rashly confront them. Feng Qingyang asked curiously. I have already sensed that there might be a suitable place for us to set up an ambush. Ling Xiao stared at the dark void in front of him as he spoke. Then, he moved forward. There were 3 black stars floating there. They looked as black as ink, without a trace of light. There were no other stars or mountains in the surroundings. It looked bare. However, for some reason, Ling Xiao felt an extremely strong sense of danger from the 3 stars. That was the perception of the secret skill of fate. Ling Xiao believed in the perception of the secret skill of fate, but he still wanted to check it out. Although Feng Qingyang was a little confused, he did not say anything. He followed Ling Xiao to the 3 black stars. Buzz, Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang didn't feel it until they got close to the 3 stars. The 3 stars were emitting very weak waves like water ripples. It seemed to contain some kind of strange rhythm that was transmitted into the depths of the void. Although the void in the distance was still black, it gave Ling Xiao a different feeling. It seemed to be flickering, as if the void was shattered. It was very mysterious. Could these 3 stars be living creatures? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and a solemn expression appeared in his eyes. He could feel that the 3 black stars were beating like hearts. It seemed to contain an extremely mysterious power. The darkness was extremely dense. It intertwined around the 3 stars and formed a strong force field. It caused the void to be slightly distorted. It seemed that as long as one stepped into this force field, he would be torn to pieces. What a strong ominous aura! Feng Qingyang's complexion turned somewhat pale. He took a few steps closer to the 3 stars and immediately felt a wave of murderous aura rushing towards him like a tsunami, causing his primordial spirit to palpitate and his heart to beat wildly. He had a feeling that as long as he took another step, he would be completely integrated with the ominous aura in front of him and become a part of the chaos, losing all vitality. According to the positions of the stars, these 3 stars are the 7 kills, the army destroyer, and the greedy wolf, the 3 supreme stars? Could it be that this place used to be a vast starry sky? Ling Xiao was shocked and said in disbelief. The 7 slaughter, wolf supreme star? The most ominous and ominous power? No wonder it's so terrifying. You're not planning to set up a trap here, right? The 7 slaughter, wolf supreme star is too terrifying. If we're not careful, we'll all die here. Feng Qingyang said with a wry smile. A place of great ominous aura will either nurture a treasure of extreme yang or extreme yin. Do you really think that the 7 slaughter, wolf supreme star is naturally formed? I suspect that someone deliberately set it up. Ling Xiao said with a burning gaze. Someone deliberately set up the 7 slaughter, wolf supreme star? It's impossible. Who could be so generous? Feng Qingyang's body trembled and his eyes revealed a trace of incomparable horror. Feng Qingyang guessed that even a true sage, or even a great sage, would be completely annihilated if they entered the domain of these 3 stars. Feng Qingyang's soul was about to scatter. Feng Qingyang's soul was about to scatter. He guessed that even a true sage, or even a great sage, would be completely annihilated in the domain of these 3 stars. Could it be the legendary Sage King who could set up such a formation? Feng Qingyang dared not think about it anymore. This void was indeed full of unknowns. Wait for me here. I'll go in and take a look. Ling Xiao said slowly. Do you want to die? The seventh slaughter, Wolf Supreme Star, is a place of ominous aura. Don't be blinded by any treasure. No treasure is more important than your life. Feng Qingyang hurriedly stopped Ling Xiao and said anxiously. Don't worry. I'm fine. The seventh slaughter, Wolf Supreme Star, is only effective on living creatures. It has no effect on inanimate objects. You see. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently and flicked his finger. Immediately, a huge floating rock shot towards Sha Pelang's domain. In the end, it landed on a star and shattered. However, the power of the domain didn't affect it at all. It's useless against inanimate objects, but you're not an inanimate object. You, eh? Feng Qingyang said angrily. He wanted to continue to stop Ling Xiao, but his expression changed and revealed a trace of astonishment. Ling Xiao's aura instantly disappeared without a trace. He was like a cold stone. His primordial spirit's fluctuation, vitality, and even his most important fate had all disappeared. Ling Xiao was standing in front of Feng Qingyang, but Feng Qingyang felt that Ling Xiao was like a cold stone. Be careful, I'll be right back. Ling Xiao smiled at Feng Qingyang and shot towards the killing, breaking, and laying stars. Buzz. Feng Qingyang could feel that the mysterious evil spirit domain between the kill, break, and wolf stars was like a small stone falling into it. Waves of strange fluctuations rippled out, and Ling Xiao quietly entered the domain and disappeared. I should be able to hold on for another 2 hours. I hope I can find out the secret of the killing, breaking, and laying stars as soon as possible. Ling Xiao thought to himself. The reason why he could conceal his aura and even his primordial spirit and fate was that, in addition to the heaven-shrouding secret skill, he had also used the incomplete secret skill of fate. It was as if he had cut off his own line of fate and completely disappeared in the long river of fate. He had turned into a lifeless rock. However, because the secret skill of fate was incomplete, Ling Xiao could not maintain this state for long. At most, he could only maintain this state for 2 to 4 hours. Rumble, the surrounding darkness seemed to be so dense that it could not be dispersed. It was the most fundamental law of darkness, which intertwined to form a mysterious domain. Murderous intent permeated the air and surged. It was like the murderous intent condensed from the deaths of billions of living beings. It was extremely pure and could annihilate all living beings. This was the pattern of the killing, breaking, and laying stars. It was also a place of supreme killing intent. Even saints would not dare to set foot in it easily, but Ling Xiao had carefully entered it. He passed through this domain of dark baleful aura and landed on the 7 kills star. Although this star was incomparably huge, it was filled with monstrous killing intent. Moreover, it gathered into a terrifying storm that connected the sky and the sun. The scene was incomparably terrifying. Ling Xiao could only sense the purest murderous intent. If there really was a living being that could withstand the pressure and come here, they would probably be instantly trapped in the endless murderous illusions and undergo the cruelest trials and tempering. If I can cultivate here for a period of time, my battle prowess will definitely increase greatly. Ling Xiao was rather shocked, but he also felt that it was a pity. Only this kind of pure killing intent could temper the most resolute will and the most powerful physique. However, this was not something that an ordinary person could endure. Otherwise, they would probably explode from the killing intent in an instant, and their souls would completely scatter. It was just a pity that Ling Xiao could not maintain this state for too long. He could not cultivate here for too long. Whoosh, Ling Xiao leaped up and landed on the Alcade Star and the Ravenous Wolf Star respectively. On the Alcade Star, there was the strongest fighting intent. It formed an extremely mysterious illusion, as if it could simulate the scenes of ancient battles and train the strongest battle instincts. On the Ravenous Wolf Star, there was the most original murderous intent. It could destroy the primordial spirit and could also reconstruct it. It represented destruction and rebirth, condensing a powerful force. Murderous intent, fighting intent, and murderous intent. These 3 most original forces formed the dark pattern of the killing, breaking, and laying stars. However, Ling Xiao did not discover anything special on these 3 stars. What's that? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. Suddenly, he saw that in the center of the 3 stars, there was a place filled with murderous intent. He could vaguely see an ancient palace. Shrouded in endless darkness, the palace flickered. It was hidden between reality and illusion, as if it would disappear at any time. Xiao suddenly had a feeling that something in the palace was calling out to him, giving him an extremely strong feeling. Xiao made up his mind almost instantly. He leaped up and flew towards the palace. Shrouded in darkness, reality and illusion intertwined. There was even a trace of chaotic air in the air, making the palace look extremely mysterious. It was as if it was the residence of the gods and demons. Xiao stood in front of the palace and stretched out a hand. The palace trembled slightly, as if it existed in another time and space. Xiao's hand passed through without any hindrance. He did not touch anything. Someone has set up a space-time enchantment around this palace? Xiao's eyes flashed and he could tell that something was amiss. The palace that was shrouded in darkness looked extremely mysterious. It was very likely that the secret of the killing-breaking wolf pattern was hidden there. However, Xiao was blocked outside and couldn't get close to the palace. He could sense that there was a layer of mysterious space-time energy around the palace. It was the energy of the fusion of time and space, forming a mysterious enchantment. It looked like it was right in front of him, but it was actually isolated from space-time, making it impossible for anyone to enter. Space-time enchantment. Could it be someone from the space-time heavenly gate? Xiao's eyes flashed and he immediately thought of Shirbufan, whom he had met before. Shirbufan had a time compass and cultivated the time compass. His identity was extremely mysterious. In the God world, the space-time heavenly gate was naturally the most proficient in the space-time Tao. I really want to see what's hidden here. Xiao sneered in his heart. Radiance shone from his palm and 3 time compasses floated out at the same time. Mysterious runes circled around them and the power of time flowed. Buzz, Xiao used the time scripture to activate the time compass. Instantly, the time compass floated up and turned into 3 bright balls of light around him. They slowly floated forward. An extremely beautiful scene appeared in front of Xiao. Mysterious radiance flowed and time flowed endlessly. It was as though the fog of time had been pushed aside and he could see the truth. The palace that was shrouded in darkness trembled slightly. Runes flowed in the mysterious spacetime enchantment, but there was also the power of space that appeared. It was as though there were layers and layers of illusions in space. Break! Xiao seemed to have expected this. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but scold softly. Kacha, 9 heavenly Tao primal chaos tablets rose into the sky and intertwined with each other to form a mysterious ring. They flew across the sky and imprinted on the layers of illusions in space. Suddenly, heaven and earth shook and darkness surged. It was as though a hurricane had been set off. Above the huge spacetime enchantment, a door instantly appeared. A divine light flashed in Xiao's eyes, and he instantly shot into the cave. What a powerful spacetime enchantment. If it wasn't for the 3 time compasses, it would be difficult to enter. Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and muttered to himself. The most powerful aspect of the space-time barrier was still the power of time. Time was known as a taboo. Ordinary people would not be able to come into contact with the power of time. On the contrary, the space law was more common. Ever since many experts came into contact with the true meaning of the Great Tao, the first thing they came into contact with was the power of the space law. The Heavenly Tao Primal Chaos Tablet was able to break through the void. Breaking through the spatial enchantment wasn't much of a problem. However, the power of time here was incomparably strong. If Xiao hadn't used the power of the 3 time compasses, he probably wouldn't have been able to enter. After entering the palace, Xiao began to observe the surroundings. This was an extremely ancient palace, and its entire body was built with black stones. It looked extremely simple and unadorned, emitting a savage aura. The mottled walls flowed with the aura of the passage of time. Xiao saw 3 ancient stone mirrors in the palace. The stone mirror appeared to be extremely large, over 300 meters tall. Chaotic light flowed all over its surface, and strands of mysterious baleful aura emanated from it. When Xiao saw what was reflected in the stone mirror, his body instantly shook. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. The first stone mirror reflected a huge saber that spanned across the heavens. It seemed to be the weapon of a chaotic divine demon. It was hundreds of millions of miles long, and it was like a vast galaxy floating in the chaos, the second stone mirror reflected an indestructible long spear. It was as black as ink, and it flowed with an eternal aura. It contained an endless battle intent, as though it could destroy the heavens and the earth with a single strike. The third stone mirror reflected a dazzling long sword. The sword aura swept across the heavens, and its sharpness was unparalleled. It seemed to be able to slice the heavens and the myriad of worlds into dust. It was extraordinarily sharp. Saber, spear, and sword, these three great weapons, strangely appeared in the stone mirror just like that. This is actually an extreme Tao Emperor weapon? Ling Xiao's voice was trembling, and his eyes were filled with shock. He could clearly feel that the three weapons were exuding an extreme Tao Emperor aura. It was eternal and indestructible, as though it could destroy everything. At a glance, he recognized that these were extreme Tao Emperor weapons. Only extreme Tao Emperor weapons could possess such terrifying aura. No, these are not real extreme Tao Emperor weapons. These are just the imprints of extreme Tao Emperor weapons. A sharp light flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes. If the three extreme Tao Emperor weapons were here, the entire void land would have been destroyed, not to mention the formation of Xiaolang and the three stars. The three fully awakened extreme Tao Emperor weapons were equivalent to three supreme emperors. Their peerless divine aura was enough to destroy the chaotic ancient land and pierce through the myriad of worlds. The saber, spear, and sword in the three stone mirrors were the imprints of extreme Tao Emperor weapons. No one knew who had used a supreme technique to set up such a place, forming the three imprints. Even the imprints of extreme Tao Emperor weapons were incomparably precious. If one could comprehend the Emperor intent within the imprints of extreme Tao Emperor weapons, not only would one's cultivation improve tremendously, one could also comprehend the Supreme Emperor skills hidden within and possess unparalleled combat strength. The saber is the king of all weapons, the spear is the ancestor of all weapons, and the sword is the king of all weapons. Could these three extreme Tao Emperor weapons be related to the formation of Xiaolang and the three stars? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly remembered that he had sensed the mysterious power within the 7 killing stars, the army destroyer stars, and the greedy wolf stars. It was a kind of imprint of time, growing and multiplying endlessly. The three ancient mirrors in front of him seemed to be connected to the Xiaolang and the three stars. It absorbed the mysterious energy from them and gradually formed the imprints of the three extreme Tao Emperor weapons. If I can peel off the imprints of the three extreme Tao Emperor weapons, it should be enough for me to have 3 life-saving trump cards. With the imprints of the 3 extreme Tao Emperor weapons, it should be enough to kill a great sage. However, I have a better choice. I can use the heavenly battle skill to refine the imprints of the extreme Tao Emperor weapons. My heavenly battle skill will reach great success, and I will be invincible. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered as he thought excitedly. It did not matter who had left such a method to set up the formation of the Xiaolang and the 3 stars to absorb the imprints of the 3 extreme Tao Emperor weapons. It was a great opportunity for Ling Xiao. I've just broken the space-time barrier. I'm afraid the owner of this place has been alerted. Without further ado, I shall refine the imprints of the 3 extreme Tao Emperor weapons. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately sat cross-legged before the 3 stone mirrors. Bang! Boom! Divine light bloomed in the sky like a rain of light. It was dazzling, and the 3 stone mirrors in front of Ling Xiao began to tremble slightly. The battle heavenly technique was the supreme secret technique of the War God Temple. It contained the secrets of battle and possessed unparalleled killing power. Among the 12 heavenly techniques, the battle heavenly technique was considered the #1 killing secret technique. Its power was terrifying. After Ling Xiao had obtained the inheritance of the heavenly battle skill, he had only started to cultivate the heavenly battle skill. The Yan Emperor cauldron formed by the heavenly battle skill was extremely powerful. However, if he wanted to cultivate the heavenly battle skill to the great completion realm, he had to continuously absorb the imprints of powerful divine weapons and make the heavenly battle skill a part of himself. The imperial weapon imprints in the 3 stone mirrors were the best nourishment for Ling Xiao to cultivate the heavenly battle skill. Ling Xiao had a premonition that if he absorbed the 3 imperial weapon imprints, he would be able to cultivate the heavenly battle skill to the great completion realm. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in front of the stone mirror. Runes rose around his body, forming a mysterious world. It was as if there were numerous illusory images of divine weapons that could destroy the heavens and the earth. They were incomparably fierce. The imperial weapon imprints in the stone mirrors trembled slightly and released an extremely powerful emperor's aura. It was as if the three emperor's weapons had been completely awakened. Xianxia, the void shook violently. The long saber in the first stone mirror flew out of the stone mirror and into the divine weapon world above Ling Zhao's head. In an instant, the wind and clouds shook and the void roared. Endless saber radiance was terrifying and seemed to be able to destroy everything. The divine weapon world was shaking. Buzz, Ling Zhao pushed his arms out. Blazing flames rose and formed the Yan Emperor Cauldron above his head. The Yan Emperor Cauldron spewed out endless flames and the surrounding void seemed to be distorted. The long saber slashed at the Yan Emperor Cauldron and released an unparalleled divine radiance. Every collision seemed to cause the heavens and earth to shatter. The power was extremely terrifying. However, as the long saber and the Yan Emperor Cauldron collided, the two emperors' auras merged and became harmonious. In the end, they intertwined and Ling Zhao's aura became even more powerful. Boom! Boom! The second stone mirror and the third stone mirror also began to tremble. The battle spear soared into the sky, and the long sword pierced through the sky. The spear and the sword contained unparalleled sharpness, and with a loud bang, they collided with the world of the divine weapon above Ling Zhao's head. Incomparably terrifying divine light burst out like a huge wave rising from the sea. The aura was incomparably terrifying, as if it could completely annihilate everything. Ling Zhao's figure was engulfed by the blazing light. Just as Ling Zhao was refining the three sovereign weapon imprints, in the void millions of miles away, there was a palace floating in the primal chaos. It was ancient and mysterious. At this moment, a young man in the palace suddenly opened his eyes. It was as if there were blazing lightning piercing through the sky. His eyes were filled with rage and shock. Who is it? How dare you touch my imperial armament imprint? Rumble, blazing flames spewed out in an instant. Endless fiery light gushed out from the young man's body. It was as dazzling as the sun, and it exuded an aura of extreme yang. He was wearing golden armor, and his figure was slender and handsome. His golden hair danced in the wind, and his face was incomparably handsome. However, his eyes were filled with killing intent, and his aura was incomparably sharp and terrifying. No matter who you are, you must die for daring to touch my imperial armament imprint. The voice of the young man in golden armor was incomparably cold. He took a step forward and instantly, the void trembled. A spatial gate directly appeared. He entered the spatial gate and completely disappeared. Boom! In the palace, Ling Zhao had completely refined the three sovereign weapon imprints. Above his head, with the Yan Emperor Cauldron as the center, there was a saber, a spear, and a sword. The four supreme emperor weapons intertwined with each other, exuding an extremely terrifying aura, causing Ling Zhao's aura to become even sharper. The heavenly battle skill has finally been completed. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with shock, and there was a tinge of excitement in his eyes. With the four supreme emperor weapons as the foundation, Ling Zhao's heavenly battle skill had been completed. Next, as he gradually comprehended the heavenly battle skill and the fighting great way, his combat strength would become increasingly powerful, and he would be able to unleash a terrifying power. However, as the heavenly battle skill had refined the three sovereign weapon imprints, it had become more difficult for Ling Zhao to unleash the heavenly battle skill. If the four supreme emperor weapons were to appear at the same time, Ling Zhao would only be able to unleash a single blow. However, the power of that blow would definitely be extremely terrifying. Someone must have purposely collected the sovereign weapon imprints here. I'd better leave this place first. Otherwise, if the owner of this place comes, things will be bad. Ling Zhao thought to himself as he prepared to leave the palace. Pissed, suddenly, Ling Zhao felt an extremely sharp killing intent coming from behind him, causing all the hair on his body to stand on end. Ling Zhao did not even hesitate. The flipping sky seal flashed and blocked his back. He then executed a teleportation secret skill and moved to the side. Xianxia, the flipping sky seal trembled slightly and a dazzling halberd shadow exploded. It was as though the heavens and earth had been split into two. Who is it? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he looked at the void behind him. The void rumbled and a space door appeared out of nowhere. A young man in golden armor walked out with a halberd in his hand. The aura around him was violent and sharp. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent and he instantly locked onto Ling Zhao. You're asking me who I am? You stole my sovereign weapon imprints. If you don't hand them over today, don't blame me for being rude. The young man in golden armor said coldly. When he saw that the 3 stone mirrors were empty and the imprints of the imperial weapons had completely disappeared, he knew that they had all fallen into Ling Zhao's hands. He was still too late. The anger in his heart burned even more fiercely. Your sovereign weapon imprints? Who are you? You say that the sovereign weapon imprints are yours and they are yours? What a joke. Treasures belong to those who are fated. I am fated with them and the sovereign weapon imprints are naturally mine. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. However, there was a strange look in his eyes. He did not expect the owner of the sovereign weapon imprints to come after he had just refined the 3 sovereign weapon imprints. Most importantly, Ling Xiao realized that the young man in golden armor was a woman. This secret realm was left behind by the ancestors of my Golden Emperor tribe. The treasures in it are naturally mine. You thief, if you don't hand them over, don't blame me for being rude. The young man in golden armor said furiously. Golden Emperor tribe? Hearing these words, Ling Zhao's heart could not help but tremble. Although the young man in the golden armor was dressed as a man, his face was extremely handsome. His skin was as clear as jade and his legs were extremely long. His eyes were as bright as the stars and his body exuded a feminine aura. Ling Zhao's senses were extremely sharp and he was almost instantly sure that the young man in the golden armor was a woman. The Golden Emperor clan that she had mentioned shocked Ling Xiao even more. The Golden Emperor clan was the bloodline descendant of the Golden Emperor. The Golden Emperor was one of the 9 emperors of the human clan. At the beginning of the era, he had once fought against the experts of all clans and the great emperors. In the end, he had died of exhaustion. The Golden Emperor might not have been the most powerful of the 9 emperors of the human clan, but he had died the most tragic death. His death for the human clan was worthy of praise and tears. Until now, anyone in the divine world who heard the name of the Golden Emperor would feel deep veneration. Although the Golden Emperor clan was the bloodline descendant of the Golden Emperor, they had always kept a low profile and lived in seclusion. Many people even thought that the Golden Emperor clan had disappeared from the divine world. Ling Xiao did not expect to see someone from the Golden Emperor clan here. Miss, I've already refined the Emperor weapon imprint. There's no way I can return it to you. Why don't I compensate you with some treasures? Ling Xiao said innocently. If it were someone else, Ling Xiao might have been thick-skinned enough to take the Emperor weapon imprint for himself. However, as the descendant of the Golden Emperor, Ling Xiao was too embarrassed to take away the Emperor weapon imprint so easily. Moreover, he believed that the Emperor weapon imprint should belong to the woman in front of him. Miss? You. How did you know? The Emperor weapon imprint is a priceless treasure. What are you going to use to pay me back? After hearing Ling Zhao's words, the woman in the golden armor revealed a look of disbelief. Her face turned red and she said with embarrassment and anger. She had disguised herself as a man using the art of disguise. Her art of disguise was so exquisite that even a sage would not be able to detect her true identity. She did not expect Ling Xiao to see through her disguise. I can see through the heavens and see through falsehoods. Naturally, I can see that you're a woman disguised as a man. May I know your name? Since I've taken your Emperor weapon imprint, I can compensate you with a heaven secret skill, a supreme divine pill, and a powerful holy treasure. Ling Xiao said with a smile. My name is Xianxia of the Golden Emperor clan. Cut the crap. You stole my monarch armament imprint. Let me beat you up first. The woman in the golden armor snorted coldly. Holding the halberd in her hand, she slashed towards Ling Xiao. Crack, the halberd in her hand was golden in color, as if it was cast from gold. When it slashed down from the sky, the void trembled. Then, an unstoppable golden dragon appeared. Miss Xianxia, it's not good to be so irritable. I've already promised to compensate you, so why do you have to do this? Ling Xiao laughed bitterly and punched out at the same time. Boom, Ling Xiao's fist suddenly collided with the halberd. Suddenly, a blazing divine light burst out like a volcanic eruption. The halberd emitted a burst of clear dragon cry, and was unexpectedly sent flying by Ling Xiao. Xianxia only felt an unparalleled divine power attacking her, causing her arm to feel a little numb. Her eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Your body is actually so strong? Thief, let's fight first, then we'll talk about compensation. Xianxia's eyes were bright, showing an eager look. Her whole body was filled with a strong fighting spirit. Once again, she swung the halberd and attacked Ling Xiao. Roar, the heavenly halberd seemed to have completely awakened. Dazzling golden clouds gushed out, and mysterious dragon scales appeared on its surface. Accompanied by the majestic roar of the dragon, the heavenly halberd actually transformed into a golden dragon and charged towards Ling Xiao. What a powerful weapon! Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. He could feel that the halberd was extremely terrifying. It was not weaker than the flipping sky seal at all. It was a supreme holy treasure. At this moment, the golden dragon attacked. Vast dragon power erupted, making Ling Xiao feel as if he was fighting with a real dragon. Boom! 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 Ling Xiao was also stimulated by a strong fighting spirit. His fists were like dragons, and each strike contained a vast power of wind and thunder. The chaotic air rose, and the fist intent was incomparably powerful, as if it could break through 3,000 realms. It constantly collided with the halberd. Sparks flew in all directions, setting off a divine light storm. Your body can actually withstand my dragon blood halberd? Very well, I'd like to see how strong you are. Xianxia's competitive spirit seemed to have been stimulated by Ling Xiao. Her eyes became brighter and brighter, and her golden hair danced in the wind, causing her entire aura to become incomparably violent. Rumble, the golden divine light around her was as vast as the sea, becoming violent and boiling. Powerful divine weapons condensed in it, containing an incomparably pure killing intent. In an instant, it shrouded the world. Golden heavenly skill, myriad divine weapons. With Xianxia's roar, divine weapons instantly filled the sky and rushed toward Ling Xiao. Those divine weapons intertwined with each other, containing an endless true meaning, as if they could cut everything into pieces. Fight! Ling Xiao's eyes were also surging with fighting spirit. He directly leaped into the sky, and the golden blood chi around his body gushed out and suddenly burned. He was like a sun god, constantly punching out. Boom, in an instant, thousands of fist prints burst out, and Ling Xiao was enveloped in the sea of divine weapons. He tried his best to rush forward, constantly smashing the powerful divine weapons into pieces. However, those divine weapons seemed to have an endless life. After being smashed by Ling Xiao, they instantly reformed. Ling Xiao was like an indefatigable demonic god, bursting forth with supreme strength. Chaotic mist lingered around him, and his skin was as hard as iron. When those divine weapons slashed on his skin, there were actually sounds of metal clashing. It was incomparably crisp, and then they were directly bounced off. I don't believe that your body can withstand all power. Golden heavenly skill, myriad thunder destruction. Xianxia's eyes were like lightning, and the golden divine light around her became more and more intense. Above her head, a celestial flower of the great path bloomed. In an instant, golden light gushed out all over the sky like streaks of lightning, crossing the void in all directions, raging between heaven and earth, and at the same time, falling toward Ling Xiao. The vast laws of the great path descended as if it was the wrath of the heavens, wanting to destroy the creatures that went against the heavens. Xianxia had also reached the celestial ascension realm. At this moment, she erupted with the most powerful power, causing her aura to skyrocket. She was like a saint who controlled the punishment of the heavens, ready to destroy the world. Rumble, it was as if everything had been annihilated and returned to nothingness. The golden lightning was like a thunder dragon, wreaking havoc between heaven and earth. It contained the purest great Tao law, and its power was incomparably terrifying. It enveloped Ling Xiao's entire body. Xianxia's golden sky art contained the most original heavenly punishment power. Ling Xiao had used the divine firmament destructive lightning Tao and the lightning emperor art at the same time, but in front of such terrifying lightning, it had actually been broken apart instantly. Bolts of lightning pierced through the void, and the dazzling lightning directly shot into Ling Xiao's body, causing his entire body to shake violently. The mysterious power of great Tao law erupted, wanting to blow his entire body into smithereens. Devour! Ling Xiao shouted in his heart. Tiny vortexes appeared in his body, containing a powerful devouring power, constantly devouring the lightning into his body. Boom! Behind Ling Xiao, the devouring divine sea appeared, He used the devouring secret technique, wanting to devour all the lightning in his body. At the same time, the chaotic aura around him rose, and rays of light appeared on his skin, forming runes that made his body extremely sturdy, resisting the lightning that filled the sky. It had to be said that Xianxia's golden sky art was incomparably terrifying. The myriad lightning strike was like the power of heavenly punishment, able to obliterate all life. Even a sage would find it difficult to resist this attack. Ling Xiao used the devouring secret technique, but the devouring speed was extremely slow, as if it had encountered a great resistance. The lightning was broken down by the devouring secret technique, and then slowly integrated into Ling Xiao's body. Crack, it was as if heaven and earth were being split apart in Ling Xiao's body. Lightning rose, and chaos surged, turning into the purest power, causing Ling Xiao's body to gradually strengthen. At the same time, the wordless heavenly book trembled slightly, as if it had sensed some kind of fluctuation that made it excited. Circles of ripples spread out, shattering the lightning, and devouring it like a whale swallowing the sea. There's the aura of a secret technique in this golden sky art? Ling Xiao's body shook, and his eyes revealed a trace of incomparable surprise. There was only one reason for the wordless heavenly book to have such a reaction, and that was the 108 secret techniques of the myriad worlds. Ling Xiao vaguely felt that the myriad lightning strike of the golden sky art contained an extremely mysterious secret technique fluctuation. Crack, the lightning in the sky was swallowed up by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao soared into the sky and threw a punch at Xianxia like a bolt of lightning. His speed was extremely fast. What? Xianxia's expression changed. She never thought that the power of the myriad lightning eradication would disappear so strangely. It was as if it did not cause any harm to Ling Xiao. The Fengtian halberd in Xianxia's hand spun and cleaved towards Ling Xiao, bang, but with a flash of light, Ling Xiao's palm was surrounded by the qi of primordial chaos. Golden light blazed as his blood qi surged. He actually managed to grab hold of the ancient halberd. Xianxia's eyes lit up. At the same time, he slapped Ling Xiao without thinking. Boom, however, Ling Xiao easily blocked her attack and grabbed Xianxia's hand. Xianxia's fingers were extremely slender and as white as jade. Moreover, they were soft and boneless. After Ling Xiao grabbed them, he couldn't help but touch them a few more times, causing Xianxia's face to immediately turn red. Bastard, have you touched enough? Xianxia gritted her teeth and said. When Ling Xiao grabbed hold of the ancient halberd and her hand, Xianxia felt as if all the strength in her body had been sucked out. She actually did not have the strength to resist at all. This made her shocked and angry. Hee, Miss Xianxia, can we have a good talk now? Ling Xiao said with a smile. He was getting more and more interested in Xianxia. Not only was Xianxia's cultivation extraordinary, but her combat strength was also unparalleled. She even caused a lot of trouble for Ling Xiao. Moreover, she seemed to have a powerful secret skill on her. This was exactly what Ling Xiao needed. Ling Xiao was just thinking about how he could obtain that powerful secret skill from Xianxia. Let go of me first. Xianxia wanted to pounce on Ling Xiao and bite him. No problem. But if I let go of you, you can't attack me anymore. As a member of the Golden Emperor clan, you have no sense of propriety. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and let go of Xianxia. Although Xianxia's face was filled with hostility and she wanted to poke a few holes in Ling Xiao's body with the dragon blood halberd, she finally restrained herself after thinking about it. Although she didn't want to admit it, she had to admit that she was no match for Ling Xiao in the end. Xianxia couldn't imagine how a guy who was only a 9th Revolution half-saint could have such powerful combat strength. Miss Xianxia, although I've obtained your imperial weapon imprint, I didn't know that the 3 imperial weapon imprints here belonged to you. Now that I've completely refined the imperial weapon imprints, there's no way I can return them to you. How about I give you a complete secret skill in exchange? Ling Xiao said with a smile. A complete secret skill? There are 108 secret skills in the universe. Only the 12 sky skills can catch my eye. But you definitely don't have the 12 sky skills. As for the other secret skills, if you can take out the heaven shrouding secret skill, I'll let you go. How about that? Xianxia said with a cold smile. Her face was filled with disbelief. She was just casually saying it. She didn't believe that Ling Xiao could take out the complete heaven-shrouding secret skill. In fact, to Yi Qingqing, the heaven-shrouding secret skill was no less useful than a complete heaven skill. You want the heaven-shrouding secret skill? I really do have the heaven-shrouding secret skill here. Ling Xiao said with a strange look in his eyes. What? Yi Qingqing's body shook. Suddenly, her eyes were filled with surprise and joy. Do you really have the heaven-shrouding secret skill? Give it to me and I won't pursue the matter of you stealing my imperial weapon imprints. How about that? Yi Qingqing said impatiently. No problem. This is the imparting crystal of the heaven-shrouding secret skill. We're even. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He took out the imparting crystal of the heaven-shrouding secret skill without hesitation. He didn't expect Yi Qingqing to be so interested in the heaven-shrouding secret skill instead of the 12 sky skills. This is really the heaven-shrouding secret skill? Yi Qingqing placed the imparting crystal between her eyebrows and began to accept the profound meaning of the heaven-shrouding secret skill. After a long time, when she opened her eyes, they were filled with surprise and joy. She had already verified that the heaven-shrouding secret skill was recorded in the imparting crystal. Of course. I, Ling Xiao, am a man of my word. But why do you value the heaven-shrouding secret skill so much? Could it be that it has some effect on you? Ling Xiao asked curiously. The secret of the Void Land? What is it? Ling Xiao looked at Yi Qingqing in surprise. At the same time, he came to a realization. The reason why Yi Qingqing did not take away the 3 emperor weapon imprints was because there was a secret in the empty land. Yi Qingqing looked at Ling Xiao and pondered for a moment before saying, the heaven-shrouding secret skill is extremely beneficial to my cultivation of the golden sky skill. Most importantly, the heaven-shrouding secret skill is related to whether we can obtain the sky punishment secret skill in the Void Land. Sky punishment secret skill? That's the secret skill of the 9 imperial gates. You're saying that the Void Land has the sky punishment secret skill? Ling Xiao was also a little excited. The sky punishment secret skill was known as the number 1 lightning doctrine. It was the secret skill of the 9 imperial gates and it contained the mystery of the sky punishment. It could punish on behalf of the heavens and wield the power of the heavens. Its power was extremely terrifying. If he could obtain the sky punishment secret skill, Ling Xiao's path of collecting the 12 sky skills would be a step further. That's right. In the middle of the Void Land, there is a thunder calamity sea. It is shrouded by endless lightning all year round and it contains the sky punishment secret skill. However, the lightning there has a strong spirituality and it has formed a powerful thunder spirit. Only the heaven-shrouding secret skill can conceal its aura and allow us to enter the thunder calamity sea. Yi Qingqing said slowly. Thunder calamity sea? Thunder spirit? Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a strange look. He suddenly thought of the Thunder Spirit King. He wondered what kind of fortune the Thunder Spirit King would encounter in the Thunder Calamity Sea. Master, you must go to the Thunder Calamity Sea. If I can devour the endless Thunder Spirit in the Thunder Calamity Sea and obtain the Sky Punishment secret skill, my strength will definitely improve. The Thunder Spirit King's excited voice was transmitted into Yi Qingqing's mind. After hearing Yi Qingqing's words, the Thunder Spirit King couldn't stay calm anymore. The Thunder Spirit in the Thunder Calamity Sea had an irresistible attraction to it. Lady Qingqing, can you bring me to the Thunder Calamity Sea? I'm also interested in the Sky Punishment secret skill. Ling Xiao smiled and did not hide his thoughts. Since Ling Xiao could find the Heaven's Punishment secret skill in this void, he naturally did not want to miss it. He wanted to obtain the complete Heaven's Punishment secret skill here. According to what Ling Xiao knew, the Divine Firmament Destructive Lightning Dao and Lightning the Arch Art were most likely inextricably linked to Heaven's Punishment. Heaven's Punishment secret technique, I wonder if I'll meet the Son of Heaven, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Right now, the Emperor was the leader of the younger generation in the 9 Imperial Gates. The Emperor was also the strongest cultivator Ling Xiao had seen in his generation. If there was a Heavenly Punishment secret technique in this void, perhaps the Emperor wouldn't have missed it. Sure. But once we arrive at the Lightning Tribulation Ocean, you must listen to my commands. Otherwise, we might be doomed eternally. Yi Qingqing said seriously. No problem. Lady Xianxia, can you let me see your true appearance? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Although Yi Xianxia looked extraordinarily handsome at the moment, Ling Xiao knew that he was a woman and felt that it was very strange. No. Yi Xianxia glared at Ling Xiao in annoyance, then turned around and prepared to leave. Ling Xiao smiled in a carefree manner. He felt that Yi Xianxia had a unique personality. She was a woman, yet she chose to dress up as a man. This made Ling Xiao curious about Yi Xianxia. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed sharply as if he had sensed something. He said slowly, Lady Xianxia, I'm afraid you'll have to wait for me for a while. Let me kill 2 people first before we head to the lightning tribulation ocean. How about that? Feng Qingyang's voice sounded in Ling Xiao's consciousness. The dragon and tiger sages who were chasing after him had arrived. Kill 2 people? Do you need my help? Yi Xianxia's eyes flashed with a strange look. Thank you, but there's no need. With 3 the archweapon imprints, it's enough for me to control the wolf and kill formations. It's a good surprise for them. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, but his smile was very cold and filled with killing intent. After refining the 3 the archweapon imprints, Ling Xiao was able to control the formations of the wolf and kill formations. The boundless murderous aura and murderous intent had formed a powerful territory, which happened to be the place where the dragon and tiger sages were buried. Yi Xianxia's lips twitched when she heard the words the archweapon imprints. She felt a great pain in her heart. They were left behind by the ancestors of the Golden Emperor tribe, and now they had all fallen into Ling Xiao's hands. Initially, she was incomparably furious and wanted to kill the thief. However, for some reason, after meeting Ling Xiao and fighting with him, the killing intent in her heart had dissipated. Even Yi Xianxia felt that it was unbelievable. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ling Xiao and Yi Xianxia leaped out of the palace together. Using the sky-shrouding secret technique, they silently snuck out. The void land was filled with illusory and mysterious scenes. 2 dazzling lights shot from afar at extreme speed and soon arrived in front of the wolf and kill formations. They were 2 young men in black robes. Their auras were extremely powerful and shrouded in a vast divine aura, causing the surrounding void to tremble slightly. They were the dragon and tiger sages who were chasing after Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang. How strange. My tracking compass shows that Ling Xiao should be nearby, but his aura has completely disappeared. A light flashed in Longxing's palm and a bronze compass appeared. It looked very simple and unadorned, with mysterious chaotic aura flowing on it. Could it be that they have hidden themselves? The void land is full of dangers, but it's also full of opportunities. Perhaps they found some secret realm or cave dwelling? Tiger Sage's eyes moved as he looked around and said. It's possible. If they really found some opportunities, it's a good thing. I'm afraid they found out about our whereabouts and deliberately hid themselves. Longxing's expression was somewhat uncertain as he snorted coldly. They found out about our whereabouts? That shouldn't be possible, right? Tiger Sage said uncertainly. Nothing is impossible. Ling Xiao was able to kill Tongtian Demon Saint and Saint Muyuan. His strength is not to be underestimated. However, the more secrets he has, the more interested I am in him. Longxing sneered coldly. The dragon and tiger sages had already arrived in front of the wolf and kill formations as they talked. Although Ling Xiao had used some means to conceal the aura of the 3 formations, Longxing could still see that something was wrong. These 3 formations are a little strange. Longxing said in a somewhat bewildered manner as he halted his footsteps. At that moment, a faint voice sounded in the void. Are the 2 of you looking for me? Rumble. In the dark void, a dazzling divine light exploded like a volcano. Ling Xiao was bathed in the golden glow as he strolled over. His robe was whiter than snow, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. There was a faint smile on his face, and his eyes were sharp. Yi Xianxia was wearing golden armor and holding a heavenly halberd. He stood beside Ling Xiao like a peerless god of war, exuding an extremely powerful aura. You are Ling Xiao? Longxing was shocked, and his expression instantly turned cold. Hee hee, big brother, we have searched high and low for him, only to find him by chance. This brat has delivered himself to us. Let's capture him. The tiger saint sneered. If I'm not wrong, the 2 of you must have been hired by the Heavenly Curse sect to kill me. How should I address the two of you? When the two of you are dead, I will erect an inscription for the two of you. Xiao said flatly, and his expression was extremely calm. You have a sharp tongue. Xiao, how dare you be so arrogant when you are about to die? Where is Qingyang? Do you think that you and Qingyang can deal with the two of us? Tiger Saint said coldly as he cautiously scanned the dark void around him. Although he did not know who the golden-armored man standing beside Xiao was, he was certain that it was not Qingyang. Don't worry. There is no need for Qingyang to do anything. The two of you will definitely die. This is a void, and it is not a disgrace to your status to bury two sages. Xiao said flatly. Qingyang was hiding in the dark void. Although Xiao did not ask him to do anything, he was ready to kill the dragon and tiger sages at any time. You are courting death. Killing intent flashed across Tiger Sage's eyes. He roared and took the lead to pounce on Xiao. Roar, he let out a tiger's roar, and the terrifying sound waves caused the surrounding void to tremble violently. A huge white tiger appeared above his head, and his entire body exuded an extremely ferocious aura as he charged towards Xiao. A glint flashed in Dragon Saint's eyes, but he did not make a move. He wanted to see how Tiger Saint would do. Tiger Saint was, after all, a true saint. When he struck, it contained vast divine might. His huge tiger claws were incomparably sharp, as if they were made of metal, flashing with cold light. Rumble, a sharp glint flashed in Xiao's eyes, and the blood and qi in his body surged as he threw a punch at Tiger Saint. He could sense the bloody aura of the dragon and tiger saints before him. Although they looked like humans, they had the blood of the beast tribe flowing in their bodies. They were half human and half beast, which was very strange. However, the tiger sage was extremely strong. Judging from his aura, he was even stronger than the heavenly demon saint. The golden fist came through the air in a mighty manner. It was as if an ancient emperor was about to destroy the heavens. It clashed with Tiger Saint's huge tiger claws, and the sound of metal clashing was immediately heard. Sparks flew in all directions. The void in all directions trembled slightly. Tiger Saint's expression changed as he sensed a divine power that he could not resist exploding. His entire body trembled and he was sent flying. So what if you're a saint? How dare you try to kill me with that little bit of cultivation of yours? A dark light flashed in Xiao's eyes. They were filled with murderous intent. After he sent Tiger Saint flying with a punch, he kicked out in the air. A blazing and vast light exploded as he aimed a kick at Tiger Saint's chest. Crack, Tiger Saint's expression was extremely ugly. He roared angrily and tried to block with his arms. However, an incomparably crisp sound rang out. His arms were broken by Xiao's kick, and the air was filled with the thick stench of blood. Xiao's physical body is indeed terrifying. Dragon Saint, who was watching the battle from afar, could not help but narrow his eyes. He was extremely shocked. Tiger Saint had obtained the blood essence of the primordial white tiger and cultivated the white tiger celestial technique at the same time. His physical body was incomparably strong, but now he was no match for Xiao. Kill. Murderous intent flashed in Dragon Saint's eyes. He could no longer hold back and attacked Xiao at the same time. Roar, the dragon's roar in the void was majestic and mysterious. Black demonic light gushed out from Dragon Saint's body. A vast saint's aura rose, and black dragon scales suddenly shot towards Xiao like giant blades. Roar, the moment Dragon Saint attacked, Tiger Saint also roared. The dragon's roar and the tiger's roar intertwined. The power of the two seemed to converge, causing Tiger Saint's aura to skyrocket. Streaks of black claws fell towards Xiao like steel needles. This is the power of the fusion of secret techniques? Xiao's body trembled, and a trace of disbelief appeared in his eyes. He never thought that he would see the power of the fusion of secret techniques in Dragon Saint and Tiger Saint. Xiao cultivated the supreme secret techniques of the ancestral dragon, true phoenix, white tiger, black tortoise, and qilin. In the lower realm, he had once displayed the power of the fusion of dragon and phoenix. Now, he saw the power of the fusion of the ancestral dragon and white tiger secret techniques in Dragon Saint and Tiger Saint. Although it didn't seem complete, and even a little incomplete, it was enough to increase the combat power of Dragon Saint and Tiger Saint greatly. It put a certain amount of pressure on Ling Xiao. Whoosh, Ling Xiao didn't attack. Instead, a stream of light flashed under his feet as he used a teleportation secret technique. He wanted to avoid Dragon Saint and Tiger Saint's joint attack, and at the same time, carefully observe the power of the fusion of secret techniques in their bodies. This kind of fusion involved the laws of the Great Path and the Heavenly Way. It could borrow the power of heaven and earth to explode with even more terrifying combat power. Ling Xiao, die. Dragon Saint and Tiger Saint's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Divine light rose around them, and demonic light filled the air. The dragon's roar and tiger's roar turned into a powerful sound wave that directly attacked the primordial spirit. It was as if it could completely destroy everything. Whoosh! 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 Ling Xiao used a teleportation secret technique, traversing 1,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye. His entire body seemed to have turned into a blur as he shuttled between Dragon Saint and Tiger Saint's attacks. Divine light erupted in the sky, and a black divine dragon and a white tiger seemed to appear in the sky. They were both tens of thousands of meters tall, and their auras were monstrous. They were insufferably arrogant. At the same time, Ling Xiao retreated into the three-star formation without leaving a trace. Ling Xiao, where do you think you're going? Tiger Saint bellowed. The figures in the sky were all destroyed by him and Dragon Saint. Afterwards, he grabbed at the air, wanting to dig out Ling Xiao's heart. His eyes were filled with extreme cruelty. A ray of blood-red light flashed through the void and Ling Xiao's chest was instantly pierced through by Tiger Saint. However, Dragon Saint's heart could not help but skip a beat, especially when he saw Ling Xiao's calm expression. He could not help but feel an extremely strong sense of danger and immediately shouted, "Not good. Retreat." Gotcha! His entire body was like a bolt of black lightning as he instantly tried to escape. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Ling Xiao's indifferent voice rang out in the void. The figure whose chest had been pierced by Tiger Saint instantly turned into nothingness. It turned out that this was only an afterimage formed by Ling Xiao's heaven-shrouding secret technique. Ling Xiao's figure appeared above the Dragon and Tiger Saints. His robes were whiter than snow and his sleeves fluttered in the wind. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Rumble, the void in all directions seemed to have exploded. Endless black murderous aura gushed out like thick ink and formed an incomparably terrifying domain that immediately enveloped the Dragon and Tiger Saints. The terrifying murderous aura seemed to be able to devour all life. When it got close to the Dragon and Tiger Saints, it began to go berserk. It was like a devouring vortex that wanted to devour their bones and dregs. The kill, break, and wolf 3 stars formation was incomparably terrifying. The murderous aura barrier made Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Even a saint would be severely injured if they were to barge in recklessly and would find it difficult to escape. After Ling Xiao had refined the 3 emperor weapon brands, he had temporarily gained the ability to control the kill, break, and wolf 3 stars formation. In other words, this was an innate great formation. With murderous aura as the foundation, murderous aura as the source, and battle intent as the body, it could destroy everything. This is a supreme holy formation? Ling Xiao, you despicable and shameless person. How dare you trick me? Tiger Saint's expression changed greatly. His eyes were filled with rage as he roared angrily. Let's charge out. A cold light flickered in Dragon Saint's eyes as well. However, he was able to discern the severity of the situation. He knew that the most important thing right now was to charge out. Otherwise, if they were trapped by the murderous aura barrier, they would die sooner or later. Gotcha! Dragon Saint and Tiger Saint Qi intertwined and their powers seemed to fuse together. In an instant, they charged out of the boundless murderous aura and attempted to escape. Trying to escape? It's not that easy. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as runes rose from his palm. Rays of dazzling light formed the Yen Emperor's cauldron in the air. It soared into the sky in an instant and came crashing down on the Dragon and Tiger Saints. It wasn't easy to lure the Dragon and Tiger sages here. Naturally, Ling Xiao wouldn't let them leave so easily. Rumble, the Flame Emperor cauldron contained supreme divine power, and it expanded to 10,000 feet in size. Its scorching flames could burn the void, and it contained an unparalleled suppressive force. At the same time, the dragon and tiger sages' expressions changed drastically when they sensed the extreme emperor's might. The dragon and tiger sages were unable to dodge the attack. They could only take it head-on. They clenched their teeth and unleashed their strongest attacks at the Flame Emperor Cauldron. Wang, the Yen Emperor Cauldron shuddered slightly as a strange sound wave rippled out from it. A vast and mighty monarch aura burst forth, shattering the attacks of the dragon and tiger sages and sending them flying. The ominous aura that filled the sky attacked them once again. It rose into the sky like divine chains, and the black ominous aura seemed to want to completely bind the dragon and tiger sages. The dragon and tiger sages were scared out of their wits when they felt the life force in their bodies slipping away rapidly. Even the saint energy around them was weakening. The ominous aura boundary was like a bottomless pit that was crazily devouring the energy in their bodies. Ling Xiao, you forced us to do this. Even if we die, you'll die before us. Longxing's eyes were filled with a frenzied killing intent as he suddenly roared. Crack, a black bolt of lightning suddenly exploded in the void. The murderous aura around Longxing trembled violently as if it had met its natural enemy. It began to retreat rapidly. A black scroll flew out from Longxing's hand and shot towards Ling Xiao. The void trembled as the black scroll slowly unfurled. It was as if a vast world had appeared between heaven and earth, and an extremely terrifying monarch aura gushed out from it. Destroy, an ancient divine rune appeared on the scroll. In an instant, it rushed out from the scroll as if it could fill the entire world. It then suddenly pressed down on Ling Xiao. This is the Great Emperor's decree? It seems like the heavenly curse sect really hates me to the core. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he sneered. He could feel that the Great Emperor's decree contained an extremely strange curse power. The destruction rune wanted to destroy his physical body, primordial spirit, and the Great Tao Order. However, Ling Xiao's expression was extremely calm as if he was not afraid at all. Rumble, his eyes were extremely bright as runes surrounded his body. The Great Tao true meaning radiated from him, making him look like the embodiment of the Great Tao. His aura was extremely vast. For dazzling divine light shot out from his body and turned into a cauldron, a saber, a spear, and a sword in the sky. The blazing light distorted as chaotic aura filled the air. It was as if the heavens and earth were being split apart. Those were the imprints of the 4 extreme Tao Emperor weapons. They were formed by Ling Xiao using the supreme battle heavenly skill as they flew towards the Great Emperor's decree. Bastard, those are my Emperor weapon imprints. Yi Qingqing, who was watching the battle from the side, gritted his teeth and said gloomily when he saw the Emperor weapon imprints above Ling Xiao's head. Although Ling Xiao had given him the heaven-shrouding secret skill as compensation, Yi Qingqing was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood when he thought about how the 3 Emperor weapon imprints had fallen into Ling Xiao's hands. She could feel that Ling Xiao was using the battle formation heavenly skill to control the 4 Emperor weapon imprints. The power that erupted was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. The dragon and tiger sages' faces changed drastically as a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. Crack, dazzling lights collided in the sky as the imprints of the 4 extreme Tao Emperor weapons intertwined with each other. They contained a power that could destroy the heavens and earth. Even the Great Emperor's decree could not withstand this attack and exploded into pieces. The curse power was formless and formless. Although most of it was destroyed by Ling Xiao's battle heavenly skill, there was still a portion that wanted to enter Ling Xiao's body. However, it was directly devoured by the wordless heavenly book. The divine light was like an ocean as the 4 Emperor weapon imprints suppressed the earth, water, wind, and fire heavenly pillars. After destroying the Great Emperor's decree, they did not lose their momentum as they continued to suppress the dragon and tiger sages. The dragon and tiger sages' faces were filled with despair. No! The dragon and tiger saints roared furiously at the same time. Their eyes were filled with despair and fear. They could clearly feel the threat of death looming over them. Pfft. Rumble, the bodies of the dragon and tiger sages exploded in the air. The boundless life essence within their flesh and blood dissipated. The fiendish chi boundary swept over like a cat that had seen a fish. Ling Xiao was quick to react. He instantly leaped over and unleashed the sky-devouring secret technique. Blazing golden light rose around him and turned into a vast devouring vortex. He began to devour the boundless life essence in the air. The dragon and tiger sages were both saints. Not only were they extremely powerful, but their life essence had also evolved after experiencing the refinement of the saint tribulation. Their bodies were practically formed from the laws of the world and contained boundless life essence. The flesh and blood of a saint was no weaker than an ordinary divine pill. It was a supreme treasure to experts below the saint realm. Xianxia had used the battle the heavens method to complete mastery. He had consumed more than half of the energy in his body. He felt rather weak at the moment. After devouring the flesh and blood essence in the air, the weakness in his body rapidly disappeared. His aura also began to grow stronger. He had devoured the flesh and life essence of the two saints. Not only had his body become stronger, but his accumulation had also increased. The dragon and tiger sages had died in Xiao's hands just like that. The two of them were very powerful. However, I never thought that your battle prowess would be so terrifying. You still held back when we fought before. Xianxia walked over to Xiao and said with a complicated expression. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. The two of them were saints. They were extremely powerful. If it weren't for the fiendish chi boundary, even if I could defeat them, it would be very difficult for me to kill them so easily. Xiao smiled faintly. There's no need to be humble. The fiendish chi boundary may have restrained them, but they couldn't resist your final attack at all. I never thought that you would have cultivated the battle the heavens method to such a level. Should I call you Xiao or Long Out Yen? Xianxia's eyes burned brightly as he stared at Xiao. So you've seen through it. Just call me Xiao. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you for the 3 Emperor weapon brands. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to withstand the Emperor's decree. Xiao's eyes flashed as he smiled faintly. The fame of the battle heavenly merit was too great. Sure enough, the moment the battle heavenly merit appeared, Xianxia immediately recognized his identity. Everyone thought you were killed by the sages of the Hua tribe and the heavenly curse sect. They didn't expect you to enter the chaotic ancient land and escape from 2 great sages. I'm sure you'll shine in the chaotic ancient land. Xianxia said with some emotion. Weng, at this moment, a light flashed in the void and Feng Qingyang appeared in front of Xiao. However, at this moment, Feng Qingyang's face was filled with shock. You have gotten stronger again. Feng Qingyang smiled bitterly, seemingly a little depressed. Previously, he had hidden the secret treasure in the dark void. Originally, he wanted to launch a pincer attack on the dragon and tiger sages with Xiao. However, he did not expect Xiao to kill the dragon and tiger sages on his own and complete the magnificent feat of slaying a saint. He was the one who knew how terrifying Xiao's combat strength had become. At the beginning, he still needed some time to fight with Xiao. Now, he could only look up to Xiao. Even Feng Qingyang, who prided himself as a supreme talent, felt frustrated by Xiao's terrifying speed of improvement. It's not that I've gotten stronger, but those two are too stupid. Let me introduce you. This is Xianxia, the descendant of the Golden Emperor tribe. Xiao smiled faintly and introduced Xianxia to Feng Qingyang. The descendant of the Golden Emperor tribe? Greetings, Brother Yi. Feng Qingyang's expression changed when he heard that Xianxia was the descendant of the Golden Emperor tribe. Feng Qingyang, one of the twin stars of the current generation of the Taishangdao Palace. Unparalleled talent and extraordinary strength. I know you. Xianxia glanced at Feng Qingyang and said flatly. She knew that the War God Hall and the Taishangdao Palace were allies, so she was not surprised to see Xiao and Feng Qingyang together. Brother Yi, you flatter me. Feng Qingyang said modestly. He was puzzled as to why a man would have such a feminine name like Xianxia. However, he did not ask too much. The dragon and tiger sages are really lucky. The divine dragon celestial skill and the white tiger celestial skill? Xiao's eyes flashed. The dragon and tiger saints had been killed. He had devoured their flesh, blood, and essence, as well as their soul fragments. He had also stripped away part of their memories. It turned out that the dragon and tiger sages had obtained the divine dragon celestial skill and the white tiger celestial skill from an ancient sage king's cave. After they had successfully cultivated it, they ran amok in the chaotic ancient land and made a name for themselves. Otherwise, the heavenly curse sect would not have sent them to kill Xiao and Feng Qingyang. It was a pity that Ling Xiao had only obtained the incomplete Divine Dragon Celestial skill and the White Tiger Celestial skill. He did not obtain the complete cultivation method. However, Ling Xiao could tell from the incomplete version that the two celestial skills were created based on the Ancestral Dragon Secret skill and the White Tiger Secret skill. That was why the Dragon and Tiger sages were able to perform the fusion of the secret skills. Ling Xiao, Yi Qingqing, and Feng Qingyang chatted for a while before they prepared to leave for the Thunder Calamity Sea in the depths of the Void Land. When Feng Qingyang found out that the Thunder Calamity Sea contained the Heaven's Punishment secret skill, he was extremely excited. If he could obtain the Heaven's Punishment secret skill, his strength would definitely increase by a large margin. The Thunder Calamity Sea is filled with dangers. It contains the power of Heaven's Punishment, and the Thunder Spirit is extremely powerful. When you reach the Thunder Calamity Sea, you must listen to my commands. Otherwise, don't blame me if you die in the Thunder Calamity Sea. Yi Qingqing warned Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang again and told them what to pay attention to in the Thunder Calamity Sea. Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang naturally agreed. The three of them were extremely fast. Under Yi Qingqing's lead, they avoided the dangers of the Void Land and finally arrived at an extremely mysterious place. Rumble, the darkness in front of them seemed to have reached its end. Blazing lightning rose, causing the void to vibrate violently. Endless lightning formed a vast sea, erupting with the sound of a tsunami. Those lightning bolts were extremely dense. They were like divine chains of order, pouring down like a waterfall, emitting an incomparably blazing fluctuation. The vast Great Tao Law descended, emitting a terrifying pressure. It was like a brilliant heaven's might, as if it could turn everything into dust. Yi Qingqing took a deep breath, revealing a trace of excitement in his eyes. They had arrived at the Thunder Calamity Sea. This is the core of the Void Land, the Thunder Calamity Sea. The Thunder Calamity Sea is formed by the Thunder Calamity of Heaven and contains the power to destroy everything. Even a sage will die if he enters it. Only the heaven-shrouding secret skill can hide us from the Thunder Calamity Sea and even allow us to travel freely in the Thunder Calamity Sea. Yi Qingqing said slowly to Ling Xiao. It turned out that the Thunder Calamity Sea was a pure thunder calamity of the heavenly Tao. If a living creature entered it, it would instantly be assimilated by the Thunder Calamity of the heavenly Tao and become a part of the Thunder Calamity Sea. The powerful thunder spirits in the Thunder Calamity Sea were not only born from the Thunder Calamity Sea, but also from experts who were assimilated by the Thunder Calamity Sea. Their primordial spirit fused with the lightning and became a thunder spirit. The heaven-shrouding secret skill could not only conceal the living creature's aura, but also allow the living creature to have the same aura as the Thunder Calamity, allowing them to travel freely in the Thunder Calamity Sea. Ling Xiao was naturally clear about this. Will we be absolutely safe with the heaven-shrouding secret technique? Feng Qingyang said eagerly. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Ling Xiao had passed the heaven-shrouding secret skill to him. Feng Qingyang was excited when he thought of the legendary Heaven's Punishment secret skill hidden in the Thunder Calamity Sea. Not necessarily. Although the heaven-shrouding secret skill can allow us to travel safely in the Thunder Calamity Sea, there are many dangers in the Thunder Calamity Sea. No one knows what dangers there are. Moreover, there might be a powerful thunder spirit of the Saint Realm. We can't fight against it in the Thunder Calamity Sea. Yi Qingqing shook her head and said. A powerful thunder spirit of the Saint Realm? If we can refine some thunder spirits, it might be beneficial for us to collect the Heaven's Punishment secret skill. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a bright light. This was what the Thunder Spirit King told him. After the Thunder Spirit King became a sage, he seemed to have gained a lot of memories. He seemed to have gained a lot of information about the Thunder Calamity Sea in the Void Land. The Heaven's Punishment secret skill was the power of the Thunder Calamity of Heaven. If they could refine a powerful thunder spirit, it would be beneficial for them to collect the Heaven's Punishment secret skill. We can give it a try. Let's go. Yi Qingqing nodded. She instantly performed the sky-shrouding secret technique. Her aura became extremely ethereal. At the same time, mysterious thunderbolts spread out. Her aura seemed to have merged with the Thunder Calamity Sea in front of her. Whoosh, Yi Qingqing transformed into a streak of golden lightning, taking the lead to shoot into the Thunder Tribulation Sea. Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang glanced at each other, and both of them used the heaven-shrouding secret technique to follow Xianxia. Rumble, it was as if they had entered a roaring sea. Blazing lightning surged into the sky like huge waves, connecting the heavens and the earth, containing an extreme destructive power. Above the void, chaos churned and laws intertwined. Divine chains of order traversed the sky. It was as if everything here had become the most basic state of laws. That kind of destructive power made Xiao and the other two feel their scalps go numb. If it wasn't for the heaven-shrouding secret technique, they probably wouldn't have been able to withstand such terrifying lightning. Crack, a bolt of lightning exploded in front of Xiao and the other two. A mysterious light shone brightly. It was as if the heavens and earth were being split apart, and an incomparably mysterious illusory image of a world appeared. In the thunder tribulation sea, reality and illusion merged together, making it impossible for people to distinguish between them. "That's a thunder spirit?" Fengqingyang suddenly exclaimed. In the distant thunder tribulation sea, a white rabbit appeared. It looked very agile, but its body was intertwined with blazing white lightning, exuding the aura of the Thunder Tao origin. It was a thunder spirit. The rabbit thunder spirit also discovered Xiao and the other two, and its eyes revealed a trace of curiosity. In an instant, it flashed, and directly appeared above Fengqingyang's head. It then sat on Fengqingyang's head, and wantonly scratched Fengqingyang's hair with its two little claws. Xiao and the other two had used the heaven-shrouding secret technique, and at this moment, their bodies were also exuding the aura of the Thunder Tao origin. In the rabbit thunder spirit's perception, Xiao and the other two were also thunder spirits, but they didn't seem to be thunder entities, which made the rabbit thunder spirit very curious. "This rabbit is really terrifying." Cold sweat trickled down Fengqingyang's back. The rabbit thunder spirit appeared on top of his head. The white thunder easily penetrated his divine astral shield, making him feel the threat of death. Fengqingyang didn't move, fearing that the rabbit thunder spirit would come into close contact with him, and then he was afraid that he would directly die. "Who told you to shout so loudly?" Xiao said to Fengqingyang in a somewhat funny manner. The rabbit thunder spirit wouldn't have noticed this kid if he hadn't shouted so loudly. "Big brother, don't make sarcastic remarks, quickly help me get rid of this damned rabbit." Fengqingyang was about to cry, and said to Xiao, "I'm afraid that this rabbit is a Sage Realm thunder spirit. Your luck is very bad. I'm afraid that even I am not its opponent. Now you can only pray that it will leave by itself." Xiao said in a somewhat gloating manner. There was a trace of dignified look in his eyes. This snow-white rabbit was transformed from the Thunder Tao origin, but Xiao could feel that it was almost condensing a flesh and blood body, and its strength was incomparably terrifying. "Don't move. It seems that it is leaving," Xianxia suddenly said to Fengqingyang. The white rabbit smelled the aura of Fengqingyang's body, and its little claws lightly patted his head a few times, which scared Fengqingyang out of his wits, but in the end, the rabbit seemed to feel a little bored, and a ray of light flashed around its body, and directly disappeared from Fengqingyang's head. It finally left. "This rabbit is simply a spirit, it scared me to death. Let's go quickly, this thunder tribulation sea is too strange." Fengqingyang's legs turned to jelly, and that white rabbit had completely frightened him. He felt as if he had just brushed shoulders with the god of death. If it wasn't for the heaven's punishment secret skill in his heart, Fengqingyang almost wanted to leave the thunder tribulation sea directly. "Shoo, look, there are a few thunder spirits over there, we should be able to give it a try." Xiao's eyes flashed, and he made a shushing gesture to Fengqingyang, and then pointed to the front and said, "Buzz." In the thunder tribulation sea, there were more than a dozen golden fishes slowly swimming over. These fishes were naturally thunder spirit fishes, the smallest of which was a foot long, and the largest of which was actually 10 feet long, emitting blazing lightning all over its body. These thunder spirit fishes gave Xiao the feeling that they were equivalent to ordinary sages, and the threat they posed was much smaller than that of the white rabbit. Thunder spirits are also rare treasures of heaven and earth. Not only can it temper the body, but it also contains the Thunder Tao origin. You are right. We can give these thunder spirits a try. Kacha, a ray of light flashed in Xianxia's palm, and a mass of golden clouds appeared. It was instantly thrown towards the dozens of thunder spirit fish, and transformed into a huge golden net in the void. He wanted to catch all the thunder spirit fish in one fell swoop. You guys set up defenses around the area and catch the fish that slipped through the net. Yi Qingqing said to Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang and took the initiative to attack, rumble, as if they felt the threat. The dozen or so fish were very alert. In an instant, lightning exploded around their bodies. Like dozens of arrows, they shot in all directions in an instant, trying to avoid the golden net. However, the golden net was a treasure in Yi Qingqing's hands. It could be as big as he wanted. In an instant, it grew to a size of 10,000 feet and caught the thunder spiritual fish. Gotcha! The lightning was blazing and the void was shaking. The thunder spirit fish was shaking violently. In an instant, it emitted a golden divine light and directly broke through the golden net. It flew out of the net. Ling Xiao, that's the fish king. I'll leave it to you. Yi Qingqing shouted at Ling Xiao as he used the golden net to trap the thunder spirit fish. Don't worry. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as he charged towards the fish king. His fist imprint bloomed, and it was as majestic as a golden world, a world with a punch. Ling Xiao's fist intent was vast and contained the power to destroy the heavens and earth. It seemed to be able to destroy everything as it enveloped the fish king. The fish king seemed to have sensed a great threat as well. Blazing divine light rose from its body as bolts of lightning exploded in all directions. Gotcha! The void shook violently. The lightning that exploded from the fish king was extremely terrifying. It was like billions of blades that wanted to cut Ling Xiao into pieces. Ling Xiao's fist print collided with the lightning and the deafening sound of metal clashing could be heard. However, Ling Xiao's vast fist contained a devouring power that devoured all the lightning in the sky. Ling Xiao's body spewed out endless lightning, crackling and rattling as it vibrated. Break! Ling Xiao roared as his eyes flashed with a sharp light. The golden fist landed directly on the fish king's body, causing it to explode. Rumble, bolts of lightning were all devoured by Ling Xiao. Boundless lightning surged around Ling Xiao's body. Bolts of pure heavenly law tribulation raged in his body. They were incomparably violent, but they were all suppressed by Ling Xiao. Instead, they were used to refine his body, slowly strengthening it. Phew! These lightning spirits are indeed extraordinary. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. The thunder spirits in the Thunder Sea were much more powerful than those thunder spirits that Ling Xiao met when he subdued the Thunder Spirit King. The thunder test of the Way of Heaven was much more powerful and pure. Ling Xiao's body, which had almost reached its limit, started to strengthen again. Ling Xiao felt refreshed all over. His primordial spirit and the laws in his body seemed to have been tempered, giving him an indescribable sense of comfort. It was like he had gone through a baptism. What a freak! The power contained in this thunder soul is incomparably violent. It must be refined with a saint pill that contains a majestic life essence. This guy is too fierce. Yi Qingqing's eyes were filled with disbelief. Even though she knew that Ling Xiao's body was extremely strong, she did not expect it to be this strong. This guy is a freak. Not to mention refining the thunder spirits, I wouldn't be surprised even if he swallowed them whole. Feng Qingyang seemed to have gotten used to it. These thunder spirit fish are not bad. They are suitable for us to refine. For each of us. Be careful when you refine them. Yi Qingqing said slowly. Her golden net had suppressed 12 thunder spirit fish. She took out 8 of them and gave them to Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang. I don't need them. I have already taken advantage of this fish king. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Take them. They are just some ordinary thunder spirits. There are more thunder spirits waiting for us. Yi Qingqing said with a smile and stuffed them into Ling Xiao's arms without any explanation. Master, if you don't want them, give them to me. These lightning spirits look like unparalleled delicacies with a single glance. They are great supplements. Thunder Spirit King, who was in the flipping sky seal, could not wait to speak to Ling Xiao. His eyes were full of excitement. No problem. You can have them all. But I will have to rely on you to capture the thunder spirits. Ling Xiao said with a smile and gave the 4 thunder spirit fish to Thunder Spirit King. Hee, don't worry, master. How dare a mere thunder spirit act so presumptuously in front of me? It is simply courting death. As long as it is not that rabbit just now, no matter how many thunder spirits there They will all die. Thunder Spirit King said with a proud smile. You are also afraid of that rabbit? What is the origin of that rabbit? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Master, I am not too sure. But I feel that if it wants to kill us, it will be as difficult as killing an ant. Thunder Spirit King said with a wry smile. That rabbit is so strong? Ling Xiao's heart trembled, and his expression became somewhat grave. But don't worry, Master. There are not many rabbits in the entire Thunder Ocean. This Thunder Ocean is destined to be our food. Hee, I am here. Why don't you all kneel down and greet me? Thunder Spirit King comforted him. At the same time, his body was surrounded by blazing lightning. His eyes were like lightning as he released his strongest power. Boom, it was as if the cyclic sky seal had been revived. Divine chains of order rose into the sky and pressed down on the Thunder Calamity Sea. In an instant, huge waves shot out. The thunder spirits hidden in the Thunder Ocean were instantly alarmed. They all wanted to run away crazily. There were animal-shaped thunder spirits and plant-shaped thunder spirits. They looked different and very strange. They all felt the pressure of Thunder Spirit King and wanted to run away instinctively. Want to run away? It's better for you to obediently come into my belly. Thunder Spirit King sneered. In an instant, the flipping sky seal shone with boundless light. The divine chains of order intertwined with each other and flew across the void at an extremely fast speed. They were like ropes that bound all the thunder spirits that had rushed out from the Thunder Sea. Swallow them. Thunder Spirit King and the flipping sky seal shouted. The flipping sky seal trembled slightly and emitted blazing runes. It formed a vast whirlpool around and swallowed all the thunder spirits into the flipping sky seal. The thunder spirits' incomparably vast and pure energy flowed endlessly into Ling Xiao's body, causing his aura to rise explosively. This fellow, does he want to attract all of the lightning spirits? Yi Qingqing and Feng Qingyang looked at each other before they laughed bitterly and said. They originally wanted to keep a low profile and catch thunder spirits to cultivate. However, after Ling Xiao's actions, they could no longer keep a low profile. Rumble, the Thunder Spirit King controlled the flipping sky seal and moved freely in the Thunder Calamity Sea. The Extreme Emperor's aura of the flipping sky seal was activated and contained a supreme power that could suppress everything. The lightning in the Thunder Calamity Sea was dazzling as if it was boiling. Divine chains of order traversed the void and the terrifying aura made people's hearts tremble. Swoosh! 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 The powerful thunder spirits were all alarmed and rushed out from the Thunder Calamity Sea. They all felt the terrifying power of the flipping sky seal and knew it was not easy to deal with. So, they all ran away. However, how could the Thunder Spirit King allow them to run away? In the flipping sky seal, rays of blazing divine light shot out and intertwined with each other to form a huge thunder net. It covered the sky and covered the earth, and all the thunder spirits were trapped in it. The vast Extreme Emperor's aura swept out and annihilated the thunder spirits in the thunder net in an instant. It formed a blazing energy storm. The void shook violently. The peerless divine aura of the flipping sky seal shocked Ling Xiao. Crazy, this is crazy. The Thunder Spirit King, this guy, looks like he doesn't care about his life when he sees the thunder spirits. Ling Xiao said with a wry smile. Those thunder spirits had a fatal attraction to the Thunder Spirit King. It allowed the Thunder Spirit King to unleash the peerless divine aura of the flipping sky seal that could suppress everything. Those ordinary thunder spirits had no way to resist the suppression of the flipping sky seal and turned into dust. Around the flipping sky seal, there seemed to be a dazzling energy vortex that devoured all the lightning in the sky. Ling Xiao could feel that after devouring those thunder spirits, the Thunder Spirit King seemed to have taken a great tonic. His aura began to soar and he was getting better at controlling the flipping sky seal. Moreover, the Thunder Spirit King still had a conscience. He did not devour all the thunder spirits but poured all the energy into Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao performed the sky-shrouding secret skill. His body was surrounded by blazing lightning and his pores had lightning shooting out. His aura was majestic and mysterious as he continued to refine the majestic energy of the thunder spirits. Ling Xiao's physical body had become extremely strong after going through the primal chaos body refinement. However, after devouring the power of the thunder soul, his physical body had been refined to a certain extent and was slowly becoming stronger again. breaking the limit, treading 3 realms. Xiao suddenly had an epiphany, causing the terrifying saint energy around him to rise. It was as if his essence, qi, and spirit were about to merge into one at this moment. However, Xiao's body, laws, and soul were all extremely powerful. They were like 3 extremely thick ropes, so it was not that easy to condense them into one. Xiao's accumulation was too strong, so much so that it was much harder for him to break through the limits and advance to the 3 levels of heaven treading than ordinary people. However, Xiao could already vaguely see the path ahead. It was as if he had experienced an epiphany, causing his aura to become ethereal and mysterious. It was as if he had been reborn. This is a good chance. We can take advantage of this opportunity to refine some more thunder souls. Yi Qingqing and Feng Qingyang exchanged glances with each other. Their eyes revealed an incomparably bright expression as they similarly began to capture the fleeing lightning spirits in the surroundings. Originally, the thunder souls were hidden in the depths of the thunder calamity sea. It was not that easy to capture them. However, the Thunder Spirit King controlled the flipping sky seal to wreak havoc in the thunder calamity sea, attracting countless powerful thunder souls. Yi Qingqing and Feng Qingyang's strength was only slightly weaker than Xiao's. They were both Heaven's Pride experts who had reached the 3 levels of heaven treading. Each of their strength was extremely terrifying. Boom, Xiao, Yi Qingqing, and Feng Qingyang were all enveloped by lightning at this moment. The flipping sky seal floated above their heads, blooming with boundless light. Chaotic chi rose, constantly devouring those powerful thunder souls. The aura of the 3 people was getting stronger and stronger. Especially Xiao's epiphany, he saw the possibility of breaking through the 3 levels of heaven treading. It would not be long before he could break through the limit and reach the 3 levels of heaven treading. Just like this, Xiao and the other 2 devoured the thunder souls as they flew towards the depths of the thunder calamity sea. The Thunder Spirit King seemed to be able to sense the strength of the thunder spirit, so he didn't go all the way. Instead, he carefully avoided a few places in the thunder calamity sea. The powerful Thunder Spirit King was extremely afraid of those places. The thunder calamity sea was extremely vast and majestic. Even Yi Qingqing did not know how big it was. However, they could feel that the thunder souls they encountered in the thunder calamity sea were getting stronger and stronger. In the end, even the flipping sky seal burst out with supreme divine power and it became somewhat difficult to suppress a thunder soul. That is Heaven Punishing Mountain? Yi Qingqing suddenly exclaimed. His eyes were filled with incomparable excitement. Boom, not far away, there was an ancient and mysterious mountain. It was surrounded by lightning and thunder, rumbling and shaking. All kinds of strange runes were shining on it, intertwining with the power of the Great Way Law. That mountain seemed to be the center of the entire thunder calamity sea. It contained a mysterious fluctuation of power, causing the surrounding void to distort. A mysterious and vast aura gushed out, causing everyone to tremble. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Heaven Punishing Mountain? The supreme sacred mountain that contains the power of the thunder principle origin and records the heaven-punishing secret skill? Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. He could feel that the Tianfa mountain in front of him looked very unusual. Its entire body was formed by the source of thunder. It was not a real mountain peak. Bolts of lightning intertwined, and mysterious runes rose. It was as if they could annihilate all life. This mountain contained a majestic mark of the Great Way. It was extremely unusual. The heaven-punishing mountain was tens of thousands of feet high. It sat on top of the thunder calamity sea. There seemed to be a huge sun hanging at the top of the mountain, emitting blazing light. When Xiao and the other 2 arrived in front of the heaven-punishing mountain, they felt a sense of insignificance. It was as if they were ants looking up at a divine dragon. The heaven-punishing mountain is an opportunity and also a challenge. You can only rely on yourself to reach the peak. There are inscriptions of the heaven-punishing secret skill on the top of the mountain. Yi Qingqing took a deep breath and said excitedly. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go up the mountain. Xiao said with a faint smile. His eyes were filled with strong fighting spirit. He instantly leaped up and flew toward the top of the heaven-punishing mountain. Gotcha, Xiao's action seemed to have triggered some kind of vast law of heaven and earth. It instantly caused the surrounding void to tremble. Runes rose and turned into the most terrifying destructive power, suppressing Ling Xiao. Yi Qingqing and Feng Qingyang were nowhere to be seen. Heaven Punishment Mountain contained a strange law. It was both a crisis and an opportunity. One had to reach the peak to obtain the fortune on Heaven Punishment Mountain, and this process could only be tested by one person. Therefore, although Ling Xiao, Yi Qingqing, and Feng Qingyang came to Heaven Punishment Mountain at the same time, the moment they climbed the mountain, they lost contact with each other. Perhaps only by reaching the peak of Heaven Punishment Mountain could they meet again. Ling Xiao didn't continue to fly, but walked up the steps of Heaven Punishment Mountain. It was impossible to fly directly to Heaven Punishment Mountain, as it would trigger the order of the Great Tao on Heaven Punishment Mountain, and the endless power of destruction would descend. Even Ling Xiao couldn't withstand it. Ling Xiao's pace was extremely fast. One step was more than 100 feet, leaving behind afterimages in the void. He shuttled through the endless thunderbolts and headed towards the peak. Gotcha, the surrounding thunderbolts were terrifying. At first, it was red lightning that burned like flames. Then, it became orange lightning that could penetrate the heaven and earth and break open the void. The higher he went, the more terrifying the thunderbolts were. Ling Xiao experienced the red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple lightning. He also stepped onto Heaven Punishment Mountain, which was 70,000 feet high. Around him was a sea of thunderbolts, densely intertwined, emitting mysterious symbols. It was as if there was nothing but thunderbolts in the sky. At 80,000 feet, the black lightning intertwined with each other. It was so thick that it was like ink that could not be dissolved. It shook the sky in all directions and contained a pure destructive power. Ling Xiao's blood and qi were boiling as he unleashed his most powerful strength. He even used the flipping sky seal, the fighting heavens skill and the sky swallowing secret skill, and the fist of the celestial emperor to strike the 9 heavens. It was not easy for him to break through, but his body was still badly mutilated. He was almost pierced by the lightning. At 9,000 feet, the white lightning was like endless light. Endless chaos interweaved, like the first bolt of lightning that split the world apart. It contained the pure laws of the way, striking Ling Xiao's body, causing his flesh and blood to rapidly melt away. All that was left was a translucent skeleton that was suffused with the color of chaos. Ling Xiao's eye sockets were deep, as if there were only 2 black and white lights intertwining. He could see the last 1,000 feet, which was the peak of Heaven Punishment Mountain. As long as he walked through the last 1,000 feet, he could reach the peak. However, the last 1,000 feet were shrouded in chaotic thunderbolts, showing the luster of chaos. It was a kind of power that made people despair. It was as if as long as he stepped into it, he would be instantly turned to dust, never to be reincarnated. The peak of Heaven Punishment Mountain. If I can't even conquer a small mountain, how can I suppress all the worlds? Ling Xiao's eyes shone with an unparalleled sharpness as he strode forward, boom, boom. Heaven Punishment, Heaven Punishment, Heaven to the peak, as Heaven Punishment Mountain to heaven and earth. Heaven Punishment, Heaven, 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 Heaven Punishment, Heaven to Heaven Punishment Mountain. Ling Xiao could feel that his bones, which had been tempered by the primal chaos, were about to fall apart and return to the primal chaos. His soul was on the verge of dying out. His heart force began to dry up, and the laws of the Grand Tao within him were assimilated. Even the indestructible body that he relied on to dominate the world began to slowly crumble. Essence, qi, spirit, heart, if all 4 of these collapsed, Ling Xiao would be completely obliterated by heaven and earth, leaving no trace behind. This was a great danger, a great terror. It made Ling Xiao feel like he was about to be destroyed, and he felt like he was about to die. His heart began to calm down, and his footsteps were still firm. Even if his arms were slowly disappearing, pierced by the chaotic thunderbolts, he did not stop. Chaos as the body, destiny as the Tao. Karma refines the heart, reincarnation as the spirit. In Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, a voice like a great bell rang out, giving him a kind of enlightenment. His aura became incomparably ethereal and mysterious. Chaotic light rose from his body, and the great path in his body exuded a taste of the void of destiny. With a single thought, he seemed to be able to comprehend the karma of the heavens. His primordial spirit would reincarnate eternally. 4 mysterious forces intertwined. They seemed invisible and intangible, but they seemed to form a mysterious force in Ling Xiao's body. It was a mysterious flame with 10 different colors. It was as thin as a strand of hair, but it exuded an aura of eternity. After it overflowed from Ling Xiao's body, it caused the surrounding void to tremble. Even the chaotic thunderbolts seemed to be boiling. Rumble, the heavens and earth were enraged. Above Xianxia mountain, mysterious symbols of the great path intertwined, containing a supreme power that could destroy the heavens and earth. It was as if they were going to envelop Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao remained calm and smiled faintly. 10 colored flames spread out and enveloped him. Then, he took a step and disappeared into the chaotic lightning. Whoosh! In the next moment, Ling Xiao's body flickered with light, and he appeared above Xianxia mountain. He had reached the peak, and the experience in the chaotic lightning was like a dream. His body, great path, primordial spirit, and heart power were all filled to the brim. They had reached the peak state, and there was no damage at all. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and his black hair danced in the wind. A mysterious light surged around his body, making him look like an ancient great emperor that could suppress the ages and be eternal and indestructible. That wasn't a dream, nor was it an illusion. It really existed. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered as he whispered to himself. He stretched out his palm, and a 10-colored flame appeared in his palm. It looked very small, but there were layers upon layers. It was like a celestial flower of the great path, and it also seemed to contain the endless life and death of the world. It was so beautiful that one couldn't help but be immersed in it. This power can dominate chaos, destiny, karma, and reincarnation. It encompasses the heavens and earth. Let's call it the power of domination. Ling Xiao said softly. Rumble, as soon as he finished speaking, endless lightning intertwined around him, and the sky was filled with divine light. Symbols of the great path seemed to fall from the 9 heavens and kill him completely. Lightning poured down from the 9 heavens like a waterfall. It was so dense that it could suppress all living things, and it enveloped Xianxia mountain. It was as if Ling Xiao's words had touched some taboo, and the heavenly path was enraged and wanted to punish him. Ling Xiao held the 10-colored flame in his hand, and he was bathed in a mysterious brilliance. Endless lightning intertwined around him, but it couldn't do any harm to him. At the peak of Xianxia, there was a vast sea of thunder and lightning all around, and the sky was filled with destructive lightning. Vaguely, it seemed to form a mysterious eye, emitting 9-colored light. At this moment, it was staring at Ling Xiao with indifference. There was nothing on the top of Xianxia mountain. There was only the lightning that filled the sky and the eye that was emitting 9-colored light in the sky. Where is the Xianxia secret skill? Ling Xiao muttered to himself. His eyes gleamed with sharpness as he raised his head to look at the eye in the sky. He could already feel the wordless heavenly book trembling slightly, becoming more and more excited. The mysterious light flickered and shook in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, as if it wanted to rush out of Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao did not stop the wordless heavenly book. A mysterious light gushed out from between his eyebrows, and the wordless heavenly book flew out. Boom, the wordless heavenly book appeared in the void. In an instant, it bloomed with a blazing light. The mysterious runes intertwined with each other as if a flame was gushing out of it. Then, it actually rushed towards the eye in the 9th heaven, Xianxia. The sky seemed to shatter in an instant. The wordless heavenly book emitted 9-colored divine light, and its aura was ancient and mysterious. A terrifying fluctuation similar to the extreme emperor's aura erupted, as if it wanted to completely blow up the eye. Boom, the eye seemed to be enraged, and hundreds of millions of lightning bolts burst out from the sky. The lightning bolts intertwined with a mysterious light, like the great Tao. The runes rose up, and were about to compete with the wordless heavenly book. The wordless heavenly book slowly unfolded in the void, and there seemed to be a vast vortex in it, swallowing all the lightning in the sky. That eye, could it be some kind of treasure? Ling Xiao was shocked, and his eyes were full of disbelief. To be able to compete with the wordless heavenly book and not be at a disadvantage, Ling Xiao had only seen the origin demon bone so far. Now that this eye could compete with the wordless heavenly book, Ling Xiao was extremely shocked. Moreover, the eye in the void trembled slightly, as if it wanted to open, and a vast and terrifying emperor's aura escaped from it. Xianxia, that eye was completely opened. A blazing light shot out from it, as if it was splitting the sky and earth. In an instant, the world was as bright as day, and the chaos in the surroundings seemed to have disappeared. No one could describe that amazing light. Even Ling Xiao felt that he was instantly blinded, and he lost all his senses. A mysterious light beam shot out from the eye, as if it was a punishment, and fell on the wordless heavenly book. The wordless heavenly book trembled violently. Page after page opened up in the void. It was as if every page contained a world. It swallowed up all the divine light of the heavenly punishment. It was as if flames of fury were gushing out from the eyes. They turned into blazing runes that were as bright as the sun as they came crashing down from the sky. The heavenly book, with the heavenly book, with the heavenly book, the heavenly book. What is that? Ling Zhao's eyes suddenly flashed, and he saw a chaotic mist in the heavenly book. There seemed to be a figure sitting cross-legged in the heavenly book. Although it was very blurry, he could see that it was a young man. After the figure appeared, the power of the heavenly book became more and more terrifying. Lightning fell from the sky, containing endless destructive power, as if it could suppress the wordless heavenly book. Ling Xiao was afraid that something would happen to the wordless heavenly book, so he quickly recalled it. Although the wordless heavenly book was a little reluctant, it seemed to feel that the heavenly book was not to be trifled with. It flew back into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness unwillingly. Ling Xiao stared at the figure in the heavenly book, and he had a feeling that the young man was about to wake up. Gotcha! Lightning rose in the heavenly book, and chaos filled the air. An ancient door suddenly appeared, as if it led to a mysterious world. The figure in the heavenly book slowly walked out of the door. It was a man who looked perfect. He was wearing a chaotic battle robe and a pair of cloud-treading boots. He had a slender figure, jade-like skin, and an incomparably handsome face. His eyes seemed to have merged with the heavenly book in the heavenly book. They were mysterious, majestic, indifferent, and insufferably arrogant. He exuded an ethereal and otherworldly temperament. He bathed in the lightning in the sky, as if an emperor had descended to the mortal world. Tianzi? Ling Zhao's eyes were shocked, and he revealed a look of disbelief. The sharpness in his eyes was unparalleled, as if it could pierce the sky. He did not expect to see the Tianzi here, although this was only the Taoist body of the Tianzi. "And, you recognize me?" The Tianzi looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. His eyes were calm and deep, and his expression was indifferent. It was as if he did not take Ling Xiao seriously at all. "Of course I recognize you, but I'm afraid that your Taoist body does not recognize me. Hand over the divine punishment secret skill, or don't blame me for being rude," Ling Xiao said with a cold smile. He could tell that the Son of Heaven's body was extremely powerful. It appeared in the ancient portal like some kind of guardian. Ling Xiao guessed that the Son of Heaven's body might know the whereabouts of the secret skill of heavenly punishment. "You are hostile to me. In that case, I'm afraid you have some grudges with my original body. If you want to get the divine punishment secret skill, it's very simple. You just have to defeat me. But because of your enmity, I have decided to kill you right here and now." "And, how do you want to die?" the Tianzi said indifferently. "Kill me? You are as arrogant as ever." "Fine, I'll kill your Taoist body today. Consider it as collecting some interest first." Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with coldness, and he was ready to attack. Although he did not know why the Tianzi Taoist body was here, it was enough to know that he could get the divine punishment secret skill by defeating the Tianzi Taoist body. Blazing lightning rose around Ling Xiao as he walked toward the Tianzi step by step. The aura in his body began to accumulate, climbing to the peak. "An ant will be an ant. I am the son of the Tianzi Taoist body. I am the only one in the world. Do you want to hit a stone with an egg? I'll fulfill your wish," the Tianzi said indifferently. His voice was like a vast thunder, as if it could pierce through everything. It was extremely terrifying. Rumble, bolts of lightning rose around the Tianzi. They were red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, black, and white. The 9-colored lightning spread and finally gathered around him, forming a chaotic lightning. It made his aura more and more terrifying. At this moment, the Tianzi was like the great emperor who controlled the divine punishment. He was going to punish on behalf of the heavens. He was unstoppable. Boom. "Let's fight." Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. His body was surrounded by golden qi and blood. He held the invincible fist print and punched towards Tianzi. Although Tianzi was only a Taoist body, Ling Xiao felt that he was extremely powerful. Tianzi was surrounded by lightning and controlled the power of the origin of thunder. His aura was monstrous, as if he could sweep through everything. The golden fist print was vast and mighty, containing an unparalleled fist intent. It was as if it could cross the sky. Ling Xiao was surrounded by chaotic air, and the fist of the Celestial Emperor burst out. Ling Xiao knew that Tianzi was powerful, so he used the fist of the Celestial Emperor right away. You actually got some of the fist intent of the Celestial Emperor's fist? What a joke! Tianzi sneered. His eyes were blazing. He recognized the vast fist intent that Ling Xiao exuded. He did not dodge and punched towards Ling Xiao as well. Gotcha! The lightning around Tianzi condensed together at this moment and turned into an invincible fist mark above his fist. It was like the sun and moon that broke through the chaos, exuding a brilliant heavenly aura and smashing towards Ling Xiao with an insufferably arrogant momentum. This fist was extremely terrifying. It had the mysterious scene of the universe being destroyed, the heaven and earth returning to chaos, and the reincarnation of 10,000 spirits. It was as if it was going to destroy the world. Is this the real fist of the Celestial Emperor? Ling Xiao was shocked. Tianzi's fist exuded an aura similar to his. Ling Xiao was almost instantly sure that it was the real fist of the Celestial Emperor, the invincible fist created by the Celestial Emperor. In the ancient times, it was a peerless fist technique that had swept through the heavens and suppressed the ages. It was also known as the #1 fist technique in the heavens. The fist of the Celestial Emperor contained too many mysterious colors. However, until today, although many people knew about the fist of the Celestial Emperor, and perhaps some had obtained the cultivation method of the fist of the Celestial Emperor, almost no one had obtained the real fist of the Celestial Emperor. As the son of the Celestial Emperor, Tianzi was naturally the only one who had obtained the true inheritance of the fist of the Celestial Emperor. Even the 9 imperial gates, who claimed to be the descendant of the ancient celestial court, did not have the complete fist of the Celestial Emperor. As for Ling Xiao's Celestial Emperor's fist, it was a peerless fist intent that he had comprehended when he was refining his body with the primal chaos and seeing the mirage of heaven and earth during his tribulation. Crack! Ling Xiao and Tianzi's fists collided, causing the surrounding space to tremble. A terrifying divine light burst out and turned into 2 dazzling halos that permeated the surroundings. Bolts of lightning exploded, causing Ling Xiao and Tianzi to tremble and retreat at the same time. Refining the body with primordial chaos? You want to walk the path of becoming a saint with your physical body? Ridiculous. Tianzi's eyes flashed coldly. He was extremely sharp. When he saw how strong Ling Xiao's body was, he instantly saw through Ling Xiao's background. He knew that Ling Xiao wanted to walk the path of a saint physique. In order for one's flesh to reach the sacred realm, one must comprehend the Tao of primordial chaos. Only then would one be able to break through the limits and become a peerless saint. You talk too much. Ling Xiao said coldly. His qi and blood rose, emitting endless golden light. Light flashed under his feet, as if there were billions of worlds being created and destroyed. He quickly flew towards Tianzi. Sensing Tianzi's heavenly sovereign fist, Ling Xiao was not afraid at all. Instead, the battle intent in his heart was aroused. He pulled himself together and unleashed his unparalleled physical strength. His fists hit the flesh as he attacked Tianzi. Rumble! Ling Xiao and Tianzi's speed was extremely fast. It was like 2 dazzling balls of light colliding in the void. Every strike caused the sky to tremble, and the surrounding lightning began to roar. Ling Xiao and Tianzi were bathed in lightning. The origin of the Tao of Thunder here did not seem to be able to cause any harm to them. Instead, it made their aura even sharper. Ling Xiao was like a golden divine dragon. His dragon aura was vast. His fists were unparalleled, as if they could break through the 9 heavens and step on the 9 underworlds. His aura was extremely violent. On the other hand, Tianzi was like a divine demon that could destroy the world. His every move contained the power of the Tao of Heaven. His fists were grand and majestic. It was incomparably upright, but it was impossible to resist. The 2 of them fought from the top of Tianfa mountain all the way to the sky. The speed of their attacks became faster and faster, causing the surrounding lightning to explode. What is that? On the mountainside of Xianxia Mountain, the two figures who were climbing to the peak raised their heads at the same time. Their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. The two figures were Xianxia and Fengqingyang. After experiencing the black and white lightning, they had reached their limit. Facing the last 1,000 feet of chaotic lightning, they both stopped. They had a premonition that if they dared to step into the chaotic lightning, they would die instantly. However, the attraction of the Xianxia secret technique made the two of them extremely unwilling to give up. Just when they were in a dilemma, the terrifying scene that erupted at the peak of Xianxia attracted their attention. That is. Who was Ling Xiao fighting with? Fengqingyang exclaimed. He could not believe his eyes. Ling Xiao had actually reached the peak of Xianxia Mountain. At this moment, the figure who was fighting with Ling Xiao was extremely powerful. In terms of aura, it was even stronger than Ling Xiao. How did they manage to break through the chaotic lightning on the peak of Xianxia Mountain? Xianxia was somewhat incredulous. No one knew better than him how terrifying the chaotic lightning on the peak of Xianxia Mountain was. It was the origin power that could directly kill a sage. However, at this moment, the battle between Ling Xiao and Tianzi had shattered the chaotic lightning all over the sky. Boom! After another fierce collision, Ling Xiao and Tianzi were both thrown back at the same time. They were still evenly matched, but Tianzi's aura had become somewhat chaotic. The coldness in his eyes became more and more intense. If my original body was here, you would already be dead. Tianzi said indifferently, with killing intent flickering in his eyes. His Heaven Emperor's fist was personally taught by the Heaven Emperor. It was extremely ferocious and overbearing. It almost had the supreme power to shatter the heavens and reopen the chaos. However, the strength of his Taoist body was not strong. When fighting with Ling Xiao, he actually felt powerless. The more Ling Xiao fought, the stronger he became. His battle intent was monstrous, as if he did not know fatigue at all. However, the strength of this Taoist body was somewhat weak. If your original body was here, I would just kill you together. Ling Xiao sneered. The aura around him boiled to the extreme. He punched out with both of his fists. Like a divine dragon emerging from the sea, two golden rays struck horizontally like lightning, directly towards Tianzi's glabella and heart. Ling Xiao's aura rose and the golden lightning in his eyes merged with the fist radiance. His fighting spirit reached its peak in an instant. Kill. Tianzi said coldly. He pulled the air and the blazing lightning condensed into a 9-colored spear in his palm. He aimed it at Ling Xiao's heart. Swoosh! 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 Tianzi was extremely fast. He pulled the 9-colored spear with both hands and shot it out. It was as if he was using his body as a bow and the lightning as an arrow. The 9-colored spear shot towards Ling Xiao continuously. The void was densely packed with spear radiance. It was blazing and overbearing. It was difficult to defend against. It was as if one could only take it head-on. Gotcha! Ling Xiao's punch was extremely fast. With a single punch, he directly blew up a 9-colored divine spear, turning it into streaks of lightning. His entire being left behind a series of afterimages in the void. His speed was extremely fast, and his punches were like lightning. Crackling sounds could be heard in the void, and the spear lights that filled the sky were all shattered very quickly. Immortal! Tianzi roared. With a push of his arms, dazzling lightning flashed in the surroundings, transforming into a vast starry sky. Tianzi pushed the sun, moon, and stars as he moved forward. Chaos Qi filled the air, causing his aura to become even more majestic and mysterious. The 9-colored spears that were destroyed by Ling Xiao suddenly appeared in the void again. They intertwined into a rain of swords and shot towards Ling Xiao's vital points. The 9-colored spears were filled with an immortal fluctuation. At the same time, a blazing 9-colored flame spread out and wanted to burn Ling Xiao to ashes. That kind of immortal sharpness made Ling Xiao's skin feel cold, and his entire body trembled incessantly. Open! Golden flames spurted out from Ling Xiao's body. They were filled with the Great Way and intertwined with the divine chains of order. They rose into the air and formed a 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron in the void. It was round and simple and it was buzzing. The Emperor Yan cauldron had appeared. Ling Xiao used the fighting heaven skill to create the supreme true meaning of the Emperor Yan cauldron. It covered his body, and the spears in the sky all hit the Emperor Yan cauldron. Rumble, the flame Emperor cauldron trembled violently and ripples appeared on the surrounding golden flames. The runes exploded one after another and the flame Emperor cauldron looked like it was going to collapse at any moment. Ling Xiao clasped his palms together, and a mysterious and brilliant light burst out from his palms. The Yan Emperor cauldron suddenly expanded, and finally exploded like a small sun, with Ling Xiao as the center. A terrifying explosion radiated in all directions, obliterating all the light. The 9-colored divine spears that filled the sky were also blasted into nothingness. Qi, amidst the resplendent light, Ling Xiao's fingers were like swords. Sword qi spread out for 30,000 miles, and cold light shot out in all directions. It was as if billions of starlight were slashing down toward the Son of Heaven at the same time. At the same time, the sword light that filled the sky split apart and formed a mysterious chaotic vortex. It constantly devoured the surrounding lightning, causing the sword light to grow larger and more terrifying. When the sword energy appeared above Tianzi's head, it almost split the heaven and earth apart. It wanted to slash the myriad worlds apart. Swordsmanship? Even if it's a sword technique, you won't be able to do it. The Son of Heaven said indifferently. His eyes were extremely cold, as if he was not surprised by Ling Xiao's sudden attack. Crack, he stretched out his jade-white hand, and lightning gathered in his palm, instantly forming an ancient sword of lightning. As he slowly lifted it up, wind and thunder rumbled around him, and a vast and mysterious sword intent rose up. The Son of Heaven held the ancient lightning sword in his hand, like an ancient emperor who ruled over all living things. The peerless sword essence was grand and majestic, representing the heavenly punishment of the heavens, the eternal prosperity of humanity, the infinite light, justice, and strength. The sword slashed down toward Ling Xiao. Celestial Emperor, sword of human sovereign. The mysterious and ancient syllables exploded in the void. It was like a vast heavenly power, causing the entire heaven punishment mountain to tremble violently. Rumble, the lightning that filled the sky exploded. Even the most fundamental power of the way of lightning was annihilated at this moment. Ling Xiao's peerless sword energy that could destroy the heavens and earth was extremely fragile and exploded into a rain of light. Celestial Emperor, sword of human sovereign? It's actually the Celestial Emperor, sword of human sovereign? Ling Xiao's heart was filled with disbelief, and his gaze became extremely solemn. The Celestial Emperor's human sovereign sword was the peerless sword technique of the Celestial Emperor. It was the supreme sword principle that the Celestial Emperor cultivated before he attained the Tao. It contained the majestic fate of the human clan, and its killing power was unparalleled and terrifying. After the Celestial Emperor attained the Tao and became a saint, he abandoned the sword and used his fist to comprehend the Celestial Emperor's fist principle. He was able to suppress the heavens and lead the human clan to prosperity. However, this did not mean that the Celestial Emperor's fist was stronger than the Celestial Emperor's human sovereign sword. The Celestial Emperor's human sovereign sword was a peerless sword principle that represented the fate of the human clan's epic master. It was grand and majestic. In terms of killing power, it was even superior to the Celestial Emperor's fist. Ling Xiao could sense that the streak of light had completely locked onto him. He had no room to dodge at all. Whether he used a secret technique to shift or a secret technique to obscure the sky, he would not be able to dodge the strike. This sword strike contained supreme might, and it represented the punishment of the heavens. It wanted to judge all living beings and make all evil vanish like smoke in the wind. The supreme sword intent seemed to be on the verge of shattering this expanse of chaos. Battle the heavens skill, for symbols return to 1, kill. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of madness. In front of the supreme sword essence, he felt like an ant, as if he would be completely annihilated at any time. However, he was unwilling to give up. His heart was filled with monstrous fighting spirit. He wanted to break all of this, even if it meant splitting the heavens and earth and shattering the chaos. Rumble, the supreme ferocious aura in Ling Xiao's heart was also stimulated. His blood qi boiled and his eyes were filled with monstrous fighting spirit. In an instant, four divine lights shot up into the sky from his body. A vast and mighty emperor's aura erupted and spread across the sky like a raging sea. A cauldron, a saber, a spear, and a sword. The cauldron was the Yan Emperor cauldron, the saber was the seven-killing saber, the spear was the army destroyer spear, and the sword was the sword of greedy wolf. The imprints of the four supreme emperor weapons were completely awakened. They were transformed by Ling Xiao using the battle to heaven skill, forming four mighty pillars of divine light. They suddenly rushed towards the heavenly emperor and human sovereign sword. Ling Xiao was completely forced into a dangerous situation. He did not hesitate to use the battle to heaven skill to summon the imprints of the four great emperor weapons. Kacha, the void collapsed with a loud bang. The lightning that filled the sky was annihilated under the collision of this extreme power. The world became a vast expanse of whiteness. Even the heavenly punishment mountain rumbled and trembled as if it would collapse at any time. Who is that? He actually forced Ling Xiao to use the battle to heaven skill? Feng Qingyang's eyes were filled with disbelief. He even felt his scalp tingling. Even across the vast lightning, he could feel his heart trembling. One could imagine how terrifying the battle was. Chaotic lightning, disperse. Let's go. Yi Qingqing's eyes flashed. He saw that the attack of Ling Xiao and Tianzi had caused the chaotic lightning that shrouded the heavens punishing mountain to disperse temporarily. At the peak of Tianfa, Yi Qingqing and Feng Qingyang finally saw the figure fighting Ling Xiao. The two of them couldn't help but tremble, their eyes filled with shock. That's Tianzi? Tianzi was famous in the chaotic ancient land. He was the most dazzling ancient heaven's pride. He was even known as the one most likely to become the chosen one. Yi Qingqing and Feng Qingyang naturally recognized him. They did not expect that the one fighting Ling Xiao would be Tianzi. It's not Tianzi's true body. It's just a Taoist body. Legend has it that Tianzi has broken the limit 3 times and ascended to the heavenly realm. If his true body is here, I'm afraid Ling Xiao might not be his match. Yi Qingqing said slowly. It's just a Taoist body and it's already so terrifying? The gap is too big. I wonder if Ling Xiao is a match for him? Feng Qingyang smiled bitterly as a sense of defeat rose in his heart. The Son of Heaven's strength made everyone who saw him feel despair. Even many heavenly geniuses, legendary ancient monsters, were overshadowed by the Son of Heaven's radiance. Rumble, in the void, blazing divine light bloomed. Ling Xiao used the heavenly battle skill to create the 4 great emperor weapon imprints and unleashed a peerless divine power that clashed with the heavenly emperor human sovereign sword. This was an extreme collision. There was no shortcut. It was a contest of absolute strength. Ling Xiao began to fight with his life on the line. He felt an indescribable threat from the heavenly human sovereign sword. In the end, the heavenly human sovereign sword and the 4 great emperor weapon imprints were annihilated at the same time. Heavenly battle skill? Using the 4 great emperor weapon imprints to create the heavenly battle skill can indeed unleash the powerful combat strength of the heavenly battle skill. However, external objects are ultimately external objects. Only one's own strength is eternal. Tianzi was sent flying. His figure was a little dim, but his expression was still cold as he said indifferently. After all, what he left behind was only a body of Tao. Using a killing technique like the heavenly Tao human sovereign sword had cost him a great deal of energy, causing him to lose a lot of his power. However, Tianzi felt a little regretful. After all, it was not his true body. Otherwise, if he used the heavenly human sovereign sword, even if he could not kill Ling Xiao, he could still severely injure him. The heavenly human sovereign sword is indeed very strong. But I'm not strong enough to run amok in the world. Son of Heaven, I'll kill your Taoist body today. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. Although his face was a little pale, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Rumble, chi and blood rose around him, and a dragon's roar burst out. Every step he took shook the world, and a vast aura exuded from his body. The imprints of the 4 monarch weapons appeared once again, floating above his head. The cauldron, saber, spear, and sword floated up and down, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Even though Ling Xiao had no choice but to activate the Celestial Emperor's human sovereign sword, Ling Xiao had cultivated the battle heavenly technique to the grand completion stage. Now, even if he had to pay a huge price, he had to activate the battle heavenly technique again to kill Tianzi. You killed my Taoist body? I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications. Don't you want the Tianfa secret technique? Today, I'll show you what a true heavenly punishment is. Xianxia said coldly. Chaotic light beams shot out from his eyes, blazing fiercely. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, the space around him trembled. Bolts of lightning shot out from his body. The emperor rose into the air, surrounded by chaotic chi. Lightning blazed around him, containing vast original power of the way of thunder. Xianxia was like the Thunder Emperor who had been revived. Every move of his contained unfathomable heavenly might, in the void, red, black, white, silver, gold. All kinds of thunderbolts intertwined, finally forming an incomparably huge eye. Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Although that eye did not open, that eye made him feel a strong sense of danger. At the same time, the wordless heavenly book in Ling Zhao's body became excited again. It became extremely hot, as if it had encountered an irresistible delicacy. Eye of Tian Fa. As the Son of Heaven's cold voice rang out, the eye instantly opened, as if it was splitting heaven and earth, endless chaotic light bloomed. Blazing lightning covered the sky. A 9-colored thunderbolt shot out from the eye. It was like a supreme sword light that traversed the 9 heavens, shooting straight towards Ling Xiao. When the 9-colored thunderbolt shot over, it was as if time and space had stopped. A mysterious force sealed the surrounding space. One could only see the gorgeous 9-colored thunderbolt getting brighter and brighter, getting closer and closer. Ling Zhao's body seemed to be fixed. He did not resist at all, allowing the 9-colored thunderbolt to shoot directly into his glabella. Rumble, lightning exploded in the sky. Heaven and earth shook violently. Billions of thunderbolts turned into chaos, completely drowning Ling Xiao at this moment. It's the Eye of Tian Fa? The legendary supreme divine ability of the Tian Fa secret technique? Xianxia was shocked. His body was trembling, and his eyes were filled with worry. The Eye of Tian Fa was the supreme divine ability of the Tian Fa secret technique. It contained the origin of the way of thunder and was a part of the way of heaven. It had supreme power and could kill everything. There was no way to resist it. It could wipe out all life. Xianxia could not imagine how Ling Xiao would be able to resist the Eye of Tian Fa. This guy won't die just like that, right? Feng Qingyang was also in disbelief. There was a trace of doubt on his face. He had a feeling that Ling Xiao would not die so easily. After all, the psychological trauma that Ling Xiao had caused him was too strong. He had a feeling that Ling Xiao might have other ways to turn things around. It's all over. Ants, the Tian Fa secret technique is not something you can covet. Tianzi's expression was indifferent. Although his figure was becoming more and more illusory, he still had a high and mighty attitude. He glanced at Xianxia and Feng Qingyang and directly ignored them. Then, he took a step forward and was about to disappear from the peak of Tian Fa. He walked back into the thunderbolts in the sky. Who said it's all over? Suddenly, a calm and indifferent voice sounded. It made Tianzi's figure tremble and he could not help but turn around. Rumble, in the sky full of thunderbolts, Ling Xiao walked out. His white robes were whiter than snow. His black hair was flying in the wind. His body was bathed in terrifying thunderbolts, but they did not seem to be able to cause him any harm. Ling Zhao's glabella glowed. The 9-colored thunderbolt seemed to have been devoured by something. The light trembled slightly and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Ling Xiao threw a punch at Tianzi. The roar of a dragon and the thunderbolt exploded at the same time. The golden light in the sky gathered into an invincible fist and landed on Tianzi's body. How is this possible? Tianzi's indifferent face finally revealed a trace of shock. It was as if he could not believe everything that had happened in front of him. However, his strength had already been exhausted to the extreme, and he had no way of blocking Ling Zhao's punch. With a look of shock on his face, he was blasted apart by Ling Zhao's punch, turning into a dazzling rain of light. Just like that, the Son of Heaven's Dao body was killed by Ling Xiao. The sky was filled with dazzling lightning. Ling Xiao stood in the void and was surrounded by endless chaotic light. He looked like an immortal great emperor, exuding a peerless divine aura. Xianxia and Feng Qingyang were stunned. They found it hard to believe, as if they were in a dream. Who was the Son of Heaven? Legend has it that he was the son of the heavenly emperor and possessed the bloodline of the great emperor. He was extremely talented and had obtained the true inheritance of the heavenly emperor. His strength was unfathomable. Many people believed that this time, the Son of Heaven would be able to defeat all the monstrous geniuses and suppress countless heaven's prides to become the master of the next epic. Even the Tao avatar of the Emperor represented invincibility in the minds of Yi Qingqing and Feng Qingyang, capable of sweeping through everything. Therefore, when they saw the Son of Heaven's Tao body being killed by Ling Xiao, they couldn't believe it. Ling Xiao, he actually killed the Son of Heaven's Tao body. Could it be that he can defeat the Son of Heaven? Yi Qingqing murmured to herself. Her eyes revealed a bright light as she looked at Ling Xiao as if it was the first time she had met him. At this moment, she finally understood that Ling Xiao had held back during the battle. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. Right now, he is only a 9th Revolution half-saint, yet he can kill the Son of Heaven's Tao body. If he has the same cultivation as the Son of Heaven, maybe he really has the strength to fight against the Son of Heaven. Feng Qingyang's eyes were incomparably bright. Even the resentment and unwillingness of being subdued by Ling Xiao and becoming his follower had dissipated a lot. If Ling Xiao could really become the Son of Heaven, then it was very likely that he would become the great emperor in this epoch. He would sweep across the heavens and suppress myriad worlds to become the supreme ruler. Becoming the follower of a future great emperor was an honor that everyone yearned for but couldn't obtain. Rumble. In the void, blazing 9-colored lightning flashed. Ling Xiao stared at the void. Right after he killed the Son of Heaven's Tao body, endless light flashed in the sky. Runes intertwined and formed a golden scripture that instantly shot towards Ling Xiao's forehead. Ling Xiao didn't feel any danger, so he didn't resist and allowed the golden scripture to enter his sea of consciousness. In an instant, Ling Xiao's entire body was drowned by endless lightning. Numerous divine chains of order interweaved together as the laws of the Grand Tao Sword. They contained a vast and terrifying supreme might that seemed capable of annihilating all life, and they contained the might of obliteration. However, in that kind of destruction, there was a kind of endless fluctuation that spread out. It was as if the sky in all directions was shaking, and the world was about to be reopened. It was vast and mysterious. The wordless heavenly book in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness glowed brightly as a mysterious scripture slowly appeared within the wordless heavenly book. Heaven Dipper Rank 6, Heaven's Punishment Secret Technique. The wordless heavenly book trembled slightly as the mysterious chaotic lightning intertwined, forming an incomparably mysterious eye. In an instant, it shot out from the wordless heavenly book and directly appeared in between Ling Xiao's brows. Crack, a vertical eye appeared in between Ling Xiao's brows. It was like a strange lightning symbol. At this moment, it slowly opened, and a bright chaotic light shot out from it. In an instant, it pierced through the void in front of him. It contained a kind of domineering, majestic, ancient, and mysterious aura. Ling Xiao felt as if he had pierced through the 9 heavens in an instant, and also as if he had seen through the 9 serenities in an instant. The third vertical eye made him seem as if he had become a part of the heavenly way. He could punish on behalf of the heavens and possess unparalleled divine power. An incomparably powerful feeling welled up in Ling Xiao's heart. He could feel that even if the Son of Heaven's Taoist body appeared in front of him again, it would be instantly destroyed by him. When Yi Qingqing and Feng Qingyang were swept by Ling Xiao's third vertical eye, they suddenly felt chills all over their bodies. They couldn't help but tremble, and there was a kind of throbbing in the depths of their souls. It was as if a divine dragon had inadvertently seen ants, which made them feel powerless in their hearts. That's the secret skill of heaven's punishment? Yi Qingqing and Feng Qingyang looked at each other. They were both surprised and delighted, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. After defeating the Son of Heaven's Taoist body, Ling Xiao finally obtained the real secret skill of heaven's punishment. Rumble, Ling Xiao was shrouded in lightning and was immersed in the mystery of the secret skill of heaven's punishment. He forgot about time, space, and everything else as he sank into the deepest level of Tao comprehension. Mysterious sound waves pervaded around him, and mysterious immortal flowers of the great path floated above the void, making Ling Xiao's aura even more mysterious and unfathomable. The secret skill of heaven's punishment was ranked 6th in the celestial spirits. It could be said that it was the strongest secret skill that Ling Xiao had obtained besides the secret skill of reincarnation. The secret skill of heaven's punishment was a pure secret skill of killing. It was different from the secret skill of reincarnation. It was a punishment on behalf of the heavens. It could control part of the power of the heavenly way, and its power was unparalleled. In Ling Zhao's perception, the divine lightning, 5 elements divine lightning, icy lightning, astral wind lightning, raging flame lightning, yin-yang divine lightning, and chaotic lightning all appeared around Ling Zhao, and he began to comprehend the mystery contained within. Ling Zhao's body became sparkling and translucent. Streaks of lightning entered his body through his flesh and blood, and began to refine his body, making it gradually strengthen, just as Ling Zhao was comprehending the secret skill of heaven's punishment. In the chaotic ancient land, where the heavenly palace was floating, the son of heaven's body sat cross-legged in the endless chaos, and his body emitted an immortal and eternal aura. Rumble, every time he spat it out, it was like a heavenly tribulation. It was deafening and possessed supreme divine might. A mysterious starry river appeared around his body. It flickered indeterminately, and the atmosphere was extremely shocking. Ling Zhao? 9 Revolution half-saint cultivation, unparalleled physical body, and great mastery of the battle heavenly method. You were able to destroy my son of heaven Dao body. I am becoming more and more curious about the secrets in your body. The son of heaven slowly opened his eyes, and a mysterious light flowed in his eyes. It seemed as if yin and yang qi were rising, and it also seemed like the scene of space and time shattering. It was very mysterious. He muttered to himself. His voice was like brilliant thunder, and it shook the surrounding chaotic heavenly palace. I hope you won't disappoint me, the son of heaven said indifferently. Then he closed his eyes again and sank into a state of cultivation. At the peak of heaven's punishment, Ling Zhao stood up in the void. The chaotic lightning around him was devoured by him, making him exude a mysterious and blazing heaven's might. It seems that it's even harder for me to break through the limit and reach the 3rd level of heaven treading. Ling Zhao sighed with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He felt unprecedentedly powerful. The heaven's punishment secret technique contained the vast law of thunder. At this moment, Ling Zhao felt as if he had become a part of the heaven's way. His every move contained incomparable power. However, the heaven's punishment secret technique made Ling Zhao's foundation stronger, causing his accumulation to be 10 times or even 100 times greater than that of ordinary people. Naturally, the difficulty of breaking through the limit was also 10 times or 100 times greater than that of ordinary people. His clothes were whiter than snow, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. Chaotic lightning intertwined around his body, and his eyes were bright and resplendent. In particular, there was a mysterious lightning mark between his eyebrows. It looked like a vertical eye, adding a bit of majesty and mystery to him. Although the battle with the son of heaven's Taoist body was difficult, the harvest was unimaginable. A complete heaven's punishment secret technique was enough to make countless people go crazy. Is Heaven's Punishment Mountain the place where the Heaven's Punishment secret technique was born? Or did some almighty leave the Heaven's Punishment secret technique here? Ling Zhao thought to himself. The son of heaven's Taoist body appeared here because the son of heaven had passed the test of Heaven's Punishment Mountain, reached the peak of Heaven's Punishment, and obtained the Heaven's Punishment secret technique. His mark naturally fused with the endless chaotic lightning to form a Taoist body to guard the Heaven's Punishment secret technique. To obtain the Heaven's Punishment secret technique, one must first defeat the son of heaven's Taoist body. Now that Ling Zhao had killed the son of heaven's Taoist body and obtained the Heaven's Punishment secret technique, his mark would replace the son of heaven's Taoist body to guard the Heaven's Punishment secret technique here. Ling Zhao guessed that the Heaven's Punishment secret technique might have been left here by some almighty expert in ancient times, but he didn't get much clues or evidence. Yi Qingqing and Feng Qingyang saw that Ling Zhao had awakened from his cultivation state and came to greet him. Ling Zhao, I didn't expect you to be able to kill the son of heaven's Taoist body. If this news gets out, I'm afraid your name will immediately spread throughout the entire ancient land of chaos. Feng Qingyang said with emotion. It seems that you are the destined master of the Tianfa secret technique. Not to mention the fact that we can't even cross the Heaven Punishment Mountain's primal chaos thunder territory. Even if we reach the peak of heaven punishment, we are still no match for the son of heaven Taoist body. Yi Qingqing said seriously with a complicated expression. She had always been proud and arrogant. Even when facing those legendary monstrous princes and ancient geniuses, she would not admit that she was inferior. However, when facing Ling Zhao, she felt a sense of defeat in her heart. Not only did Ling Xiao easily pass through the last primal chaos thunder territory of the heavenly punishment mountain, but even the son of heaven Dao body was completely destroyed by him. Yi Qingqing found it hard to accept. Those are all false reputations. Only one's own strength is the most real. I've already obtained the complete heaven's punishment secret technique. Here are 2 Dao imparting crystals. They contain the complete heaven's punishment secret technique. I hope you can also cultivate this peerless heaven's punishment secret technique. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. In his palm, 2 Dao imparting crystals that flickered with primal chaos thunder appeared. Ling Xiao's primordial spirit was incomparably powerful. It was enough to inscribe the inheritance of the heaven's punishment secret technique in the Dao imparting crystals. Although it was difficult to comprehend the complete heaven's punishment secret technique from the Dao imparting crystals, it was enough to drive countless people crazy. Thank you. Yi Qingqing said seriously. You're welcome. I took 3 of your emperor weapon imprints. This heaven's punishment secret technique is my compensation. We're even now. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Speaking of which, I took advantage of you. 3 emperor weapon imprints in exchange for the heaven shrouding secret technique and heaven's punishment secret technique. It's a great deal for me. Ling Xiao, if you need anything in the future, please come to me. Even if I have to kill the son of heaven, I won't hesitate. Yi Qingqing said as she shook her head. There was a strange look in her eyes. She did not expect Ling Xiao to give her a supreme heaven's punishment secret technique without batting an eyelid. No problem. Ling Xiao nodded and said with a smile. Feng Qingyang, on the other hand, did not stand on ceremony with Ling Xiao. He took the Dao imparting crystal from Ling Xiao and started to comprehend it seriously. Since he had already become Ling Xiao's follower, it would be easier for him to follow Ling Xiao if he became stronger. Ling Xiao could be considered to have given up. Ling Xiao, I'll make a move first. If you want to find me, go to the Roland's Golden Palace in the human race's holy city. I'm there. Yi Qingqing glanced at Ling Xiao and said hesitantly. All right. Be careful. Ling Xiao nodded and said. The most important thing for Yi Qingqing was the heaven's punishment secret technique. Now that she had obtained the heaven's punishment secret technique, she could not wait to go back and cultivate in seclusion. She wanted to try and see if she could use the heaven's punishment secret technique to break the second limit and condense the great Dao heavenly flower. We've wasted too much time in the void land. Let's go. Ling Xiao looked at Feng Qingyang and said. Don't worry. Although this is the center of the Thunder Tribulation Sea, we're not far from the demon race's holy city. We'll be able to leave the void land soon. Feng Qingyang said with a smile. After obtaining the heaven's punishment secret technique, this guy became more enthusiastic and began to take the initiative to solve Ling Xiao's problems. Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang left the heaven's punishment mountain and flew towards the void land. Now that Ling Xiao had obtained the heaven punishment secret technique, he didn't need to use the heaven shrouding secret technique. Those thunder spirits were like children who had seen their parents. They all rushed towards Ling Xiao. The strength of those lightning spirits was incomparably powerful, but Ling Xiao felt a trace of attachment and reluctance from their consciousness. Swoosh! Swoosh! Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang were like 2 bolts of lightning, flying towards the void land. Rumble! The void land was filled with darkness and was filled with loneliness and coldness. Although various mysterious scenes appeared in front of Ling Xiao, most of them were just illusions. Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang traversed through the darkness, and when the resplendent light appeared in front of them once again, even their auras had become much calmer. Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang knew that they had finally left the void lands. In front of them was a majestic mountain range. It was like a 1,000,000-mile-long giant dragon lying dormant on the ground, exuding a vast and mysterious pressure. Those mountains were tens of thousands of feet high. They were majestic, ancient, and mysterious. They were filled with a vast demon qi. They could not see the end of it and did not know how many mountains there were. This is the area of the demon race's holy city, the Million Demons Mountain. Million Monster Mountain? Ling Zhao's eyes shone brightly as he looked into the distance. He saw mountains rising from the ground, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. They were filled with dazzling lights and looked very strange. Looking from afar, those mountains were like tombs. They were filled with a vast aura of death, as though countless mighty demons were buried there. Ling Xiao cultivated the secret skill of life and the secret skill of death. Hence, he immediately noticed the strangeness of this place. The aura of death was extremely dense, but within the endless aura of death, there were traces of indestructible vitality, as though some terrifying existence was being nurtured. Million Monster Mountain has another name, the Tomb of the Demon Emperor. Rumor had it that a demon emperor had been buried here, causing the mountains and rivers within 1,000,000 miles to change, forming a mysterious ancient tomb. Countless powerful figures of the demon clan in the Antiquity Age would choose to be buried here. Rumor has it that the aura of death and vitality converge here. It is a place of life and death. If one is buried here for a long time, there is a high possibility of resurrection. Feng Qingyang said slowly. Resurrection from the dead? It's not that easy. Even if one is resurrected from the dead, I'm afraid that the corpse has developed spiritual intelligence for some reason and is no longer the original person. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. This is just a legend. I don't know if anyone is resurrected from the dead, but there are countless treasures and inheritances left behind by mighty demons. People often come here to search for treasures. Opportunities and dangers coexist here. Once we pass through the tomb of the demon emperor, we will reach the demon race's saint city. Feng Qingyang said with a smile. Let's go. We can find time to explore the tomb of the demon emperor. Let's go to the demon race's saint city first. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Although he was curious about the mysteries of the tomb of the demon emperor, he hoped that he could reach the demon race's saint city in time to find Shui Wei and the white dragon horse. Swoosh! Swoosh! Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang flew towards the depths of the tomb of the demon emperor. They concealed their aura, as they did not want to alarm the terrifying existence in the tomb of the demon emperor. They wanted to pass through the tomb of the demon emperor safely. The two of them were extremely fast. Soon, they crossed hundreds of thousands of miles and arrived at the depths of the tomb of the demon emperor. Rumble, in the depths of the shifter emperor's tomb, the scene became even more shocking. Beams of divine light shot up into the sky, and the huge mountains looked like tombs, exuding an endless aura of death. Ling Xiao could feel that within those mountains, there seemed to be some incomparably terrifying auras that could awaken at any time, emitting energy fluctuations that made one's heart palpitate. Roar, within the mountains, there were also powerful roars of beasts. They were ancient and mysterious, like the roars of some ancient species. They contained a ferocious and overflowing aura. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. Suddenly, he discovered a group of figures with powerful auras hidden in a divine mountain in front of him. Although those people had used powerful aura-concealing secret techniques to conceal their auras, they were still unable to hide from Ling Xiao's perception. Let's go take a look. Ling Xiao saw that there were more than a dozen 9th Revolution half-saint experts. They were dressed in black robes, and their faces were cold. Each of them possessed unparalleled strength. They formed a mysterious battle formation and blocked a cave on the mountain. All of them were on high alert. The auras in their bodies were as vigorous as the sea. It was extremely terrifying. Their expressions were cold, as if they wanted to capture something. Most importantly, Ling Xiao could feel the majestic demonic aura in their bodies. These people were all experts of the demon clan. Could it be that these guys have found some treasure? The demon clan is cruel and cunning. If they have found any treasure, we'll just snatch it away. Feng Qingyang's eyes lit up. He chuckled and said eagerly. Let's take a look first. Ling Xiao's figure flashed, and his entire body was hidden in the void. He silently flew towards the mountain. Rumble. At this moment, a white streamer suddenly rushed out from the cave that was surrounded by more than a dozen experts. Its speed was extremely fast, like lightning. It's out. Catch it quickly. This time, no matter what, we can't let it escape. We must capture this evil creature alive and bring it to the young lord. More than a dozen experts of the demon clan shouted, and their eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Boom, at the moment when the white streamer rushed out of the cave, dazzling runes lit up in the void. In an instant, a large net fell from the sky. The golden light was dazzling, and it enveloped the white figure. At the same time, a black demonic light shot out from the palms of each of the experts of the demon clan. It was like a heavenly pillar of divine light, exuding a monstrous evil spirit and killing intent. Among them, 12 experts of the demon clan seemed to have transformed into 12 ancient celestial demons in an instant. Their auras were terrifying and mysterious. The heavenly pillars of divine light intertwined in the void, distorting the void and forming a vast formation space. Evil creature, let's see where you can escape to this time. The leader was a young man. He was dressed in black armor and held a black saber in his hand. His whole body was filled with evil spirit. Cold light shot out from his eyes as he stared at the white figure. Gotcha! It was as if a dragon's roar exploded in the void. In an instant, the void shook, and the surrounding sky shook. The white figure that was imprisoned by the golden net suddenly exploded with unparalleled divine power, tearing the golden net apart. An incomparably handsome white horse snorted as it walked out. Its entire body was covered in pure white fur, without a single trace of impurity. It looked as soft as satin, and its 4 hooves emitted a mysterious fluctuation, as if it could break through the void at any time. It looked at the experts of the demon clan in front of it with disdain and said, "You want to capture me with just you? You are overestimating yourselves." White Dragon Horse. Ling Zhao's eyes widened in shock, and he immediately revealed an extremely surprised expression. He did not expect to encounter the White Dragon Horse in the tomb of the Demon Emperor. Moreover, it seemed like the White Dragon Horse was causing trouble again. Otherwise, it would not have attracted the attention of more than a dozen experts of the demon clan to hunt it down at the same time. Evil creature, I know you can travel through the void. However, this 12 capital divine beings formation was prepared for you by the young lord. I would like to see how you can escape from the 12 capital divine beings formation today. The youth in black armor said with a cold laugh. 12 capital divine beings formation? Even heaven and earth cannot trap me. You think this lousy formation of yours can? Buzz, the void trembled slightly, emitting a strange ripple. The White Dragon Horse suddenly realized that the void was overlapping, but the 12 god pillars were eternal and indestructible. No matter how it tried to shift the void, it could not shift out of the range of the 12 god pillars. Give up. The 12 divine fiends formation is an ancient imperial formation. It contains endless overlapping spacetime and is specially designed to restrain evil creatures like you who are good at space shifting. Why don't you surrender now? The black-armored youth scolded coldly. You want me to surrender without putting up a fight? Dream on. Since I can't leave, I'll kill all of you. Then, I'll be able to leave. The White Dragon Horse's eyes revealed a trace of blood-red killing intent. Rumble, blazing lightning flashed around its body. In the next moment, a vast dragon roar exploded in the void. Under its white fur, golden dragon scales grew, making its aura extremely terrifying. The White Dragon Horse also had the cultivation of a 9th revolution half-saint. It had also received the secret skill of the ancestral dragon from Ling Xiao. At this moment, it exploded with all its strength. It was like a divine dragon had descended to the world, exuding an unparalleled dragon aura. Gotcha! The White Dragon Horse kicked one of the demon clan cultivators at the side. It was as fast as a ghost. The demon clan cultivator did not expect the White Dragon Horse to attack. His face was full of shock as he was kicked by the White Dragon Horse in an instant. Boom! A blazing divine light rose from the demonic cultivator's body, and his murderous aura filled the sky. He had actually become one with the divine light pillar, and a layer of mysterious enchantment enveloped his body. Even the White Dragon Horse's hoof couldn't break it, and ripples appeared on the enchantment. If you don't surrender, you can die. There was no trace of panic on the demon race cultivator's face. His eyes were filled with murderous intent and an endless amount of evil chi rose from his palm. It turned into a blazing sword light and slashed down towards the White Dragon Horse. Kill! Kill! In the 12 divine fiends formation, the 12 demon clan experts, led by the black-armored youth, roared at the same time. They displayed their powerful techniques and attacked the White Dragon Horse. With the support of the formation, not only did they have an incomparably powerful defensive barrier, they were in an invincible position. Moreover, the aura around them was incomparably terrifying, and their strength had increased by several times. Their attacks contained incomparably terrifying power. Rumble, in an instant, streaks of fiery sword light slashed down from the sky, containing an incomparably sharp divine light. It was as if it could destroy everything, completely drowning the white dragon horse. Ling Xiao, this is the white dragon horse that you're looking for? The 12 divine beings' wraith formation was the imperial formation of the Hua race. How could these demon experts know the 12 divine beings' wraith formation? Within the formation, they were naturally in an invincible position. But the white dragon horse might be in danger. Feng Qingyang glanced at Ling Xiao as he stared at the battle before him. They're digging their own graves. Murderous intent flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He could tell that these demon clan experts really wanted to kill the white dragon horse. This immediately ignited the anger in his heart. Without any hesitation, he attacked. Rumble, Ling Xiao punched out and a vast amount of chaotic qi gushed out. It formed a huge chaotic fist in the void and blasted towards the 12th capital heaven divine wraith formation. At the same time, the flipping sky seal rotated and expanded in the void. It turned into a towering mountain and suppressed the demon clan. The 12 divine fiends formation was the supreme imperial formation of the Hua clan. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. Hence, he directly released the strongest power of the flipping sky seal. He wanted to break the 12 divine fiends formation in one fell swoop. Kacha, Ling Xiao performed the heavenly emperor's fist. The fist essence, which contained the power to destroy the world, swept across the heavens and earth. It blasted directly on the bounded domain of the 12 divine fiends formation. The barrier shook violently as runes exploded one after another. Ling Xiao's sudden attack caught the dozen or so demonic beasts off guard. They were all shocked and angered. Who are you? How dare you attack us? Aren't you afraid of the heavenly demon young master's revenge? The black-armored youth stared at Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang and roared. At the same time, a terrifying aura rose around them. The 12 divine beings' slaughtering formation trembled in the void. It was as if a huge vortex had appeared, emitting a terrifying devouring power. It wanted to swallow Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang into the formation. Kacha, at this moment, the flipping sky seal came crashing down with a rumble. The flipping sky seal was originally a supreme-grade holy treasure. Furthermore, it had Thunder Spirit King, a Saint Realm expert, as its device spirit. In addition, it contained vast Emperor's power. At this moment, it burst out with all its strength. The terrifying Emperor's power collided with the 12 divine fiends formation. The bounded domain, which was already trembling violently, could not withstand the terrifying impact of the flipping sky seal. Countless talismans exploded, and the 12 divine fiends formation completely collapsed. Puff. 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 Because the 12 divine beings' wraith formation had been destroyed, the dozen or so demon clan experts spat out mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying. Ling Xiao? Ha ha ha. I knew you wouldn't die. Your life is tougher than the heavens. Even the heavens don't dare to kill you, let alone those 2 old bald donkeys. After seeing Ling Xiao, the white dragon horse, who had been fighting with all its might, was overjoyed and shouted excitedly. Why are you in such a sorry state? Why are you being chased by a group of demon clan experts? Where is Shui Wei? Ling Xiao glared at the white dragon horse and asked. Hee hee, this is not the place to talk. Let's kill these bastards first. I'll explain to you in detail later. The white dragon horse laughed guiltily. Then, it turned around and charged toward one of the demon clan experts. Boom, the white dragon horse's huge hoof stomped on the demon clan expert's face. The demon clan expert's head exploded like a watermelon. The white dragon horse spat out a ray of sword light. It was extremely sharp and directly cut the demon clan expert into thousands of pieces. Even his primordial spirit was completely destroyed. There was no way for him to escape. Seeing how the white dragon horse had killed one of the demon race experts so easily, the remaining demon race experts were all horrified. Their hearts were filled with thoughts of retreating. Ling Xiao's forceful breaking of the 12 divine fiends formation's bounded domain had already made them cower. Now that they saw how powerful the white dragon horse was, they lost their will to fight. Kill. Swoosh, Feng Qingyang also unleashed his powerful cultivation. The spear light in his hand seemed to be able to penetrate the sky. It formed a series of afterimages in the void and attacked the experts of the demon clan. The experts of the demon clan had dared to chase after the white dragon horse because they could set up the 12 divine beings killing formation. Now that the formation had been broken by Ling Xiao, they were only a dozen experts of the 9th Revolution half-saint realm. How could they be a match for Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang? Rumble, under the joint efforts of Ling Xiao, the white dragon horse and Feng Qingyang, the experts of the demon race were quickly killed. Blood rained down from the sky, and the air was filled with a thick smell of blood. Only the leader, the black-armored young man, was left behind. Ling Xiao still wanted to interrogate him for some information. "You're all dead. No one can save you. Let me go if you know what's good for you." The young man in black armor was scared out of his wits and shouted fiercely. He didn't expect Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang to be so powerful. Not only did they break the 12 divine beings killing formation, but they also killed more than a dozen 9th Revolution half-saint experts like cutting melons and vegetables. Noisy. Ling Xiao frowned and threw out a slap, knocking the black-armored youth unconscious. "Tell me, why are you being chased by these experts of the demon clan? Did you get into trouble again? Didn't I ask you to protect Shuewei? Where is Shuewei now?" Ling Xiao glared at the white dragon horse and said angrily. "That heavenly demon young master has gone too far. All I did was rob his ancestral grave, but I didn't get anything from it. That bastard just won't leave me alone. He's been sending people to kill me over and over again." The white dragon horse hurriedly cried out. "You dug up the heavenly demon young master's ancestral grave? No wonder he sent people to kill you." Feng Qingyang was speechless. This white dragon horse was really strange. It even dug up the heavenly demon young master's ancestral grave. It would be strange if the heavenly demon young master did not kill it. The heavenly demon young lord was a famous genius. He was the son of the heavenly demon sovereign in the demon realm. His strength was unfathomable and he had a group of powerful followers. The heavenly demon young master had been in the Fiend Saint City for a few years and his strength was unparalleled. He swept through the crowd and showed signs of becoming the #1 person in the Fiend Saint City. In terms of fame, he was not much weaker than the Son of Heaven. "The reason I dug up that bastard's ancestral grave was because he captured Shuewei. Ling Xiao, you must hurry and save Shuewei. I'm afraid that the heavenly demon young master will do something to her." The white dragon horse looked at Ling Xiao guiltily and said. "Shuewei was captured by the heavenly demon young master? What's going on?" Ling Xiao's expression darkened, and the coldness in his eyes exploded. "I brought Shuewei to the Chaos Ancient Land. Shuewei blocked that attack for you and was severely injured. We have been searching for treasures in the tomb of the Shifter Emperor for the past few years and recuperating and cultivating," the white dragon horse slowly narrated. It turned out that a few months ago, the white dragon horse and Shuewei had accidentally discovered the cave abode of a fiend saint king and obtained many treasures. However, they encountered the heavenly demon young master who had accidentally barged in. The heavenly demon young master captured Shuewei, who had not fully recovered from her injuries, while the white dragon horse escaped. During this period of time, the white dragon horse had been constantly thinking of ways to save Shuewei. It had even dug up the heavenly demon young master's ancestral grave and stolen countless sacred medicines that he had collected. However, it had not found a chance to rescue Shuewei. The white dragon horse's actions had completely infuriated the heavenly demon young master. He had sent out a large number of fiend race experts to hunt down the white dragon horse, which led to today's events. The heavenly demon young master? He deserves to die. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The heavenly demon young master had captured Shuewei and had touched Ling Zhao's reverse scale. It had caused Ling Xiao to have an infinite amount of murderous intent towards him. Bam! Ling Xiao kicked the black-armored youth in the chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he woke up from his coma. "I'll ask you a question and you'll answer it. If there's even the slightest falsehood in your words, I'll make you beg for death," Ling Xiao said coldly as he stared at the black-armored youth. "You want to get information about the young master from me? Dream on. Let me tell you, you're all dead meat." The black-armored youth sneered and immediately refused to admit his mistake. Boom! Ling Xiao rudely interrupted the black-armored youth and pointed his finger at his glabella. Immediately, a vast amount of thunderbolt energy surged into the black-armored youth's sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao activated the heavenly punishment secret skill. Bolts of lightning that contained a vast amount of heavenly might instantly spread towards the black-armored youth's primordial spirit. Crack! The blazing thunderbolt struck the black-armored youth's primordial spirit, causing his body to tremble violently. His face twisted in an instant. It was an intense pain that came from the depths of his primordial spirit. The black-armored youth was in so much pain that he was about to go crazy. He was drenched in sweat and could not help but fall to his knees. I don't want to ask a second time. Can you answer my question now? Ling Xiao said expressionlessly as he stared at the black-armored youth. The black-armored youth wanted to continue being stubborn. However, when he met Ling Xiao's gaze, he shuddered and became afraid. It was as if he dared to say no, he would immediately be subjected to unimaginable torture. I'll talk. The black-armored youth gritted his teeth and blurted out. Where is the heavenly demon young master now? Ling Xiao asked. The young master is now in the heavenly demon race's Saint City. He's preparing for his wedding with Miss Shui Wei in 3 days' time. When the time comes, besides the many experts in the heavenly demon race's Saint City, many other heavenly prides from the other Saint Cities will also come to congratulate him. The black-armored youth hurriedly said. What? Ling Xiao's gaze turned cold and a monstrous murderous aura erupted from his body. Murderous intent gathered around him and formed a terrifying gale that seemed to be able to destroy everything. I'm not wrong. It said that Miss Shui Wei has the sacred reincarnation constitution and can help one break through their limits. She can even prove her Tao and become a saint. If the young master marries Miss Shui Wei, not only will he be able to break through his limit for the 3rd time, he might even be able to prove his Tao and become a saint. The black-armored youth's eyes were filled with fear. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would slap him to death in a fit of rage. That bastard wants to marry Shui Wei? How dare he? How is he worthy? Wah. This is so infuriating. I'm going to kill that bastard. The white dragon horse was stunned. This was the first time he had heard the black-armored youth's words. He was instantly enraged and gritted his teeth as he spoke. Ling Xiao, calm down. The heavenly demon young master's strength is extremely terrifying. Now that he has broken through his limit for the 2nd time and has many followers, the heavenly demon race's Saint City is definitely a tiger's den. We can't act rashly. We have to think about this carefully. Feng Qingyang knew that something bad was about to happen when he saw Ling Xiao's expression. So what if it's a tiger's den? If the heavenly demon young master dares to harm Shui Wei, he will die even if he escapes to the ends of the earth. Ling Xiao's eyes were burning with murderous intent. He killed the black-armored youth in front of him with a slap and jumped onto the back of the white dragon horse. That's right. Let's barge into the heavenly demon's Saint City today. The white dragon horse also neighed. Its eyes were full of arrogance. It kicked its 4 hooves, and a blazing divine light rose from its body. In an instant, it turned into a bolt of white lightning and shot directly in the direction of the demon race's holy city. You guys are too impulsive. But I like it. Feng Qingyang let out a bitter laugh as he softly sighed. However, Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse's fearless aura caused him to be rather moved. Shaking his head, he directly chased after them. The heavenly demon's Saint City was located in the north of the tomb of the demon emperor. It floated above a mountain range and emitted a blazing light, like a sun that would never set. Endless flames burned all around it. The heavenly demon's Saint City looked majestic and magnificent. The city walls were 1,000,000 feet tall and had a radius of a few million miles. It was like a floating continent, emitting an ancient and majestic aura. In the depths of the heavenly demon's Saint City, there was a heavenly demon palace. It looked extraordinary and radiant. At this moment, it was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Red curtains were hung everywhere, making it look very festive. The heavenly demon palace was the residence of the heavenly demon young master. It was one of the most prestigious residences in the heavenly demon's Saint City. Countless experts from the heavenly demon race would look at the heavenly demon palace with reverence. The heavenly demon young master's strength was extraordinary and he was famous in the heavenly demon's Saint City. In addition to his prestigious status, countless experts from the heavenly demon race followed him. This made the heavenly demon palace one of the most powerful forces in the heavenly demon's Saint City. Today, the heavenly demon young master's wedding attracted countless experts from the heavenly demon's Saint City to attend. The heavenly demon young master's bride was the saintess of the Samsara temple, Lady Xuewei. It was said that the saintess of the Samsara temple was the matchmaker who had betrothed Lady Xuewei to the heavenly demon young master. The Samsara temple was famous not only in the god realm, but also in the myriad worlds. The marriage between the saintess of Samsara and the heavenly demon young master was seen as a perfect match. Heavenly demon young master, congratulations! A talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. I wish that young master Tian Yao and Miss Xuewei will be united forever, and may you be together for 100 years. One figure after another walked into the celestial demon palace and congratulated the two figures at the entrance of the palace. At the entrance of the Sky Demon Palace, the Sky Demon young master and Xuewei stood side by side. The Sky Demon young master was dressed in a long red robe. He was tall and slender, and his face was as clear as jade. He looked elegant and dashing. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He cupped his hands in greeting to the guests who came and went. He looked very happy. Beside him, Xuewei was wearing a red dress. Her skin was like jade, her figure was tall, and her face was beautiful. However, at that moment, her gaze was extremely cold. She did not seem to have the slightest bit of joy when facing the crowd. Xuewei, you better be happy. If you make my guest unhappy, I don't mind killing you right now. The heavenly demon young master's cold voice entered Xuewei's sea of consciousness. Kill me? Will you? Xuewei said indifferently. The heavenly demon young master's eyes revealed a trace of cruelty. He said through voice transmission, I won't kill you, but I can make you beg for death. For some reason, every time the heavenly demon young master saw Xuewei's indifferent and cold expression, he could not help but feel an endless burning flame in his heart. He could not wait to pounce on Xuewei. Xuewei's expression was extremely cold. She turned her head away and ignored the heavenly demon young master. Although Xuewei's cultivation had been sealed by the heavenly demon young master and she could not even speak, Xuewei's aloof and otherworldly temperament made countless people feel ashamed of their inferiority. Golden Snake Clan, young master Golden Snake sends 1,000,000-year-old ginseng and 10,000 origin pills. Sorcerer Clan, Genius Wusong sends a superior sacred treasure sword and a bottle of sacred heart liquid. Sacred Spirit Clan, young master Shun Kong sends an ancient sacred spirit flower and 10,000 kilograms of frost iron essence. Many genius experts rushed to the heavenly demon palace to congratulate the heavenly demon young master. Their auras were extremely powerful, and they were at least 9th revolution half-saints. Many of them had already entered the 3rd stage of heaven treading. The heavenly demon palace was filled with a joyous atmosphere. The experts under the heavenly demon young master were all wearing black armor and black robes. They maintained order in the heavenly demon palace. Therefore, no one dared to cause trouble in the heavenly demon palace. Everything was very peaceful. Brother heavenly demon, the auspicious time has arrived. You can get married now. A clear voice rang out. A handsome young man wearing a black and white Taoist robe walked over from afar. He looked like an elegant young master in a chaotic world. He was very extraordinary. His eyes were extremely clear and there was a faint smile on his lips. There seemed to be a black and white halo flashing in his eyes. It contained the power of reincarnation and could see through people's hearts. He was the sacred son of Samsara. Thank you, brother. Let's go and get married now. Ha ha ha, the heavenly demon young master laughed heartily. He exchanged a glance with the sacred son of Samsara, then led Xuewei into the heavenly demon palace. He had been waiting for this day for too long. So long as he married Xuewei, his plan would be able to begin. The sacred son of Samsara smiled at Xuewei and said, Junior sister Xuewei, the heavenly demon young master is a peerless genius. It's not a disgrace for you to marry him. As for the Samsara temple, I'll take care of it. You'd better take care of your husband and children. Senior brother, you're really scheming. But do you really think it's so easy to break the sacred son of Samsara? Xuewei said calmly. Her cold gaze fell on the sacred son of Samsara. The reason why he was captured by the heavenly demon young master and forced to marry him was largely due to the saint son of Samsara. Before Xue Wei entered the Samsara temple, the sacred son of Samsara was the one and only genius. He was also destined to be the future successor of the Samsara temple. However, Xue Wei's arrival had changed everything. Xue Wei possessed the legendary sacred son of Samsara. Her cultivation talent was superb, even surpassing that of the sacred son of Samsara. In a short period of time, her cultivation had almost caught up with the sacred son of Samsara. She had even cultivated the secret skill of Samsara to the small success realm. All of this made the sacred son of Samsara extremely jealous. He was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. If Xue Wei married the heavenly demon young master and her sacred son of Samsara was broken, he would be the most powerful person among the younger generation of the Samsara temple. The position of sect master would belong to him in the future. Junior sister, you'd better give up. No one will come to save you. Even if someone comes to save you, they'll still die under the circumstances today. So, you'd better get married. The sacred son of Samsara said coldly. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to the heavenly demon ancestor. In the heavenly demon palace, the heavenly demon young master wore a long red robe and Xue Wei wore a red veil. They stood side by side as they bowed to heaven and earth. However, Xue Wei's body was stiff like a marionette. It was as if her body was being controlled and she could not move on her own. The heavenly demon ancestor was the ancestor of the demon race. Legend had it that he was the first demon emperor since the creation of the world. He led the demon race to glory and prosperity and was respected by all demons to this day. Regardless of whether it was a ceremony or a wedding, the demon race would always bow to the heavenly demon ancestor. Once Xue Wei's saintly being of Samsara is broken, with the support of the heavenly demon young master, I will be the young sect master of the Samsara temple. No one will be able to stop me then. The Samsara saint thought to himself as he looked at the heavenly demon young master and Xue Wei. His eyes burned with passion. The heavenly demon young master's ability to capture the severely injured Xue Wei had a lot to do with the Samsara saint. Xue Wei and the white dragon horse entered the chaotic ancient land to cultivate. During this time, Xue Wei used the power of the Samsara temple to search for various treasures. Thus, the Samsara saint found out about her whereabouts. It was because of the Samsara saint that the heavenly demon young master was able to capture Xue Wei alive. The saintly being of Samsara was one of the most powerful saintly beings in the world. It could carry the true meaning of the great path of Samsara's secret skills and had always been the best candidate to be the master of Samsara in the Samsara temple. It was because of the saintly being of Samsara that the Samsara temple was able to prosper for so long. However, the heavenly demon young master had a secret skill that allowed him to steal the power of the saintly being of Samsara through dual cultivation. Then, he would be able to obtain Xue Wei's saintly being of Samsara and all her cultivation. He would then be able to break through to the highest level and possess unparalleled talent and great luck. Although the Samsara saint coveted Xue Wei, he was wary of the master of Samsara. If the master of Samsara found out about this, he would definitely die a tragic death. Therefore, he had used the heaven demon young master to offer Xue Wei to the heaven demon young master in order to gain his support. The saint of Samsara and the heavenly demon young master hit it off, which was why Xue Wei was captured alive. Husband and wife, bow to each other. As the MC shouted one last time, the heavenly demon young master and Xue Wei were about to kneel down and complete the final ceremony before becoming husband and wife. Rumble, however, at this moment, the sky above the celestial demon palace suddenly rumbled with thunder, causing the surrounding sky to tremble violently. Vast divine light shot through the sky, containing extremely terrifying pulses of energy. A figure dressed in white rode a majestic white dragon horse through the sky. His entire body was shrouded in a golden glow. Chaotic chi permeated the air. His eyes seemed to have the sun and moon revolving in them, mysterious and majestic. Heavenly demon young master, come out and face your death. A thunderous voice exploded in the void. It sounded like the angry roar of the celestial emperor, but it also sounded like the roar of a dragon from the ninth heaven. It contained a vast dragon's might, causing many people with lower cultivation to tremble. Their faces turned pale, and even blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Everyone was shocked. It was the heavenly demon young master's joyous occasion. Who would dare to cause trouble at this time? Could it be that he was tired of living? The heavenly demon young master's body stiffened. His eyes were filled with bloodlust, revealing a shocking murderous aura and killing intent. He suddenly looked into the void. Who is it? How dare you trespass into my celestial demon palace? Without waiting for the heavenly demon young master's orders, a dozen black-robed guards immediately rushed into the sky. Their eyes were extremely cold and filled with murderous aura. They held black spears in their hands and did not hesitate to attack Ling Xiao. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao directly. To them, trespassing into the celestial demon palace at this time was equivalent to slapping the heavenly demon young master's face and offending the dignity of the celestial demon palace. Only blood could atone for this crime. The black-robed guards were all experts of the sage-to-be level and were proficient in the art of teamwork. Their spears were like shocking lightning bolts that enveloped Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse. Scram! Ling Xiao's eyes flashed sharply as if the sun, moon, and stars were shooting out of them. Golden divine light rose from his body and he suddenly let out an angry roar that sounded like a dragon's roar. Rumble, a terrifying sound wave burst out from Ling Xiao's mouth. In an instant, it formed a golden dragon in the void. It looked very lifelike and exuded a vast dragon's aura. Then, it suddenly rushed forward. Crack! Crack! Crack, a series of crisp sounds rang out. The dozen spears were broken in an instant. The golden divine dragon was incomparably powerful. It suddenly slammed into the black-robed guards. The black-robed guards trembled at the same time and then exploded in the void. A bloody mist filled the sky and sprinkled down from the sky, dyeing the celestial demon palace red. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Ling Xiao rode the white dragon horse and walked down from the sky. It was as if a vast force of heaven and earth was pressing down on him. Everyone trembled and felt a little suffocated. It was very oppressive. With a roar, more than a dozen experts were killed. Ling Xiao's powerful figure was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. Who is he? With a roar, he killed so many people. Could he be a genius who is proficient in the way of sound? Look, he's only a 9th revolution half-saint. Those black-robed guards are mostly high-level half-saints. A few of them are even 9th revolution half-saints. How could they be so weak in front of him? It's too terrifying. I don't know what grudge he has with the celestial demon young master. He actually killed his way to the celestial demon palace. No matter what grudge he has, this guy is dead for sure. Killing is not allowed in the celestial demon palace. I'm afraid it won't be long before the enforcers capture him. Everyone was in an uproar. Their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. They looked at Ling Xiao with reverence. For the experts of the celestial demon palace, they respected those who were stronger than them the most. It had to be said that Ling Xiao's powerful attack had left a deep impression on everyone. It's young master? Shui Wei's body shook violently. A terrifying aura rose around her. She suddenly broke free from the seal on her body and tore off the red veil on her head, revealing a flawless face. She was incomparably beautiful and peerlessly beautiful. Her eyes were filled with surprise and joy. She had been secretly accumulating energy in order to break free from the seal and find a chance to deal a fatal blow to the celestial demon young master. Now that she heard Ling Xiao's voice, she could no longer hold back and directly broke the seal. Shui Wei, I'm here to bring you home. Ling Xiao chuckled at Shui Wei. The peerless sharpness in his eyes slowly dissipated and was replaced by gentleness and affection. It was as if everything in the world had disappeared. At this moment, he only had eyes for Shui Wei. Shui Wei nodded vigorously. Her eyes were filled with astonishment, making her look even more beautiful and otherworldly. Her body glowed brightly and she was about to fly towards Ling Xiao. How dare you? The heavenly demon young master was both shocked and furious. Everything that had happened had caught him off guard. Ling Xiao had killed 10 of his subordinates with a single roar and now Shui Wei was about to leave him and throw herself into Ling Xiao's arms. This filled his heart with a towering rage. Although he didn't know who this person was, he already knew in his heart that this person would die without a doubt. Boom, the heavenly demon young master's face was as cold as ice. He stretched out his hand and a blazing divine light shot out from the void, forming a sharp and huge demon claw. He wanted to grab Shui Wei back, clang. Without waiting for Ling Xiao to make a move, Shui Wei's eyes were filled with a sharp glint. Sharp sword intent rose around her and a resplendent sword light appeared in her palm. It contained the mysterious will of reincarnation as it slashed down towards the heavenly demon young master. The sword radiance was extremely bright and seemed to contain the aura of life and death. It wanted to cut everything into pieces. Gotcha! The huge demon claw exploded in the void and Shui Wei broke free from the heavenly demon young master's control. Her speed was extremely fast and she was about to throw herself into Ling Xiao's arms in an instant. Buzz, however, at this moment, a black chain appeared silently behind Shui Wei and wrapped around her body. At the same time, a black divine light was about to enter Shui Wei's body. Nobody knew when the Saint Son of Samsara had appeared behind Shui Wei like a ghost and launched a sneak attack. He was extremely decisive and knew that Shui Wei was his biggest bargaining chip. No matter who this person was, he had to capture Shui Wei. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. You're courting death. A murderous intent flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. The flipping sky seal flew out from his palm at an extremely fast speed and charged towards the Saint of Samsara. Crack, the void suddenly shattered and chaotic currents rose. The Saint Son of Samsara flew out from the void, looking extremely miserable. The black chain that he controlled also exploded with a loud bang. The flipping sky seal's momentum was monstrous. It floated above the sky demon palace like an immemorial divine mountain. It seemed that it would explode with a shocking blow at any time. After the Thunder Spirit King swallowed the endless thunder spirits in the Thunder Calamity Sea, not only did his strength soar, but the flipping sky seal also seemed to have some strange changes. Its power became more and more terrifying. Young master, Shui Wei stood in front of Ling Xiao and looked at him in a daze. She said softly as a brilliant smile appeared on her face. At this moment, the world lost its color. She was dressed in a red dress and looked like a fairy. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and her appearance was peerless. However, there was no world in her eyes. There was no one there, only Ling Xiao's figure. Then, she gently walked forward and hugged Ling Xiao. She buried her head in Ling Xiao's chest with a look of relief on her face. This? I didn't see anything. Little lunatic, what are you looking at? Don't you have any eyesight? The white dragon horse coughed softly and turned its head away. However, when it saw Feng Qingyang's dumbfounded expression, it couldn't help but kick Feng Qingyang's head, causing him to grimace in pain. This can't be my sister-in-law, right? Feng Qingyang sneaked up on the white dragon horse. He didn't fight the white dragon horse with his life. Instead, he winked and whispered to the white dragon horse. Perhaps she can be considered as one. The white dragon horse had a strange look in its eyes. She can be considered as one? Could there be other sisters-in-law? Feng Qingyang mumbled suspiciously. Ling Xiao ignored the white dragon horse and Feng Qingyang's little tricks. This was because the heavenly demon young master and the Saint of Samsara had already surrounded them with their men. Who are you? How dare you barge into the sky demon palace? Release this young master's wife. The heavenly demon young master saw Shui Wei in Ling Xiao's arms and was filled with jealousy. His eyes were about to spit fire as he glared at Ling Xiao. Brother heavenly demon, I know who he is. I didn't expect him to still be alive. The Saint of Samsara stared at Ling Xiao and said coldly. Who is he? The heavenly demon young master asked. Long Outyin, the battle hall master of the war god temple. Everyone thought that he had died 3 years ago at the hands of the Chinese saints and the heavenly curse sect. No one expected him to still be alive and enter the chaotic ancient land. The Saint of Samsara sneered and said. He was extremely shocked. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the 9th revolution half-saint realm, his combat strength was too terrifying. The energy waves that Ling Xiao exuded made him feel threatened. Long Outyin. He's Long Outyin? Everyone was shocked. Although this was the demon race's saint city, there were many human experts here. Naturally, they knew Ling Xiao's name. The glorious battle 3 years ago had made Ling Xiao's reputation comparable to the saints of the other 12 saint lands. Some people even thought that if Ling Xiao had not died, he might have had a chance to compete with those ancient sky prides. Long Out Yen? I don't care who you are. Hand over Shui Wei and kneel down to apologize. If you do, I'll leave your corpse intact. The heavenly demon young master sneered. Although he had heard of the rumors about Ling Xiao, he didn't take it to heart. As the young lord of the heavenly demon realm, he had his own pride, which was enough for him to sweep through the crowd. Even many ancient sky prides had to bow before him. Who dares to make a move in the demon race's Saint City? At the same time, the enforcers of the demon race's Saint City had arrived. There were more than a dozen figures wearing worn-out armor or animal skins. Each of them had an ancient and terrifying aura. Their eyes were overflowing with murderous intent, and their bodies were surrounded by a murderous aura. They held powerful weapons in their hands and locked onto the sky. The enforcer's strength was extremely terrifying. Even ancient sky prides who dared to behave atrociously in the demon race's Saint City were no match for these enforcers. At this moment, everyone was shocked when they felt the murderous aura from the many enforcers. They could not help but retreat. Esteemed enforcers, today is Brother Heavenly Demon's wedding day. However, this person broke into the Heavenly Demon Palace, killed the palace guards, and snatched Brother Heavenly Demon's bride. I hope esteemed enforcers can uphold justice and kill this person on the spot. The reincarnation saint cupped his hands and bowed to the enforcers. Whether it was the rules that these enforcers represented, the powerful combat strength of these enforcers, or the protectors behind these enforcers, the reincarnation saint and the others were extremely wary of them. Take him down, dead or alive. The heavenly demon young master pointed at Ling Xiao and ordered the enforcers. To everyone's surprise, the enforcers obeyed the heavenly demon young master's order and surrounded Ling Xiao with murderous intent. Kid, hand over the heavenly demon young master's bride and surrender. Otherwise, we'll destroy your soul and make sure you're never reincarnated. The leader of the enforcers was a burly man with 2 hammers in his hands. He was dressed in tattered animal hide and his muscles were bulging. He was filled with explosive power as he glared at Ling Xiao and roared. His voice boomed like thunder. You're enforcers. How can you listen to their side of the story? What if I say that they started it first? Ling Xiao frowned and stared at the enforcers. He could feel that these law enforcers were not to be trifled with. Each and every one of them was incomparably powerful and had experienced hundreds of battles. Ordinary experts of the 9th Revolution half-saint realm were simply no match for them. Perhaps only experts of the 3rd level of heaven treading could fight them. With so many enforcers, it was enough to kill a 3rd stage ascension expert. However, he didn't expect these enforcers to obey the heavenly demon young master's orders. This made Ling Xiao extremely angry. Young master, rumor has it that the protectors of the demon Saint City were once favored by the heavenly demon emperor. Therefore, these enforcers have been secretly instructed to obey the heavenly demon young master's orders. That's why they're siding with the heavenly demon young master. Shui Wei whispered to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao understood and sneered. The light in his eyes turned even colder. We have our own judgment as to who made the first move. Surrender and follow us back for investigation. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The burly man in the lead sneered. I didn't expect that the so-called enforcers who uphold justice are just a bunch of petty people who rely on the rich and powerful. It seems that I've overestimated you. Since that's the case, there's no need for you to exist. Ling Xiao sighed. His eyes were extremely calm. Hee, I've already said that these guys aren't good people. We might as well kill them all and turn the demon Saint City into a city of chaos. The white dragon horse sneered. There were 108 holy cities in the ancient Chaos Land. Although there were enforcers and guardians in each holy city, there had been heaven-defying experts who had killed the enforcers and guardians by force in the past 3 years, turning the holy city into a city of chaos without any order or rules. As soon as Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse spoke, the faces of the enforcers changed. Chaos City was their bottom line. Seeing Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse acting so brazenly, their killing intent was ignited. You're courting death. Go. Life or death. The burly man sneered, his body exuding an incomparably blazing killing intent. Rumble, he made the first move. His twin hammers were like two mountains as they came crashing down toward Ling Xiao. At the same time, the enforcers around him were filled with murderous aura. Their eyes were cold as they unleashed powerful superpowers. Their bodies were shrouded in saint aura as if they could tear the world apart. The enforcers made their moves at the same time. Long Outyen is too arrogant, isn't he? How dare he offend the law enforcement officers? Now, no one can save them. That's right. So what if he's powerful? The enforcers are all powerhouses who have experienced countless battles. Although they aren't very talented, their combat strength is superb. Moreover, they have the guardian behind them. Long Outyen is dead for sure. He has to pay the price for trespassing in the Heavenly Demon Palace in the Monsters' Saint City. Many experts from the demon clan sneered, their eyes filled with icy coldness. They naturally didn't think highly of Ling Xiao. In the past 3 years, many talented powerhouses had been rebellious and disobeyed the iron rules of the Monsters' Saint City. However, all of them were killed by the enforcers without exception. Today, not only were there the enforcers, but there were also the Saint of Samsara and the young master of the Heavenly Demon Palace. There was also the mysterious Lord of the Enforcers. Ling Xiao could be said to be heavily surrounded. Everyone thought that he would definitely die. Protect Shui Wei. Ling Xiao placed Shui Wei on the white dragon horse and ordered. Then, he turned around and charged toward the enforcers. Shui Wei's injuries hadn't healed, but Ling Xiao had already fed her a supreme healing golden elixir. At the same time, he asked the white dragon horse and Feng Qingyang to protect Shui Wei. He chose to face the enforcers alone. After all, the Saint of Samsara and the young master of the Heavenly Demon Palace were still eyeing him covetously. Rumble. Ling Xiao punched out and a golden fist print exploded like a dazzling sun. It contained unparalleled divine power and directly collided with the two hammers of the burly man. Terrifying shockwaves swept out. Along with the eruption of primal chaos chi, the two giant hammers buzzed and trembled. A terrifying force erupted, causing the burly man's expression to change involuntarily. After which, he was forced to retreat. The burly man's original form was an ancient rare species. His physical body was unparalleled. In addition to the two hammers in his hands, he possessed terrifying strength. He had always been invincible. He didn't expect to lose to Ling Xiao. Crack, Ling Xiao didn't give him a chance to react at all. He kicked the burly man in the chest and sent him flying, swoosh. 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 At the same time, the other enforcers charged toward Ling Xiao. Terrifying killing intent rose from their bodies as they displayed their incomparably powerful superpowers. Long sabers swept across the sky, sharp divine swords, and spear radiance pierced through everything. All of them were aimed at Ling Xiao's vital points. Although the individual strength of these enforcers wasn't very strong, only equivalent to the cultivation of a 9th revolution half-saint, their cooperation was superb. Moreover, they possessed extremely powerful combat instincts. Rumble, Ling Xiao's fists were like dragons. His eyes were incomparably sharp, and a murderous aura rose around him. No matter how powerful the divine ability was, he would break it with a single punch. Any attack that blocked his way would explode. The surrounding space trembled as Ling Xiao and the enforcers engaged in an intense battle. Almost every attack unleashed a force as powerful as a tsunami. It was as if a volcano had erupted, releasing endless divine light. Form the Zhoutian star battle formation. The burly man roared angrily. He could feel Ling Xiao's strength. Although more than a dozen enforcers attacked at the same time, they couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. If this continued, the enforcers would be defeated soon. Rumble. The other enforcers also roared at the same time. Their auras intertwined, and stars floated out one after another, filling the air with blazing starlight. Above the 9 heavens, the endless starry sky lit up instantly. The vast power of the stars descended, forming pillars of divine light. The power of the stars that filled the sky poured into their bodies, causing their auras and strength to skyrocket. The enforcers surrounded Ling Xiao in the center. Their auras intertwined, and it was as if their strength had skyrocketed by dozens or even hundreds of times in an instant. Crack, the void shook violently, and a mysterious sound wave exploded, causing the sky to shake at the same time. It wanted to shatter Ling Xiao, who was in the middle of it, into dust. Zhou Tian's starry battle formation? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. Streaks of chaotic aura surrounded his body, forming a vast boundary of chaos. His body was sparkling and resplendent, containing an immortal fluctuation. The strange sound wave vibrated, causing the chaotic aura around Ling Xiao to tremble and ripple. However, it was unable to cause any harm to Ling Xiao. So what if you're borrowing the power of the formation? You're still too weak. Break for me. Blazing golden light rose in Ling Xiao's eyes. He instantly soared into the sky and threw a punch at the burly man. Crack! Ling Xiao unleashed the Heavenly Emperor's fist. The chaotic aura around him rose, and the illusory image of the 3,000 great worlds appeared. The void suddenly shattered, and the divine light that filled the sky seemed to be sucked into his fist. The pillars of divine light trembled violently, as if they were about to collapse at any time. Seeing that Ling Xiao had shaken Zhou Tian's starry battle formation by himself, the enforcers could not help but change their expressions. It was as if they had trapped an awakened ancient ferocious beast, and the formation was about to be torn apart at any time. Kill! The burly man roared angrily. Streaks of starlight intertwined, and in an instant, the great Tao Law descended like divine chains of order, wrapping around Ling Xiao's body. Rumble! The god sequence chains wrapped around Ling Xiao's arms and legs, as if they had completely nullified Ling Xiao's unparalleled fist mark. However, there was a hint of mockery in Ling Xiao's eyes as he softly spat out a word. Suppress! In an instant, the flipping sky seal, which was floating in the void, came crashing down like a divine mountain. It contained destructive power and enveloped all the law enforcement officers. The easiest place to break this kind of battle formation was the outside world. Ling Xiao could tell that the star battle formation of Zhou Tian was extremely mysterious. Even if he wanted to break it by force, it would not be easy. That was why he used the fist of the Celestial Emperor to attract the attention of the enforcers. Then, he unleashed the power of the flipping sky seal to suppress them. Crack! The starlight all over the sky suddenly exploded. The surrounding void shook violently and the stars shattered. Zhou Tian's star battle formation was directly shattered by the flipping sky seal. The law enforcement officers trembled violently as they suffered a strong backlash from the formation. They coughed up blood and were suddenly sent flying. It seems like we don't even need to do anything. He can settle the battle by himself. Feng Qingyang muttered to the white dragon horse helplessly. Hee, these pieces of trash still dare to fight with Ling Xiao? They are simply courting death. Today, they will probably wreak havoc in the demon race's Saint City. The white dragon horse also laughed proudly. They were full of confidence in Ling Xiao and were not surprised by the outcome. The law enforcement officers are willing to be lackeys and do things unfairly. What's the use of keeping you alive? I think you should all go to hell. Murderous intent flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. The flipping sky seal rose into the air and once again pressed down on the law enforcement officers. He wanted to kill all of them. Swoosh! However, at this moment, a bright light bloomed. A green copper pot appeared in the void and emitted boundless rays of light. It looked simple and mysterious. In an instant, it stood in front of the law enforcement officers and collided with the flipping sky seal. Gotcha! The void vibrated violently. The flipping sky seal and the copper pot shook violently and flew back at the same time. Relying on the power of the flipping sky seal, what kind of ability is that? Long Out Yin, since you dare to attack the law enforcement officers, you are defying the laws of heaven. Today, I have no choice but to kill you. The heavenly demon young lord exuded an extremely terrifying aura. It was extremely sharp and seemed to emit billions of sword chi. The copper pot floated above his head and scattered rays of light. When he blinked, there was a mysterious scene of the creation of heaven and earth. It made him look even more mysterious and majestic. It's the 10,000 demon sword pot? This is an imitation of the 10,000 demon sword pot that was personally refined by the heavenly demon emperor. It has a trace of the 10,000 demon sword pot's extreme emperor power. It is extremely terrifying. Legend has it that the heavenly demon young lord used the 10,000 demon sword pot to kill a sage. Someone exclaimed and his eyes were filled with respect. Ling Xiao relies on the flipping sky seal. Now that he has encountered the 10,000 demon sword pot, he has kicked an iron plate. That's right. With the heavenly demon young lord around, he definitely won't be able to kill the law enforcement officers. Everyone was discussing animatedly. The 10,000 demon sword pot floated above the heavenly demon young lord's head and emitted billions of rays of light. Sword chi rose, making him look like a sword sage who controlled the way of the sword and was extremely powerful. Heavenly demon young lord? No one can save the person I want to kill, not even you. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with murderous intent and the aura around him rose to the maximum. Rumble, the flipping sky seal flew across the sky and pressed down on the heavenly demon young lord. It was shrouded in blazing lightning. The Thunder Spirit King had activated the terrifying Thunder Dao origin energy contained in it. At the same time, Ling Xiao threw a punch at the heavenly demon young lord. His fist print was unparalleled and rumbled like thunder. With me around, you won't be able to kill the law enforcement officers. The heavenly demon young lord's eyes were cold. The 10,000 demon sword pot suddenly emitted infinite rays of light. Sword radiance flew out from it and the terrifying sword essence shrouded the sky. Blazing sword radiance filled the sky and shot toward the flipping sky seal and Ling Xiao. The heavenly demon young lord stretched out his hands and grabbed at Ling Zhao's heart as if he could pierce through the void. He wanted to pluck Ling Zhao's heart out. Clang! 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 The sword radiance in the sky collided with the flipping sky seal and exploded with blazing divine light fluctuations. It was as if everything was turned into dust and only the most fundamental divine light fluctuations were left. Ling Xiao seemed to have been forced back by the sword radiance in the sky and looked extremely pathetic. In the next moment, his body was pierced by the heavenly demon young lord. Oh no! The heavenly demon young lord's expression changed. Just as he was about to pluck Ling Xiao's heart out and severely injure him, he suddenly realized that the Ling Xiao in front of him was just an illusion and instantly exploded into nothingness. The real Ling Xiao appeared in the sky above the enforcers. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and his arms pressed down. Streaks of blazing flames rose and appeared directly in a three-legged, two-eared cauldron. The mouth of the cauldron emitted an extremely violent devouring power. Boom! The dozen or so law enforcement officers did not expect this at all. Even if they did, they would not be able to resist the terrifying power of the Yen Emperor Cauldron. They were sucked into the Yen Emperor Cauldron by Ling Zhao's heaven-devouring secret skill and instantly fell into the Yen Emperor Cauldron like dumplings. The Yen Emperor Cauldron emitted a blazing light that contained a vast devouring power. The flowing flames were the fire of the Great Path and could burn the heavens and the earth. Even though the enforcers were extremely powerful, they were instantly reduced to ashes after being sucked into the Yen Emperor Cauldron. Coupled with the power of the heaven-devouring secret skill, they did not even have time to scream. I've said it before. No one can save the people I want to kill. Ling Xiao said as he stared at the heavenly demon young master with the Yen Emperor Cauldron above his head and blazing flames rising around him. You! How dare you kill the enforcers? The heavenly demon young master's face darkened instantly and his eyes were filled with shock and coldness. What were the enforcers? The enforcers represented the order and rules of the holy city and the will of the Great Path. Together with the guardians, they were the most powerful forces in the holy city. Although there were powerful people who had slaughtered the enforcers and guardians in the holy city and turned it into a chaotic city, those holy cities were not powerful and could not be compared to the holy city of the monster race. The strength of the demon race's holy city could be ranked in the top 10 among the 108 holy cities. The sky is falling. He killed the enforcers. I'm afraid the guardians will have to step in. This time, there's really no one who can save him. This Long Out Yin. He's too bold. Everyone was stunned as well. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The enforcers were extremely united. Although there were not many of them, they were all powerful people who had survived hundreds of battles and thousands of tribulations. If they attacked together, their power would be earth-shattering and it would not be difficult for them to kill a saint. Not to mention, the guardians who stood behind the enforcers were unfathomable. The guardians of the holy city must be real saints and they were extremely powerful. They could control the power of the holy city and summon supreme killing formations. Their combat strength was extraordinary. Even if the powerful people in the other holy cities killed the enforcers and guardians, they would only do so after luring them out of the holy city. No one in the holy city dared to face them head-on. What's the point of keeping the enforcers if they are not fair? Xianxia said with a cold smile. His eyes were filled with divine light as he stared intently at the heavenly demon young master. You're dead. I can guarantee that no matter what you're relying on, you'll die today. The heavenly demon young master's eyes were gloomy and his murderous intent was so strong that it seemed to materialize. He felt as though he had been slapped by Xianxia. His face was burning with pain. He had actually been deceived by Xiao's incarnation. Not only had he failed to save the enforcers, but he had also allowed Xiao to kill all the enforcers. This was a humiliation for the heavenly demon young master. Crack, at this moment, the sky seemed to have shattered. A huge vortex of divine light appeared in the void above, spewing out endless blazing lightning. The mighty might of the heavens spread out, causing people's hearts to tremble. An indomitable figure stepped out from the sky. Vast saint aura rose around him. Chaotic chi permeated the air, enveloping the boundless laws of the great path. He appeared above the celestial demon palace. Who is it? Who? A cold voice rumbled. It contained a mysterious power that caused the heavens and earth to tremble. It was a middle-aged man in red armor. His face was indifferent and his eyes contained an ancient power. The aura around him was so strong that it seemed to be able to destroy everything. His body was covered in flames and his scorching aura was so strong that it seemed to be able to burn everything into ashes. Behind the middle-aged man were dozens of figures with terrifying auras. They were all enforcers with divine weapons. Their eyes were cold and they looked at Xiao with murderous intent. It's Lord Guardian! Someone exclaimed, his voice trembling uncontrollably. The guardian of the heavenly demon saint city, Demon Saint Nine's son. Legend had it that Demon Saint Nine's son's true form was an ancient ferocious beast with terrifying strength. However, no one had ever seen Demon Saint Nine's son's true form. He had only appeared once 3 years ago and shocked everyone who entered the city. This time, Demon Saint Nine's son had come out because Xiao had killed more than 10 enforcers. Xiao, you are in big trouble. This is the guardian of the heavenly demon saint city, Demon Saint Nine Sunday. He is extremely powerful and has mastered the supreme killing array of the heavenly demon saint city. You have killed so many enforcers. He will not let us go. Let's think of a way to leave quickly. Feng Qingyang's voice, which was filled with bitterness and helplessness, entered Xiao's ears. He had not expected Xiao to be so hot-tempered that he would kill all the enforcers. He had thought that he would be able to escape with Shui Wei after frightening the enforcers. However, he had not expected Xiao to poke the hornet's nest. This time, it would be difficult to resolve the matter peacefully. Lord Nine's son, he is the one who killed the enforcers, Long Out Yin. He even said that he would turn the heavenly demon saint city into the next chaos city. The saint of Samsara pointed at Xiao and sneered. That's right. Lord Nine's sons, this brat doesn't even put the demon saint city in his eyes. He forced his way into the demon saint city and stole my bride. When the enforcers came to stop him, he went crazy and killed the enforcers. This brat must die. The heavenly demon young master said coldly. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He and the saint of Samsara each led a group of people and surrounded Xiao. Their killing intent was locked on to Xiao and the others, and they were ready to deal a fatal blow at any time. You killed the enforcers? Demon Saint Nine's son looked at Xiao expressionlessly. His expression was indifferent. That's right, it was me. If the enforcers are unjust, they don't deserve to be enforcers. Xiao nodded. His eyes were clear as he looked directly at Demon Saint Nine Sunday. So, you want to kill me, the guardian, too? Who gave you the courage to behave so atrociously in the heavenly demon saint city? Demon Saint Nine's son stared at Xiao. His eyes were gradually filled with coldness. It was as if a sleeping primordial ferocious beast had slowly opened its eyes. Xiao felt an incomparable sense of danger from Demon Saint Nine Sunday. Demon Saint Nine's son, as the guardian, are you going to be like those enforcers and decide the life and death of others without knowing whether they are right or wrong? If that's the case, what kind of guardian are you? Xiao sneered. Xiao had come today not only to rescue Shui Wei, but also to kill the heavenly demon young master and the saint of Samsara. So what if the enforcers and guardians intervened? Then, he might as well turn the holy city of the demon race upside down. The enforcers and guardians are appointed by the great Tao. They are in charge of the laws and order and regulate the actions of all living beings. Anyone who enters the heavenly demon's holy city must abide by the rules and laws of the holy city. In the heavenly demon's holy city, I am the law and the heavenly Tao. Today, I will punish you on behalf of the heavens and sentence you to death. Do you plead guilty? Demon Saint Nine Sun walked toward Xianxia step by step. His voice contained the power of the heavens and shook the void. He exuded a vast force of the heavens and earth. With every step he took, he accumulated power, causing his aura to become more and more terrifying. It suddenly pressed down on Xianxia. It felt as if an immemorial divine mountain had collapsed. It contained an incomparably terrifying spiritual fluctuation. It was as if demon sage Nine Sun had transformed into an ancient great emperor. If an ordinary person was in a trance, they would have fallen to their knees. However, to Nine Sun Demon Saint's disappointment, Xiao's expression remained calm. His grand force mystic technique, which had always been successful, was useless in front of Xiao. It did not even cause Xiao's body to tremble. Plead guilty? What a joke! If the law is unfair, then I will destroy it. If the heavenly Tao is unfair, then I will go against the heavens. Who do you think you are to make me plead guilty? Xiao said with a cold smile. His voice was extremely impassioned. Well said. This old bastard is too arrogant. Isn't it just because he has mastered some of the holy city's formations? If we were outside the holy city, I would beat you until your mother couldn't recognize you. The white dragon horse at the side could not help but mock Xiao. It was a fearless lord to begin with. Let alone a mere guardian, even if a more powerful great sage or holy king were to descend, its bad habit of having a foul mouth would not change. How dare you? How dare you? The heavenly demon young master and the saint of Samsara's expressions turned cold as they berated Xiao. You are the one who is bold. You are the one who is impudent. What nonsense is this heavenly demon's holy city? It has long become a place of filth. I think it's time for you law enforcers and guardians to die. Perhaps everyone would be better off without you. The white dragon horse sneered, its face full of arrogance and savagery. The heavenly demon young lord and the reincarnation Saint Sun gnashed their teeth in anger. What a boring battle of words. In this world, the strong are respected. If you want to go against the heavens, then let's see if you have the strength to do so. Nine Sun Demon Saint said indifferently. Blazing flames seemed to overflow from his eyes, making his aura even more terrifying and powerful. He locked onto Xiao and slowly raised a palm. Suddenly, the great path laws intertwined, forming an incomparably mysterious sun in the center of his palm. It seemed to be able to incinerate everything. Rumble, Xiao's qi and blood began to boil. His eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit. The powerful threat emanating from Nine Sun Demon Saint made him excited. Xiao could feel that his essence, qi, and spirit had reached their limits. His qi and blood were abundant, his primordial spirit was crystal clear, and the saint energy in his body was boiling. Even his heart realm had reached a state of perfection. There seemed to be a mysterious opportunity flowing, allowing him to break through his limits and ascend to the supreme heaven-treading state. The feeling was incomparably wonderful. Xiao had a feeling that the opportunity to break through his limits might fall on Nine Sun Demon Saint in front of him. Wait. Just as a great battle was about to break out, an old voice suddenly came from the void. An old man with a ruddy complexion and white hair stepped through the void with a walking stick in his hand. His face was extremely ruddy, but his eyes were filled with ancient and vicissitudes of life, as if they contained a vast starry sky. He looked very wise and farsighted. The old man's aura was very strange. It contained a majestic vitality. He appeared between Xiao and Nine Sun Demon Saint at the right time. It was as if he was silently moisturizing everything, neutralizing Xiao's and Nine Sun Demon Saint's fierce aura. Fellow cultivator Mu, why have you come here? Nine Sun Demon Saint's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. Fellow cultivator Nine Sun, I'm here on young Master N's orders. Please let Long Out Yen go. Young Master N will owe you a favor. The old man with ruddy complexion smiled faintly. Young Masterin? Nine Sun Demon Saint's body trembled. His expression was a little uncertain, and he fell silent for a moment. Who is this young Masterin? Someone couldn't help but ask with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Young Masterin? It's actually young Masterin? Who is this Long Out Yen? How is he related to young Masterin? Someone exclaimed. His entire body began to tremble. Young Masterin is the personal disciple of Monarch Tunshin. He's extremely talented and famous in the demon realm. He's even known as the second Monarch Tunshin. Monarch Tunshin is said to be the most promising expert in the entire demon realm. He's extremely powerful. Someone explained. Young Masterin was extremely famous in the demon realm. He was even more famous than the heavenly demon Young Master. Many ordinary demon clans might not have the right to know him, but the geniuses of the demon clan had all heard of him. Who would have thought that Young Masterin would stand up for Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao's eyes also revealed a strange look. He didn't seem to recognize this Young Masterin. Then why was Young Masterin helping him? Young Masterin? It's actually him? The heavenly demon Young Master's face turned even uglier when he heard this name. In the demon realm, the heavenly demon Young Master was extremely talented. He had always been an unparalleled existence. Even the legendary geniuses of the monarch clans were overshadowed by his brilliance. However, all of this changed after Young Masterin appeared. Young Masterin had only appeared in the demon realm for a dozen years, but he had already revealed his shocking talent. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and his talent was monstrous to the extreme. After being accepted as a personal disciple by Monarch Tunshin, he was even more outstanding than the heavenly demon Young Master. Coupled with Monarch Tunshin's illustrious reputation, many people believed that the heavenly demon Young Master was weaker than Young Masterin in terms of talent and strength. Young Masterin was a thorn in the side of the heavenly demon Young Master. The sky demon Young Master sneered when he saw Nine Sun Demon Sage's hesitation. Lord Nine Sun Demon Sage, are you afraid of a mere Young Masterin? No matter how strong he is, he can't control the demon holy city. If you kill Long Out Yen today, I'll give you a 7 revolution golden core. A 7 revolution golden core? Are you serious? Nine Sun's eyes lit up. A 7 revolution great sage golden core was a supreme sage pill. It contained a vast amount of heavenly law and could help a sage break through to the great sage stage. If demon sage Nine Sun could become a great sage, the demon holy city would be firmly under his control. He didn't expect the heavenly demon Young Master to have a 7 revolution golden core. Of course. We heavenly demons are true to our words. You should trust the reputation of the heavenly demon Imperial Emperor, right? The heavenly demon Young Master smiled proudly. I trust you, of course I trust you. Nine Sun smiled faintly. Then, he turned to the elder and said, Brother Muen, if you give me a 7 revolution golden core, I'll let Long Out Yen go. How about it? I believe that a 7 revolution great saint golden core shouldn't be too difficult for Young Masterin. Upon hearing Nine Sun's words, the heavenly demon Young Master's expression instantly turned ugly. He almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. At the end of the day, demon sage Nine Sun was still somewhat afraid of Young Masterin. He was actually willing to accept Young Master and 7 revolution golden core, which put the heavenly demon Young Master in an extremely awkward position. Brother Nine Sun, I think it's better to be content with what you have. What do you think? Although a 7 revolution golden core is nothing to Young Masterin, you can't accept it if he doesn't intend to give it to you. The elder, Muen, smiled faintly. If that's the case, don't blame me for not giving Young Masterin face. Long Out Yen killed the enforcer of the demon holy city. He must die. Demon Saint Nine Sun's expression turned cold as he spoke indifferently. Brother Nine Sun, I hope you won't regret this. Muen shook his head. What? Brother Muen, do you want to exchange a few blows with me? Nine Sun Demon Sage's eyes turned cold, revealing a trace of ferocity. In the demonic Saint City, I'm not your match, so I won't fight you. Today, I'm only passing the message on behalf of Young Masterin. If you insist on making a move, then do as you please. Muen said indifferently. Then, he floated down and stood on top of a mountain. He closed his eyes. He really had no intention of getting involved in this matter. Ling Xiao was a little surprised by Muan's attitude. Muan's cultivation was unfathomable, and his aura was extremely powerful. He wasn't any weaker than Demon Saint Nine's son, so he should be a saint-level expert. He only sent a few words to Demon Sage Nine's son, and then stood to the side as if it had nothing to do with him. He had no intention of getting involved. Muan's attitude made Ling Xiao even more curious about young Master An's identity. Long Out Yen, I didn't expect you to know young Master An. No wonder you are so fearless. However, even young Lord An can't save you today. Prepare to die. Demon Saint Nine's son was completely enraged. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he instantly attacked Ling Xiao. Boom, he took a step forward, and a vast aura rose around him. In an instant, it formed a huge palm print in the void and slammed down on Ling Xiao. At the same time, blazing flames rose around Demon Saint Nine's son's body. They were like crimson fire snakes that coiled around Ling Xiao from all directions. Ling Xiao could feel the vigorous vitality in Demon Saint Nine's son's body. He didn't dare to be careless and attacked as well. Crack, Ling Xiao immediately unleashed the most powerful strength in his physical body. The vast golden qi and blood around him rose up and turned into a mysterious dragon in the void. The dragon's roar shook the sky as Ling Xiao threw a punch at Demon Saint Nine Sunday. He used the ancestral dragon's secret skill to activate the Heavenly Emperor's fist, which gave Ling Xiao's punch an indestructible energy fluctuation. Boom, the void shook violently as Ling Xiao's punch shattered the huge palm print. Then, it collided with the flames in the sky. Blazing divine light gushed out, and the flames all exploded. Kill. Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely sharp. Facing the powerful Demon Saint Nine's son, he didn't show the slightest fear. He immediately unleashed his strongest strength. He could feel that Demon Saint Nine's son's strength was extremely powerful, far surpassing the strength of a heaven-treading realm expert. He should have the combat strength of a heaven-treading realm expert. Moreover, Demon Saint Nine's son had comprehended the Great Path Law, and his attacks contained vast heavenly might. His strength was extremely terrifying. However, Ling Xiao knew that this wasn't Demon Saint Nine's son's strongest combat strength. Demon Saint Nine's son was the guardian of the Demon Saint's holy city, and he controlled the supreme killing formation of the Demon Saint's holy city. That was the most terrifying strength. Boom. Boom. Boom, Ling Xiao threw out hundreds of punches in an instant. The golden fist print was surrounded by chaotic aura, and it seemed to form hundreds of mysterious illusory worlds that pressed down on Demon Saint Nine's Sunday. Flames rose around Demon Saint Nine's son's body as the Great Path Law intertwined and turned into numerous dazzling suns. They fought against Ling Xiao's fist print and shattered the illusory worlds. Ling Xiao and Demon Saint Nine's son's speed was extremely fast, leaving behind afterimages in the void. It was as if two dazzling balls of light, one golden and one red, were colliding. Each of their attacks seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth, and they contained destructive energy waves. Long Out Yen's strength is so terrifying that he can fight Demon Saint Nine's son to such an extent? Everyone was stunned. After hundreds of rounds, Ling Xiao and Demon Saint Nine's son weren't at a disadvantage at all. There were faint signs that they were evenly matched. In particular, Ling Xiao's physical body was extremely powerful, and he could almost tear heaven and earth apart. His chaotic fist prints were ferocious and domineering, and they contained a vast dragon's might. It made people's hearts tremble, and it left a deep impression on everyone. Even when Ling Xiao killed more than a dozen enforcers in succession, he didn't give people as much of an impact as he did at this moment. He's a 9th revolution half-saint. He hasn't advanced to the 3rd stage of heaven treading, but he already has the battle prowess of a saint. This kid's talent is truly monstrous. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Humph. So what if he can fight Demon Saint Nine's son for a short period of time? Lord Nine's son hasn't used his true strength yet. It's only a matter of time before Long Out Yen is defeated. That's right. The protectors are protectors not because of their own strength, but because of the powerful strength bestowed by the holy city. Sigh, what a pity. I'm afraid that a peerless genius of the human race is going to die. Everyone discussed spiritedly. After a short period of shock, most people still believed that Ling Xiao was no match for Demon Saint Nine Sunday. They were afraid that he would be defeated in the end. Gotcha! Chaotic light rose from the void, and a mysterious scene appeared in front of everyone. Ling Xiao and Demon Saint Nine's son were both sent flying back at the same time. Golden blood energy rose from Ling Xiao's body, and mysterious runes circled around him. A golden divine dragon seemed to appear behind him, and he exuded an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation. His physical body was extremely strong, and it was completely unleashed during the battle with Demon Saint Nine's son. Demon Saint Nine's son's strength was also extremely terrifying. His physical body was also extremely strong, and he was not at a disadvantage when fighting against Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could feel that there was an extremely ancient and mysterious energy in Demon Saint Nine's son's body that made his physical body indestructible, and it contained an immortal and mysterious light. A mere human actually has such a powerful physical body? I want to see how strong you are. Demon Saint Nine's son was even more shocked. After exchanging blows with Ling Xiao, he felt that Ling Xiao was not to be trifled with. Demon Saint Nine's son's true form was an ancient ferocious beast. His physical body was extremely terrifying, and he could even fight against true dragons and true phoenixes. In this chaotic ancient land, his true form alone was enough to suppress everyone. However, now that he was facing Ling Xiao, he felt an incomparably strong threat. Boom! Demon Saint Nine's son roared, and the terrifying energy in his body erupted. It was as if it could tear apart this part of the world. Endless divine light rose, and an extremely mysterious shadow appeared behind him. It was a divine bull that was as red as fire, and it looked like a tiger. It had a pair of wings on its back, but its body was covered in ancient and mysterious scales. It had a single horn on its head, and its eyes contained the sun and moon. Its 4 limbs seemed to be able to support the world, and its aura was extremely terrifying. Demon Saint Nine's son threw a punch at Ling Xiao, and the crimson ferocious beast immediately pounced at Ling Xiao. It emitted a ferocious aura, and it wanted to swallow Ling Xiao whole. This is the ancient ferocious beast, Xianxia? A sharp light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. When he saw the mysterious shadow behind Demon Saint Nine's son, he understood that Demon Saint Nine's son's true form was actually one of the 4 ancient ferocious beasts, Xianxia. The Xianxia was a ferocious beast of extreme young during the ancient times. It was said to be able to devour all evil spirits and devils. It could even fight with true dragons and phoenixes. It was extremely powerful. Ling Xiao had never expected Demon Sage Nine's son's true form to be the ancient ferocious beast, Xianxia. Boom! Ling Xiao's battle intent was also stimulated by Nine's son Demon Saint. Blazing blood-red light rose from his body as he clenched his invincible fist and charged toward Nine's son Demon Saint. Ling Xiao's fist was majestic, as if it could cover this part of the world. This was the heavenly sovereign's fist that he had comprehended from the supreme thunder tribulation. It could suppress the heavens and 10,000 worlds with unparalleled might. Crack! The void trembled violently. Ling Xiao's fist was aimed at Nine's son Demon Saint's head. However, the void in front of him trembled, and Nine's son Demon Saint disappeared in front of Ling Xiao like a ghost. In the next moment, Nine's son Demon Saint appeared behind Ling Xiao and slashed down with his palm. It was so majestic that it seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth apart. Ling Xiao seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He wasn't surprised by Nine's son Demon Saint's actions at all. He leaped into the air and kicked at Nine's son Demon Saint. Boom! Ling Xiao's kick crushed Nine's son Demon Saint's palm into dust. He didn't slow down at all and continued to charge toward Nine's son Demon Saint's face. Demon Saint Nine's son's gaze turned cold. Ling Xiao's unbridled attitude was the greatest insult to him. He let out a low roar and turned his fist into a claw. He grabbed Ling Xiao's ankle with one hand and pointed a finger at Ling Xiao's forehead with the other. His speed was as fast as lightning. Bang! Ling Xiao's toes turned slightly, and a powerful void barrier appeared. It collided with Nine's son Demon Saint's claw and exploded into dust. Ling Xiao suddenly changed his direction and avoided Nine's son Demon Saint's claw. He then kicked at Nine's son Demon Saint's heart. At the same time, Ling Xiao pointed at Nine's son Demon Saint. His finger was sparkling and resplendent, and it contained an immortal and mysterious energy fluctuation. Boom! The void trembled as Ling Xiao and Nine's son Demon Saint's fingers collided. Instantly, the void exploded, and 2 mysterious sound waves spread out. Demon Saint Nine Sun felt a sharp pain in his finger. It was as though a numbing energy had spread throughout his body, causing his body to turn sluggish. At that moment, Ling Xiao's foot landed on Demon Saint Nine Sun's chest, causing him to stagger. Kill! Nine Sun Demon Saint's eyes were blazing with killing intent. The stronger Ling Xiao was, the more intense his killing intent became. Ling Xiao was only a 9th revolution half-saint, but he could already fight him. His physical body was even stronger than his. If Ling Xiao broke through to the 3rd stage of the heaven-treading realm, wouldn't he be able to crush him? Nine Sun Demon Saint couldn't accept that. Moreover, Ling Xiao had said that he didn't mind turning the Demon Saint's holy city into a chaos city. This had touched Nine Sun Demon Saint's reverse scale. Therefore, his killing intent towards Ling Xiao was almost tangible. Nine Sun Demon Saint knew some secrets, so he had to nip them in the bud before the danger came. And Ling Xiao made him feel a sense of danger. Boom. Boom. Boom, Nine Sun Demon Saint's terrifying aura rose. His strength became even more terrifying. The Xianxia beast also appeared in the void, causing his strength to multiply. Nine Sun Demon Saint's attacks became fiercer and fiercer. Each of his attacks contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. He kept attacking Ling Xiao's vital points. However, Ling Xiao was extremely calm. His expression was indifferent, but his speed was as fast as lightning. He used the secret teleportation technique that contained the Great Tao. Even Nine Sun Demon Saint found it difficult to lock onto Ling Xiao's aura. Rumble, Ling Xiao carried the momentum of heaven and earth. The more he fought, the fiercer he became. His body was surrounded by chaotic mist. Each of his punches contained all of his strength. They were extremely fierce and overbearing. It was as if they could shatter heaven and earth, break the chaos, and create a perfect macro world. No matter how Nine Sun Demon Saint attacked, he couldn't suppress Ling Xiao. He was gradually at a disadvantage. He was suppressed by Ling Xiao's invincible Heavenly Emperor fist. Even Nine Sun Demon Saint is no match for Long Out Yen? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Who was Nine Sun Demon Saint? No one thought that Ling Xiao would be a match for Demon Saint Nine Sunday. Some even thought that Demon Saint Nine Sun would be able to suppress Ling Xiao as soon as he attacked. Is this guy really going to follow the example of those people and kill the enforcers and guardians to turn the monster holy city into a chaos city? Feng Qingyang's eyes widened as he laughed bitterly. If Ling Xiao had told him that he could kill the enforcers and guardians and turn the monster holy city into a chaos city, he would have mocked Ling Xiao. However, the scene in front of him had shaken him. He was getting more and more curious. Ling Xiao seemed to have no limits. No matter what kind of opponent he faced, he would become stronger and stronger. Humph. Long Out Yen's physical body is just a little stronger. Demon Saint Nine Sun hasn't really attacked yet. He's just testing his physical body. When Demon Saint Nine Sun attacks, he won't even need to mobilize the power of the monster holy city to kill Long Out Yen. The reincarnation saint sneered coldly. From the moment he killed the enforcers, he was destined to die today. The heavenly demon young master said coldly. He had been in the monster holy city for a long time and naturally knew how powerful Demon Saint Nine Sun was. Even if he had many life-saving methods and trump cards, he still had no chance of winning against Demon Saint Nine Sunday. Although he was also shocked that Ling Xiao had such a strong physical body, he still believed that the result could not be changed. Ling Xiao would definitely be defeated. Real power? Everyone was shocked when they heard the reincarnation saint and the heavenly demon young master's words. How could Demon Saint Nine Sun be so weak when he was able to control the monster holy city and control the lives of hundreds of millions of people? Perhaps it was just as the reincarnation saint and the heavenly demon young master had said. Demon Saint Nine Sun had not unleashed his real power. Rumble, as if to prove everyone's thoughts, Demon Saint Nine Sun's terrifying aura rose. In an instant, endless flames spread out in the void. Long Out Yen, I have to admit that your physical body is very strong. Perhaps you are talented in the path of body refinement. However, you don't know what real power is. Today, I will let you know the reason for your death. Nine Sun Demon Saint's boundless aura erupted from his body. The blazing flames twisted like lightning, forming an incomparably mysterious scene. Demon Saint Nine's son's black hair fluttered in the wind. Dazzling suns began to appear around him. Each sun was as large as a mountain. A total of 9 suns floated in the void, filling up the entire sky. It was as though they could burn everything in the world. The spectators could feel the terrifying aura emanating from Demon Saint Nine's son's body. Their faces paled, and their eyes were filled with awe and respect. Demon Saint Nine's son was finally going all out. Noisy. Let's fight. Let's fight. Ling Xiao sneered. The dragon's might around him was vast and boundless golden light exploded. His aura was like a rainbow, and his fist was like a dragon. He took the initiative to attack Demon Saint Nine's son. Ling Xiao's blood was boiling. The battle with Demon Saint Nine's son had made him feel extremely pressured. However, the more pressured he was, the more his fighting spirit was stimulated. Ling Xiao could feel that every particle in his body was excited. His blood was boiling, and his bones were undergoing a mysterious change. His physical body emitted a chaotic and immortal luster. His primordial spirit was crystal clear. The true meaning of the great Tao in his body was unparalleled. His heart force seemed to be able to cover the entire chaotic ancient land. Unknowingly, Ling Xiao's aura had risen to the peak. His aura had become perfect and flawless. He only needed an opportunity to break through his limits and enter another mysterious realm. This was a kind of enlightenment that allowed Ling Xiao to feel the direction of his breakthrough. There was no way to describe it with words, but Ling Xiao knew that if he missed this opportunity, it would take a long time for him to break through again. Therefore, he took the initiative to attack. Rumble. The mighty fist print was filled with chaotic light. It formed the shadow of a golden divine dragon. It was ferocious and domineering. It seemed to be able to devour everything. This fist had come to life. It vaguely felt like a living divine dragon. However, it also felt like a vast and all-encompassing world. Ling Xiao used the secret skill of the ancestral dragon and the heaven-devouring secret skill as the foundation to fully activate the power of the Heavenly Emperor's fist. The 108,000 pores on Ling Xiao's body seemed to spurt out endless divine light at the same time. It was as if 108,000 true dragons were roaring at the same time. This allowed Ling Xiao to accumulate an unparalleled aura that could suppress everything. It sounded difficult, but in fact, it happened in a split second. A vast aura had already pressed down on Demon Saint Nine's son. What? Demon Saint Nine's son's face changed. He did not expect Ling Xiao to be able to unleash such a powerful force. This was a kind of understanding of the great Tao and the use of the heavenly Tao. This was true strength. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth to destroy everything. It was impossible for him to dodge. Furthermore, with Demon Saint Nine's son's dignity, he could not allow him to dodge. He had to face this attack head-on. Roar. A vast and mysterious roar erupted from Demon Saint Nine's son's mouth. It was as if he was the first demonic beast in ancient times. He was shouting and cheering endlessly. That was the gratitude and excitement for life. It contained the most fundamental true meaning of the great Tao. One sun after another appeared around Demon Saint Nine's son's body, and they seemed to stack together in an instant. 9 mysterious flames fused together, exuding a destructive power fluctuation. He pushed the 9 dazzling suns horizontally. It was as if he was the supreme ruler of this part of the world. He swept across the sky and pressed down on Ling Xiao. This is the 9 suns' world-devastating heavenly skill? The heavenly demon young master's body shook. His eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. The 9 suns' world-devastating heavenly skill could be said to be Demon Saint Nine's son's most powerful force. It contained the true meaning of the great Tao of annihilation. It was extremely terrifying. He did not expect Ling Xiao to be able to force the 9 suns' world-devastating heavenly skill to use. The suns were all formed by the true meaning of the great Tao. They could burn the heavens and destroy the earth. They could also destroy a person's life force and primordial spirit. It was Demon Saint Nine's son's most powerful move. Even Ling Xiao could feel the dangerous aura contained in the 9 suns. Kill! Ling Xiao roared. His eyes were extremely sharp, and there was an incomparably resolute look in his eyes. A terrifying murderous aura rose from his body, and his vast fist collided with Demon Saint Nine's sun's, rumble. A domain of destruction seemed to have appeared around Demon Saint Nine Sunday. All life was about to be annihilated. It was like the end of the world, and it was filled with chaotic energy. The 9 mysterious suns were formed from Demon Saint Nine's sun's Tao fruit. They were not real suns, but formed from the great path laws. They could burn everything, and even a saint would not be able to withstand it. The 9 suns world-devastating technique was the supreme technique that Demon Saint Nine's sun had cultivated. It gave him the power to destroy the world. Boom. Boom. Boom, the dazzling suns exploded one after another. Blazing flames instantly wrapped around Ling Xiao's body, and the power to destroy the world erupted and began to drill into Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao's blood and qi began to burn, and his body trembled violently. He could feel strands of the great path laws entering his body, causing his extremely tough body to crack like porcelain. The 9 suns exploded at the same time, shattering the void in an instant. Boundless chaotic energy surged out, forming a mysterious small world around Demon Saint Nine Sunday. It was collapsing rapidly, and everything was annihilated. Ling Xiao had forced Demon Saint Nine's sun into a corner, so he did not hesitate to use the 9 suns world-devastating technique to completely destroy Ling Xiao. 9 Sun Demon Saint believed that no one could withstand the power of the 9 Sun world-devastating heavenly skill. Under his full power, even a true sage would be refined into dust. Not good. Feng Qingyang's expression changed instantly. The blazing aura that Demon Saint Nine's sun exuded made his body tremble. He felt a fatal threat from the world-destroying flames. How could Ling Xiao withstand it? White Dragon Horse, save the young master. At this moment, Shui Wei had also woken up from her recuperation state. When she saw the scene in front of her, her eyes revealed an extremely worried expression. She hurriedly called out to the White Dragon Horse, then took the lead to charge towards 9 Sun Demon Saint, rumble. Shui Wei's red dress fluttered in the wind, and a dazzling light shone from her palm. An ancient sword that was surrounded by the aura of life and death rose into the air, exuding a blazing sharpness that seemed to be able to pierce through everything. Shui Wei held the sword in her hand, and the sword qi spread for 30,000 miles. Her eyes were extremely sharp as she charged toward Demon Saint Nine's sun. This old bastard is too treacherous. The White Dragon Horse muttered and charged forward with Feng Qingyang. The blazing light around its body was like lightning, and its speed was extremely fast. In an instant, it arrived beside Demon Saint Nine Sunday. However, the heavenly demon young master and Samsara Saint Sun seemed to have expected this. They acted at the same time and stood in front of the three of them. Bitch, you want to save that adulterer? Today, I will let you watch him die in front of you. The heavenly demon young master stared coldly at Shui Wei as he spoke. A blazing divine light rose from his palm as he slammed it towards Shui Wei. Scram! Shui Wei's eyes were filled with anxiety. Although she was furious, she did not want to fight with the heavenly demon young master. The ancient sword in her hand was extremely sharp. She wanted to go around the heavenly demon young master and attack Demon Saint Nine's Sun directly. However, the heavenly demon young master was determined to stop Shui Wei. In an instant, Shui Wei was trapped by the heavenly demon young master and could not attack Demon Saint Nine's Sun at all. The White Dragon Horse and Feng Qingyang were also in big trouble. The Samsara Saint Sun and dozens of enforcers surrounded them with murderous intent in their eyes. They were determined to stop Shui Wei and the other two, not giving them any chance to rescue Ling Xiao. Little bastard, you better die in peace. No one can save you. Demon Saint Nine's Sun sneered. Rumble, the 9 dazzling suns around him were like 9 mysterious small worlds. They contained vast true meaning of the great Tao. The flames were unparalleled, and Ling Xiao was placed at the center of the flames to be refined. Ling Xiao's figure was completely covered, and even his aura seemed to have disappeared. Demon Saint Nine's Sun did not dare to be careless. He continued to use the 9 suns' heavenly skill in an attempt to completely refine Ling Xiao and destroy his soul. However, Demon Saint Nine's Sun's expression suddenly changed. He felt that the flames around him were starting to weaken. It was as if the power of the 9 dazzling suns was being stolen by a terrifying existence. Boom! Before he could react, the void around him trembled violently. An extremely empty devouring vortex appeared in the void and devoured all the flames of the great Tao. Demon Saint Nine's son, you have overestimated yourself. A faint voice sounded. Ling Zhao's white robe was as white as snow. He stepped out of the devouring vortex and slowly appeared in the void. His eyes were calm and indifferent. When they landed on Demon Saint Nine's son, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. The Nine Son's heavenly skill was indeed terrifying. Even Ling Zhao's indestructible body was almost completely destroyed. However, Ling Zhao had the heavenly devouring secret skill and the wordless heavenly book. The power of the flames of the Great Tao contained the Great Tao precepts. To the wordless heavenly book, it was simply a great tonic. Ling Zhao and the wordless heavenly book easily devoured it. What? Demon Saint Nine's son's eyes narrowed. He could no longer hide the shock in his eyes. Ling Zhao had actually broken through his Nine Son's world-exterminating heavenly skill without making a sound. However, how was that possible? Ha ha ha. I knew that this guy wouldn't die. The white dragon horse laughed complacently. Shui Wei and Feng Qingyang heaved a sigh of relief. There was a hint of a smile in their eyes. It seemed that even Demon Saint Nine's son couldn't do anything to Ling Zhao. As for the heavenly demon young master and the reincarnation saint's son, their faces instantly darkened. They were filled with disbelief. How did Ling Zhao escape unscathed? In return, take a blow from me. Ling Zhao's eyes were extremely sharp. The blazing aura around him spewed out like magma. He formed a seal with his hands. The void around him vibrated and a mysterious golden torrent appeared above his head. Chaotic mist filled the air. A cauldron, a saber, a spear, and a sword floated in the torrent. The imprints of the four Supreme Emperor weapons appeared at the same time. In an instant, a mighty Supreme Emperor aura filled the air. It made Ling Zhao look like a young great emperor. His aura was extremely terrifying. Rumble, Ling Zhao pushed his arms out and performed the battle heavenly skill. The peerless power of the four Supreme Emperor weapons came crashing down on Demon Saint Nine's son. Demon Saint Nine's son's face changed drastically when he sensed the imprints of the four Supreme Emperor weapons. He felt his scalp go numb. Long Out Yin, since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Demon Saint Nine's son roared furiously. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. Boom, an ancient golden rune appeared in his palm. At this moment, it suddenly bloomed with an infinite amount of light, causing the entire monster race's holy city to become resplendent. It was as if an ancient and mysterious power had awakened. Ling Zhao's body was surrounded by golden divine light and his aura was extremely terrifying. There seemed to be a vast world above his head. The imprints of the four great emperor weapons floated up and down, and they contained terrifying energy fluctuations. This was the greater mastery of the battling heavens skill. With the imprints of the four great emperor weapons as the source of power, it could destroy the heavens and earth and kill saints. Even Demon Saint Nine's son trembled when he sensed the aura. He felt his heart palpitate, an endless demonic light rose around him. He did not hesitate to activate the power of the demon race's holy city. The guardians were guardians because they were recognized by the holy city. They had the right to mobilize the entire holy city's power. There were 108 ancient cities in the chaotic ancient land. These 108 ancient cities all contained the laws of heaven. Those who were recognized by the laws of heaven could become guardians. Demon Saint Nine's son had gone through countless trials and tribulations before he was able to stand out from the other competitors and become the guardian of the demon race's holy city. The power of the demon race's holy city was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Rumble. The demon race's holy city shone with boundless light, resonating with Demon Saint Nine's Sunday. The golden rune in his palm seemed to contain immortal and mysterious energy fluctuations, causing the entire demon race's holy city to boil. In the void, flames rose and lightning intertwined. A vast aura rose, and the heavens and earth trembled violently. 360 pillars of divine light shot up into the sky from the demon race's holy city. Demon Saint Nine's son rose into the sky, and the 360 pillars of divine light around him seemed to form 360 mysterious shadows. They were vast and mysterious, and contained powerful saint aura. They formed a powerful array. This is the real Zhou Tian star array of the demon race's holy city? The reincarnation Saint Sun exclaimed, and his eyes were filled with shock. That's right. This is the Zhoutian star array. With the imprints of the great Tao of the 360 demon race seniors as the foundation, this star array can unleash the power to kill a great saint. Long Outyen is dead meat. The heavenly demon young master sneered. In his opinion, Ling Xiao was already a dead man. There was no surprise at all. Even if Ling Xiao's combat strength was heaven-defying and could fight against Demon Saint Nine Sun, who had activated the power of the monster's holy city, was already extremely powerful. The real Zhoutian star array? Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with shock. The origin of the cosmic constellation matrix was no longer known, but legend had it that it was left behind by a demonic monarch and contained a supreme power that could destroy the heavens. Demon Saint Nine Sun unleashed the strongest power of the cosmic stellar array. He used the 360 marks of the great path of the demonic clan seniors to manifest it, which made Ling Xiao's heart palpitate. Kill. However, Ling Xiao didn't retreat at all. Instead, he roared and charged at Demon Saint Jiuyang with monstrous battle intent. You're courting death. The power of the demonic holy city gave birth to an illusion in his heart. It was as if he could destroy a part of the world with a wave of his hand. He slapped his palm toward Ling Xiao, activating the power of the Zhoutian star array to suppress Ling Xiao. Rumble, however, Demon Sage Nine Sun's expression suddenly changed. He could feel the power that the demon holy city had bestowed upon him suddenly receding like a receding tide. Even the 360 pillars of divine light were beginning to dim. In the end, the power of the massive heavenly cycle stellar array seemed to be cut off by something, and it disappeared without a trace in an instant. Ling Xiao did not know what happened to Demon Saint Nine Sun, but he decisively and keenly seized the opportunity to unleash the power of the battle heavenly skill to suppress Demon Saint Nine Sunday. Damn it. How is this possible? Demon Saint Nine Sun's expression was extremely ugly, and his eyes were filled with shock. He could not understand why the power of the Zhoutian star array that he controlled was suddenly cut off. Something must have happened that he did not know. However, Demon Saint Nine Sun did not have time to investigate what happened because Ling Xiao was already charging toward him with the invincible power of the battle heavenly skill. Get lost. Demon Saint Nine Sun roared. Suddenly, a terrifying demonic aura rose around him, and a huge figure of Xianxia appeared behind him. It exuded a peerless ferocious aura as it charged toward Ling Xiao. As if he still didn't feel safe, a red bead appeared in the palm of Demon Saint Nine Sun's hand. It was as dazzling as the sun and exuded a vast saint's might. In an instant, a sea of fire spread out and blasted toward Ling Xiao. Rumble, the battle heavenly skill at greater mastery contained an invincible power. The four great emperor weapon seals unleashed a supreme divine aura at the same time. Even though Demon Saint Nine Sun's true form was a Xianxia ferocious beast, he could not withstand it and was instantly blasted into pieces. Amidst the chaotic void, the four great imperial weapon inscriptions floated and collided with the crimson bead. In an instant, a blinding divine light shot out and sent the crimson bead flying before crashing into Demon Saint Nine Sun's chest. Crack, countless ribs were broken. A crisp sound rang out, and Demon Saint Nine Sun spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying, and his face became extremely pale. This strike had caused him to suffer a heavy injury. At this moment, in the depths of the monster holy city, in an underground secret chamber, an old goat the size of a calf faced the vast and blazing magma before it. Its black fur was glossy and smooth like silk. At this moment, it was activating a mysterious array disk, sealing away all the violent divine light before it. The light that was sealed by it was extremely hot and contained a power that caused the void to tremble. It was as if it was the embodiment of the great past laws. It split into 360 dazzling stars, releasing endless light. Even the old mountain goat seemed to be struggling. Young master, are you sure you want to pay such a huge price? If Ling Xiao doesn't kill Demon Saint Nine Sun in the time you expect, I'm afraid you'll suffer an unimaginable backlash. Beside the old mountain goat, an old man with white hair and a beard said worriedly. I believe in him. The old mountain goat said calmly. His eyes were extremely deep. There seemed to be a mysterious blood burning in his body, causing an ancient and mysterious power to erupt from his body. It allowed him to activate the formation plate to seal the power of the Great Path. This was the core of the demonic Holy City. It contained the most original power of the Zhou Tian Great Star Formation. The reason why Demon Saint Nine's son could not activate the power of the Zhou Tian Great Star Formation was because the old mountain goat had sealed this place. What's going on? The heavenly demon young master and the saint of Samsara exclaimed in shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They had thought that Demon Saint Nine's son would be able to kill Ling Xiao with the power of the Demon Saint's holy city and the great formation of Zhou Tian. However, they did not expect Demon Saint Nine's son to be severely injured by Ling Xiao before he could even unleash the power of the formation. The great formation of Zhou Tian has been sealed by some kind of power. Damn it! Who's behind this? The heavenly demon young master's eyes shone with a mysterious light that seemed to be able to see through the void. He shuddered as if he had seen something wrong. What? The great formation of Zhou Tian has been imbued with the power of the way of the heavens. Even a supreme saint would have a hard time shaking it. Who could seal the great formation of Zhou Tian? The saint of Samsara was also completely shocked. The heavenly demon young master suddenly glanced at Elder Muen, who was standing at the side. He suddenly thought of something and could not help but sneer. I know who it is. Young master. I didn't expect him to send Muen here as a feint. He dares to seal the great formation of Zhou Tian himself? Does he really think the great formation of Zhou Tian is that easy to seal? Young master? I don't think he has the power to seal the great formation of Zhou Tian, right? The saint of Samsara said uncertainly. He had heard of young master's reputation. He was no weaker than the heavenly demon young master in the demon realm. He was on par with the prodigies of the 5 mythical beast clans and was known as the seat of the demon realm. His strength was extremely terrifying. However, young master had yet to become a supreme saint. With his strength of the 3rd stage of heaven treading, it was impossible for him to seal the great formation of Zhou Tian. He doesn't have the power to seal the great formation of Zhou Tian, but we can't rule out the possibility that he has other treasures or secret techniques. No matter what, he must have a special relationship with Long Outyin. He wants to save Long Outyin, but I can't let him have his way. Let's attack him together and kill Long Outyin. He will definitely suffer the backlash of the great formation of Zhou Tian. The heavenly demon young master said with a cold smile. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Good. I have long disliked Long Outyin. The flipping sky seal in his hand is not simple. He also has the battle heavenly merit. If we can force him to tell us, our strength will increase greatly. The saint son of Samsara said coldly. Then what are we waiting for? Kill. The heavenly demon young master said coldly as he charged towards Ling Xiao. Rumble, the demonic aura around the heavenly demon young master rose and his eyes were as cold as steel. The 10,000 demon sword pot shone brightly and beams of sword light shot out from it. In an instant, they condensed into a 10,000-foot-long sword force in the void. It was so mighty that it seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth apart. The heavenly demon young master's aura was incomparably sharp. It was as if he had mastered the unparalleled sword Dao and could unleash unparalleled power with a casual wave of his hand. A 10,000-meter-long sword energy slashed down toward Ling Xiao. At the same time, the saint son of Samsara also made his move. Flames rose from his left hand, forming a blazing sun. His right hand was suffused with yin energy, forming a mysterious moon. The sun and moon intertwined, growing and multiplying endlessly, forming a vast divine light of reincarnation that shot towards Ling Xiao. The heavenly demon young master and the saint son of Samsara attacked decisively and fiercely. No one had expected them to suddenly attack at this moment. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He had intended to kill the 9 sun demon saint in one go but did not expect the heavenly demon young master and the saint son of Samsara to attack him. Long Outyin, prepare to die. No one can save you today. The heavenly demon young master and the saint son of Samsara sneered. The murderous intent in their eyes was almost tangible. With just the 2 of you? Ling Xiao said coldly. The blazing blood aura around him rose and a dragon's roar erupted. It was as if it could tear apart the heavens and make his aura even more terrifying. It was as if it had reached its limit. Rumble, Ling Xiao used the battle heavenly skill and the 4 imperial weapon seals above his head floated. In an instant, he charged toward the heavenly demon young master and the saint son of Samsara. The 4 imperial weapon seals floated above his head and enveloped Ling Xiao in blazing divine light. It was as if he was invincible and every move he made was imbued with unfathomable heavenly might. Crack! Ling Xiao raised his arm and struck out with his palm. The 7-kill saber above his head shone with boundless light and a murderous aura. It collided with the 10,000 feet long sword aura. Flames rose in his palm, and the Yen Emperor cauldron unleashed unparalleled divine power. Endless divine light rose from the mouth of the cauldron, exuding a powerful devouring power. It shattered the divine light of reincarnation with a bang, and then completely devoured it. Ling Xiao used the power of the battle heavenly skill and his aura soared to the sky. At the same time, he fought the heavenly demon young master and the saint son of Samsara and was not at a disadvantage at all. Damn it! Who is interfering? How dare you interrupt the power of my Zhou Tian stellar formation? I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Demon Saint Nine's son was completely deranged. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. The massive heavenly cycle stellar array was his strongest power. It gave him the power to suppress everything. But now, this power had been sealed by someone. Although he didn't know who it was, Demon Saint Nine's son was terrified. Long Out Yen, this is all because of you. I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Demon Saint Nine's son glared at Ling Xiao with hatred. In an instant, a terrifying aura rose from his body and he let out an earth-shattering roar. Roar, it was like a ferocious beast from ancient times roaring. It was ancient and mysterious, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Demon Saint Nine's son's body shone with boundless demonic light. In an instant, his blood chi surged and he turned into a huge ferocious beast. It looked like a cross between a bull and a tiger. It had a pair of wings on its back and hideous scales all over its body. It had a huge horn on its head and a pair of blood-red eyes that were like blood moons. When it looked at people, they would tremble and feel as though they were frozen. The ancient ferocious beast, Xianxia, was born. Oh no, these guys are too shameless. How dare they attack Ling Xiao? Kill them. The white dragon horse snorted coldly with its bell-like eyes. Kill. Shui Wei and Feng Qingyang's eyes turned cold as they charged forward with the white dragon horse. They wanted to share some of the pressure with Ling Xiao. However, the enforcers under Demon Saint Nine's son were already prepared. They blocked the 3 of them with murderous aura. An extremely intense battle immediately broke out. Although the white dragon horse, Shui Wei, and Feng Qingyang were extremely anxious, they could not escape from dozens of enforcers in a short time. They could only fight with all their might. With my blood essence, I summon Guwan Ling. Demon ancestor above, burn the sky and refine the sky. Kill. 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 Rumble, in the void, 9 sun demon saints' flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Endless blood-red light filled the air and chaotic gas exploded. 9 blood-red suns appeared in the void. Streaks of blood-red flames filled the air and caused the void to distort violently. The 9 blood-red suns instantly pierced through the chaos and appeared around Ling Xiao, completely enveloping him. Even the 4 emperor weapon inscriptions were unable to do anything to the 9 blood-red suns. Instead, they were ignited by the blood-red flames. Ling Xiao's boiling blood was like adding fuel to the fire. When the blood-red flames touched him, he was instantly set ablaze. 9 Sun Blood Spirit Emperor Technique? The heavenly demon young master's body trembled and his eyes were filled with extreme fear. The 9 Suns Blood Spirit Emperor Technique was an extremely evil emperor technique. Although it was incomplete, its power was incomparably terrifying. The blood spirit flame formed from one's own flesh and blood could incinerate all life. No treasure could resist the burning of this flame. In the end, one would scream and die. The heavenly demon young master did not expect 9 Sun Demon Saint to hate Ling Xiao to this extent. He even used the 9 Sun Blood Spirit Emperor technique to completely burn Ling Xiao into ashes. Help 9 Sun Demon Saint to burn Long Out Yen to death. The heavenly demon young master's eyes revealed a trace of cruelty as he looked at the Samsara saint. Rumble, boundless vital energy and blood surged around him, flying towards the 9 blood-red suns with a boom. The 9 blood-red suns became even more dazzling, enveloping the entire sky. The Samsara saint also activated the blood and chi in his body to strengthen the power of the 9 blood-red suns. They completely engulfed Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's aura was getting weaker and weaker. He was like a candle flame in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. Oh no! Brother Ling Xiao, hang in there. I'm coming to save you. Shui Wei's face instantly turned pale. Her eyes were filled with anxiety as she shouted. A terrifying aura burst out from her body. Rumble, rings of divine light of samsara erupted from her body as if they contained endless power of life and death, causing the enforcers who were charging towards her to tremble violently as if they had been struck by lightning. They were all sent flying backwards. Shui Wei's red dress and black hair fluttered in the wind. She wielded the ancient samsara sword and forcefully carved out a bloody path. She wanted to save Ling Xiao. The white dragon horse and Feng Qingyang had also gone completely mad. Their killing intent soared to the sky. They instantly killed several law enforcers and directly soared into the sky. They wanted to fly towards Ling Xiao, which was shrouded by the 9 suns. The 3 of you, please wait. Young Master Ling Xiao is fine. If you attack now, I'm afraid he'll miss a great opportunity. Suddenly, an aged voice entered Shui Wei, the white dragon horse, and Feng Qingyang's sea of consciousness. What do you mean? Shui Wei and the others stopped at the same time. Their gazes landed on Mu'en in the distance because it was Mu'en who had transmitted the message to them. Look carefully. Young Master Ling Xiao's strength is extraordinary. Although the 9 Suns Blood Spirit Emperor technique is powerful, it shouldn't be able to do anything to him. I think he's trying to break the limit with the help of the 9 Suns Blood Spirit Emperor technique. Mu'en's eyes revealed a trace of wisdom as he spoke slowly. Break the limit? Shui Wei and the other 2 exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with surprise and joy. What did it mean to break the limit? It meant that Ling Xiao was about to enter the heaven-treading 3 realms and become a supreme expert. He had the hope of competing with the countless monstrous geniuses in the heavens and even seize the supreme position of the heaven's chosen child. As if to prove Mu'en's words, Ling Xiao, who was shrouded by the 9 blood-colored suns, was already very weak. His voice was so weak that it seemed like he would disappear at any time. However, suddenly, divine light filled the sky as heaven and earth shook violently. An incomparably terrifying aura suddenly erupted. It was as if an ancient almighty had awakened from a deep slumber. That terrifying aura made everyone's heart tremble. What's happening? Everyone exclaimed as their eyes fell on the center of the 9 blood-colored suns. 9 Sun Demon Saint, the heavenly demon young master, and the reincarnation saints' hearts pounded wildly as if they had a bad premonition. They all unleashed their terrifying blood and poured it into the 9 blood-colored suns. But it was too late. Boom, as if the chaos had exploded, the blood-colored divine light that filled the sky suddenly shattered. The 9 blood-colored suns directly collapsed from the inside, forming a terrifying blood-colored storm that swept out in all directions. Vaguely, a figure appeared in the endless blood-colored storm. He sat cross-legged in the endless chaos and exuded an extremely powerful devouring power that devoured all the blood-colored energy. Damn it! He broke the limit with the help of the 9 Sun Blood Spirit Emperor technique? The heavenly demon young master's face instantly darkened as his eyes were filled with horror. He originally thought that Ling Xiao would die in the 9 Sun Blood Spirit Emperor technique. Who would have thought that not only did Ling Xiao not die, but he also broke the limit and advanced to the 3rd level of heaven treading? That's right, that figure was Ling Xiao. Rumble, Ling Xiao stood up in the void, exuding a mysterious and vast aura. A great Tao immortal flower appeared above his head. Endless immortal light was enshrouding it, mysterious and dazzling. One could vaguely see a small golden figure sitting cross-legged in the middle of the flower. Its face was extremely similar to Ling Xiao's. After breaking the limit and condensing the human sovereign, Ling Xiao was already standing above the 3rd level of heaven treading. How did he do it? The reincarnation saint's face was extremely ugly. He couldn't figure out how everything had happened. The most depressed person was Demon Saint 9 Sunday. In order to perform the 9 Sun Blood Spirit Monarch technique, he had not hesitated to burn more than half of his flesh and blood essence, which consumed more than half of his strength. In the end, not only did he fail to kill Ling Xiao, but he also helped Ling Xiao break through his limits and advance to the heaven-treading 3 realms. Nine Sun Demon Saint was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. Crack, but at this moment, endless lightning intertwined in the void above, and a terrifying destructive force descended. It was as if the heavenly Tao was thoroughly enraged, manifesting an unparalleled heavenly punishment force, completely locking Ling Xiao in place. Is this divine punishment? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Such a terrifying thunderbolt was purely destructive. It did not have the slightest bit of vitality. It contained a vast power of the Great Path, and it wanted to kill Ling Xiao directly. This was no ordinary lightning tribulation. It was divine punishment. Breaking the limit and entering the 3 levels of heaven treading shouldn't trigger divine punishment in the chaotic ancient land. Why would Long Outyen trigger divine punishment when he entered the 3 levels of heaven treading? Everyone's hearts were filled with doubt. Divine punishment? Ha ha ha. This is the heavenly punishment. Long Outyen, what did you do to anger the heavens? Why would the heavenly Tao not hesitate to send down the heavenly punishment? I don't think you can become the chosen one. You're more likely to be the abandoned one. The heavenly demon young lord was overjoyed. His eyes were filled with delight and mockery. Breaking the limit and entering the 3 levels of heaven treading would trigger divine punishment. Although the heavenly demon young lord didn't know the reason, he knew that Ling Xiao was no longer destined to be the chosen one. The chosen one was chosen by the heavenly path. They were blessed by the heavenly path and possessed great luck. Therefore, it was impossible for them to trigger divine punishment. From the looks of it, Ling Xiao might really be the one abandoned by the heavens. The abandoned one? Long Outyen is doomed. I think his combat strength is extraordinary and his talent is unparalleled. I think he has the strength to compete with the heaven's chosen one. It's a pity that he's not destined to be the chosen one. Someone gloated. What a pity for his talent. What's there to pity? Let's talk about it after he survives divine punishment. That's right. He'll definitely die under divine punishment. Not to mention, there are 3 supreme experts watching him. Everyone was discussing. Most of them didn't think Ling Xiao would win. Divine punishment? Feng Qingyang had a strange look in his eyes. If it was before, he might be worried about Ling Xiao's safety. However, when he thought about how Ling Xiao had obtained the divine punishment secret technique in the Thunder Tribulation Sea, he wasn't worried at all. The divine punishment secret technique contained the power of divine punishment. It was the #1 lightning path superpower in the world. Ling Xiao had the divine punishment secret technique, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to neutralize the divine punishment. Ling Xiao's brows also furrowed slightly. He also didn't understand why breaking the limit and advancing to the 3rd level of heaven treading would attract heavenly punishment. In the 9-Yan Blood Spirit Emperor art, Ling Xiao's flesh and blood had almost been burned away, leaving only a skeleton behind. However, Ling Xiao had also comprehended the origin of power and directly broke through his own limits to reach the heaven-treading realm. It felt as if he had jumped out of the shackles of the world and stood above the heavenly Tao. It gave him a very strange perspective, as if he could observe the reincarnation of the world and comprehend the life and death of all living things. It was a very strange feeling. Unfortunately, that state was still too short, and Ling Xiao broke through almost instantly. Now that the heavenly punishment had descended, Ling Xiao felt somewhat baffled, unable to make sense of it. Rumble, endless lightning bolts rose, and the black ominous aura filled the air. Ling Xiao was completely locked in place. Endless lightning bolts gathered and descended from the 9 heavens, striking directly at Ling Xiao. Even Ling Xiao could feel the destructive power contained within that bolt of lightning. It wanted to completely obliterate the life in his body. I'd like to see how strong this so-called heavenly punishment is. A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, revealing a strong fighting spirit. Blazing divine light rose around his body, and a punch rushed into the sky. Crack, the void trembled as Ling Xiao collided with the black lightning bolt. Immediately, he felt his body tremble violently, and was struck down from the sky by the lightning bolt. The lightning bolts fell from the sky, not giving Ling Xiao the slightest chance to react. They enveloped his entire body, intertwining with the aura of destruction. The great Tao Law descended, wanting to completely obliterate all vitality. Rumble, Ling Xiao could feel that the lightning bolts were formed by the pure great Tao Law. Its power was incomparably terrifying, making him feel extremely pressured. Ling Xiao's fists were like dragons as he fought with all his might. Every strike had the power to destroy heaven and earth. He used the Heavenly Emperor's fist, unleashing his maximum combat strength, shattering the lightning bolts one after another. However, the lightning bolts still drilled into Ling Xiao's body, wreaking havoc in his body, destroying the vitality of his physical body, and spreading into the depths of his primordial spirit. Heavenly punishment was the power of the heavenly Tao's wrath. It was extremely terrifying, and the more one resisted, the stronger the power. Even a true saint could not resist the power of heavenly punishment. Soon, Ling Xiao was enveloped by the lightning bolts. So what if you've reached the third level of heaven treading? In the end, you'll still die under heavenly punishment. The Son Forsaken, you really live up to your name. The saint son of Samsara's eyes were full of mockery. It's too easy for him to die just like that. The demon saint of Nine Suns said coldly, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. Is that so? Then come and have a taste of heavenly punishment's power. Suddenly, a calm voice entered the ears of the heavenly demon young lord, the saint son of Samsara, and the demon saint of Nine Sun, causing them to tremble. Rumble, Ling Xiao suddenly soared into the sky amidst the black lightning bolts that filled the sky. Bathed in the lightning bolts, he charged toward the three of them. The lightning bolts around him blazed as if there were black lightning dragons coiling around him. They possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth, and they could tear everything apart. They roared as they charged toward the three of them. What? An aura that made their scalps tingle came crashing toward them. The three demon saint of Nine Suns' expression changed drastically when they sensed the aura of heavenly punishment approaching. They did not even think twice before retreating rapidly. However, Ling Xiao was even faster. He used a secret teleportation technique, and his entire body was wrapped in lightning bolts as he came crashing down, enveloping the three demon saint of Nine Suns group within it. Crack! The terrifying bolts of lightning seemed to have sensed the powerful auras of the three demon saint of Nine Suns group. The power of heavenly punishment became even more terrifying, as if it was going to destroy this entire world. A bolt of black lightning bore the brunt of the attack and pierced through the chest of the demon saint of Nine Sunday. Blood gushed out of the wound, and his vitality dissipated. The demon saint of Nine Suns' body shook violently, and he coughed out blood as he was sent flying. The vast might of heavenly punishment descended, and bolts of lightning intertwined. The incomparably chaotic power shattered the powerful protective barriers around the heavenly demon young lord and the saint son of Samsara. Their flesh was lacerated, and they coughed out blood incessantly. Damn it! Why isn't he affected by heavenly punishment? The heavenly demon young lord roared angrily, his eyes filled with shock and anger. Ling Xiao's aura surged as the great Tao divine flower floated above his head. His aura was extremely mysterious as he bathed in lightning. However, he was not affected by the heavenly punishment at all. The blazing lightning struck his body, forming a mysterious cycle that caused his body to tremble slightly. It was as though he had turned into a part of the lightning tribulation. He looked extremely mysterious. The heavenly demon young master trembled. He could not believe what he was seeing. Ling Xiao was the one who had triggered the heavenly punishment. Now that he was attacking the three of them so brazenly, he should have triggered an even more terrifying heavenly punishment. However, the heavenly demon young master was both shocked and furious. Die, Demon Saint Nine Sun! Ling Xiao's eyes were burning with murderous intent as he threw a punch at Demon Saint Nine Sun. Boom! The terrifying punch carried a sky full of lightning as though it could shatter this part of the world. It contained an endless amount of murderous intent and added to its ferocious aura. Muan had just sent a voice transmission to Ling Xiao, informing him that the old goat was suppressing the Zhou Tian star array and asking him to kill Demon Saint Nine Sun as soon as possible. Ling Xiao was surprised and overjoyed. He was extremely excited. He did not expect the old goat to be in the demon race's holy city. After hearing Muan's words, Ling Xiao was worried about the old goat's situation. Naturally, he had an endless amount of murderous intent towards Demon Saint Nine's son and locked onto him. Ling Xiao used the heavenly punishment secret skill. It was as though he had turned into a part of the heavenly Tao. His aura was terrifying and every strike had the power to destroy the world. Long Outyen, you will die a horrible death. Demon Saint Nine's son's eyes were about to spit fire. He felt extremely aggrieved as he roared furiously while dodging the attacks. However, Ling Xiao had already locked onto him. In addition, Demon Saint Nine's son had already paid a huge price when he used the Ninth Sun Blood Spirit Emperor technique. There was no way he could escape from the heavenly punishment. Crack, the terrifying punch landed. Demon Saint Nine's son wanted to block it, but his arms felt as though they had been struck by lightning. With a crisp sound, they were broken by Ling Xiao. Demon Sage Nine's son staggered backward. Demonic light rose from his body as he tried to dodge Ling Xiao's storm-like attacks. However, the lightning bolts that filled the sky fell and penetrated his defenses. His body trembled violently as he coughed out blood. The heavenly demon young master and reincarnation's saint son no longer dared to continue fighting Ling Xiao. While Ling Xiao was chasing after Demon Sage Nine's son, they quickly escaped from the area enveloped by heavenly punishment. Boom, Ling Xiao punched out, and the blazing lightning gathered together to form an unparalleled heavenly punishment fist. It landed on Demon Saint Nine's son's chest, causing his body to shake violently. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and a huge bloody hole appeared on his chest. Nine's son Demon Sage was sent flying backwards. It was unknown how many of his ribs were broken. He fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater in the ground. Ah, Demon Sage Nine's son roared. Blood chi filled his body, and his eyes were filled with rage. He used a supreme secret technique, and the injuries on his body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. You'd better die. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He slammed his palm down, and the flipping sky seal shone brightly. Vast lightning bolts poured into the flipping sky seal, making it look like an ancient lightning mountain. It came crashing down with a loud rumble, crack, heaven and earth trembled, and the surrounding void shattered. Demon Sage Nine's son's eyes were filled with despair. However, he could not escape from the suppression of the flipping sky seal. He could only watch as the flipping sky seal came crashing down on him. Poof, Demon Sage Nine's son exploded into a bloody mist. The demonic light around him dissipated, and even his primordial spirit was smashed into dust by the flipping sky seal. It could be said that his soul had been completely destroyed. This scene shocked everyone. Demon Sage Nine's son died in Long Outyen's hands just like that? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Everyone was trembling. They could not believe what they had just seen. It was as if they were in a dream. Who was Demon Sage Nine's son? He was the undisputed ruler of the Monster Saint City. He had the power to decide life and death. Even the young master of the heavenly monster race and countless other supreme talents had to bow down to him. However, he had died in Ling Xiao's hands just like that. Even his primordial spirit had been smashed into dust. Long Outyen, how did he do it? Could it be that even heaven's punishment can't do anything to him? He's not tolerated by the heavenly Tao, but he has such terrifying combat strength. I seem to be witnessing the birth of a peerless, ruthless person. Even if he doesn't become the chosen one, there will be a place for him in the future era. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao with awe and respect. The scene was dead silent. Everyone stared blankly at Ling Xiao, who was in the void. Ling Xiao was bathed in endless lightning as he strolled over. The aura around him was mysterious and unpredictable. He was like an ancient great emperor who controlled heaven's punishment. He had the supreme power to destroy the world. You actually mastered the secret skill of heaven's punishment? No wonder even heaven's punishment can't do anything to you. Long Outyen, you actually dared to kill Demon Saint Nine Sunday. You're dead meat. Just wait to be hunted down by the world. The young master of the heavenly monster race glared at Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as though he was looking at a dead man. Is that so? However, I'm certain that the two of you will die before me. Ling Xiao said indifferently. His voice was incomparably calm. Boom, he took a step forward and the sky was filled with lightning. Like a roaring thunder dragon, he charged towards the young master of The heavenly monster race and the saint of Samsara. Demon Saint Nine's son had already died in Ling Zhao's hands. Ling Xiao had no intention of letting the two of them go. He controlled heaven's punishment with his secret skill of heaven's punishment, causing his strength to skyrocket. Even the young master of the heavenly monster race and the saint of Samsara's expressions changed drastically. Without hesitation, they turned and fled. They wanted to leave the monster saint city, whoosh. However, Ling Xiao used the secret skill of heaven's secret skill of heaven and earth. His speed was extremely fast. It was as though only Ling Xiao's figure was left in the void. Every strike of his could destroy the world and tear the void apart. Ling Zhao's speed was extremely fast. Bolts of lightning fell from the sky like intertwining divine chains. They contained vast Tao principles. The young master of the heavenly monster race and the saint of Samsara felt their scalps tingle as they dodged in all directions. Rumble, although the enforcers weren't weak, how could they possibly withstand such a tyrannical heavenly punishment? They were all torn apart by the blazing thunderbolts, turning into a blood mist and disappearing into the void. Ling Xiao was like a peerless god of war who had slaughtered thousands of soldiers. His fighting spirit was soaring and his strength was terrifying. He did not even frown as he killed countless experts. Long Outyen, I will remember you. The next time we meet, it will be your death date. The heavenly demon young master's eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at Ling Xiao. Then, a blazing light burst out from his palm and an emperor's decree appeared in the void. Boom, it was a black emperor's decree. It slowly unfolded in the void like a vast and mysterious vortex. It swept up the heavenly demon young master and the saint son of Samsara and was about to leave the demon clan's saint city. The emperor's decree? Break it! Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he roared. The flipping sky seal, which was wrapped in the vast divine punishment, pressed down on the emperor's decree. Crack, the void trembled violently. The emperor's decree was majestic and mysterious, containing the power of the emperor's aura. The flipping sky seal also emitted a vast amount of emperor's aura. When it collided with the emperor's decree, the void was torn apart. The chaotic turbulence was turbulent and the divine light was dazzling. The black hole trembled violently as if it would collapse at any time. Come out! A thunderbolt palm suddenly appeared in the flipping sky seal. It grabbed at the black hole and pulled out a figure who was struggling violently. The Thunder Spirit King acted at the critical moment. His speed was so fast that even the heavenly demon young master and the saint son of Samsara could not react in time. Swoosh, the emperor's decree emitted boundless light and broke apart the flipping sky seal. Then, it wrapped the heavenly demon young master and disappeared into the void. The figure that was pulled out by the Thunder Spirit King was the saint son of Samsara. Buzz, the flipping sky seal floated above the saint son of Samsara's head. Bolts of lightning fell like chains and intertwined around the saint son of Samsara, forming a prison that trapped him. The saint of Samsara trembled when he saw the cold looks on Ling Xiao and the others' faces. He could not hide the fear in his eyes. The saint son of Samsara couldn't help but tremble in despair at the thought of what would happen next. Rumble, Ling Xiao used the heavenly punishment secret technique and swallowed up all the lightning in the sky. Immediately, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and the world regained its brightness. At this moment, everyone was looking at Ling Xiao with reverence in their eyes. This was Ling Xiao. He had killed Demon Saint Nine's son, captured the Saint of Samsara alive, and forced the heavenly demon young lord to flee. His strength was terrifying to the extreme. Ha ha ha. I knew that Ling Xiao would definitely be able to utterly crush these bastards. The white dragon horse laughed heartily. Young master is always the best. Shui Wei smiled faintly and looked at Ling Xiao with incomparable gentleness. It was as though she only had eyes for Ling Xiao and nothing else. She was calm and gentle, and her temperament was otherworldly. She exuded a peerless aura, and her faint smile made the world pale in comparison. I really want to know more and more how far you can go. Feng Qingyang took a deep breath as he thought to himself with a complicated look in his eyes. When he was subdued by Ling Xiao, he was naturally unwilling to accept it. He was constantly thinking of how to defeat Ling Xiao and break free from Ling Zhao's restraints and terror. However, as he followed Ling Xiao, he saw that Ling Zhao's strength was getting more and more terrifying. Ling Zhao's incomparable talent was not inferior to any of the supreme talents he had met. This shock even offset the dissatisfaction in his heart. Right now, he really thought of himself as Ling Zhao's follower. Junior sister Shuiwei, I was blinded by greed. I have let you down. Please let me go. I will never dare to be your enemy again. After seeing Shuiwei, the saint son of Samsara, who had been imprisoned by the endless lightning, knelt down in front of Shuiwei and begged for mercy. The Samsara saint's sudden action surprised Ling Xiao and the others. After all, the Samsara saint was the leader of the Samsara temple. As a supreme talent, he had his own pride. He would rather die than beg for mercy. However, the Samsara saint was so eccentric that he knelt down in front of Shuiwei to beg for a chance to live. Everyone's eyes were filled with disdain. They looked down on the Samsara saint even more. You don't have to beg me. You have to bear the consequences of your own actions. You can die, but you represent the dignity of the Samsara temple. I wonder what the sect master and the supreme elders would think if they knew what you're doing now. Shuiwei said indifferently, her eyes incomparably calm. Junior sister, I know that young Master Long will listen to you. As long as you plead for mercy on my behalf, he will definitely agree. I promise you that as long as you save my life, I will obey you from now on. I will never betray you. The Samsara saint did not stand up and begged Shuiwei. He saw hope in Shuiwei. When he was in the Samsara temple, he knew that although his junior sister was exceptionally talented, she was incomparably kind-hearted. He believed that Shuiwei would not leave him in the lurch if he threw away his status and begged for mercy. As expected, the Samsara saint saw a trace of hesitation in Shuiwei's eyes. Ling Xiao did not look at the Samsara saint. Instead, he looked at Shuiwei and smiled. Silly girl, there is nothing to be embarrassed about. As long as you spare his life, I will let him go now. Ling Xiao had never taken the Samsara saint seriously. The Samsara saint was only a follower of the heavenly demon young master. Even the heavenly demon young master was far behind Ling Xiao now. To Ling Xiao, it did not make much of a difference whether he let the Samsara saint go or not. Shuiwei's eyes revealed a trace of gratitude, but she still said resolutely, young master, kill him. This person harbors evil intentions. Sparing his life will only bring trouble to the Samsara temple. If you kill him, the grudge between you and the Samsara temple will be resolved. The Samsara saint did not expect Shuiwei to be so resolute in her decision. She wanted Ling Xiao to kill the Samsara saint. The Samsara saint's expression changed drastically. He immediately cursed, you bitch. If the Samsara temple had not taken you in, you would have died a long time ago. You repay kindness with ingratitude. I think you want to be the young master of the Samsara temple. You are afraid that you will not be able to compete with me, so you want to kill me. Shuiwei, you bitch. Rumble. Ling Zhao's eyes turned cold. Before the saint son of Samsara could finish his words, the flipping sky seal came crashing down. Terrifying divine light burst out like a divine mountain, directly killing the saint son of Samsara. The saint son of Samsara was turned into a mist of blood. His soul was completely destroyed. The world is going to change. Someone muttered to himself as he looked at Ling Xiao in the void, his eyes filled with awe. Demon Saint Nine's son was killed by Ling Xiao. Even the saint son of Samsara could not escape death in the end. Only the heavenly demon young master managed to escape. Everyone was shocked and in awe of Ling Xiao's combat strength. The scene was silent, and even their breaths were held. Ling Xiao stood in the air, his body surrounded by blazing divine light. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes seemed to have the sun and moon revolving. The flipping sky seal in his palm was floating in the chaotic chi. His aura was vast and mysterious. His gaze swept across the crowd, but no one dared to look him in the eye. They could not help but lower their heads. Senior Mu, where is an inn? Ling Xiao descended from the void, and his aura slowly retracted. He walked up to Mu'en, cupped his hands, and bowed. Heroes come from young. I didn't believe the young master when he said that you could kill Demon Saint Nine Sunday. I didn't expect you to really do it. The young master. Mu'en sighed. However, before he could finish his sentence, his expression changed drastically. Oh no. The young master is suffering from the backlash of the demon clan seal. Young master Ling Xiao, come with me. Mu'en's eyes were filled with anxiety. He instantly turned into a stream of light and shot toward the depths of the demon race's holy city. He's suffering from the backlash of the demon clan seal? Ling Xiao was shocked. Although he did not know what the demon clan seal was, he became anxious when he thought of the old goat being in danger. He chased after Muan without hesitation. The old goat is in danger? Let's go, let's go. The white dragon horse also let out a strange cry. It carried Shui Wei, and Feng Qingyang followed closely behind. They all chased after Muan. The white dragon horse and Ling Xiao were both very excited when they heard the news of the old goat. After all, they had not seen each other for more than 10 years. Although the white dragon horse often bickered with the old goat in the lower world, they were very close. It had long wanted to look for the old goat. Now that the old goat was in danger, the white dragon horse's concern was sincere. Whoosh! 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 Everyone turned into streaks of light. Their speed was extremely fast. They tore through the void and used the greater void teleportation technique. Very quickly, they arrived at the center of the demon holy city. It was an extremely grand and ancient palace that rose and fell continuously while suffused with dazzling light and auspicious qi. It seemed to be ethereal and peaceful, yet at this moment, boundless light was gushing out from the depths of the earth's core, and it emanated energy fluctuations that caused one's heart to tremble. Many people rushed out of the palace. Their eyes were filled with terror. The power that emanated from the depths of the earth's core made them feel a great sense of danger, as if they would be torn to pieces at any moment. Rumble, blazing divine light rose up. It looked extremely violent and contained a chaotic and disorderly power. One could vaguely see that there seemed to be a small sun in the depths of the earth's core, emitting endless light and heat. Two blurry figures sat cross-legged in the center. It's the old goat. Ling Xiao's body trembled. Although he could not see the faces of the two figures clearly, he instantly recognized the extremely familiar aura. It was the old goat. Crack, Ling Xiao shot towards the depths of the earth's core like a bolt of lightning. He moved extremely quickly. The surrounding space was distorted as endless divine light gushed out. Ling Xiao could sense that the closer he got to the old goat, the more terrifying the chaotic laws became, as if they could tear everything apart. Right in front of him was a resplendent sun that radiated with scorching demonic light. It was ancient, dignified, and mysterious. It vaguely seemed to contain the aura of all living beings. It was majestic, ancient, and mysterious. Ling Xiao charged towards the depths of the divine light. His body shone with translucent light as a faint chaotic aura permeated the surroundings. The chaotic energy and light in the surroundings were unable to do anything to him. Very soon, Ling Xiao saw the old goat. In the depths of the earth's core, the old goat sat before a resplendent sun. Beside him was a white-haired old man. Both of them erupted with tremendous and terrifying ripples of cultivation, pouring their power into the resplendent sun before them. One could vaguely see an ancient and mysterious seal floating in the middle of the resplendent sun. It looked very mysterious. Runes twined around the ancient seal like tadpoles, causing the ancient seal to emit terrifying fluctuations of power. The surrounding void distorted, and a vast macro-world vaguely appeared. Countless fiend gods and ominous beasts roared and shook the sky. However, the old goat and the white-haired old man were not in a good state right now. The old goat's glossy black fur had all been burnt to ashes. He had become a bald goat. Strands of golden blood even seeped out from his body. His face was extremely pale. The white-haired old man's presence was chaotic as well. His vast saints might had vanished. He tottered as if he was about to run out of energy at any time. The ancient seal in the resplendent sun trembled violently as if it was about to fly out at any time. Ling Xiao could sense that as long as that ancient seal flew out, something bad would happen. Ling Xiao? Ha ha ha. I knew you were the one who killed Demon Saint 9 Sunday. Not bad, not bad. I haven't seen you for more than 10 years, but you're still as elegant as ever. You're almost half as elegant as me. The old goat's eyes lit up when he saw Ling Xiao appear. He was extremely excited. Ling Xiao was both annoyed and amused as he said, "You're still in the mood to talk about this at a time like this? What's going on? What can I help you with?" Ling Xiao didn't act rashly. Instead, he asked. Pfft. I didn't think that demon Saint Nine's son would trick me. He didn't completely refine the demonic clan seal, but he left a wisp of his divine sense in it. After you killed that old man, he immediately detonated that wisp of divine sense, causing a powerful backlash from the demonic clan seal. The old goat said gloomily. What's the demonic clan seal? How can I help you refine it? Ling Xiao asked the key question. However, as long as I can refine the demon race seal, I can become the new guardian of the demon saint city. You came just in time. If the demon race seal escaped, it would be difficult to get it back. Activate the ancestral dragon, true phoenix, black tortoise, white tiger, and Qilin secret skills at the same time to help me suppress the demon race seal and refine it completely. The old goat said quickly. Rumble, as his voice fell, the demonic clan mark seemed to become more and more unstable. It spewed out endless divine light, and the space around it trembled violently. The small sun shook violently, as if it was about to shatter at any moment. All right. A divine light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. In an instant, terrifying energy exploded from his body. He slammed his palm down on the demon race seal. Rumble, the lightning was dazzling. Ling Xiao was like an exploding divine sun, releasing endless light and heat. Around him, the roars of dragons and tigers resounded through the sky. There were also the cries of phoenixes, black tortoises, and Qilin suppressing the center of the mysterious scene. Around Ling Xiao, boundless demonic light rose. At the same time, the illusory figures of the ancestral dragon, the true phoenix, the black tortoise, the white tiger, and the Qilin appeared. However, they looked extremely lifelike and exuded a vast amount of pressure. It was as if they could tear apart the void in all directions. Ling Xiao activated the 5 great secret skills at the same time. Behind him, 5 ancient and mysterious worlds seemed to appear. Their auras were monstrous as they pressed down on the demon race seal. Gotcha, the dazzling sun exploded. The demon race seal shone brightly and emitted endless divine light. It trembled slightly and wanted to escape through the void. However, Ling Zhao's palm covered the sky and the shadows of the 5 sacred beasts descended. At the same time, they carried the power of the 5 great worlds and pressed down on the demon race seal. Boom, the demon race seal trembled violently as if it was frozen in place. In an instant, it stopped in the void. In Ling Zhao's palm, the ancestral dragon, true phoenix, black tortoise, white tiger, and Qilin formed a 5-colored divine light. They were like 5 divine chains that suppressed the demon race seal. Ha ha ha. It's indeed effective. Ling Xiao, hold on. I'll refine the demon race seal. The old goat's eyes lit up and he laughed loudly. Whoosh, flowing light flickered around him, and blazing divine light gushed out from behind him. In an instant, a vast and ancient world appeared, exuding a wave of power that could devour everything, and an incomparably majestic and ancient saint's might erupted from it. In that world, a majestic devouring power extended towards the demonic clan seal. The old goat's expression turned grave as he began to refine the demonic clan seal. This is the devouring heaven holy domain? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. He never thought that the old goat would have cultivated the sky-devouring secret skill to such a level. He had already reached the great perfection realm. The devouring heaven's sacred domain was the symbol of the devouring heaven secret technique's completion. However, Ling Xiao had been stuck at the devouring heaven divine sea level for a long time. He hadn't condensed the devouring heaven's sacred domain yet. He didn't expect the old goat to be ahead of him. Condensing the devouring sacred domain meant that the old goat's attainments in the devouring great path had reached an unfathomable level. Using the devouring great path to refine the demonic clan mark actually seemed like it was going to refine the demonic clan mark. Rumble, the demonic clan mark seemed to have felt a strong threat and began to tremble violently. Runes rose from it and terrifying fluctuations spread out like lightning. They collided with the 5 divine chains of order, trying to break free from Ling Zhao's suppression. At the same time, a vast and mysterious aura shot up from Ling Zhao's arm and spread towards his sea of consciousness. Roar, roar, the dragon's roar shook the sky and the beast's roar tore the earth apart. The terrifying aura spread out and pulled Ling Zhao's consciousness into an ancient and mysterious world. Above his head, terrifying giant beasts covered the sky. Their wings were like clouds that covered the sky as they fought fiercely in the sky. On the earth, countless ferocious beasts were in a killing frenzy, sinking the earth in all directions. Seawater poured in, forming a vast ocean that drowned the earth and mountains. Ancestral dragon, real phoenix, white tiger, black tortoise, qilin, three-legged golden crow, immemorial dragonesque elephant, bays, taotai, xianxia. Many ancient divine beasts and sacred beasts that only existed in legends appeared, exuding a terrifying aura. Is this an ancient mark left behind in the demonic clan mark? Ling Xiao's heart trembled. Although he knew that everything before his eyes might be an ancient imprint left behind by the demonic clan seal, an illusory scene and not reality, the aura was still too real, causing his Yuan spirit to tremble uncontrollably. It was like a dream back to ancient times. Ling Xiao experienced a great battle between countless experts of the demonic clan in the ancient times. That battle shattered the 9 heavens, sank the 9 underworlds, and pierced through the 10,000 worlds. Billions of creatures died in that battle. If it was an ordinary person, they would have lost their mind in an instant under the impact of such a terrifying aura. How could they continue to suppress the demonic clan mark? However, Ling Xiao still persevered, his primordial spirit was as firm as a rock. The vast aura, the tragic scene of the ancient battle, and the aura of billions of experts couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao's primordial spirit. Instead, they became nourishment for his primordial spirit, causing it to become even more crystalline and translucent. Rumble. The old goat sat in the meditative pose before the demonic clan mark and used the supreme devouring grand Tao to refine it. His eyes were dazzling as he exuded a majestic aura as if an ancient emperor had been reborn, causing the surrounding void to violently tremble. Runes rose from the demonic clan mark as a mysterious scene emerged. It seemed to contain the marks of time, recording the reproduction, glory, and destruction of the demonic clan, causing the surrounding firmament to violently tremble. However, the old goat used the supreme devouring grand Tao to firmly suppress the demonic clan mark and slowly refine it. Boom! When the old goat completely refined the demonic clan mark emitted an unwilling hum. In the next moment, it emitted a boundless light as dazzling as the rising sun. Meanwhile, the old goat stood in the air, surrounded by chaotic energy. The demonic clan mark floated above his head, causing him to look even more mysterious and majestic. A new protector has been born. When Mu'en saw the scene before him, his entire body trembled. His eyes revealed an extremely excited expression. No one knew the meaning of the demonic clan mark more than him. Obtaining the demonic clan mark meant complete control of the demonic holy city. This wasn't just an increase in power. The most important thing was that the old goat now had the chance to compete for the ultimate creation. 9 Sun Demon Saint had died a miserable death. If he had completely refined the demon race seal, the old goat wouldn't have had the chance to seal the power of the Zhou Tian star formation and he wouldn't have died so easily at Ling Xiao's hands. Now that the demon race seal had been completely refined by the old goat, he had become the new guardian of the demon saint city. Does the demon race seal contain the fate of the demon race? It's a treasure of fate. Although it's not an ultimate emperor weapon, if I have the demon race seal in the demon saint city, I'll be invincible. I was too careless. When Ling Xiao saw that the old goat had refined the demon clan mark, his eyes revealed a trace of understanding. At the same time, he felt some lingering fear. He finally understood how lucky he was to be able to kill 9 Sun Demon Saint. The reason why a guardian was a guardian wasn't as simple as Ling Xiao thought. If 9 Sun Demon Saint had the demon race seal and activated its power, the outcome would have been different. However, the demon race seal doesn't just represent the guardian's identity. Ling Xiao thought to himself. When he was suppressing the demon race seal, he felt a mysterious and transcendent aura from the demon race seal. It seemed to contain the power of the heavenly Tao, but it was hidden in the depths of the demon race seal. He couldn't feel it clearly, but the old goat might know the function of the demon race seal. Rumble, the divine light in the surroundings shone brightly. However, as the old goat swallowed the demon race seal, the light in the surroundings slowly dissipated and the void returned to normal. And then, Ling Xiao looked at the familiar figure of the old goat and watched as he slowly opened his eyes. A smile appeared in his eyes as he called out softly. The old goat's body trembled and his eyes were filled with excitement. There seemed to be a crystal clear liquid flowing out of his eyes, but it evaporated instantly. He suddenly pounced at Ling Xiao and kicked Ling Xiao's head with his huge hooves. The terrifying power contained in the hooves seemed to be able to crush a mountain. Ling Xiao didn't dodge and continued to look at the old goat with a smile. When the huge hooves landed on Ling Xiao's head, the violent power instantly dissipated. In the end, it only lightly flicked Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao, you bastard, do you know how worried I was about you? They all said that you were killed by the old B***stars of the Heavenly Curse sect and Hua clan. I didn't believe it at first, but where have you been in the past 3 years? You bastard. You made me so worried about you. Ling Xiao, do you know? I miss you so much. The old goat kicked Ling Xiao while cursing. In the end, his eyes turned red as he cried and laughed at the same time. It was a heartbreaking sight. Perhaps, in the old goat's heart, he had already treated Ling Xiao as his family. Ling Xiao was someone who had lived 2 lives. From his first life when he was weak all the way until he became the heaven-devouring supreme, the old goat had always been by his side. To a certain extent, the old goat had appeared even earlier than Xianxia. They were already brothers and relatives. Just like when the demon saint died, the old goat cried very sadly. He hugged Ling Xiao and said that he would be alone in the future. When the demon saint was around, life still had a place to come. When the demon saint was gone, life only had a way to return. However, in the end, Ling Xiao was still by the old goat's side. 2 lonely souls in this desolate world leaned on each other. That kind of affection had already seeped into their blood and bones. How could I not miss you? You're becoming more and more impressive. Ling Xiao hugged the old goat and said softly. His eyes were full of smiles. As he smiled, his eyes turned red and watery, but they disappeared immediately. Meeting again after more than 10 years, the brotherhood between them was indescribable. Boss Mu, I didn't expect the young master to have such a close brother. It seems like the old master will be able to rest in peace after knowing this. The old man with white hair and beard sighed softly. His eyes were full of emotions. He seemed to have thought of something and was slightly absent-minded. Isn't that right? When young master Ling Xiao heard that the young master was in trouble, he rushed over without hesitation. If he hadn't killed the 9-son demon saint, the young master would have been in even greater trouble. Yunhe, are you thinking of old third? Muan also nodded and looked at the old man with white hair and beard. Yunhe nodded and then shook his head. There was a trace of hatred in his eyes as he said, third brother died for the young master. He died a worthy death. However, if I don't avenge him, I'm not human. One day, I'll kill my way up to the clouds and kill that old bastard. Second brother, be careful with your words. The celestial emperor is one with the heavenly Tao and can sense some things. You can't call him by his name. However, the heavenly demon young master is in the chaotic ancient land. We can find a chance to kill him first. Muan said with a cold look in his eyes. Yunhe nodded and fell silent. Shui Wei, the white dragon horse, and Feng Qingyang stood aside and didn't disturb Ling Xiao and the old goat. However, the white dragon horse and Feng Qingyang's eyes were filled with envy. They all knew how rare it was to have a brother who could entrust his life to them in this cold world. Old goat, I didn't expect you to cry. Hee, I've really learned something new. The white dragon horse saw the old goat and Ling Xiao walking over together and couldn't help but mock. The old goat suddenly squinted his eyes and walked over. He looked at the white dragon horse with some evil intentions and said, Are you itching for a beating? I haven't beaten you for more than 10 years and you still look like you're asking for a beating. TSK. Old goat, you think you can beat me? Come on, let your brother Ma teach you how to be a human. The white dragon horse laughed proudly and was very arrogant. He had awakened the bloodline of the dragon tribe and the Pegasus tribe in his body. His strength had reached the peak of the 9th revolution half-saint realm. In addition, Ling Xiao had taught him the shifting secret technique and the secret technique of the ancestral dragon, which made his battle strength extremely terrifying. Although he couldn't see the old goat's cultivation, he guessed that the old goat's cultivation was about the same as his. In addition, he had extreme speed and was naturally in an invincible position. That was why he dared to be so arrogant. After all, he had been bullied badly by the old goat in the lower realm. He had been suppressing his anger for a long time and wanted to avenge himself. Teach me how to be a human? Very good. The old goat opened his mouth and smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Then, he lightly kicked the white dragon horse with his hoof. Ling Xiao looked at the white dragon horse with a trace of sympathy. This fellow was too arrogant. He didn't know that the old goat's cultivation was much higher than his and was even stronger than Ling Xiao's. Ling Xiao, don't look down on horses. Today, I'll teach this fellow who's the boss. The white dragon horse also felt Ling Xiao's gaze and instantly felt that he was being looked down on. He couldn't help but snort coldly and directly kicked the old goat with his hoof. Boom. The old goat's hoof lightly landed on the white dragon horse's head with incomparable accuracy. The white dragon horse couldn't even break through the old goat's defense. Ripples spread out, and the old goat's smile was so dazzling to the white dragon horse. A large bump immediately appeared on the white dragon horse's head. It was as if it had collided with a sturdy mountain, causing its vision to turn black. It was so painful that tears were about to flow out. The white dragon horse didn't expect the old goat to be so powerful. It wanted to use its extreme speed to escape. Trying to escape? Didn't you want to teach me how to be a human? The old goat's mocking voice rang out. The vast devouring sacred domain appeared behind him. The devouring Tao swept across the void like a chain of order and sealed the white dragon horse's body. With the suppression of the devouring sacred domain, the white dragon horse felt like it was carrying billions of mountains. Naturally, it couldn't increase its speed. The old goat also knew that the white dragon horse had the extreme speed of teleportation. Naturally, he would not give it a chance to escape. His first move was a thunderous strike. Then, his huge goat hooves fell like raindrops on the white dragon horse's body. Bang! 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 The white dragon horse screamed. It couldn't escape from the old goat's claws. It could only endure the old goat's attacks. Moreover, it couldn't break through the old goat's defense. It could only passively take the beating. After a while, its nose and face were swollen. It looked very miserable and miserable. Bastard horse, do you still dare to be arrogant in front of me? Didn't you want to teach me how to be a human? Come, come, come. Why aren't you attacking? Can't you be more capable? Tell me, who's the boss? Bastard, if I don't beat you until you piss your pants, I'm not young masterin'. The old goat sneered while beating the white dragon horse. The white dragon horse was still very stubborn at the beginning. Although it was screaming, it was still very stubborn. It didn't beg for mercy at all. However, it couldn't take it anymore and began to loudly beg for mercy. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Big brother, you're my big brother. I beg you, spare me. It's my mouth, it's my fault. Please forgive me. The white dragon horse licked its face and scurried away like a rat after being beaten by the old goat. Ling Xiao was angry and amused at the same time. The white dragon horse was used to having a foul mouth. It was very arrogant and despotic. Ling Xiao couldn't do anything to it. Now, there was finally someone who could control it. Everyone showed a kind smile. They also saw that the old goat had a sense of propriety. Although the white dragon horse was screaming, he didn't hit it too hard. He only used a little trick to make the old goat feel incomparable pain. And then, don't lower yourself to his level. Tell me about the demonic race mark. I'm afraid the demonic race mark isn't as simple as a guardian. Ling Xiao stopped the old goat and said with a smile. The old goat seemed to be tired as well. It vented its anger and spared the white dragon horse. The white dragon horse collapsed on the ground. Its face was bruised and swollen. It whimpered and whimpered. It did not even have the strength to beg for mercy. That's right. You should have seen it too. Although the demonic race mark represents the identity of a guardian and can control the holy city of the demons and activate the power of the great star formation in Zhou, that's not the most important point. The demonic race mark represents the identity of a candidate for the chosen child. It is also the ultimate fortune. The old goat's expression became serious when he talked about the demonic race mark. A candidate for the chosen child? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as if he thought of something. That's right. There are 108 ancient cities in the ancient Chaos Land. Each ancient city has an ancient seal that contains the providence of 108 powerful races. It is a treasure of providence. Only by controlling the ancient seal can one become the guardian of the holy city. Before we entered the ancient Chaos Land, the guardians of the holy city were mostly natives of this place. They were recognized by the ancient seal by chance and became the guardians. However, the guardians are not static. As long as you kill the guardian, you can replace him, control the ancient seal, and become the new guardian. You should have heard of the City of Chaos, right? All of this was actually made up by the protectors. They didn't want the people in the chaotic ancient land to have other thoughts. However, they didn't know that their fates were already sealed the moment they became protectors. The old goat said slowly with a strange look in his eyes, "In the primal chaos ancient land, there are 108 holy cities, representing 108 powerful races. They also contain 108 kinds of fortunes. As long as you obtain the ancient seal and become a guardian, you'll be a candidate for the heaven's chosen child. You'll be qualified to compete for the ultimate fortune." The original guardians were just sacrifices. For example, when you killed Demon Saint Nine's son, you sacrificed his life to the demonic race mark. That was why I had the chance to control the demonic race mark. The old goat revealed the secrets of the demonic race mark and the ancient chaos land. Everyone was extremely shocked. Xianxia finally understood the origin of the chosen child. The old goat obtained the demonic race mark and became the new guardian. He also possessed the providence of the demonic race. He could compete with the prodigies of the other races and seize the ultimate fortune. The so-called chosen child was actually the child of providence of a race. Only when a race's providence was strong enough could it help them obtain the position of chosen child. It was rumored that the chosen child would definitely be able to prove his Tao and become an emperor. Moreover, he could help a race become the epic lord. In other words, as long as we seize the ancient seals of other cities, we can become candidates for the chosen child. Feng Qingyang's eyes also lit up. It could be said that in the face of this ultimate fortune, almost no one could resist the temptation. In theory, it's not a problem. However, I took advantage of a loophole. If Demon Saint Nine's son hadn't completely grasped the demonic race mark, do you think we could have succeeded so easily? The strength of a guardian with the ancient seal is not something that ordinary people can imagine. However, if you obtain the ancient seal, you can also obtain a great fortune. You will be protected by the providence of a race and reach a state where you can't be invaded by anything. Just like how the white dragon horse couldn't break through my defense earlier. In fact, it was the effect of the demonic race's providence. The old goat said slowly. Demon Saint Nine's son's strength isn't very strong. He's not even as strong as the heavenly demon young master. Overall, his cultivation is equivalent to the heaven ascension realm. If he activates the Zhou Tian star formation, he should be able to reach the second earth realm. And then, if Demon Saint Nine's son had the demonic race mark, how strong would he be? Xianxia looked at the old goat and asked. In order to obtain the ancient seal, he had to assess the true strength of the guardians. Comparable to the heaven realm, comparable to a great sage. The old goat said slowly with a solemn look in his eyes. It was comparable to the heaven realm and could fight against a supreme saint. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression changed. The third level of the ascension realm was called the heaven realm. It would give birth to 3 Tao immortal flowers and condense heaven, earth, and man. It was called the heaven realm. The third level of the heaven realm was complete. Although they were not yet saints, they could kill saints and were invincible in the saint realm. Once they became saints in the heaven realm, they would be as strong as a supreme saint. If Demon Saint Nine's son had the demon seal and unleashed the combat strength of a heaven realm expert, it would be very difficult for Xianxia to defeat him. He might even be defeated by Demon Saint Nine's Sunday with the ancient seal. The guardian is almost invincible in the holy city due to the blessing of a race. Even a supreme saint would have a hard time defeating him. However, there's a flaw. If he leaves the holy city, he won't be able to use the power of providence and can be killed. The old goat said slowly. If that's the case, the ancient seal should be useless. It can only be used in the holy city. Once it leaves the holy city, it'll be beaten back to its original form. Feng Qingyang said disappointedly. It's not useless. The ancient seal is a treasure of providence. It's blessed by the heavenly Tao. If you can gain the seal's approval, you'll be able to use a portion of the heavenly Tao's power and have better providence than ordinary people. With the ancient seal, you'll be able to comprehend the heavenly Tao's power all the time and increase your cultivation speed by 10-fold or even 100-fold. Moreover, you'll be protected by the heavenly Tao when you explore the secret realms in the chaotic ancient land. The old goat explained. No matter what, if we want to become the chosen one, we'll have to obtain an ancient seal and become the guardian of the holy city. Ling Xiao nodded and said. What Ling Xiao wanted the most was naturally the human clan's seal of the human clan's holy city. However, he could imagine how intense the competition for the human clan's seal would be. Furthermore, he could sense that the human clan's guardian's strength was unfathomable. He was far stronger than Demon Saint Nine Sunday. It would probably be very difficult to obtain the human clan's seal from him. Ling Xiao, there's a chance to obtain the ancient seal. Maybe we can give it a try. The old goat's eyes lit up after some thought. What chance? Ling Xiao asked curiously. That old Taoist, Wu Liang, is currently eyeing the Tao race mark. However, the Tao race is extremely mysterious. Furthermore, the Tao race's guardian is extremely powerful and unfathomable. Originally, I didn't have much hope for him. However, we can set up a trap and kill the Tao race's guardian. The old goat chuckled. His eyes were filled with eagerness. Taoist Wu Liang? Was this fellow also in the primal chaos ancient land? Could the Tao race you mentioned be the Tao race era before the devil race era? It is said that the self-proclaimed cultivators of the Tao race have been slaughtered by the devil race. There are still people of the Tao race in the ancient chaos land? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. He was incomparably excited. Both the old goat and Taoist Wu Liang had appeared. However, the Taoist race that the old goat had mentioned was extremely important to him. There were countless races in the myriad of worlds. Many powerful races had disappeared in the long river of time. Even if some had reproduced to this day, they were only left with a feeble existence and were extremely weak. In the myriad of worlds, the most powerful races were still the human race, the devil race, the demon race, the sorcerer race, and a few other limited races. However, the name of the Taoist race had once resounded throughout the myriad realms. They had dominated for an era and created an endlessly glorious cultivation civilization. At that time, the human race was still struggling to survive. Even the devil race, who were at their peak, had no choice but to retreat into the devil world. However, it was said that at the end of the Tao race era, the devil race swept through the myriad of worlds and slaughtered all the experts of the Tao race. They had created the devil race era. Ling Xiao did not expect the mysterious Tao race to exist in the ancient chaos land. Wu Liang had been hanging out with me in the demon world. This time, he naturally came to the ancient chaos land. However, that guy is very mysterious. He seems to be related to the Tao race. Therefore, he went to the Tao race Saint City alone to become the Tao race's guardian. The Tao race was extremely mysterious. It was said that at the end of the Tao race era, a group of Tao race experts entered the ancient chaos land. Later on, they gradually multiplied into a large race. However, they stayed in the ancient chaos land and were unable to leave. However, there were many experts in the Tao race and they were extremely united and xenophobic. They especially hated the experts of the devil race to the core. Very few people would enter the Tao race Saint City. However, in the Tao race, the men were incomparably handsome, like elegant young masters. The women were beautiful, like goddesses from the 9 heavens. They were extremely beautiful with ice skin and jade bones. Hee hee. The old goat said slowly and smiled maliciously at the end. Since Taoist Wu Liang is in the Tao race Saint City, let's go there to find him. As for whether or not we can get the Tao race seal, we'll see what happens after we meet Taoist Wu Liang. Ling Xiao said after thinking for a while. Alright. Then let's go now. The old goat nodded and said. The group decided to head to the Tao race Saint City. The Tao race Saint City was not close to the demon race Saint City. The white dragon horse naturally became their mount. Although the white dragon horse was unwilling, it was forced by the old goat's abuse of power and finally agreed. Ling Xiao, the old goat, Shui Wei, Feng Qingyang, Muan Saint, and Cloud Crane Saint all landed on the white dragon horse's back. The white dragon horse neighed and broke through the void. It used the Great Void teleportation technique and flew towards the Tao race Saint City. Whoosh, the white dragon horse's fur was pure white and flawless. It was like a bolt of white lightning. Its speed was extremely fast as it moved through the chaotic void. The surrounding scenery became distorted. It was moving at an unimaginable speed. In a flash, it was tens of thousands of miles away. Everyone was incomparably amazed. Legend had it that when the white dragon horse matured to its peak, it could instantly teleport to any place it wanted to go. It was no wonder that the ancient emperors liked to use dragon horses as their mounts. The Dao Rei Saint City was a mysterious place. It was as if it was isolated from the world. It was an ancient and mysterious paradise. Immortal mountains were ethereal and filled with clouds. Ancient towering trees towered into the depths of the sky and covered the sky. All kinds of old vines and precious herbs could be seen everywhere. It was like a paradise that looked incomparably mysterious. Between heaven and earth, there was a mysterious Tao law. It was as if it could easily make people fall into a state of Tao enlightenment. It was very peaceful. When Ling Xiao and the others appeared in the void, they saw this mysterious area. Everyone could hear a mysterious sound wave coming from the holy city of the Tao race. It was very pleasing to the ears, as if it contained the fluctuations of the great Tao. Young men and women in feathered clothes flew out from the holy city of the Tao race on cranes. They looked graceful and extraordinary, exuding a transcendent and otherworldly aura. Is this the holy city of the Tao race? The great Tao law here is so dense. Could it be that a supreme expert passed away here? Feng Qingyang's eyes flickered as he said in disbelief. The chaotic ancient land seemed to be closest to the heavenly Tao law. The cultivation speed in the chaotic ancient land was 10 times or 100 times faster than the outside world. However, the heavenly Tao law in the holy city of the Tao race was 10 times clearer, allowing one to enter the Tao enlightenment state at any time. You're right and wrong. Legend has it that in the Tao race era, the Tao ancestor fell and was killed by the demon race emperor. However, a finger of the Tao race was brought here by an expert of the Tao race, forming this mysterious area. The old goat said slowly as he recounted the legend he had heard. A finger can form such a mysterious precept domain, and it hasn't dissipated after 2 eras? The Tao ancestor of the Tao race is really terrifying. Shui Wei exclaimed. Her injuries had completely healed, and after experiencing this serious injury, she was about to break through her limits. Her aura became more ethereal and mysterious. As the saintess of Samsara, she had seen many traces left behind by the Tao ancestor in the ancient books of the Samsara temple. Although countless years had passed, she could still see how peerless the Tao ancestor was through those glimpses. Is Taoist Wuliang in the holy city of the Tao race? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he said slowly. When he came to this area, Ling Xiao could feel the wordless heavenly book trembling slightly, as if it had sensed an aura that made it extremely excited. This fluctuation would only be so strong when the wordless heavenly book sensed the 12 sky skills. In other words, there were 12 sky skills in the holy city of the Tao race. This discovery made Ling Zhao's heart tremble. Not necessarily. He planned to lure out the guardian of the holy city of the Tao race, then kill him and take the Tao race seal. I'll contact him first and see if he's still in this area. The old goat said as a resplendent voice transmission stone appeared in his hand. This was a treasure made by Taoist Wuliang. It could communicate telepathically within an area. Taoist Wuliang gave it to Old Goat so that Old Goat could contact him when he arrived at the sacred city of the Tao race. Weng, the sound transmission stone lit up. It was multicolored and dazzling, as if there was an extremely melodious aura being transmitted into the distance. Before the old goat could say anything, an extremely anxious voice rang out from one of them. The prince of the devil race has appeared. Quickly come to Ultimate Tao Mountain. The voice sounded very anxious, but it caused Ling Xiao and the others' expressions to change because it was Taoist Wuliang's voice, Ultimate Tao Mountain. This was a forbidden area in the chaotic ancient land. It was rumored that this was a forbidden area of the heavenly Tao. The order of the great Tao was extremely chaotic, and there were dangers and killing intent everywhere. It was the border between the holy city of the Tao race and the holy city of the devil race. The land was barren and desolate, and the sky was filled with grey mist. Waves of devil chi rose, transforming into the shape of a ghost face. It looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. A lone peak that was tens of thousands of feet high sat on this land. It was like a broken sword, steep and sharp, exuding an aura that could destroy the world. This was Ultimate Tao Mountain. It was derived from the meaning of the Great Tao. However, at this moment, a group of demon clan experts in black robes surrounded two figures in Taoist robes on top of Taoist Mountain. Their demonic chi filled the sky. Among the two figures in Taoist robes, one was an old Taoist with white hair and beard. The aura around his body was vast and mysterious, unfathomable. However, at this moment, his face was extremely pale, and there was bright red blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth. There was an ancient seal above his head that was filled with five-colored light, containing vast great Tao laws. The other was a handsome and extraordinary middle-aged Taoist. He was wearing a white Taoist robe, and his eyes were sparkling and resplendent, as if there was a strange fluctuation of the great Tao. However, both of them were not in a good state at this moment. It was as if they had just experienced a great battle and were almost exhausted. They were only relying on the ancient seal above their heads to support themselves. Tao Master, I advise you not to resist stubbornly. As long as you hand over the Tao clan seal and the Tao ancestor's finger bone and submit to the Emperor, we will spare your life. Otherwise, there is only death. Standing opposite the two of them, a black-robed young man said with a sneer. The black-robed young man's cultivation was very strong, but the mysterious Emperor beside him was even stronger. Every time he saw the Emperor, his eyes unconsciously revealed a look of reverence. The mysterious Emperor was shrouded in demonic light, revealing only a pair of indifferent and cold eyes. They were like blood moons, filled with bloodthirst and cruelty. It was this Emperor who had severely injured Tao Master with a single blow just now. Tao Master had no choice but to take out the Tao clan seal in order to be able to survive until now. The surrounding demonic light surged like a vast waterfall, forming an incomparably powerful formation barrier that sealed off Ultimate Tao Mountain. Now, Tao Master and Taoist Wuliang had become turtles in a jar. Whether they were captured or killed was only a matter of thought from the Emperor. The son of the original Demon Emperor? You really live up to your reputation. However, do you think you are worthy of the Tao clan seal? Tao Master sneered, his voice full of hatred and killing intent. He was the guardian of the Tao clan. The reason why he rashly left the Tao clan's holy city and came to Ultimate Tao Mountain was to take out the Tao ancestor's finger bone. He did not expect to meet the original prince, and the strength of the original prince was something that Tao Master did not expect. He was defeated in one move. If it were not for the Tao clan seal, he and Taoist Wuliang would have been captured alive. Old goat, you bastard, hurry up and come. Otherwise, I'm really going to die here. Taoist Wuliang said with a bitter smile. He had originally followed Tao Master here, wanting to take the opportunity to kill Tao Master and obtain the Tao clan seal. However, he did not expect to be so unlucky as to meet the original prince and his group, who mistook him and Tao Master for members of the Tao clan. Taoist Wuliang knew that he was no match for the original prince, so he consciously became a coward. He secretly sent a voice transmission to the old goat. Although he hoped that the old goat could come to save him, he did not have much hope. Tao Master, do you really think that a mere Tao clan mark can save your lives? The Emperor appreciates you and has given you a chance to live. Don't be ungrateful. The black-robed youth sneered and his eyes were filled with coldness. He was the genius of the Heavenly Fiend clan, Bohan. This time, he followed the original prince to the primal chaos ancient land. Other than wanting to help the original prince seize the position of the chosen one, he also wanted to obtain enough opportunities and good fortune. He had already broken the limit once and formed the human sovereign. If he could subdue Tao Master and obtain the Tao clan mark and the Tao ancestor's finger bone, original prince would definitely reward him handsomely and allow him to break the limit a second time and form the Tao Master. This was an opportunity that he had to grasp. My death is not regrettable, but you want the Tao clan mark? That's impossible. Tao Master's eyes were extremely sharp. He wore a black and white robe that seemed to be intertwined with yin and yang qi. His hair and beard were white and his eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. His entire body exuded a strong fighting spirit that was unafraid of death. The Tao clan mark seemed to have sensed his fighting spirit and trembled slightly. The vast Tao clan fortune descended and connected with the Tao clan mark, causing his aura to become even more terrifying. He stared at Original Prince with no fear in his eyes. Dao Master, you can't destroy the Dao clan mark. If you refuse to do it the hard way, then we can only kill you. Bo Han's eyes darkened as he said with an ugly expression. Dao Master's unafraid of death made his idea of persuading him to surrender fail. He was flustered and exasperated. Cut the crap. The Dao clan and the Demon clan are irreconcilable. Even if I die today, I will drag most of you down with me. Dao Master's voice was like a thunderbolt that contained a sharp aura, causing his aura to rise to the extreme. If they were in the Dao clan's Saint City, Dao Master was confident that he could kill all the Demon clan members. Even Original Prince would not be able to escape. Unfortunately, this was Ultimate Dao Mountain. He was afraid that he would die here today. Ultimate Dao Mountain, Ultimate Dao Mountain. This name was very fitting. Dao Master, since you are unwilling to surrender, then die. Prince Primordial, who had been silent all this while, slowly opened his mouth. His blood-red eyes stared at the Dao Lord. The blood-red light seemed to cover the sky and earth. It contained vast demonic might and killing intent, wanting to destroy everything and return the world to chaos. It was incomparably terrifying. Rumble, he seemed to have lost his patience and slammed his palm towards Lord Taishin. Demonic light gathered in his palm and formed black flames. Even the void was burning, but they contained a coldness that could freeze the primordial spirit. They flew towards Lord Taishin. Primordial devil flames, this was the strongest flame that the primitive prince had. According to legends, it was the supreme flame that the primitive demon monarch had nurtured. It contained a vast amount of monarch aura that could burn everything. Kill! Dao Lord roared. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He held the Dao clan seal in his hand and the fate of the Dao clan circled around him. He pointed his finger like a sword and sword chi rose around him. He instantly transformed into a peerless swordsman who wanted to kill all demons. A blazing sword light appeared in the sky and crossed thousands of miles of void. It emitted a clanging sound and slashed towards Prince Primordial. Heaven and earth were split into two. The sword will was extremely sharp. Rumble, however, Prince Primordial's expression was indifferent. There was even a hint of mockery. His huge demonic palm covered the sky and covered the entire sky. Heaven and earth were covered by the bone-chilling primordial demonic flame, wanting to freeze all life. That gigantic sword light was grasped in the palm of the devil's hand. He then clenched his fist, causing it to explode. Streams of primordial demonic flames burst forth, forming a series of black lotuses that looked mysterious and unfathomable, enveloping the Dao Lord within. The huge barrier around Dao Master was formed by the fate of the Dao clan. It was extremely sturdy. However, under the burning of the primordial demonic flame, it started to dissipate. This change caused Dao Master's expression to change drastically. When the luck of the Dao race around him was depleted, it would be difficult for him to stop the original prince. Wu Liang, I will create an opportunity for you. Take the demon clan's finger bone and leave this place. After I die, the Dao clan's seal will find you. I hope you can inherit the Dao ancestors' will and protect the Dao clan for me. Dao Master quickly sent a voice transmission to Daoist Wu Liang. His eyes were filled with sincerity. Daoist Wu Liang was slightly stunned. Speaking of which, he had the same idea as Prince Primordial. They both wanted to take the opportunity to kill Dao Master and steal the Dao clan's seal. However, by chance, he had no choice but to be on the same side as Dao Master. Although he and Dao Master worked together to fight against the enemy, they were far from trusting each other. He did not expect Dao Master to be willing to give him the Dao ancestor's finger bone. Daoist Wu Liang's expression became complicated. Why me? The Dao sovereign smiled. However, within the black primordial demonic flames, his smile seemed to contain some hidden meaning. He said, because you are you. The mission of protecting the Dao race is your destiny. I believe in you. Dao Master's eyes were filled with anticipation, emotion, bitterness, and a trace of reluctance and longing. Rumble, he abruptly turned around, and a monstrous aura fluctuation emanated from his body. In an instant, the demonic clan seal shone with boundless light. A small golden sword appeared in his palm, emanating a mysterious aura fluctuation. In the next moment, it landed on Daoist Wu Liang's body, emitting waves of strange void fluctuations. It was about to take Taoist Wuliang away from this void. Want to leave? None of you can leave. Prince Primordial's eyes flashed with a bloody light. In an instant, black demonic light surged from his palm. A strange light shot into the sky and flew toward Taoist Wuliang. Freeze! An ancient syllable came out of Prince Primordial's mouth. In the next moment, a vast power descended from all directions. Taoist Wuliang, who was about to disappear into the void, trembled violently. It was as if he was frozen in the void. Time and space seemed to have stopped. Taoist Wuliang could only watch as the primordial demonic flame came closer and closer to him. Am I going to die? Taoist Wuliang laughed bitterly. Although he had broken the limit once, in front of Prince Primordial, he was like a child who had not learned how to walk. He could not resist at all. No. Tao Master, who was trapped by the primordial demonic flame, saw this scene and let out a shrill cry. His eyes were filled with despair. Rumble. Dazzling divine light burst out from Tao Master's body, and the vast principle of Great Tao burst out. A mysterious Taiji diagram emerged, which seemed to contain the supreme power that could split heaven and earth. It directly shattered the primordial demonic flames around him. Tao Master's eyes were filled with determination as he moved at an extremely fast speed. He teleported through the void and instantly appeared in front of Taoist Wuliang, blocking the monstrous demonic flames. Boom! The cold primordial demonic flames collided with the Tai Chi diagram, releasing a terrifying wave of power. However, it was unable to break through the defense of the Tai Chi diagram and was blocked outside. You're courting death. Original Prince's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he struck out with his palm. Endless demonic light gushed out from his palm and a mysterious power of decomposition erupted, as if it was going to decompose everything into the most fundamental particles. Crack! Original Prince slammed his palm on the Taiji diagram, causing it to shake violently. Runes exploded, and the Taiji diagram crumbled. The palm print landed heavily on Tao Master's chest, causing him to tremble violently as if he had been struck by lightning. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned paler. No! Taoist Wuliang's eyes instantly turned blood red. He roared and a terrifying sound wave shook the heavens. He rushed up to the heavens and carried the severely injured Tao Master. His eyes were filled with shock, regret, and regret. Why did you save me? Do you know that I wanted to kill you and steal your Tao clan seal? Why did you do this? Taoist Wuliang hugged Tao Master and shouted at the top of his lungs. His eyes were filled with endless pain. He followed Tao Master because he wanted to find a chance to kill him and steal the Tao clan seal from him. However, he did not expect that Tao Master would risk being severely injured to save him at this critical moment. Taoist Wuliang felt an intense pain in his heart, as if he was about to lose the most important thing in his life. Cough cough. I know that you want to kill me, but you may not know that the Tao clan seal should have been yours. My death is not regrettable, but you are the future hope of the Tao clan. Tao Master said to Taoist Wuliang with a smile while coughing up blood. Who am I? Who are you? Taoist Wuliang was stunned when he heard Tao Master's words. Of course you are a member of my Tao race. After I die, I hope that you can protect the Tao race and treat the Tao race well. I don't ask for the Tao race to regain the glory of the primordial era. I only ask that the Tao race can live in peace and be happy. Tao Master's eyes were full of longing and reluctance. Boom, rings of demonic flame seemed to burn on his chest, and a mysterious power of decomposition was rapidly destroying his life force, causing his presence to become weaker and weaker. No. You can't die, I don't want to owe you anything. Come back to life, I'm going to kill you myself. Taoist Wuliang roared with bloodshot eyes. Take care, Tao Master smiled at Taoist Wuliang. In an instant, his body exploded, and a powerful wave of energy rose, turning into yin and yang qi, sweeping Taoist Wuliang up. The next moment, he was about to break through the void and leave this place. It was the purest yin and yang qi, containing the Tao of yin and yang. It was formed by Tao Master's life essence, and even the primordial demonic flames could not resist the power of the yin and yang qi, exploding with a loud bang. The Tao clan seal was intertwined with five-colored light, forming a mysterious five-colored enchantment that enveloped Taoist Wuliang. It also broke apart the demon clan formation around Endao Mountain. Seeing that Taoist Wuliang was about to escape, Prince Original's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. He said, "You want to leave? Whether it's the Dao clan seal or your life, I'm going to take it all." Prince Original's voice was calm and ethereal, containing absolute confidence, as if everything was under his control. Boom, a brilliant light suddenly bloomed, and a mysterious ancient banner appeared above Prince Original's head. It was intertwined with various mysterious patterns, covering the sky and earth, exuding a vast emperor's aura. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and the void trembled. The sky in all directions seemed to explode at this moment. Chaotic fog rose, and the ancient banner collided with the Dao clan seal. Origin banner? Taoist Wuliang's expression changed, recognizing the origin of the ancient banner. It was rumored that the natal emperor of the demon world's primitive demon emperor's natal emperor weapon was the origin banner, a ferocious emperor weapon. It was said that it had once devoured the blood essence of hundreds of millions of creatures in a great world. He did not expect Prince Original to bring this emperor weapon into the chaotic ancient land. Rumble. Although the Yin and Yang Qi were incomparably powerful, they were no match for the origin banner. After holding on for a while, they exploded. The Dao clan seal shone brightly, rushing left and right, but there was no way it could escape with Taoist Wuliang. In the end, the Dao clan seal was blasted away, and the origin banner exuded an incomparably vast devouring power, falling toward Taoist Wuliang. Stop. Suddenly, a cold voice exploded in the void. Blazing rays of light gushed out, and a mysterious disk array was emitting a vast and unparalleled energy fluctuation. It came from afar at an extremely fast speed, and collided with the origin banner with a loud bang. Ling Xiao, the old goat, Shui Wei, and the white dragon horse had finally arrived. The array disk was summoned by the old goat, containing an incomparably powerful and mysterious emperor's aura, as if it could tear the world apart and devour everything. This was the boundary emperor weapon bestowed to him by Emperor Devouring Heaven, the devouring array disc. It was a supreme treasure personally refined by Emperor Devouring Heaven. Rumble, the origin banner and the devouring array disc collided violently. The terrifying emperor's aura seemed to have completely awakened, containing an incomparably vast energy fluctuation. However, in the end, no one could do anything to the other, and they both exploded. Taoist Wuliang took the opportunity to appear in front of the old goat and the white dragon horse with a flash of light. "Old goat, you're finally here. If you were any later, I would have died in the hands of these demon bastards." Ling Xiao? How did you guys get together? Taoist Wuliang took a deep breath. However, when he saw Ling Xiao and Shui Wei, he was naturally extremely excited. "Who are you guys?" The original prince did not continue to pursue Taoist Wuliang. His gaze fell upon Ling Xiao and the others, and his eyes burned with a cold murderous intent. "Hee, and I was wondering who it was. So it's a demon brat from the demon race. How dare you touch this king's brother? You must be tired of living." The old goat sneered. "Young masterin? I don't want to fight with you today. Ask him to hand over the Dao race seal and I'll give you face and spare his life." The original prince's gaze landed on the old goat. He seemed to have recognized the old goat's identity and said indifferently, "Original prince, the Dao race seal belongs to this king's brother. What does it have to do with you? If you know what's good for you, scram now. Otherwise, don't blame this king for being impolite." The old goat didn't give any face to the original prince and said coldly. Speaking of which, the old goat had suffered a loss in the hands of the original prince. When he was exploring a sealed world, the original prince took away many treasures. This made the old goat very angry. Now that he saw the original prince, he naturally didn't have a good expression. "Young masterin, are you sure you want to interfere in my affairs?" The original prince's eyes turned cold as anger surged in his heart. "Cut the crap. If you want to touch this king's brother, you'll have to ask this king's permission first." The old goat sneered. Wang, the heaven-devouring array disc flew back above the old goat's head. The mysterious Grand Tao principles intertwined. It looked extremely mysterious, as if it contained a vast world. The old goat's aura was unfathomable, as if it could devour everything. Above his head, 2 grand Dao immortal flowers bloomed. They were dazzling and filled with mysterious light. 2 figures vaguely appeared. Although the old goat was joking, he was extremely cautious when facing the original prince. He directly burst out with all his cultivation. This bastard has broken the limit twice and reached the earth realm? The white dragon horse clicked its tongue and muttered with its eyes wide open. He finally understood why the old goat could beat him so easily. It turned out that the old goat had reached the earth realm, 2 realms higher than him. This made the white dragon horse extremely depressed. And then, this original prince's cultivation has probably reached the 3rd heaven realm. That origin banner is also a powerful emperor artifact. Do you really want to fight him? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he transmitted his voice to the old goat. Who said I'm going to fight him one-on-one? This bastard is too strong. I'm not his match at all. Didn't you see that even Daoist Wuliang was subdued by him? Later, I will make a move and trap his origin banner. Then, all of you will attack together and kill him. There's no need to talk about fighting one-on-one with these demon bastards. The old goat sneered and transmitted his voice. I can give it a try. Ling Xiao nodded, his gaze slightly solemn. Original Prince gave off an extremely strong pressure. When Ling Xiao faced him, he felt as if he was facing a supreme devil saint, emitting a boundless and terrifying aura. This was a formidable opponent with unfathomable strength. Just as Old Goat was about to engage in a fierce battle with Original Prince's eyes flashed as if he had heard something. He coldly looked at Old Goat and said, Young Masterin, I'll give you face today and spare his life. The Dao clan mark is temporarily on him. Next time, I will personally take it. At that time, if you still dare to stop me, don't blame me for being impolite. Let's go. Original Prince's body glowed with light, and in the next moment, the void far away shattered, and an ancient void tunnel appeared. He led many demon experts into it, and they disappeared in an instant. Why did this bastard leave so easily? Is he really going to give up on the Dao clan mark? Old Goat could not help but be stunned and said in disbelief. Perhaps he has more important things to do. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said with a deep look in his eyes. I must kill him. Daoist Wuliang's eyes were blood red and his murderous intent was almost tangible. In the past, Daoist Wuliang had always been calm and collected like an otherworldly expert. This was the first time Ling Xiao and Old Goat had seen Daoist Wuliang hate someone so much. The guardian of the Dao clan, Old Goat and Ling Xiao looked at each other and asked carefully. They could feel that there was a very strange connection between Daoist Wuliang and the guardian of the Dao clan. I was wrong. All this time, I thought that I was a rootless water, a flower without leaves. But now, I understand that my roots are in the Dao race. And he, the Dao master, the guardian of the Dao clan, might be the closest person to me. Daoist Wuliang was a little crazy. He seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time. The Taoist clan mark floated above his head and emitted a bright light. The 5-colored light seemed to contain the power of the great Dao of the 5 elements. Strands of light fell down like jade, making him emit a mysterious aura that could not be penetrated by anything. The Dao clan mark merged with him perfectly. He did not even need to refine it. It was as if it originally belonged to Daoist Wuliang and now it was just returning to its rightful owner. Although Daoist Wuliang did not know the relationship between him and the Dao clan, this scene was enough for him to confirm that he might be a member of the Dao clan. Previously, Daoist Wuliang and I were wanted by the Dao clan's Saint City. It was the kind of wanted without any reason. Some Dao clan experts even wanted to kill us when they saw us. So Daoist Wuliang and I planned to kill the Dao clan's guardian and snatch the Dao clan mark. Could it be that we were wrong? The Old Goat looked at Daoist Wuliang's appearance and felt uncomfortable. He muttered to himself softly. Judging from Dao Master's attitude towards me, I should be a member of the Dao clan. As for why the experts of the Dao clan's Saint City are hunting us, something must have happened that we don't know about. I must find out. Dao Master died for me. I owe him my life, so I must protect the Dao clan for him. Daoist Wuliang's eyes revealed a hint of determination as he spoke slowly. Then let's return to the Dao clan's Saint City first. We should be able to find the answer there. Ling Xiao said. After seeing the Dao clan Saint City, Ling Xiao felt that it was very familiar. At this moment, he finally understood why. It was because the aura of Daoist Wuliang and the Dao clan's Saint City were too similar. They were almost from the same origin. Ling Xiao and the old goat did not know the origin of Daoist Wuliang. Even Daoist Wuliang himself did not know. Now, it seemed that they should be able to find out his origin in the Dao clan's Saint City. Let's go. Just as Ling Xiao and the others were flying back to the Dao race sacred city, Original Prince came to a mountain range covered in boundless demonic qi alone. Demon Fall Mountain Range. According to legend, a demon emperor had fallen here. Therefore, this boundless demon qi had formed. Only the experts of the demon race could enter this place. The experts of the other races would die if they entered this place. Even ordinary demon race experts didn't dare to step foot in this Demon Fall mountain range, which was why Original Prince came here alone. In the middle of the Demon Fall mountain range, on a lone peak, Original Prince saw an evil-looking young man in a black robe with his hair dancing wildly. The black-robed young man's eyes were cold and his aura was sharp. He exuded a domineering, majestic, and arrogant aura. It was Dark Ling Xiao. When Original Prince saw Dark Ling Xiao, a hint of displeasure appeared in his eyes. As one of the three princes of the demon world, Original Prince commanded countless geniuses of the demon world. His status was very high, and the geniuses of the demon world were all extremely respectful when they saw him. However, Dark Ling Xiao didn't respect Original Prince at all. Instead, he treated him as an equal. Sometimes, he was even very arrogant and didn't listen to orders, which made Original Prince very unhappy. If it wasn't for the fact that he needed to rope in the Dark Demon sect and borrow Dark Ling Xiao's power, he would have killed Dark Ling Xiao with a slap. Ling Xiao, I hope your news is true. Don't disappoint me. Did you really find the place where the Demon Emperor fell? Original Prince glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently, hiding the hint of displeasure in his eyes. The reason why he gave up the Dao clan mark and did not fight Ling Xiao the old goat was because he heard Dark Ling Xiao's voice transmission saying that he had discovered the place where the Devil Emperor had fallen. Therefore, he gave up the Dao clan mark without hesitation and came here. To him, the Dao clan mark could be obtained at any time, but the Demon Emperor's legacy was the most important. He had to obtain it. If he could obtain the Demon Emperor's legacy, he would possess the legacies of two Demon Emperors. Then, he would be able to stand out among the three princes and compete for the supreme position of the Chosen One. He would win another opportunity to become the epic lord for the demon race. Therefore, although he was unhappy with Dark Ling Xiao, when he heard that Dark Ling Xiao had found the place where the Devil Emperor had fallen, he was still a little more patient. That's right. The place where the Devil Emperor fell was in that valley because I found an incomplete Emperor formation there. However, I had no way to enter it. Dark High Firmament nodded, a trace of regret in his eyes. An incomplete monarch array? That could very well be the place where the Devil Emperor fell. Prince Primitive's eyes lit up. I can take you there. But let me say this first. If you find the inheritance of the Devil Emperor, you must give me a share. Dark High Firmament said with a smile. Prince Primitive frowned and was a little unhappy. He hated Dark High Firmament's bargaining attitude the most, as if he had been greatly provoked. However, Dark High Firmament's attitude made the suspicion in his heart dissipate a little. Dark High Firmament probably really found the place where the Devil Emperor had fallen, which was why he dared to bargain like this. This made his heart burn even more. If I really find the inheritance of the Devil Emperor, I will naturally give you a share. But I don't want anyone to lie to me. You know the consequences. Prince Primitive gave Dark High Firmament a warning look. Don't worry, you will definitely have a great harvest. Dark High Firmament smiled casually. Then, he leaped up and flew towards a valley covered in endless devil light. Although he looked very casual on the surface, he was sneering in his heart. Just now, he had sensed the existence of the main body and the main body had sent him a voice transmission to lure Prince Primitive away. That was why he had used such a method. He believed that the valley would definitely give Prince Primitive a great surprise. Whoosh! Prince Primitive gave Dark High Firmament a cold glance and also flew over with him. It was a very ordinary valley that was shrouded in demonic light. There were some very strange demonic trees growing in it. Even the void seemed to be somewhat distorted. Everything looked a little grotesque and variegated. There really is an incomplete emperor formation. Primordial Prince's eyes flashed as he slowly said. There seemed to be a purple light overflowing from his eyes. It looked overflowing with light, majestic and mysterious. In his eyes, the valley in front of him seemed to have become a little different. Mysterious lines intertwined, forming an extremely powerful formation fluctuation. However, those formations looked very ancient, as if they were incomplete formations left behind from the ancient times. They faintly emitted strands of extreme emperor aura, as if they could break through the void in all directions. Prince Primitive and Dark. High Firmament stood in front of the valley and did not rashly step in. Although the valley in front of them looked very calm, if they took a wrong step, they would probably die without a burial ground. Your Highness, I also accidentally discovered this valley. However, I don't have the ability to enter it. I can only rely on you. Dark High Firmament laughed very casually. Although he called him Your Highness, he did not have the slightest bit of respect. As if to verify his words, a sword-shaped holy artifact filled with holy might appeared in Dark Soaring Clouds' palm and shot towards the valley. Kacha. Suddenly, the originally calm valley became somewhat violent because of this sword-shaped sacred treasure. Bolts of lightning were dazzling, and the surrounding void began to distort. The incomplete emperor formation seemed to have been activated, and divine chains of order shot out from it, striking the sword-shaped sacred treasure. Immediately, the sword-shaped sacred treasure trembled violently, and then it exploded with a loud bang. What a terrifying emperor formation! When Prince Primitive saw this scene, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He didn't think that his body could be as strong as a sacred treasure. A perfect sacred treasure couldn't last long and instantly shattered. If he rashly barged in, he would probably end up like the sword-shaped sacred treasure. He had to think of a way to break the emperor formation. Only now did Prince Primitive truly let go of his doubts about Dark High Firmament. He felt that it was extremely troublesome. Dark High Firmament definitely couldn't enter, so there shouldn't be any conspiracy. The place where the Devil Emperor fell, when he thought of the Devil Emperor's inheritance that might be hidden within, Prince Primitive's heart burned with passion. It's just an incomplete emperor formation. Follow me, I'll break the formation. Prince Primitive glanced at Dark High Firmament and said. Wang. Rumble. Around Primitive Prince, there seemed to be a huge barrier that enveloped him in Dark Soaring Cloud. Primitive Prince did not believe in Dark Soaring Cloud, so the Primitive Banner shone brightly to protect him in Dark Soaring Cloud, but also to monitor Dark Soaring Cloud. The Primitive Banner exuded an extremely powerful Emperor aura and flew towards the valley. The mighty aura fell from the sky as if it could crush everything. Kacha. The giant boulders exploded one after another, and the incomplete Emperor formations imprinted on them also collapsed, disintegrated by the origin banner, turning into the most fundamental particles. Around Primitive Prince and Dark Soaring Cloud, a bright rain of light bloomed. They bathed in the rain of light, looking immortal and mysterious, as if they were impenetrable. It is indeed an incomplete Emperor array. After such a long time, its power has weakened a lot. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to break through the array. The original prince said slowly. The original banner covered the sky and the earth, enveloping the entire valley. The powerful Emperor arrays started to crumble one after another, as if nothing could stop him for even half a step. It is indeed not the real Primitive Banner. Is it just a replica? Dark Soaring Cloud thought to himself. At this moment, he was observing the Primitive Banner from a close distance, and finally noticed the difference. Although the Primitive Banner exuded an extremely powerful Emperor aura, it did not have the spirituality of an Emperor weapon. Strictly speaking, it was just a replica. After all, the real Primitive Banner was the supreme Emperor weapon of the Primitive Demon Monarch. It would not be handed over to Primitive Prince. However, even if it was just a replica of the Primitive Banner, it was still a supreme Emperor's item. It was extremely powerful, and those incomplete Emperor's arrays could not withstand a single blow from it. However, after confirming that it was not the real Primitive Banner, Dark Soaring Cloud's plan could be carried out. Boom. 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 Just as Primitive Prince and Dark Soaring Cloud entered the valley, the ground suddenly shook violently. Black demonic vines shot out from the depths of the ground, like sharp swords, towards Primitive Prince and Dark Soaring Cloud. Primitive Prince's eyes darkened. The black demonic vines were very strange, and even he could not recognize them. However, their power was extremely terrifying. The vines seemed to be able to pierce through the sky, containing a terrifying wave of destruction. Crack, the barrier around Original Prince and Dark Soaring Cloud began to tremble violently. Ripples appeared on it, as if it was about to shatter at any moment. You're courting death. Prince Original's eyes flashed with killing intent. In an instant, the primitive banner released an endless amount of light. Streams of black primordial devil flame burned, enveloping all the vines and starting to burn. The demonic vines struggled violently as if they had a mind of their own. Black oil even seeped out from the vines, forming a ferocious ghost face. Its eyes were filled with incomparable resentment. Boom, those devil vines were burned to ashes by the primordial devil flames all at once. This is Ghost Rattan? Why is there a ghost devil vine here? Ling Xiao, how dare you lie to me? Prince Primitive's eyes were filled with shock. His face turned ugly as he looked at Darkness Ling Xiao and said. The ghost devil vine was a very strange plant. It used the corpses of the strongest experts of the devil race as nourishment and absorbed the most evil and mean energy to form the ghost devil vine. The ghost demon Rattan loved to devour the experts of the devil race. Moreover, it was extremely vengeful. Usually, it would gather in groups of ghost demon Rattan. If someone killed a ghost demon Rattan, then that person would be chased to death by an endless number of ghost demon Rattans. Wasn't this the place where the Devil Emperor fell? How could there be a ghost devil vine here? Darkness Lingxiao's eyes revealed a trace of innocence. He only said, Your Highness, I can't enter this valley at all. I can't even break through the incomplete Emperor formation. Moreover, if I could enter here and see the ghost devil vine, I'm afraid I would have died long ago, right? So I didn't know there would be a ghost devil vine here. Humph. You better be telling the truth. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. Primitive Prince said coldly. Your Highness, don't worry. Why would I lie to you? Think about it. If there are ghost devil vines here, it means there must be the corpses of the strongest experts of the devil race here. Otherwise, the ghost devil vine wouldn't have been born. Maybe it's the corpse of the Devil Emperor. You'd better hurry up and find the inheritance of the Devil Emperor. Darkness Lingxiao smiled as if he wasn't worried at all. Rumble, as soon as Darkness Lingxiao's voice fell, the ground began to tremble violently. Endless demonic light surged and ghost devil vines flew out from the depths of the ground. Ferocious ghost faces appeared on the ghost devil vines. They were filled with hatred and killing intent. They stared at Primitive Prince as if they wanted to tear him to pieces. At the same time, an even more terrifying aura erupted from the depths of the ground. Endless mountain rocks exploded, and a ghost devil vine as thick as a mountain shot up into the sky from the ground. It was like a divine pillar that reached the sky. It was more than 1,000,000 feet long, as if it had pierced through the sky. A gigantic ghost face appeared in the sky, emitting an unparalleled aura, causing Original Prince to tremble all over. It was a kind of palpitation from the depths of his primordial spirit. It was as if he was instinctively afraid of the ghost devil vine. You killed my people. You deserve to die. The ghost face's mouth moved slightly and spat out a few obscure syllables. It was as powerful as thunder. It was terrifying. Boom, in the next moment, all of the ghost demon vines went berserk. They flew across the sky and covered the sky, wrapping around Prince Xianxia. Crack, the enchantment around Original Prince and Dark Soaring Cloud exploded with a loud bang. At this moment, a glint flashed in Darkness Ling Zhao's eyes, and the aura around him instantly dissipated. His feet trembled, and he plunged deep into the ground, vanishing from the surface. On the other hand, Dark Ling Xiao quickly performed heaven-shrouding secret technique to conceal his aura completely. Then, he turned into an ordinary ghost devil vine and hid in the depths of the ground. Sensing the disappearance of darkness, no matter how stupid Primitive Prince was, he instantly understood that he had fallen into a huge trap. This trap was most likely related to Darkness Ling Xiao. Ah! Ling Xiao, I must kill you! Primitive Prince roared. He was filled with anger and unwillingness. He hated Ling Xiao to the extreme. He never thought that this kid, who he could easily crush, would dare to set a trap for him. Rumble, the gigantic ghost demon vine was like a towering ancient tree, towering into the universe. Its aura was monstrous, as if it had shrouded the sky. It was surrounded by densely packed ghost demon vines, covering the sky and earth, enveloping original Prince. This was no longer an ordinary ghost demon vine. It could be called a ghost demon vine king. The monstrous aura caused original Prince's expression to change drastically. This ghost demon vine king's cultivation had definitely reached the saint realm, and it was very likely that it had surpassed an ordinary saint, reaching the great saint realm, facing a true supreme saint. Even Original Prince felt his scalp tingle. At this moment, he no longer cared if he had been tricked by darkness soaring clouds. He had to find a way to escape from this predicament, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Crack, black demonic light bloomed around him, containing the power to shatter everything, sweeping in all directions. The ghost demon vines exploded and were crushed into dust by the unparalleled power. However, the ghost demon vines continued to wrap around him, not fearing death, causing the space around Original Prince to shrink. Whoosh, Original Prince gritted his teeth, and the original banner suddenly bloomed. Blazing divine light exploded in the void, causing the sky to tremble. Runes rose one after another, and a blazing sea of lightning seemed to have formed above the origin streamer. A vast and mysterious power erupted, containing a fluctuation that could annihilate everything. That was the power of the Extreme Emperor aura. Although the original banner was not a true Extreme Emperor weapon, it contained the power of the Great Emperor. Now that it had completely awakened, its power was unstoppable. Rumble, one by one, the ghost devil vines exploded. The primitive banner rose up and floated above Prince Primitive's head, sprinkling down strands of light to protect him. Original Prince did not dare to continue fighting. After breaking through the blockade of the ghost demon vines, he wanted to escape immediately. The ghost demon vine king gave him too much pressure, and he felt that it was not to be trifled with. "You've killed so many of my people, and no one can save you." A cold voice exploded in the void. In an instant, a black light fell from the sky, containing a power fluctuation that could penetrate everything, and shot at the origin banner. The primitive banner trembled violently. It was as if the beam of light was putting a lot of pressure on the primitive banner. Prince Primitive's expression changed drastically. "Sir, I didn't mean to intrude into this place. I was also framed. Your Excellency, please don't fall into the trap of these scoundrels. If you have offended them, I am willing to compensate you," Prince Primordial said hurriedly as he defended. He discovered that the streaks of black divine light around the ghost demon vine king were the barbs on the ghost demon vine. They were incomparably sharp, like divine swords from the ninth heaven that could pierce through everything. Even the primitive banner might not be able to withstand the ghost devil vine king. "You want compensation? You can use your life to make up for it. I can feel a very special aura from your body. If I devour you, this king will be able to evolve again." The ghost demon vine king's huge ghost face floated in the sky. Its eyes were cold and bloodthirsty. It had made up its mind to kill Prince Primordial. It could feel a very tempting aura from Prince Primordial. Prince Primordial was the son of the Devil Emperor, and the blood of the Devil Emperor flowed in his body. It could be said that Prince Primordial's flesh and blood was an unparalleled treasure. If the ghost demon vine devoured him, it would definitely increase its strength greatly. After all, the ghost demon vine existed to devour the devil race. "Ghost demon vine, do you really think that this prince is afraid of you? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." After hearing what the ghost demon vine king said, anger flashed in Prince Primordial's eyes, revealing a cold and blazing killing intent. "Die." The ghost demon vine king did not want to waste any more words with Prince Primordial. With a loud roar, vines wrapped around Prince Primordial like divine whips. Rumble, at the same time, the ghost demon vine king began to tremble violently. That demonic face seemed to have formed an extremely vast devouring vortex that could turn everything into dust. An extremely terrifying devouring power wrapped around Prince Primordial. "Kill." Prince Primordial was completely enraged. With a flash of killing intent in his eyes, he charged towards the ghost demon vine king with the primordial banner in his hand. Clang! 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 The primordial banner clashed with the vines of the ghost demon vine king, causing the sound of metal clashing. Sparks flew in all directions. Occasionally, the ghost demon Vine King would break through the primordial banner and shatter into pieces. However, the ghost demon Vine King seemed to be endless. As long as there was enough Devil Dao origin energy, it could form more ghost demon vines. The battle between Prince Primordial and the ghost demon Vine King was extremely intense. Every strike was earth-shattering, capable of tearing everything apart. Boom! Prince Primordial and the ghost demon Vine King fought for over 100 rounds. Both of them were truly enraged, and the battle was getting more and more intense. At this moment, Dark Ling Xiao, who was hiding deep underground and had transformed into a ghost demon vine, had a glint in his eyes as he muttered to himself, as expected of the original prince. His combat strength is indeed very strong. Even the ghost demon Vine King can't do anything to you? This is just an appetizer. Come and taste the second dish I prepared for you. Dark Ling Xiao sneered. Next, a dazzling light shone from his palm. In an instant, one black rune after another rose up, containing ancient and mysterious ripples of power. Dark Ling Xiao injected the black runes into the roots of the ghost demon Vine King. His face turned pale. As for the ghost demon Vine King, it was as if it had been injected with chicken blood. Its aura instantly soared, rumble, the sky in all directions was shaking. The huge ghost demon Vine King emitted a monstrous demonic aura. In an instant, divine chains of order swept across the sky, interweaving into a monstrous net, trapping Prince Primordial within. Die! The ghost demon Vine King roared angrily. Endless light bloomed from its body. Flames rose up, as if they were burning the life source of the ghost demon Vine King, enveloping the primordial banner and Prince Primordial. Runes exploded on the primordial banner. The ghost demon Vine King's aura was too terrifying. It was as if it had transformed into a part of the heavenly Tao. With a raise of its hand, it could destroy everything. The runes on the primordial banner exploded, causing the void to shake violently. The black flames enveloped the primordial banner, burning the runes on the primordial banner to ashes. Then, it turned into a devouring vortex, devouring the power of the primordial banner, causing its aura to become weaker and weaker. Puff! Ling Xiao activated his demonic origin bone and didn't hesitate to give a strand of demonic origin power to the ghost devil Vine King. He activated the ghost devil Vine King's powerful strength and instantly injured original prince. The ghost devil Vine King originally had the combat strength of a great sage. Although original prince was strong, he relied on the primitive banner to tangle with the ghost devil Vine King. However, the ghost devil Vine King's strength instantly skyrocketed. Even the primitive banner couldn't resist the ghost devil Vine King and was instantly broken. You want to die? An incomparably violent aura erupted from the ghost devil Vine King's body. It was like a volcanic eruption, causing his aura to become incomparably chaotic. The ghostly face above the void was incomparably ferocious. It looked at original prince with undisguised killing intent. Rumble, the ghostly face above the void crashed down. In an instant, rays of black demonic light intertwined. It was as if billions of demonic stars had fallen from the 9 heavens. The aura was monstrous. Ling Xiao, I won't let you go. Primordial Prince let out an incomparably sorrowful roar. He blamed all of this on darkness Ling Xiao. Rumble, original Prince's eyes revealed a trace of pain. In an instant, the violent aura around him exploded. Rays of golden blood light exploded, causing his aura to become dignified and mysterious. It was as if he had activated the power of an ancient great emperor. He could sweep through everything and was unstoppable. This was the great emperor's bloodline. Original Prince felt the great threat of the ghost devil Vine King and decisively burned the great emperor's bloodline in his body. However, the great emperor's bloodline was his most precious power. It was also the reason why he could sweep through the crowd and suppress his peers. At this moment, it burned, causing his heart to bleed. After this battle, his vitality would definitely be greatly damaged. Crack, original Prince directly rushed into the sky. The void exploded. The huge demonic face was instantly blasted into dust. The black demonic stars in the sky exploded at the same time. It was like a boiling sea. Ling Xiao, I know you're hiding nearby. The next time we meet, I will definitely make you die without a burial ground. Original Prince scanned his surroundings with his cold eyes and roared angrily. Whoosh, he had repelled the Ghost Devil Vine King, but in comparison, the Ghost Devil Vine King's body was too huge. Even if the original prince burned his great emperor bloodline, the damage he could do to the Ghost Devil Vine King was limited. Therefore, he chose to escape. However, the enmity had already been formed. He hated Ling Xiao to the bone. Suppressing his anger, he tore the void apart and disappeared from this world before the power of the great emperor bloodline was exhausted. Rumble, the Ghost Devil Vine King, was also shocked by the power released by the original prince. By the time it reacted and wanted to attack, the original prince had already escaped. Only the Ghost Devil Vine King's unwilling roar was left in the void. Boom, the earth split open once again. The gigantic Ghost Devil Rattan King spewed out endless demonic light and was about to drill back into the depths of the earth to hide. But suddenly, the Ghost Devil Vine King's body began to tremble violently. Then, it rushed out from the depths of the ground and let out a furious roar. Who is it? Who dares to devour my power? Go to hell! The Ghost Devil Vine King bellowed, its entire body twisting and struggling violently. It was like a huge python, causing the surrounding mountains to collapse from the pressure. The earth trembled, and the towering ancient trees in all directions exploded. Everything within a radius of 10,000 miles was turned into dust by the Ghost Devil Vine King. At the same time, strands of black flame spread out from its body. Then, it burned with a loud bang, forming a huge sea of fire that caused the void to distort. However, what frightened him the most was that his power was rapidly weakening, as if his power was being devoured by some kind of existence. At this moment, Dark Ling Xiao was sitting cross-legged inside the Ghost Devil Vine King's body. Black demonic light surged around his body. It was as if an ancient and mysterious world had appeared around him, emitting a monstrous devouring power. The incomparably violent power in the Ghost Devil Vine King's body was completely devoured by Dark Ling Xiao. After devouring the power of this Ghost Devil Vine King, I should be able to break through the second limit. There was a trace of expectation in Dark Ling Xiao's eyes as he muttered to himself. Above his head, black demonic light was dense. It contained the purest dark aura. A black lotus floated above it. It seemed to contain endless slaughter and evil power fluctuations. It swayed in the demonic light, looking very extraordinary. At this moment, the aura of a breakthrough once again erupted from his body. It was as if he was about to break through the second limit and condense the second great Tao Devil Flower. When Dark Ling Xiao entered the ancient land of primal chaos, he was only a 9th revolution half-saint. In these past few years, he had wandered in the ancient land of primal chaos and obtained some opportunities. He was lucky enough to break through the first limit and enter the human realm. At this moment, the Ghost Devil Vine King was his second opportunity. It allowed him to see the hope of breaking through to the Earth realm. The Ghost Demon Rattan King had been here for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. It had accumulated endless power within its body. Dark Soaring Firmament could sense that even a great sage expert might not necessarily have as much power as the Ghost Demon Rattan King. When the Ghost Devil Vine King was fighting with the original prince, Dark Ling Xiao had injected a strand of demonic origin into the Ghost Devil Vine King's body. It was to stimulate its potential so that it could defeat the original prince. It was also to find the Ghost Devil Vine King's weakness and enter its body to steal its power. Now, Dark Ling Xiao had entered the Ghost Devil Vine King's body. Moreover, he had used the Heaven Shrouding Secret Technique and the Heaven Devouring Secret Technique to devour every energy fluctuation in its body. The Ghost Devil Vine King was suffering unspeakably. It couldn't detect any trace of Dark Ling Xiao. It could only watch as the power in its body was stolen and then became weaker and weaker. Buzz, above Dark Ling Xiao's head, the void trembled slightly. A second black lotus slowly emerged. Its petals were swaying and crystal clear. It was surrounded by a dense black demonic light. It looked very strange. With the appearance of the second great Tao Devil Flower, Dark Ling Xiao's cultivation had broken through to the earth realm. He felt as if there was endless power from the earth converging into his body, making his body stronger and stronger. At this moment, the devouring power became even more vast and terrifying. It even caused some strange changes to Dark Ling Xiao's heaven-devouring secret technique. The huge Ghost Devil Vine King began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it exploded in the void with a loud bang, boom. The second realm, huh? My cultivation has finally surpassed my original body. Darkness Xiao slowly opened his eyes, and there was a black divine light flickering in his eyes. He muttered to himself, and there was a trace of excitement in his eyes. If he had not devoured the ghost demon Vine King, he did not know how long it would take for him to break through the second limit. This time, for Dark Firmament, could be considered a great harvest. Not only did he help his original body out, but he also used the ghost demon Vine King to severely injure original Prince. In the end, he devoured the ghost demon Vine King, allowing his cultivation to break through. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Darkness Xiao was very satisfied with his methods. As for whether original Prince hated him to the core, he did not care at all. It's time to leave this place. But now is not the time to meet my original body. The most important thing for me now is to obtain an ancient seal and become the guardian of a sacred city. Only then will I be qualified to compete for the ultimate fortune. Darkness Xiao muttered to himself. Light flickered around his body, and he was ready to leave the valley. Buzz, but at this moment, the surrounding void trembled slightly. Rays of black demonic light rose and intertwined into a huge barrier, trapping Darkness Xiao within. A wild and unrestrained voice exploded in the void. Kid, you killed my ghost demon Vine King, and you plan to leave just like that? The voice was extremely old, as if it contained the vicissitudes of time. However, it exuded an invincible aura that suppressed the world. Darkness Xiao could not help but tremble. Who is it? Darkness Xiao raised his head cautiously, and looked in the direction of the voice. Boom, the demonic light exploded, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Boundless demonic light converged to form an old man in hemp robes. He looked wild and unruly. His eyes, in particular, seemed capable of seeing through everything. Darkness Xiao felt as though he had been seen through by the old man. Not bad. Not bad. After waiting for so many years, I did not expect to meet someone with the Dark Saint constitution. Kid, are you willing to be my disciple? The old man looked at Darkness Xiao with eyes full of undisguised passion, causing Darkness Xiao to feel a chill run down his spine. Who are you? Dark Soaring Firmament was on high alert, ready to attack the old man at any time. Brat, I am the Dark Devil Emperor. Have you heard of me before? The old man smiled proudly. In an instant, the aura around him changed drastically. An invincible aura that could sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 lands erupted, causing Xiao to tremble uncontrollably. It was a kind of fear and trembling that came from the depths of his soul. It was like an ant facing a divine dragon. Xiao felt that this old man could kill him with a wave of his hand. Dark Demon Emperor? How can you still be alive? Weren't you killed by the Heavenly Emperor? Dark Xiao exclaimed in shock. The Dark Demon Emperor was an ancient great emperor of the demon world. His strength was terrifying. It was said that he had lived for a few eras and was one of the strongest great emperors in the demon world. However, at the beginning of the human race era, the Dark Demon Emperor had joined forces with a few other great emperors to hunt down the Heavenly Emperor of the human race. In the end, not only did they fail to do so, they even died in the hands of the Heavenly Emperor. Moreover, the Dark Demon Emperor was the founder of the Dark Demon Sect. The Dark Demon Sect was able to become one of the top 10 sects of the demon world because they had obtained some of the Dark Demon Emperor's inheritance. At this moment, when this old man said that he was the Dark Demon Emperor, Xiao felt that it was unreal. It was as if a legendary figure had come back to life. Humph. If it wasn't for that despicable Heavenly Emperor, how could I have died in his hands? Don't worry, this is just a remnant of my soul. My true body has long been annihilated. That ghost demon Vine King is the spiritual root that protects this emperor. It's comparable to a great sage expert. I didn't expect that it would be devoured by you. How rare. Brat, are you willing to take this emperor as your master? When the old man who called himself the Dark Demon Emperor heard Dark Xiao mention the Heavenly Emperor, his face turned ugly. Why do you want to take me as your disciple? Dark Xiao didn't agree immediately. Instead, he asked cautiously. Why do I want to take you as my disciple? Because you have the Dark Saint body and share the same origin as this emperor. You can obtain this emperor's inheritance. Brat, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't miss it. The Dark Demon Emperor smiled proudly. What if I refuse? Dark Lingxiao asked cautiously. His scheming was deep, and he kept having the feeling that this so-called Dark Devil Emperor had taken him in as a disciple, which made him feel very uneasy. He smelled a kind of conspiracy. You dare to refuse? The Dark Demon Emperor was slightly stunned. Clearly, he didn't expect Dark Lingxiao's reaction. After all, this was the inheritance of a great emperor. If it was an ordinary person, they would have fainted from excitement. However, this brat in front of him actually wanted to refuse. The Dark Demon Emperor laughed sinisterly and said, "Brat, I think you want to do this the hard way. You only have two paths. The first is to take me as your master. The second is to die. You have to think carefully." Rumble, his voice was like thunder, causing the surrounding valleys to tremble as a vast world appeared. It was as though this world was peeled out from the primal chaos ancient lands. An incomparably terrifying aura permeated the air, as though as long as Darkness Lingxiao dared to say no, the Darkness Devil Emperor would decisively smack him to death. Disciple Dark Lingxiao greets Master. Before the Dark Demon Emperor could finish his words, Dark Lingxiao interrupted him and knelt down respectfully. Dark Lingxiao? I really didn't misjudge you. You know when to advance and when to retreat. Not bad, not bad. You can't even imagine how great of a fortune you will receive. This emperor's inheritance is your greatest opportunity. The Dark Demon Emperor smiled satisfactorily. Thank you, Master. Master, what are you going to pass to me? An Extreme Tao Emperor weapon? A Supreme Emperor scripture? Or a Chaos treasure? Dark Lingxiao's face was filled with admiration as he said impatiently. Extreme Tao Emperor weapon? Supreme Emperor scripture? A Chaos treasure? You have a big appetite, brat. However, as long as you complete my final test, all of these will be yours. The Dark Demon Emperor rolled his eyes. He didn't expect Dark Lingxiao to be so greedy. He wanted to ask for the Extreme Tao Emperor weapon and Supreme Emperor scripture. He was indeed a greedy brat. Test? I have already taken you as my master. What other test do I need? Dark Lingxiao was slightly taken aback. Cough cough. Although you have taken me as your master, in order to check your talent and qualifications, you still need to go through a final test. As long as you can pass it, you will be the last disciple of the Dark Demon Emperor. The Dark Demon Emperor coughed softly. All right. May I know what the final test is? The final test is very simple. If you want to become this emperor's disciple, you must be decisive in killing and have extraordinary combat strength that is not weaker than others. Go and kill 100 Heaven's Pride experts of the heaven-treading third realm, then bring their Tao flowers to me. That will be considered as completing the test. This test is very simple. I hope you don't disappoint me. Dark Demon Emperor said indifferently. Kill 100 heaven-treading third realm experts? Master, this test is indeed very simple. I'll try my best. Dark Lingxiao said with a wry smile. Heaven-treading third realm experts were either invincible young monsters or ancient Heaven's Pride experts. Each of them had a profound background and extremely powerful strength. They all had various trump cards and methods. Although Dark Lingxiao had already broken the limit twice and broken through to the second realm, he did not have absolute confidence that he could kill a heaven-treading third realm expert, let alone 100 people. This test was not an ordinary level of difficulty. Remember, you only have 3 months. If you can't complete the test within 3 months, then you will lose the chance to obtain this emperor's inheritance. Dark Demon Emperor said slowly. Dark Lingxiao nodded. His eyes turned and he said with a smile, Master, since I've already done the apprenticeship ceremony, do you think you should bestow me a few Extreme Tao Emperor weapons to protect myself? If I'm killed by those Heaven's Pride experts, although my death is not regrettable, it will be a great sin to tarnish Master's reputation. Regardless of what the Dark Demon Emperor in front of him was planning, Dark Lingxiao was a master who would not act without seeing the hair. He would first get the benefits that he could get. Dark Demon Emperor rolled his eyes and said snappily, a few Extreme Tao Emperor weapons? You're really not polite, kid. This emperor's Extreme Tao Emperor weapon was damaged by that bastard Heavenly Emperor back then. It's still being nurtured now, so I can't give it to you for the time being. Here is an emperor's token that can strip a heaven-treading third realm expert of the heaven-treading third realm and devour their Tao flowers. I'll bestow it to you. I hope you can complete the task as soon as possible. Emperor's token? Good stuff. Darkness Xianxia's eyes lit up when he saw the ancient token in the Dark Demon Emperor's hand. It was a black command medallion that did not seem to be made of gold or jade. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it was as gentle as jade to the touch. It contained a vast amount of great Tao laws and a powerful emperor's might. Although the emperor's token was not an extreme Tao emperor weapon, it was still a powerful emperor's possession. If the deprivation of the emperor's token was really as powerful as the Dark Devil Emperor said, then it would be much easier for dark soaring clouds to kill those experts of the heaven-treading three realms. After all, if he could strip them of their flowers and devour their heaven-treading power, then they'd be no different from a ninth revolution half-saint. Dark Soaring Cloud accepted the item without hesitation and carefully put it away. You can leave now. Remember, you only have 3 months. Dark Demon Emperor said indifferently. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, the enchantment outside the valley immediately dissipated. Those powerful Emperor rays also hid themselves again. Thank you, Master. Disciple will take his leave now. Dark Soaring Cloud bowed respectfully to the Dark Demon Emperor, then turned around and flew out of the valley. Dark Soaring Cloud flew hundreds of thousands of miles until he completely left this forbidden area. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. There were tiny beads of sweat on his forehead. In front of the Dark Demon Emperor, Dark Soaring Cloud felt tremendous pressure. Although he did not know what the Dark Demon Emperor was thinking and why he had to accept him as a disciple, Dark Soaring Cloud still decided to try and complete the test. After all, being targeted by a great emperor was not a good thing. Dark Soaring Cloud wanted to see if the Dark Demon Emperor would really give him the Great Emperor's inheritance after he completed the Dark Demon Emperor's test. Whether there was any conspiracy in this, Dark Soaring Cloud still needed to carefully think about it. 3 months is indeed a little tight. But there are many experts of the heaven-treading three realms in the Fiend Race's holy city. If I can seize the Fiend Race seal and become the guardian of the Fiend Race's holy city, the harvest should be not small. Let's go back to the Fiend Race's holy city to take a look first. Dark Soaring Cloud thought to himself, then flew in the direction of the Fiend Race's holy city. Not long after Dark Soaring Cloud left, the Dark Demon Emperor's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. He softly muttered to himself, an era has passed, the long years are too difficult to endure. This time, I hope he can succeed. A look of anticipation emerged in the Dark Demon Emperor's eyes. Demonic light surged around his body, then he slowly disappeared into the void once again. Dark Soaring Cloud, Shui Wei, the Old Goat, Daoist Wuliang, the White Dragon Horse, and Feng Qingyang's group came to the Tao Race's holy city after leaving the ultimate Tao mountain. From afar, the Tao Race's holy city looked like a huge immortal mountain. Dense fog and multicolored light made it look incomparably auspicious and emitted an incomparably mysterious aura. When Dark Soaring Cloud's group of 5 arrived at the Tao Race's holy city, there were already people waiting for them outside the city gates. Leading them were 3 old men with white hair and beards. Their faces were rosy like a baby's, and their auras were ethereal and otherworldly. Stepping on clouds, a faint smile hung on the corner of their mouths, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. They were surrounded by sage aura. They were all sage experts. Behind the 3 old men, there were many young men and women. The men were handsome, and the women were extraordinarily beautiful. Their cultivation was also incomparably powerful, so there was a trace of unconcealable pride on their faces. Wu Liang, welcome back to the Tao Race's holy city. Lord Tao Master has already transmitted everything to us. From now on, you are the guardian of our Tao Race. The leading old man smiled. His eyes were as deep as the sea, as if they could see through everything. Who are you? Daoist Wuliang's eyes flashed as he asked faintly. For some reason, there was a very familiar aura fluctuation on the 3 old men. We are the 3 elders of the Tao Race. I am Dao Shan, and these 2 are junior brothers Dao Hai and Dao He. We didn't expect Lord Tao Master to die in the hands of those demon bastards. Our Tao Race is absolutely irreconcilable with them. If we don't take revenge, we're not human. Great Elder Dao Shan's eyes revealed a trace of hatred as he said coldly. After Dao Shan's introduction, Dark Soaring Cloud and Daoist Wuliang understood the current situation of the Dao race. It turned out that there were very few people in the Dao race, and it was difficult for them to reproduce. Currently, there were only tens of thousands of people in the Dao race. Dao Shan, Dao Hai, and Dao He were the three great elders of the Dao race, and their positions were second only to the guardian of the Dao race. Before Lord Dao Master died, he had transmitted the news of the new guardian of the Dao race to the three of them. That was why they had brought people to wait for Daoist Wuliang outside the Dao race's holy city in advance. The Dao race's saint city floated above the void like a celestial mountain and an eternal sun, emitting endless radiance. Auspicious vapors rose and rays of light shone. The ancient trees in the saint city towered into the sky. The origin energy was incomparably pure, condensing into wisps of spiritual mist, sparkling under the sunlight. Ling Xiao and the other four entered the Dao race's saint city under the escort of the three great elders, Dao Shan, Dao Hai, and Dao He. They headed towards the center of the saint city. The Dao race's saint city was like a mysterious small world. The people of the Dao race here were all valiant and had outstanding temperaments. They were ethereal and otherworldly, as if they were not from the human world. The men were extremely handsome and the women were extremely beautiful. Their temperaments were very unique, which made Ling Xiao and the others gasp in admiration. It was no wonder that the Dao race had once dominated an era. Although the Dao race was in decline, their foundation was still extremely deep. Moreover, the people of the Dao race were extremely talented. Most of them were in the sage-to-be realm. In time, they would definitely become the backbone of the Dao race. Under the guidance of Dao Shan and the other two, Ling Xiao and the other four entered the Guardian Palace. The Guardian Palace was located in the depths of the Dao race's saint city. It looked extraordinary and was cast in gold. It was dazzling and had set up a powerful formation that could gather the origin energy, turning the place into a cultivation sanctuary. Wu Liang, this is the Guardian Palace, the residence of the Lord Guardian. You guys can rest here first. I'll gather the people and hold the Guardian ceremony tomorrow. By then, you'll be the new guardian of the Dao race. Dao Shan smiled at Daoist Wuliang. Thank you. Daoist Wuliang's eyes flashed as he smiled faintly. You're welcome. After tomorrow, we'll all be a family. Kai Dai, I'll leave Lord Wu Liang in your care. You must take good care of him. Do you understand? Dao Shan was incomparably enthusiastic. He waved his hand and a valiant woman in armor walked in from outside the palace. The woman was extremely beautiful and had an extremely beautiful face. However, she had an exuberant heroic spirit that was unforgettable. Yes, great elder. Kai Dai's expression was indifferent as she nodded. Then, she cupped her hands towards Taoist Wuliang as a form of greeting. Dao Shan was also a little embarrassed, but then his expression returned to normal. He chuckled and said, Wu Liang, Kai Dai has such a cold temperament, don't blame her for being rude. However, her loyalty is not a problem. With her protection, we can rest assured. Don't worry about it. I have to thank Great Elder for making such thorough arrangements. Daoist Wuliang said with a faint smile. It's my duty, it's my duty. In that case, I won't disturb your rest any longer. This old man will take his leave. Tomorrow, I will send someone to pick you all up for the guardian ceremony. Dao Shan smiled and glanced at Ling Xiao and the others. There seemed to be a gleam in his eyes as he turned around and left with Dao Hai and Dao He. Kai Dai, take some people and stand guard outside the temple. Without my permission, don't come in. Daoist Wuliang glanced at Kai Dai and said. Kai Dai's cultivation was very high. She had broken the limit for the first time, which made Daoist Wuliang extremely surprised. Moreover, Kai Dai had hundreds of guards under her, all of whom had the cultivation of half-step saints and above. Each of them exuded a powerful killing intent. They were all experts who had experienced hundreds of battles. Yes. Kai Dai nodded, then turned around and left decisively. Boom, the gate of the protector hall slammed shut. The old goat's palm shone with resplendent light as a brilliant formation disk spread out in all directions. It formed a powerful formation boundary, enveloping Ling Xiao and the others. The old goat's formation boundary could isolate all probing. In this unfamiliar sacred city of the Taoist race, no matter how cautious they were, their expressions began to relax. Ox-nosed old Taoist, you will be the guardian of the Taoist race tomorrow. Why are you still frowning? If you don't want to, I can reluctantly help you become the guardian of the Taoist race. The white dragon horse patted Taoist Wuliang's shoulder with its hoof and said with a cheeky smile. Something is strange. Ordinary people may not know, but I know very well. Although the Guardian Temple is the residence of the Guardian, the guardians of the Taoist race usually don't live in the Guardian Temple, but in the core of the Taoist Palace. That is also the core of the formation boundary of the Taoist race's sacred city. Only there can the Taoist clan seal unleash its strongest power. Taoist Wuliang frowned slightly. Hee, Dao Mountain, Dao Sea, and Dao River, those three old fellows are obviously not good people. They are bullying you because you don't know anything. They even got Kai Dai, that little girl, to protect you. I think it's more like they are monitoring you. Didn't you say that there are Taoist race experts after you? I think it has something to do with the three of them. The old goat sneered. The old goat is right. There is something strange about this place. You must be careful of their schemes. Shuiwei also nodded and said. I think we should just kill our way out and kill those three old fellows. You have the Taoist clan seal, so you are invincible in the sacred city of the Taoist race. They will submit to you. Feng Qingyang said in the simplest and most brutal way. Kid, why are you becoming more and more like a demon? You are always talking about fighting and killing. Can't you use your wisdom? The white dragon horse rolled its eyes and said. Hee, how can it be so troublesome? Let's make it simple and cut the Gordian knot. I am willing to kill my way out with you. Feng Qingyang said with a smile. Ling Xiao, what do you think? Taoist Wuliang glanced at Ling Xiao, who was deep in thought, and asked. Everyone's gaze involuntarily fell on Ling Xiao. Unknowingly, they had already regarded Ling Xiao as their backbone. At this moment, they also wanted to hear Ling Xiao's opinion. I think, Wu Liang, you have the Taoist clan seal, so you are invincible in the sacred city of the Taoist race. No matter what schemes they have, they will be useless in the face of absolute strength. However, they still dare to play tricks, unless... Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of brilliance as he said slowly. Unless they can take away my control of the Taoist clan seal. Taoist Wuliang continued Ling Xiao's words with a trace of sharpness in his eyes. That's right. I guess, Wu Liang, they must have something to do with you being hunted down. However, since the Taoist master and the guardian value you so much, there must be something we don't know. Now that the Taoist master and the guardian have passed the Taoist clan seal to you, they must be unwilling to accept it. If they want to play tricks, I'm afraid it will be during the guardian ceremony tomorrow. Ling Xiao nodded and said. I also want to see how they can take away my control of the Taoist clan seal. We must guard against this. Although the ancient seal contains the power of the heavenly way and can control the power of the 108 sacred cities, we can't rule out other secret techniques that can strip the power of the Dao clan seal. The old goat's expression was solemn. He knew how terrifying the ancient seal was. With the Dao clan seal, Taoist Wuliang was the guardian of the Dao race's sacred city. He was invincible in the Dao race's sacred city. However, if the power of the Dao clan seal was taken away, it would be dangerous. Dao Mountain doesn't allow us to stay in the Dao Palace. I'm afraid there's something in the Dao Palace that we don't know about. If we want to figure it out, we must explore the Dao Palace. Taoist Wuliang said slowly. Explore the Dao Palace? That's a good idea. However, Kai Dai is watching us from the outside. It won't be easy to hide from her senses. Why don't I explore the Dao Palace? Everything will be fine as usual. Ling Xiao's eyes glinted as he nodded his head and said. There. Won't be any danger in the Dao Palace, right? Shuiwei's eyes revealed a trace of worry. Don't worry. I'm just going to explore. There won't be any danger. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Buzz, Ling Xiao's body flashed and a stream of light shot out from his body, turning into a body that was exactly the same as him. Regardless of appearance or aura, there was no difference between them. Ling Xiao's body flashed slightly and disappeared into the void. The heaven-shrouding secret technique could conceal all aura fluctuations. Even Kai Dai, who was guarding outside, did not notice that Ling Xiao had left quietly. Dao Palace. On top of the mountain in the center of the Dao race's sacred city, an ancient bronze palace was the Dao Palace. It was also the core of the entire Dao race's sacred city. In the Dao Palace, chaotic mist filled the air and a mysterious figure was faintly sitting cross-legged. At this moment, Dao Shan, Dao Hai, and Dao He were standing in front of the figure with a respectful expression. They set up an isolation formation? Looks like they're not too stupid. The figure said faintly. There seemed to be 7-colored divine light intertwining in his eyes, making him look mysterious and extraordinary. My lord, they're very alert. I suspect that they've noticed something. After all, Wu Liang was hunted down by our men before. Dao Shan said respectfully. Don't worry, they can't escape from my grasp. Don't think that just because you have the Dao race seal, you can control the Dao race's sacred city. They are still too inexperienced. If everything goes according to plan, the Dao race seal will change owners tomorrow. The divine light in his eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Yes, sir. Dao Shan, Dao Hai, and Dao He couldn't help but tremble. They couldn't help but kneel down and speak with great respect. They knew full well how terrifying this lord was. Even if Daoist Wu Liang had the Dao clan mark, he was no match for this lord. At that moment, Ling Xiao had fused with the space around him and snuck into the vicinity of the Holy Ji Palace. There were many guards around the Holy Ji Palace, and there were even many hidden sentries. The place was heavily guarded, and powerful primordial spirit fluctuations covered the entire area around the Holy Ji Palace. Not even a fly would be spared. Seeing how heavily guarded the Holy Ji Palace was, Ling Xiao became more and more convinced that there must be some kind of secret hidden in the Holy Ji Palace. I need to think of a way to get in. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He was confident that he could fool the guards outside the Holy Ji Palace, but the Holy Ji Palace must have powerful formations and restrictions. If he barged in rashly, he would definitely be discovered by the people in the Holy Ji Palace. Just as Ling Xiao was hesitating, a familiar figure suddenly came into view. It's her? Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. It was a beautiful woman in a red dress. She had a graceful figure and was walking into the Holy Ji Palace under the lead of several guards. The reason why Ling Xiao was surprised was that the woman's appearance was exactly the same as Katie's. It's not Kai Dai. Although they look the same, their temperaments are different. Could she be Katie's twin sister? Ling Xiao thought to himself. Although he was guessing in his heart, he immediately realized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His body flashed, and when the woman in the red dress passed by, he directly turned into a speck of dust and stuck to the woman in the red dress. Boom, the gate of the Holy Ji Palace slowly opened. Miss Sai, the Lord is waiting for you in the Holy Ji Palace. I hope you won't disappoint him. The leader of the guards was a young man in the 9th Revolution half-saint realm. He smiled coldly and then led the guards away. Sai stood at the gate of the Holy Ji Palace. Her face revealed a trace of struggle. Eventually, she became extremely distressed. She gritted her teeth and walked into the Holy Ji Palace with great determination. The gate of the Holy Ji Palace closed once again, and Ling Xiao finally noticed the scene in the Holy Ji Palace. In the Holy Ji Palace, the chaotic mist was dense, and the auspicious vapor was rising. It looked peaceful and ethereal, like a fairyland, full of dreamy atmosphere. In the center of the Holy Ji Palace, a mysterious figure sat cross-legged. Shrouded in chaotic gas, the face could not be seen clearly. However, the pair of eyes were extremely mysterious. They revealed a 7-colored divine light, mysterious and majestic. Sai, you've come. A faint voice sounded in the Holy Ji Palace. It was incomparably clear. Ling Xiao could feel that the figure's aura was incomparably powerful, making him feel threatened. Ling Xiao fully activated the sky-devouring secret skill. His aura disappeared without a trace, as if he was a speck of dust, very inconspicuous. Ling Xiao tried his best to hide his existence, and at the same time, he was observing the situation in the Holy Ji Palace. My lord, Sai has thought it through. I'm willing to give myself to you. Please spare my sister, Kai Dai. Sai said softly. Her voice was like a jade bead falling on a jade plate, crisp and pleasant. Her fragrant shoulders trembled as if she had made a decision. Her eyes were full of determination. The red dress on her body slipped down quietly, revealing a perfect body. 2 lines of clear tears fell from the corners of her eyes, making her exude a kind of temperament that made people feel pity for her. Ling Xiao was also stunned. Sai's red dress slipped down, perfectly covering her body. A delicate fragrance assailed his nostrils. It contained the aura of a young girl, which made Ling Xiao unable to react for a moment. The figure indifferently looked at Sai's body. His eyes were full of undisguised appreciation. "Miss Sai, you're really great. You're willing to sacrifice yourself for your sister. Is it really worth it?" "It's worth it. I only beg you to let Kaidai go. Sai, I'm very satisfied that you took the initiative to offer yourself. But you should know that you and Kaidai are both mystical saint bodies. I can't let you go. As long as I pluck you, not only can I break through to the heaven realm, but I can also become an invincible saint with my heaven realm cultivation. At that time, all the geniuses in the universe will be trampled under my feet." "Ha ha ha." The figure burst out laughing arrogantly. His voice was full of ridicule. Sai's face instantly turned pale. "Dao Wuxia, you're shameless. You said that as long as I agree, you will let Kaidai go. You didn't keep your word. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Sai's eyes were filled with despair. Whoosh, a blue dagger appeared in her palm, and she stabbed it directly towards her forehead. Her speed was extremely fast, and she was incomparably ruthless. Even Ling Xiao was a little moved. He didn't expect Sai to be so decisive. She would rather commit suicide than be humiliated by this figure. Crack, however, when that blue dagger approached Sai's glabella, it couldn't move at all. A 7-colored lightning wrapped around Sai's arm, making her whole body numb. The dagger fell down in a flash. TSK. It's the soul-dispersing saint poison? I didn't expect your temper to be so fierce. How many years has it been since someone called me Dao Wuxia? But do you think you can die in front of me?" That figure waved his hand, and suddenly the blue dagger fell into his palm. Buzz, the chaotic chi dispersed, and the figure slowly walked out from the chaotic chi, revealing his true appearance. Ling Xiao could not help but narrow his eyes. It was a young man with a ferocious face. Half of his face was black and emitted a demonic aura. The other half of his face had lost all flesh, leaving only black bones. He wore a black and white robe. Half of his aura was incomparably holy, while the other half was filled with demonic aura. It was incomparably evil. It was as if the holy path and the demonic path had formed a wonderful balance on his body. Dao Wuxia. Is he also a member of the Dao clan? But it seems like he has fallen into the demonic path. Ling Xiao thought to himself, trying to guess Dao Wuxia's background. Kai Yi and Kai Dai were indeed siblings. This time, Kai Yi came to beg Dao Wuxia to let her sister go, but she was rejected by Dao Wuxia. As for the mythical beauty saint physique, Ling Xiao had heard of it before. It was a type of physique with the purest deen. It was also the best saint physique for dual cultivation. If one could pluck a woman to supplement the mythical beauty saint physique, not only would one obtain the original power of the mythical beauty saint physique, but one's cultivation would also increase greatly, allowing one to directly break through the bottleneck. No wonder Dao Wuxia wasn't willing to let go of Kai Yi and Kai Dai. The mythical beauty saint body was extremely rare. Even though saints would have evil thoughts about it. Dao Wuxia, you'll die a horrible death. Lord Dao Master was a hero all his life. How could he give birth to a bastard like you? You betrayed the Dao race, joined the devil race, and killed the people of the Dao race. You don't deserve to be the son of Dao Master. Kai Yi cursed, her eyes full of despair. Dao Master's son? Is this Dao Wuxia really from the Dao race? Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He finally knew the background of this Dao Wuxia. Dao Master was the guardian of the Dao race. Although Ling Xiao hadn't seen it with his own eyes, according to Dao Wuxia's description, Dao Master was an indomitable hero. Even Ling Xiao admired him. But Dao Master's son was like this. Ling Xiao found it unbelievable. Don't mention that old thing in front of me. After hearing the two words Dao Master, Dao Wuxia's face changed. His eyes were filled with endless rage and killing intent. He said coldly, "That old thing is stubborn and stubborn. They say that even a vicious tiger doesn't eat its cubs. He actually wanted to kill me over such a small matter. He can't even protect his family. How can a hypocrite like him deserve to be the guardian of the Dao race?" Dao Wuxia screamed at the top of his lungs. "Dao Wuxia, you still have the face to talk about Lord Dao Master? If you hadn't secretly cultivated the devil art, if you hadn't taken advantage of the disciples of the Dao race, if you hadn't committed treason, would Lord Dao Master have attacked you? You're blindly filled with hatred, but you don't know how much Lord Dao Master has done for you. You're a beast that's worse than a dog." Kai scolded, her face blushing. She had always regarded Dao Master as her idol. Hearing Dao Wuxia scolding Dao Master at this moment, she felt both angry and sad. Lord Dao Master was a hero, but he gave birth to a despicable son. I'm worse than a dog? I'm a beast? Ha ha ha. I'm afraid you don't know, right? I was the one who told Original Prince about that old thing's whereabouts. He doesn't treat me as his son, and I don't have such a father. I want him dead. Only when he's dead can I become the true ruler of the Dao race's Saint City. Dao Wuxia roared furiously. His face was distorted and his eyes were filled with malice. What? You were the one who told Original Prince about Lord Dao Master's whereabouts? Kai's face lost all color. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Lord Dao Master was Dao Wuxia's father. She had never expected Dao Wuxia to be the culprit behind Lord Dao Master's death. This news shocked her. She couldn't believe it. Beast. Damn it. Ling Xiao was about to explode from anger. His heart was filled with killing intent. Not only had this Dao Wuxia fallen into the demonic path, he had even committed the heinous crime of murdering his own father. This was simply too outrageous. Ling Xiao could not help but want to kill Dao Wuxia right now, but his last bit of rationality stopped him. Ling Xiao had more important things to do. He wasn't in a hurry to kill Dao Wuxia. But in Ling Xiao's heart, Dao Wuxia had already been sentenced to death. That old thing deserves to die. But it's a pity that Wu Liang isn't dead yet. I still need to use some means to snatch the Dao race seal back from him. When that time comes, I'll be the true guardian of the Dao race, the true king. Kai, it's your honor to be able to give yourself to me. Dao Wuxia grinned. He raised his hand, and suddenly, beams of seven-colored divine light rose from his palm, wrapping around Sai's body. Kai had no power to resist at all. Kai was only a 9th revolution half-saint. In front of Dao Wuxia, she was like a child. She could only be manipulated by Dao Wuxia. Dao Wuxia, you'll die a horrible death. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Kai shouted angrily. Her eyes were filled with despair. From the looks of it, she couldn't escape from Dao Wuxia's clutches. It was a pity that she couldn't save her sister Kai. Kai closed her eyes in despair. 2 streams of tears fell silently. Swoosh! 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 7-colored divine chains of order shot out from the void and bound Kai. Although she was a 9th revolution half-saint, she was powerless against Dao Wuxia. Kai, don't worry. I won't let you die. You're so beautiful. How could I be so cruel? Dao Wuxia's eyes revealed a trace of evil. She waved her hand, and Kai flew to her side. Then, she caressed Kai's cheek frivolously. Dao Wuxia, don't even think about it. The new Lord Guardian has arrived. After tomorrow's Guardian ceremony, the new Lord Guardian will definitely not let you off. Kai said angrily. New Guardian? Are you talking about that stupid Wu Liang? How naive. Tomorrow's Guardian ceremony will be the day of his death. That old thing died in the hands of Prince Original and passed the Dao clan seal to Wu Liang. He doesn't have the right. Only I am the guardian of the Dao clan. He must die. Dao Wuxia laughed coldly. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent. He had planned to let Prince Original get rid of Dao Master and complete his act of killing his father. Not only could he achieve a breakthrough in his demonic skills, but he could also use his innate advantage to control the Dao clan seal. After all, the 3 elders of the Dao clan had secretly sided with him. However, man proposes, God disposes. He did not expect Tao Master to pass the Taoist clan seal to Taoist Wuliang before his death. This made him both shocked and angry. Impossible. The new guardian has control of the Dao clan seal. He is invincible in the Dao clan Saint City. You are no match for him. Kai glared at Dao Wuxia. Looks like you still haven't given up. Since that's the case, I'll make you give up completely. Dao Wuxia laughed coldly. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared in his palm. Boom, the entire Dao palace shook violently. 7-colored divine light intertwined in Dao Wuxia's palm, forming a miniature formation. It looked like billions of stars intertwined. It also looked like a mysterious starry sky. It formed 2 mysterious regions, one black and one white. It was like an ancient world. This is the Yin and Yang dust formation? Impossible. Without the Dao clan seal, how can you control the Yin and Yang dust grand formation? Sai's body trembled, her eyes revealing a trace of disbelief. The Yin and Yang dust formation was the formation of the Way of Heaven in the holy city of the Taoist race. It contained vast power of the Way of Heaven, just like the Zhou Tian star formation in the holy city of the demon race. Only the Taoist clan seal could control it. However, the scene in front of Sai's eyes shattered her understanding. Dao Wuxia obviously didn't have a Dao clan mark, but he actually controlled the Yin and Yang dust grand array. This Dao Wuxia is indeed not simple. Hidden in the dark, Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. Although Kai Yi's situation was pitiful, he didn't help her. The most important thing for him was to investigate Dao Wuxia. Kai Yi's life was insignificant compared to the life and death of the old goat, Daoist Wu Liang, Shui Wei, and the others. Ling Xiao was not a good person. He knew what was more important, so he suppressed the anger in his heart and waited for an opportunity. Now that he saw the Yin and Yang dust grand array in Dao Wuxia's palm, Ling Xiao was incomparably shocked. Controlling the Yin and Yang dust grand array meant that Dao Wuxia controlled the true power of the holy city of the Taoist race. Even if Daoist Wu Liang had the real Taoist clan seal, he wouldn't be a match for Dao Wuxia. Nothing is absolutely impossible. The Taoist clan seal contains the fate of the Taoist race and the power of the Way of Heaven. It can control the Yin and Yang dust grand array. However, Wu Liang didn't obtain the Taoist clan seal in the holy city of the Taoist race. He also didn't control the Yin and Yang dust grand array in the first place. Therefore, he completely lost any chance. In the holy city of the Taoist race, I am truly invincible. Dao Wuxia sneered. His every word seemed to knock on Sai's heart, causing her face to turn paler. Something's not right. Suddenly, Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Black and white light flickered in his eyes, and even the void became the most original line. His eyes could penetrate the illusion and see the truth. Instantly, he discovered the strangeness of the Yin and Yang dust formation. This Dao Wuxia is just bluffing. Without the Taoist clan seal, it's impossible for him to control the Yin and Yang dust grand array. However, he used some method to seal the connection between the Yin and Yang dust grand array and the Taoist clan seal. Even if Taoist Wu Liang activated the Taoist clan seal, he wouldn't be able to control the power of the Yin and Yang dust grand array. The reason why he called for the guardian ceremony tomorrow is probably to find an opportunity to kill Taoist Wu Liang and obtain the Taoist clan seal. Otherwise, when he entered the city today, he could directly control the Yin and Yang dust grand array and kill all of us in the holy city of the Taoist race. There's no need for him to feign civility. Ling Xiao thought to himself. A look of understanding flashed in his eyes as he gradually understood the mystery behind this. Dao Wuxia, you, kill me. Kai was so angry that a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. Her face was filled with despair, and her voice seemed to be pleading. Dao Wuxia's words had completely shattered her hopes. Kai, I won't kill you. Don't worry, after I kill that silly boy Wu Liang tomorrow and obtain the Taoist clan seal, I'll take good care of you and your sister. Ha ha ha. Dao Wuxia touched Sai's cheek and laughed maniacally. Wang, Dao Wuxia's palm drew across the void, and the Yin and Yang dust grand array slowly separated. Dao Wuxia pointed at Kai, and the clothes on the ground flew into the Yin and Yang dust grand array. Kai, wait for me in the Yin and Yang dust grand array obediently. Don't try to kill yourself, or I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Kai was sent into the yin and yang dust grand array along with Dao Wuxia's cold laughter. Ling Xiao didn't do anything. He also followed Kai into the yin and yang dust grand array. Ling Xiao felt that this was an opportunity. Perhaps he could think of a way to break the seal on the yin and yang dust grand array and help Taoist Wuliang completely control the holy city of the Taoist race. Rumble, endless light intertwined in front of him, and chaotic fog rose. The void distorted, and various mysterious scenes appeared. Ling Xiao followed Kai into the yin and yang dust grand array. Ling Xiao could feel that this formation contained an incomparably terrifying power. In the face of such power, even a sage would be annihilated in an instant. Kai was bound by the 7-colored divine chains as she floated in the chaotic fog. Her face was incomparably pale and her eyes were filled with despair. Her entire body exuded a kind of pitiful temperament. Her expression was a little sluggish. All hope had been lost. Staying here was simply a fate worse than death. She only hated herself for being too weak and unable to change the fate of her and her brother. Sister, I have let you down. Kai's heart was incomparably mournful. But suddenly, a voice suddenly entered her sea of consciousness. Miss Kai, are you familiar with the yin and yang dust formation? Kai's body trembled as a strange look appeared in her eyes. She was a little excited, but she still suppressed her excitement and asked in her heart, You? Who are you? Miss Kai, I am a friend of the new guardian, Wu Liang. You can call me Ling Xiao. Don't worry, I will definitely save you. The most important thing for us now is to break the yin and yang dust formation. Then, Wu Liang will be able to take control of the Dao clan seal and completely kill Dao Wuxia. Ling Xiao said slowly. He did not act rashly, nor did he reveal himself. Instead, he sent a voice transmission to Kai, hoping to get some information from her. Ling Xiao? You can hide from me and Dao Wuxia's perception. It shows that you are indeed very strong. But it's useless. This is the interior of the yin and yang dust formation. Even a sage cannot escape from here. This is a world of its own with its own laws. Moreover, Dao Wuxia is guarding it. We can't escape. The light in Kai's eyes dimmed slightly as she said with a bitter smile. Miss Kai, don't be discouraged. Tell me about the yin and yang dust formation first. I will give it a try. Ling Xiao said patiently. All right. The yin and yang dust formation is the supreme formation of my Dao clan. It is rumored that it contains the supreme power of the Dao ancestor. It is incomparably mysterious. If he could comprehend the duality minute formation, he could even use it to prove his Dao and become an emperor. I don't know much about the yin and yang dust formation. I only know that it is transformed by yin and yang tai chi. Yin and yang tai chi is the Tao, the myriad heavens and the myriad worlds, and the countless creatures. In the yin and yang dust formation, a grain of sand may contain a world, a star may bury an ancient civilization, and a blade of grass may be able to destroy the myriad heavens and the myriad worlds. Everything is possible here. Kai told him some information about the yin and yang dust formation that she had learned. Since the yin and yang dust grand formation is so miraculous, do you know how Dao Wuxia sealed it? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Dao Wuxia sealed the yin and yang dust formation? Kai was shocked. That's right. Maybe you don't know that Dao Wuxia didn't control the power of the yin and yang dust formation. He was just lying to you. Without the Taoist clan seal, it is impossible for him to control the power of the yin and yang dust formation. However, he used some means to seal the yin and yang dust formation. As a result, even with the Taoist clan seal, Wu Liang cannot control the yin and yang dust formation. Ling Xiao said slowly. I see. If that's the case, then maybe we really have a chance. Sai's eyes lit up, and hope rose in her heart again. What chance? Ling Xiao asked. The yin and yang dust formation is the ultimate secret of my Dao clan. Not to mention Dao Wuxia, even if the Dao master had the Dao clan seal, he couldn't control the formation. He could only borrow the power of the formation. So you don't have to be so careful. You can show yourself directly. Dao Wuxia can't find you, but I heard that the core of the yin and yang dust formation is the yin and yang realm. Dao Wuxia must have done something to the yin and yang realm to be able to seal the formation. As long as we can find the yin and yang realm and break the seal, we can get out. Kai told Ling Xiao what she knew. Where is the yin and yang realm? Ling Xiao asked. I don't know. The yin and yang realm is the core of the yin and yang dust formation. It may be in a star, or in a blade of grass, or in this vast starry sky. No one knows its specific location. Kai said. Buzz, at this moment, a light flashed in the void, and Ling Xiao appeared in the void. He smiled at Kai and said, now that we have a direction, it's much easier. As for the yin and yang realm, let me see if I can find it. You're Ling Xiao? Kai glanced at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was dressed in snow-white clothes, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He exuded a masculine aura, which was completely different from the elegance of the men of the Dao clan. Kai couldn't help but tremble in her heart. However, she suddenly remembered that she was naked, and her face turned red. Ahem. Miss Kai, please wait here for a while. When I find the yin and yang realm, I will take you out of here. Ling Xiao touched his nose. Thinking that he had seen Kai naked before, he felt a little embarrassed. Although Kai in front of him was bound by the 7-colored chain of order and looked like she was wearing a layer of 7-colored clothes, Ling Xiao still quickly turned around. Thank you, Master Ling Xiao. Kai said shyly. Well. I'll go first. Take care of yourself, Miss Kai. Ling Xiao turned around and did not stay for even a moment. He immediately turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the void. Master Ling Xiao, I hope you can succeed. Kai said with a sigh. She seemed to have thought of something, and her face turned red. Whoosh, Ling Xiao flew toward the vast starry sky. Although Kai said that Wuxia couldn't find him, he still used the heaven-covering secret skill to cover his aura. Although he didn't know where the yin and yang realm was, according to Ling Xiao's observation, the yin and yang dust formation was two vast and mysterious worlds. Infinite light and infinite darkness. Since it was the yin and yang realm, it was very likely to be hidden in the place where light and darkness intertwined. According to Miss Tsai's description, the yin and yang dust formation is the power of light and darkness, the power of yin and yang, and the power of life and death. It is the power of all the good and evil between heaven and earth. It contains everything and is very mysterious. I wonder if my secret skill of life and secret skill of death can detect the yin and yang realm. Ling Xiao thought secretly. Within the yin and yang dust formation, there was an incomparably vast world. This place was filled with chaotic fog, and it was as if scenes of the birth and destruction of countless worlds had appeared. It was extremely mysterious and vast. In this place, time and space had already become concepts. Ling Xiao could see the entire process of a complete world from its birth to its destruction. Ling Xiao looked at the distant sky. He could vaguely see that there were two huge canopies covering the sky. Half of it was endless light, and the other half was endless darkness. And at the intersection of darkness and light, the light of primal chaos gushed out, and many worlds were born at every moment. Wanting to find the yin and yang realm in this endless world was tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Although Ling Xiao used the secret skill of life and the secret skill of death, he did not sense any special aura. The yin and yang realm, the place where yin and yang intersect. Since it's the core of the yin and yang dust formation, there must be something special about it. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He was also a little anxious. There was only one day in total. He had to find the yin and yang realm as soon as possible and break the seal. Otherwise, Taoist Wuliang, the old goat, and Shui Wei would be in danger. However, based on the current situation, he did not know how long it would take to find the yin and yang realm. Ling Xiao tried his best to calm himself down. Gradually, his breathing began to stabilize. He slowly closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in the void. He did not continue to fly, but instead allowed the surrounding mist to push him forward. He was like a small boat in the sea. Ling Xiao sank into a state of thoughtless tranquility. The various martial arts, divine abilities, heavenly techniques, and secret techniques that he had learned in the past all flowed slowly through his heart. In the end, they all turned into nothingness, buried in his heart realm. Ling Xiao's majestic heart force spread out, and his perception of his surroundings became extremely clear. He could even see the orbits of every single star, as well as the changes in the mist. Unknowingly, his figure began to move toward the intersection of light and darkness. The way of the great void, in the heart, in the talisman. The way of heaven is impermanent, but the way of the heart is eternal. The talisman is the celestial body, and the heart is the heart of heaven. Creation is one, and I am immortal, the mysterious scripture rang in Ling Zhao's ears. This was the scripture of the Great Void Talisman scripture. It contained a mysterious power, as if it could summon the way of heaven and make Ling Xiao a part of it. Rumble, somehow, Ling Xiao seemed to see a mysterious and ancient world at the intersection of light and darkness. Black and white light intertwined, constantly devouring the surrounding light and darkness. Yin and Yang realm, Ling Xiao almost instantly confirmed that the world was the Yin-Yang world. However, he did not do anything. Instead, he allowed the mist around him to push him towards the Yin-Yang world. That's Dao Wuxie? Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He saw a mysterious figure seated outside the Yin-Yang world. Black and white light intertwined around him, and his eyes shone with seven-colored light. He radiated with tremendous energy, sealing up the Yin-Yang world. This is heart force? Who would have thought that Dao Wuxia would have cultivated the Dao of the heart to such a level? She was only one step away from becoming a Dao saint. Did he seal the Yin-Yang realm with some kind of treasure? Ling Xiao thought to himself. He could vaguely see that above Dao Wuxia's head, there seemed to be a dazzling sun that was sprinkling down vast amounts of great Dao precepts. The dazzling runes formed a mysterious boundary. At that moment, the creation jade disc in Ling Zhao's mind started to vibrate. That's a fragment of the creation jade disc. Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Based on the aura of the creation jade disc, he was almost instantly sure that the treasure above Dao Wuxia's head was a fragment of the creation jade disc. No wonder it could seal the Yin-Yang realm. The creation jade disc was a chaos treasure that surpassed an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. Even a fragment of it was extremely powerful. Who's there? A cold voice rang out. Dao Wuxia opened her eyes instantly. Seven-colored lightning shot out from her eyes, piercing through the void. To be exact, Dao Wuxia's heart doppelganger opened her eyes. Just as the creation jade disc in Ling Zhao's mind sensed Dao Wuxia also sensed Ling Zhao's presence. The owner of the creation jade disc was like a fated enemy that would eventually meet in the end. Dao Wuxia, I didn't expect you to use the creation jade disc to seal the Yin-Yang realm. However, if I kill your heart doppelganger and take your creation jade disc fragment, the seal will be broken, right? Ling Xiao didn't need to continue hiding after being discovered by Dao Wuxia. He stepped out from the void with a calm expression. Who are you? There was a strange look in Dao Wuxia's eyes. He had never seen Ling Xiao before, so he was naturally surprised that Ling Xiao was able to recognize him so easily. I'm Ling Xiao, the person who will kill you. Ling Xiao said flatly. Arrogant. You know I sealed the Yin-Yang realm and you still dare to come here? Are you relying on the fragment of the good fortune jade disc? However, it seems like your creation jade disc fragment will change owners today. As a reward, I'll act quickly and won't let you feel any pain. Dao Wuxia sneered as killing intent surged in his eyes. Rumble, hundreds of millions of thunderbolts exploded around him, causing the sky to rumble. The creation jade disc fragment above his head emitted endless light. Dao Wuxia's every move contained an unfathomable power as if he was mobilizing the power of the Yin-Yang realm. Dao Wuxia, you betrayed your master, killed your ancestors, and betrayed your clan. Your crimes are unforgivable. Today, I will punish you on behalf of the heavens and sentence you to death. Are you convinced? Ling Xiao said coldly. He was filled with killing intent towards Dao Wuxia, who could even kill his own father. Sentence me to death? Are you worthy? How did you know I know, you came in with that bitch Tsai. I didn't expect that bitch Tsai to find a man behind my back. I'll make her suffer. Dao Wuxia sneered. He suddenly thought of something and his eyes were filled with cruelty and anger. He became flustered and exasperated. Dao Wuxia, you're really stubborn. Since that's the case, I'll send you down. I hope you can atone for your crimes when you see the Dao Master. Ling Xiao shook his head and sighed. In an instant, his eyes were incomparably sharp as he threw a punch towards Dao Wuxia. Rumble, the void trembled violently. Ling Xiao's fist emitted a dazzling golden light that filled the sky. It was like a giant golden hammer that was about to split open the heavens and earth. It was extremely powerful and overbearing. The first move of the Great Void Emperor Fist, Sky Hammer, was unleashed. Both Ling Xiao and Dao Wuxia were not in their true bodies. This was a battle between Ling Xiao's heart clone and Dao Wuxia's heart clone in the heart world. It was a battle between their understanding of the Tao of the heart. Although it was silent, it was extremely dangerous. Ling Xiao could vaguely see through some of the secrets of the yin-yang world. The yin-yang world existed between reality and illusion. It was a world created by the power of the heart and was extremely mysterious. Otherwise, he would not be able to sense the existence of the yin-yang world with the heart world and the Great Void Charm scripture. Therefore, the battle between Ling Xiao and Dao Wuxia depended on who had a deeper understanding of the Tao of the heart and who would have the upper hand. Although Ling Xiao rarely practiced the Great Void Emperor Fist, his understanding of it had deepened over the years. On the surface, it looked like an invincible fist technique, but in reality, the Great Void Emperor Fist could only explode with the strongest power by using the power of the heart. Ling Xiao's Great Void Emperor Fist was now using the power of the heart clone. His attacks were thunderous, and his body emitted endless divine light as he charged towards Dao Wuxia. Rumble, a huge golden hammer fell from the void like a majestic mountain. It contained a majestic aura that could sweep through the heavens and destroy the universe. Dao Wuxia's expression changed slightly. "You're courting death." Dao Wuxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. Endless light and darkness surrounded his body. He opened his mouth and spat out. Instantly, an immortal sword surrounded by black and white light shot out. It pierced through the void like a waterfall. It was incomparably sharp. Clang, the void shook as the immortal sword and the golden hammer collided. In that instant, millions of rays of light shot out. Rumble, sword chi surged like the sea and exploded. The surroundings were filled with dazzling sword light. It was as if it had formed an immortal sword domain. At the same time, evil demonic light intertwined, wanting to bury all life. Star-plucking hand. Ling Xiao's aura was like that of a dragon. He roared and shot up into the sky from the endless sword light. A huge palm stretched across the sky, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. It was about to pluck the stars from the sky. Rumble, the sword light that filled the sky was smashed into dust by Ling Xiao's palm. At the same time, he grabbed towards Dao Wuxia. Slash! Dao Wuxia roared. The immortal sword soared into the sky and expanded to 10,000 feet long, slashing down on Ling Xiao's palm. The immortal sword was incomparably sharp. Black and white divine light intertwined, exuding an eternal and indestructible fluctuation. It was as if it could turn everything into dust. Ling Xiao's palm was annihilated in an instant. Even Ling Xiao's body was split into two. Dao Wuxia's eyes flashed. Blazing divine light rose around her. She sensed danger behind her and flew forward decisively. He instantly sensed that the one he had killed was only an afterimage of Ling Xiao's. Rumble, in the next moment, Ling Xiao appeared in the void behind Dao Wuxia. Mysterious sound waves rippled out from his body, causing the surrounding sky to tremble. Void quake. Ling Xiao roared coldly. Suddenly, the void shook violently. Incomparably vast power intertwined, turning everything into dust. Even though Dao Wuxia had quickly dodged, the mysterious domain still caused his body to tremble violently. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Void quake was the power of Heaven Wei that Ling Xiao used. It activated the most fundamental power, completely destroying all life. It was extremely domineering. Dao Wuxia did not expect that he would be injured so quickly. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. "You deserve to die," Dao Wuxia said coldly. His eyes were covered with a layer of blood. Blazing divine light bloomed around him. At the same time, demonic light surged, causing his power to skyrocket. Swoosh, he was like a bolt of black lightning. His speed was extremely fast. He directly grabbed at Ling Xiao's chest. His fingers were extremely skinny, but they were extremely sharp. Kill. Ling Xiao was not afraid. He activated the power of the Great Void Charm scripture and fought with Dao Wuxia. Rumble, the void shook. The yin-yang world began to spew out the power of light and darkness. It was like a chaotic storm. Only the most fundamental particles were left, destroying everything. Ling Xiao and Dao Wuxia formed two dazzling balls of light. They collided fiercely in the void. Every blow exploded with an unparalleled power that could destroy the world. It caused the yin-yang world to tremble slightly. However, there was a fragment of the creation jade disk above the yin-yang world. It sealed the yin-yang world and scattered the mysterious light of the great Tao. Ling Zhao's great void charm scripture had been stuck at the peak of the 5th level for a long time. However, he had not found the opportunity to break through to the 6th level. The 6th level was the prominent divine realm. That was the true heart saint realm. Dao Wuxia and Ling Xiao were the same. They were both people who had one foot in the heart saint realm. In addition, he was extremely powerful. For a moment, he was evenly matched with Ling Xiao. There was no clear winner. Ling Zhao's expression was still calm. However, Dao Wuxia was extremely shocked. He had not expected Ling Zhao's attainment in the heart Dao to be so strong. After all, this was his home ground. However, he could not do anything to Ling Xiao. This meant that Ling Zhao's attainment in the heart Dao was definitely above his. Dao Wuxia was starting to get anxious. This guy must die. Dao Wuxia's heart was filled with killing intent. He felt that Ling Xiao was a strong threat to him. His attacks became more vicious. Swoosh! 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 Black and white divine light intertwined around him. Demonic chi surged and covered the sky. In an instant, it enveloped Ling Xiao. Clanging sounds rang out. Sword radiance flashed across the void, intertwining with the great Tao. It was like a sword net that enveloped Ling Xiao. Swoosh! At the same time, with Dao Wuxia's activation, the fragment of the good fortune jade disk above the yin-yang realm trembled violently. In an instant, it emitted boundless light. It was like a dazzling sun that suppressed Ling Xiao. There was an extremely mysterious aura fluctuation in the good fortune jade disk. It was even more transcendent than the extreme emperor's aura. It seemed to contain the origin and end of all life. No one could think of resisting it. It is indeed a chaotic treasure. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with divine light. The fragment of the jade plate of good fortune in his sea of consciousness also flew out in an instant. Like a bright and flawless full moon, it collided with the sun with a loud bang. Amidst the endless blazing divine light, a huge sword net fell from the sky. Just as Ling Xiao was about to break the sword net, something unexpected happened. The rainbow-colored chains were intertwined with runes and contained the laws of the great Tao. They were incomparably tough. Although Ling Zhao's body was strong, he was unable to break free. Ling Xiao, I don't care where you came from. But today, no one can save you. I will send that bitch Sai to see you very soon. When the time comes, I will make sure you two become a miserable pair of lovebirds. Dao Wuxia strolled over. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with cruelty. The only thing he was afraid of was the creation jade disk fragment in Ling Zhao's hand. Now that it was blocked, he immediately launched the killing blow that he had been planning for a long time. Just you? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His expression was deep and calm. It was as if a mysterious force was slowly awakening in his body. Roar! A majestic dragon's roar exploded in the void. The golden blood in Ling Zhao's body boiled as if it was completely burning. It exploded with a force that made Dao Wuxia's heart palpitate. Die! Dao Wuxia felt that something was wrong. Without thinking, he stabbed his sword through the air. He wanted to pierce through Ling Zhao's forehead and kill him completely. Crack! Ling Zhao's body shook violently. In an instant, the rainbow-colored chains around him broke apart inch by inch. A golden dragon soared into the sky, exuding a boundless dragon's aura. Ling Zhao's heart-force doppelganger was no different from his original body. It could use all the mystiques and secret techniques of his original body. At this moment, he directly exploded with 64 times the power of the violent dragon mystique. His body was instantly strengthened to the extreme. Ling Xiao felt that even if a saint stood in front of him, he would explode with a single punch. That terrifying force broke the rainbow-colored chains. Then, he stretched out 2 fingers and clamped down on Dao Wuxia's sword. Buzz, Ling Zhao's 2 fingers shone with golden light. They were as clear as jade as they clamped down on the sword. No matter how hard Dao Wuxia tried, he couldn't pull it out. Wordless heavenly book, devour. The blazing divine light around Ling Xiao exploded with a loud roar. Instantly, the wordless heavenly book flew out of his body. Boom, the wordless heavenly book emitted endless light. Its aura was ancient and mysterious. The 9-colored divine light intertwined and instantly suppressed Dao Wuxia. Without the protection of the creation jade disc fragment, Dao Wuxia was no match for the wordless heavenly book. He trembled all over and began to fly toward the wordless heavenly book. This is a chaos treasure? Who are you? Dao Wuxia exclaimed, her eyes filled with disbelief. Facing the wordless heavenly book, he actually felt an irresistible power fluctuation. Despite his strength, he had no way to resist the wordless heavenly book's devouring. In an instant, he flew into the wordless heavenly book. Ling Dao 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 Dao. Dao Dao Dao, heavenly Dao. 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 At this moment, the wordless heavenly book unleashed its strongest power. Caught off guard, Dao Wuxia was swallowed up by the wordless heavenly book. Rumble, Dao Wuxia's voice stopped abruptly. After being devoured by the wordless heavenly book, it instantly turned into the most fundamental power of the heart Dao and surged into Ling Zhao's body. Inside Ling Zhao's body, there seemed to be the sound of wind and thunder. The space around him was trembling violently. He could feel that after devouring Dao Wuxia's majestic heart energy, his great void heart charm scripture actually showed signs of a breakthrough. After Dao Wuxia was devoured by the wordless heavenly book, the fragment of the fortune jade disc lost control and tried to escape. However, it was caught by Ling Xiao and refined immediately. Under Ling Zhao's refinement, the 2 fragments of the fortune jade disc slowly merged into one. They shone with an ancient and mysterious light, becoming even more powerful and mysterious. Boom, after losing the seal of the jade plate of fate, the world of yin and yang shone with a blazing light. It was like a rising sun, shooting into the sky from the endless sea of chaos and shattering the void. Boundless darkness and boundless light intertwined, forming a perfect balance in the yin-yang world. Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes, and there was a look of understanding in his eyes. The battle just now was like a dream, but Ling Xiao knew that it really happened. Dao Wuxia's heart doppelganger had indeed died at his hands. At this moment, Dao Wuxia, who was cultivating in the Dao Palace, suddenly trembled. His eyes were filled with rage and killing intent. Ling Xiao, how dare you kill my heart doppelganger? I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Dao Wuxia roared. Dazzling light appeared in his palm and he activated the yin-yang dust formation. With a flash of light, he disappeared from the Dao Palace and entered the yin-yang dust formation. Rumble. Within the yin-yang dust formation, endless divine light surged and the chaotic qi was terrifying. At this moment, it exploded and Dao Wuxia's body entered the yin-yang dust formation. Ling Xiao. Dao Wuxia's voice was bone-chilling. He glared at Ling Xiao, not bothering to hide the killing intent in his eyes. Dao Wuxia, you're really fast. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in the void and smiled faintly at Dao Wuxia. His expression was incomparably calm, as if he didn't panic at all. I've really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be able to kill my heart doppelganger and break the seal of the yin-yang world. But if you think that's my true strength, then you're too laughable. Dao Wuxia said coldly. His Saint Dao aura and Demon Dao aura intertwined, making him look even more ferocious and terrifying. I know you're very strong. But I really don't understand. Where did you get the confidence to seek revenge on me? Don't you know that the Dao clan seal is in someone else's hands? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. When his words fell into Dao Wuxia's ears, Dao Wuxia's expression changed. Come out. Make him give up completely. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Rumble, as soon as he finished speaking, blazing divine light bloomed in the void. An ancient and mysterious seal fell from the sky. It was majestic and mysterious, containing vast power of destiny. Daoist Wuliang, the white dragon horse, the old goat, Shui Wei, and the others all stood on the seal. They descended from the sky and appeared beside Ling Xiao, surrounding Dao Wuxia. Ha ha, I almost got screwed over by you, brat. Dao Wuxia, how do you want to die? Daoist Wuliang laughed coldly. Rumble, divine light shone brightly in the void, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. It was as if billions of lightning bolts had exploded, containing a destructive power. Daoist Wuliang stood in the air, aloof and otherworldly. The Dao clan seal floated above his head like a mountain, scattering bright and mysterious runes. Yin and Yang Qi intertwined in the surroundings. Endless light and darkness covered the sky above, as if stripping Dao Wuxia away. After the seal of the Yin-Yang world was broken, Daoist Wuliang immediately controlled the power of the Yin-Yang dust formation. Before Ling Xiao explored the Dao Palace, he had already left his aura imprint with Daoist Wuliang. As long as he willed it, Daoist Wuliang would be able to sense his presence and rush over immediately. This was something that even Dao Wuxia did not expect. You are Wuliang? With the cultivation of an ant, why would the old man pass the Dao clan seal to you? He's really blind. Dao Wuxia glared at Daoist Wuliang. His eyes flashed coldly, with a hint of jealousy and indignation. He was indignant. He had planned for so many years, even taking on the crime of killing his own father. But in the end, he did not get the Dao clan seal. Instead, Wu Liang, who came out of nowhere, got the Dao clan seal. Dao Wuxia, you killed your own father and betrayed your own race. You are unforgivable. Today, I will clean up the sect on behalf of Lord Dao Master and pay tribute to his spirit in heaven. Daoist Wuliang glared at Dao Wuxia, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. Ling Xiao had already told him about Dao Wuxia's identity. Originally, he hated Prince Original to the core. But when he heard that the culprit behind Dao Master's death was Dao Wuxia, he was shocked and enraged. Instantly, the killing intent in his heart was ignited. Clean up the sect? Who do you think you are? A bastard who doesn't even know who his parents are. So what if you are from the Dao clan? Dao Wuxia mocked, as if he was purposely angering Daoist Wuliang. Daoist Wuliang was not angry, but the coldness in his eyes intensified. He glared at Dao Wuxia and said, "You don't have to try to anger me. No one can save you today." Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, he instantly attacked. The Dao clan seal shone brightly as it flew towards Dao Wuxia. Chains of order descended from the seal, wrapping around Dao Wuxia's body. That was a pure heavenly Dao law that contained the strongest sealing power. It was incomparably terrifying. The moment Dao Wuxia struck, she wanted to capture Dao Wuxia completely. You forced me to do this. Since that's the case, then let's die together. Dao Wuxia's eyes turned blood red, and his entire body emitted a crazy aura. Crack, his chest exploded, and endless black demonic light gushed out. A black skull appeared in his palm, looking eerie and evil. Dao Wuxia's flesh and blood all rushed towards the skull. A burst of ghostly wailing and howling came from the void. Gloomy winds howled angrily and monstrous devil chi filled the sky. It was evil and bizarre. The skull seemed to have come alive and slowly floated in the void. Vaguely, there seemed to be an incomparably terrifying figure within it, emitting a dark and evil aura that filled the sky. Not good. Daoist Wuliang's face changed. Without hesitation, the Dao clan seal came crashing down. He sensed an extremely evil power from the skull, which made his heart palpitate. The Dao clan seal came crashing down, wanting to smash the skull into pieces. Boom, terrifying shockwaves from the collision burst out, causing the surrounding void to tremble and shatter. The divine chains of order emitted by the Dao clan mark suddenly shattered, and the skull instantly soared into the sky and began to expand in the sky. An endless amount of demonic light rose up, and the surrounding world turned into darkness. Within that skull, a horrifying figure appeared. It was like a ferocious demon emperor, and it was emitting an insufferably arrogant aura. Since you want me to die, then you can all die with me. Ha ha ha, Dao Wuxia roared, his eyes filled with incomparable madness. As his flesh and blood was devoured by the figure, a pair of dark and evil eyes opened, staring at Ling Xiao, Daoist Wuliang, and the others. Rumble, a terrifying emperor's aura erupted. That figure soared through the air and pressed down. A gigantic demonic palm blotted out the sky and covered the earth, containing boundless dark energy fluctuations. Extreme Emperor's aura. Could that skull be the skull of a demon emperor? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. Kill. Taoist Wuliang's body was surrounded by blazing divine light. He held the Dao clan seal in his hand and charged over. Runes flashed around his body, dazzling and blinding. That was the power of the yin-yang dust formation. He activated it with all his might, and there was an aura that could annihilate everything. Taoist Wuliang stepped into the void, and his body emitted an aura that was invincible. Crack, the demonic light flared, and a vast emperor aura erupted. The Dao clan seal trembled violently, and was sent flying. The yin and yang dust formation around Taoist Wuliang seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow, and burst into pieces with a loud bang. In front of the extreme emperor aura, all power seemed so insignificant. Even the heavenly Dao was the same, Dao Wuxia fused with the figure. His aura was monstrous, and he charged towards Ling Xiao, Taoist Wuliang, and the others. Kill. Ling Xiao, Taoist Wuliang, the old goat, and the others roared at the same time. Then, they charged towards the figure, and at the same time, they unleashed their strongest power. Rumble, in the void, divine light intertwined, and demonic aura surged. Heaven and earth trembled violently. The figure was like a demon emperor, and his aura was terrifying to the extreme. Every attack contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. Although Ling Xiao, Taoist Wuliang, and the others had unleashed their strongest combat strength, they were sent flying almost instantly. Too strong. This is the extreme emperor aura. How could this guy have such a strange thing? The old goat said in surprise. External power is still external power. It's just the skull of a demon emperor. Since he wants to die, we'll fulfill his wish. In Ling Xiao's eyes, there seemed to be scenes of the birth and death of the world. It was mysterious and unfathomable. He said indifferently, and a mysterious force gushed out from his body. Rumble, Ling Xiao used the supreme battling heaven skill to summon the Emperor Yin Cauldron. Suddenly, blazing divine light rose, containing the power to burn heaven and earth. A vast sea of fire rose into the sky. Boom, a sea of fire engulfed the figure. At the same time, the Yin Emperor Cauldron spun and smashed onto the figure's head, causing him to stagger. At the same time, the wordless heavenly book's all-devouring demonic light appeared above the figure's head. The 108 Dao world spun slowly like a yin-yang millstone, trying to obliterate the figure completely. Roar, the figure seemed to feel the great threat of the wordless heavenly book. Demonic light surged from his body and he let out a furious roar. The terrifying sound waves caused Taoist Wuliang and the old goat to tremble. They felt their vision darken and they almost fainted. Ling Xiao was naturally the first to bear the brunt of the sound waves. It was as if he was about to be crushed into dust by the sound waves. However, the wordless heavenly book trembled slightly and the 108 Dao world shook at the same time. It was as if 108 boundaries were formed around Ling Xiao, causing the sound waves to dissipate. Rumble, the wordless heavenly book spread out in the void. 108 golden scriptures intertwined with each other and formed a vast and mysterious devouring vortex. It completely enveloped the figure. As if it felt that the figure was not to be trifled with, the wordless heavenly book unleashed its full power and began to devour the figure's power. Boom! 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 Divine light gushed all over the sky, and the void all around shook violently. The figure struggled violently, trying to escape from the devouring vortex formed by the textless heavenly book. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and held on. The power in his body poured out like a flood, continuously surging into the textless heavenly book. In the end, the figure's struggle grew weaker and weaker. The monstrous demonic power began to dissipate slowly. The mysterious figure formed by the skull was directly devoured by the wordless heavenly book. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the aura of the wordless heavenly book had changed after devouring the skull. No! Dao Wuxia's unwilling, frightened, and angry voice rang out. It contained a monstrous amount of resentment. He knew that he was no match for Taoist Wuliang, who had the Dao clan mark. Therefore, he did not hesitate to sacrifice his own life and directly took out the skull of the demon emperor. He wanted to completely kill Ling Xiao and the others. However, what he did not expect was that Ling Xiao and the others were completely unharmed, but the demon emperor's skull had been completely devoured by the wordless heavenly book. Together with him, the wordless heavenly book had refined him, causing him to die completely. At this point, Dao Wuxia had fallen. Dao Wuxia's flesh and primordial spirit had been devoured by the wordless heavenly book. Ling Xiao could vaguely see some of Dao Wuxia's remnant memories. Ling Xiao's primordial heavenly book. Dao's to the heavenly Dao of the heavenly god Dao. Dao Master was the guardian of the Dao race's saint city. He was worshipped by countless experts of the Dao race. For the sake of the Dao race, he fought against countless experts and obtained countless opportunities for the Dao race. Gradually, the Dao race became stronger. But the heavenly Dao's talent was limited. He could not break through the last step. He even knew where his limit was. This made him very indignant. When Dao Wuxia was young, he carried the heavenly Dao's endless hopes. Dao Wuxia's talent was extremely strong. He far surpassed the heavenly Dao Master. He even had the connate Dao body. He was born with all his meridians open and contained a vast amount of origin energy. The heavenly Dao Master was very strict with him. In Dao Wuxia's memories, he had used a very short time to become a true god and break through to the sage to be. He had defeated the strongest of the younger generation and even challenged those of a higher level. However, he had never seen the heavenly Dao Master satisfied. As long as Dao Wuxia made the slightest mistake or slacked off, he would be severely punished by the heavenly Dao Master. To outsiders, Dao Wuxia was the leader of the younger generation of the heavenly Dao. He would definitely replace the heavenly Dao Master in the future and become the new guardian of the heavenly Dao. However, no one knew that Dao Wuxia was filled with hatred for the heavenly Dao Master. He hated himself for not being able to satisfy the heavenly Dao Master no matter what. He also hated the heavenly Dao Master's ruthlessness and coldness. He only hoped that one day, he could break free from the heavenly Dao Master's discipline and wander the vast world alone. This was especially so when his cultivation reached the 9th revolution stage to be. When he reached the bottleneck, the heavenly Dao Master's requirements for him became even stricter. In other words, the heavenly Dao Master was inhumane. He put him on the brink of death several times in the hope that he could break through his own limits. Dao Wuxia became more and more dissatisfied with the heavenly Dao Master. In the end, he accidentally came into contact with the devil race's cultivation method. Under the temptation, he cultivated the devil race's cultivation method. His cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Not only did he break through his limits, he also cultivated both the devil race and the devil race. This made his cultivation even more unfathomable. From then on, Dao Wuxia started to cultivate both the heavenly Dao cultivation method and the devil race's cultivation method at the same time. He wanted to merge the two and create his own invincible Dao. However, the fact that he cultivated the devil race's cultivation method was exposed. When the heavenly Dao Master found out, the heavenly Dao Master was furious. Not only did he want to destroy Dao Wuxia's devil race's cultivation method, he also wanted to clean up the sect and expel him from the heavenly Dao Master. After the 3 elders and many heavenly Dao Masters pleaded for mercy, the heavenly Dao Master finally let Dao Wuxia go. However, he announced to everyone that Dao Wuxia was no longer a protector of the heavenly Dao Master. From then on, Dao Wuxia would never have the chance to become a protector of the heavenly Dao Master. However, the seeds of hatred had already been planted. Dao Wuxia's hatred grew. Although he and the heavenly Dao Master were father and son in name, they were like fire and water. He decided to leave the heavenly Dao Master alone and started to wander the outside world. In the outside world, Dao Wuxia fought many heroes, killed many geniuses, entered secret realms, entered forbidden areas, and made a name for himself. At the same time, he also learned of some secrets of the heavenly Dao Master. His ambition began to swell. He wanted to become a protector. He wanted to become the chosen one. He wanted to lead the heavenly Dao Master. He wanted to see the myriad of worlds. In the end, he finally took that step. He killed his father, betrayed the heavenly Dao Master, and stole the heavenly Dao Master's seal. Although the heavenly Dao Master is respectable, he is a failure in educating his child. Dao Wuxia is also a pitiful person. However, a pitiful person is also detestable. No matter what the reason is, killing your own father and betraying the heavenly Dao Master is an unforgivable sin. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh when he saw the remnants of Dao Wuxia's memories. It could be said that Dao Wuxia's tragedy was largely caused by the heavenly Dao Master. The greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Dao Wuxia carried too much hope and pressure. In the end, he could not bear the burden and even developed a rebellious mentality. Ling Xiao felt sorry for the heavenly Dao Master. With such a son, the heavenly Dao Master probably would not be able to rest in peace. Dao Wuxia was dead. He was completely devoured by the wordless heavenly book. His soul was scattered, but his memories made Ling Xiao sigh. But what made Ling Xiao a little concerned was that the black skull in Dao Wuxia's hand was found near Jiudao Mountain. It was hard for Ling Xiao not to suspect that it was the skull of the Dark Demon Emperor. And Dark Ling Xiao had met the remnant soul of the Dark Demon Emperor there. All of this confirmed that an emperor had indeed fallen in Jiudao Mountain. Ling Xiao told Dark Ling Xiao his discovery and asked him to be more careful. Boom, the gate of the Taoist palace suddenly opened. Ling Xiao and the others walked out of the Taoist palace. Kai Yi was also rescued by Ling Xiao. She hugged Kai Dai outside the Taoist palace, and they were all crying with joy. Dao Shan, Dao Hai, Dao He, are the three of you betraying the clan? Daoist Wuliang held the Dao clan seal in his hand as he looked at the three elders and the many experts of the Dao clan outside the Dao palace. His eyes were cold and the aura around him was vast and unparalleled. It was as if a mysterious world had appeared behind him, causing him to exude an unparalleled divine might. Daoist Wuliang's voice was like thunder, causing Dao Shan, Dao Hai, and Dao He's expressions to change drastically. They immediately knelt down before Daoist Wuliang. Greetings, Lord Guardian. We were possessed and were controlled by that traitor Dao Wuxia. Please forgive us, Lord Guardian. We are willing to atone for our sins. Dao Shan and the other two were trembling, and their eyes were filled with fear. The three of them were guarding the Dao Palace and the Duality Minute Formation. Originally, the Duality Minute Formation was sealed by Dao Wuxia, but when the seal was broken, they knew that something big had happened. That was why they waited outside the Dao Palace anxiously. And when they saw Ling Xiao, Daoist Wuliang, and the others come out of the Dao Palace, but Dao Wuxia was nowhere to be seen, their hearts sank. They knew that Dao Wuxia was most likely dead. The three of them were incomparably decisive. They knew that they were no match for Daoist Wuliang. With the Dao clan seal, Daoist Wuliang was absolutely invincible in the Dao Saint City. No one could defeat him, not even the three of them, who were saints. Bewitched? Are all of you plotting with Dao Wuxia to kill me and replace me? Daoist Wuliang sneered. Rumble, vast lightning gathered in the sky. Daoist Wuliang exuded a monstrous murderous aura, locking onto the three of them. It was as if the three of them would strike as soon as they made the slightest move. We wouldn't dare. Lord Protector, all of this is the scheme of that bastard Dao Wuxia who killed his own father and betrayed his own clan. The three of us are also under his control. Otherwise, we would have died in his hands. So, we had no choice. Please spare our lives, Lord Guardian. We won't dare to do it again. Dao Shan's face was extremely pale, and his eyes were filled with terror. Although he had lived for countless years, the longer he lived, the more he didn't want to die. Therefore, he could even throw away his dignity and only hope to stay alive. Lord Guardian, the three of them have done all kinds of evil things. The reason why Lord Dao Master died in the hands of Prince Original was because the three of them instigated Dao Wuxia to tell on him. Kai Dai's face was cold as she stared at the three of them and said hatefully. What? Kai Dai's words were like a bolt of lightning, shocking all the people from the Dao race. They were all in disbelief. Dao Shan, Dao Hai, and Dao He were the elders of the Dao race. It could be said that they were second only to one person, but they had done something that killed Lord Dao Master? This was unforgivable. Lord Guardian, kill them. Lord Guardian, you must avenge Lord Dao Master. Without Lord Dao Master, our Dao race would have been destroyed by the demon race. I won't submit to anyone but Lord Dao race. Everyone immediately became agitated, and their eyes were filled with monstrous anger. Shut up. Lord Guardian, don't listen to their nonsense. How could we have killed Lord Dao Master? This was all Dao Wuxia's idea. Dao Shan and the other two instantly panicked and shouted at Kai Dai and the others. They were clearly flustered and exasperated. It's too late. You shouldn't have killed Lord Dao Master. Today, I'll use your worthless lives to pay tribute to Lord Dao Master's soul in heaven. Daoist Wu Liang's eyes were filled with killing intent. From the beginning, he had no intention of letting the three of them live. He had to use their heads to pay tribute to Lord Dao Master and establish his prestige as the new guardian. Crack, Daoist Wu Liang pointed his finger in the air. Suddenly, lightning flashed in the void and turned into blazing lightning bolts. They flew across the sky and attacked Dao Shan, Dao Hai, and Dao He. Wu Liang, how dare you? Dao Shan and the other two's faces changed drastically. They roared angrily, and their eyes were filled with hatred. They did not dare to attack Daoist Wu Liang and turned around to tear the void and leave the Dao race's saint city. The three of them were all in the sage realm. Their strength was unparalleled, and they were very familiar with the formation of the Dao race's saint city. They knew where the weakest point was. As long as they could escape from the Dao race's saint city, even if Daoist Wu Liang had the power to reach the heavens, he wouldn't be able to do anything to them. You don't know what's good for you. Daoist Wu Liang sneered. In an instant, he struck out with his palm. Above the firmament, infinite light and infinite darkness intertwined, forming an illusory image of a yin-yang tai chi diagram. It appeared in Daoist Wu Liang's palm and pressed down on Dao Shan and the other two. This was the pure power of the way of heaven. It contained an indestructible power. It was as if a part of the world was pressing down on them. The three of them had no room to dodge. Their bodies shook violently, and they spat out a mouthful of blood. Wu Liang, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Dao Shan roared furiously. His voice was filled with unwillingness and anger. Become a ghost? You can't even become a ghost in front of me. Daoist Wu Liang's eyes were extremely cold and his murderous intent was extremely pure. Another palm print came down and the sky was filled with lightning. The aura became extremely terrifying and it directly slammed onto Dao Shan and the other two, turning them into a bloody mist. Devour. Old Goat's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He immediately rushed into the sky and performed the sky-devouring secret skill. He opened his mouth, and like a huge vortex, he swallowed the flesh and primordial spirits of the three of them. Seeing Daoist Wu Liang kill the three sages so easily, Ling Xiao was extremely shocked. This was the power of the Dao race's holy city and the power of the ancient seal. Even the sages were no match for Taoist Wu Liang. This made Ling Xiao understand the terror of the Dao race's seal. Boom, the three primordial spirits of the Dao mountain trio contained a vast amount of energy. After being devoured by the old goat, it was as if there was a blazing flame burning in his body. His aura began to rise rapidly. The old goat's body began to expand. In an instant, he became 10,000 feet tall. Then, he returned to his original appearance. As he kept changing, the old goat's aura became more and more unfathomable. Vaguely, a Dao immortal flower appeared above his head and condensed into an earthly venerable. However, the old goat did not break through in the end. He stabilized at the peak of the earth realm. What a pity! If I had 8 or 10 more sages to devour, I might be able to break through to the heaven realm. The old goat said regretfully. 8 or 10 sages? Do you think sages are so easy to kill? If not for Wu Liang's Dao race seal, they would have escaped. Ling Xiao said in annoyance. The strength of a sage was unfathomable. If not for Taoist Wu Liang, even if the three primordial spirits of the Dao mountain trio were no match for them, they would still be able to escape. They would not be able to kill 3 sages so easily like now. Greetings, Lord Guardian. Kaidai and Sai looked at each other and took the lead to kneel before Taoist Wu Liang. Greetings, Lord Guardian. Greetings, Lord Guardian. Greetings, Lord Guardian. In front of the Dao Palace, tens of thousands of Dao race members followed Kaidai and Sai to kneel before Taoist Wu Liang. Their eyes were filled with fanatical worship. Taoist Wu Liang was the direct disciple of the Dao Master. Furthermore, he had killed Dao Wuxia and the 3 Grand Elders to avenge the Dao Master. Everyone was sincerely convinced by Taoist Wu Liang. Everyone, please rise. Daoist Wu Liang stood in the air. His expression was indifferent and ethereal. He raised his hand and a surge of divine power erupted, lifting up the tens of thousands of people from the Dao race. I hereby announce that Kaidai and Sai have been promoted to elders of the Dao clan. The members of the Dao clan will be rewarded for their contributions and punished for their mistakes. I hope that everyone will follow me to advance bravely and strengthen the Dao clan. Daoist Wuliang cupped his fists at the crowd and said sincerely. Advance bravely. Strengthen our Dao race. Daoist Wuliang's words caused everyone's emotions to reach their peak. They were all trembling with excitement, and their eyes were filled with excitement. Even when Daoist Wuliang promoted Kaidai and Sai to become Dao clan's elders, they did not have any objections. We. Elders? Kaidai and Kai were both stunned, their eyes full of disbelief. After all, they were only the younger generation of the Dao tribe. Now that Daoist Wuliang had promoted them to elders of the Dao tribe, they would be the true rulers of the Dao tribe when Daoist Wuliang was not around. This is what you deserve. Ling Xiao smiled faintly at the two of them. Kaidai and Kai had extraordinary talents. They both had the mystical beauty sage body. With a little nurturing, they would be the backbone of the Dao race in the future. Moreover, both of them were upright. This could be seen from the fact that they would rather die than submit to Dao Wuxia. In the future, when Daoist Wuliang was not in the Dao race's Saint City, the two of them would be able to guard the Dao race's Saint City without worry. Thank you. Kai looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated look, then bit her lips and said. She knew that the reason why Daoist Wuliang had promoted her and Kai Dai to become elders of the Dao race was not only because they did not collude with the three great elders, but also because of Ling Xiao. Daoist Wuliang had become the new guardian of the Dao race. The guardian ceremony, which had not been held in a long time, was extremely lively. Everyone in the Dao race's Saint City was jubilant. They held a grand banquet to welcome guests from all over the world and announced to the world that the Dao race had a new guardian. The ceremony lasted for 3 days before it ended. The change in the Dao race's guardian was undoubtedly a huge matter to the Chaos Ancient Land. Many experts in the Saint City turned their attention to the Dao race's Saint City. Some were even eager to give it a try. Since the Dao race's guardian could be changed, the other guardians of the Saint City could also be replaced. After all, there were still some experts who knew the secrets of the Chaos Ancient Land. They knew what the guardians represented and started to have ideas about the guardians. In the Chaos Ancient Land, there was a surging undercurrent. The original guardians of the Saint City were all on guard. They did not dare to leave the Saint City easily. They were afraid that they would follow in the footsteps of the Dao race's guardian and be killed and replaced. At the same time, another huge matter happened in the Chaos Ancient Land. In the past few days, a person who called himself the Great Demon King had been roaming the various forbidden lands and saint cities. He would then look for opportunities to hunt down those demonic geniuses who were alone. There were already more than 10 demonic geniuses who had died in his hands. Moreover, they were all experts who had broken through the limit. Legend had it that this Great Demon King only killed those who had broken through the limit. Even if others encountered him, they would be unharmed. For a moment, many demonic geniuses were on guard. They were all enraged and united. Those demonic geniuses who had broken through the limit were all people who had the potential to become the chosen one. Every one of them had peerless talent. But now, they were being hunted down like cattle. This made them both shocked and angry. They banded together and wanted to find a chance to kill this so-called Great Demon King. However, the Great Demon King appeared and disappeared like a ghost. If he did not kill his target, he would immediately flee. This gave everyone a headache. Someone issued a bounty for the Great Demon King's head. If they could exchange the Great Demon King's head for a Supreme Emperor technique, it immediately aroused everyone's interest. Even the indigenous experts were eager to give it a try. The entire Chaos Ancient Land began a campaign to hunt down the Great Demon King. When the news reached the Dao race's Saint City, a strange expression appeared on Ling Zhao's face. What a guy. He actually killed more than 20 demonic geniuses? Ling Xiao naturally knew that the Dark Demon Emperor had given Darkness Ling Xiao a test. He had to kill 100 demonic geniuses and obtain their great Dao immortal flowers. Ling Xiao did not expect Darkness Ling Xiao to take action so quickly. Moreover, he had given himself such a thunderous name. This caused the entire Chaos Ancient Land to tremble. After the Guardian ceremony, Ling Xiao, the Old Goat, Daoist Wuliang, Shui Wei, the white dragon horse, Fengqingyang, and the others gathered together. Ling Xiao, we have recently sensed that the final fortune of the ancient land of primal chaos is about to open. Once the 108 guardians appear in the 108 holy cities, the final battle for the chosen one will begin. It shouldn't be too long before that happens. You should go and obtain an ancient seal. The old goat looked at Ling Xiao seriously and said. That's right. Only by becoming a guardian of a sacred city and obtaining the supreme fate of a clan and the recognition of the heavenly way will you be qualified to compete for the chosen one. We all feel that you should compete for the guardian of the human clan's sacred city. Daoist Wuliang nodded in agreement. The old goat obtained the demon clan seal while Daoist Wuliang obtained the Taoist clan seal. Not only did they have the blessing of the two clans, but they could also vaguely see the changes of the heavenly way through the ancient seals. It was extremely important to them. The human clan seal? Although the ancient seals of the 108 sacred cities are similar, the human clan is the epic lord of this era, so the human clan seal is the most powerful ancient seal. However, it won't be easy to obtain the human clan seal. There will be many human clan geniuses competing for it. Ling Xiao nodded and said. He thought of the celestial Thearch's son, Zhou Panlong, and Jiang Luer. They were all ancient geniuses whose strength was extremely terrifying after awakening. There were also the geniuses of the 12 immortal sacred grounds, especially the chaotic ancient land, the Fane of Destiny, and the Myriad Buddha temple. The young saints of the 3 sacred grounds were extremely powerful and were definitely not weaker than the ancient geniuses. If Ling Xiao wanted to obtain the human clan seal, he would have to face an unimaginably cruel competition. However, if you obtain the human clan seal, you will definitely have the upper hand in the final battle. No matter what, we all feel that you should give it a try. Fengqingyang also looked at Ling Xiao and said. If there's a chance, I will naturally give it a try. However, the guardians of the human clan's sacred city are unfathomable and not easy to deal with. On the other hand, all of you should go and obtain an ancient seal. Ling Xiao looked at Shui Wei, the white dragon horse, and Fengqingyang and said. In the primal chaos ancient land, the 108 holy cities represented 108 spots. Once all 108 guardians appeared, the final battle would begin. Regardless of whether or not he could become the chosen one, if he could become the guardian of the holy city, he would be able to obtain great fortune in the final battle. Shui Wei stood quietly at the side and looked at Ling Xiao with a smile on her face. It was as if she felt extremely satisfied just by looking at Ling Xiao like this. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, she lowered her head and pondered for a moment. As if she had made a decision. She said to Ling Xiao, "Young master, I think I have to leave." Leave? Shui Wei, where are you going? Ling Xiao asked in surprise after hearing Shui Wei's words. Young master. I'm going to take a trip to the Nether Race's holy city to inherit the Nether Race's seal. Then, I'll go and obtain my own fortune. Master once told me that there's a secret realm here that's enough for me to break through my limits and ascend to the 3rd level of heaven treading. Young master, I don't want to be a burden to you, so I have to leave. Shui Wei said with a smile. Although there was reluctance in her eyes, she was incomparably determined. Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? You're not a burden at all. I can accompany you to the Nether Race's holy city. It's too dangerous for you to deal with the guardian of the Nether Race alone. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. Young master, don't worry. I don't need to deal with the guardian of the Nether Race. The guardian of the Nether Race owes the Samsara Temple a favor. He'll give the guardian to me. I won't be in any danger. Shui Wei said with a smile. Do you have to go alone? Ling Xiao asked worriedly. Yes. Young master, you have more important things to do. Shui Wei said seriously. What's more important things? Ling Xiao was a little confused. It's a secret for now. Young master, before I leave, I want to give you a gift. Shui Wei said with a playful smile. What gift? Ling Xiao became more and more confused. Wait for me for a moment. Shui Wei smiled and didn't tell Ling Xiao immediately. Instead, she turned around and entered the Doctrine Palace. Then, she closed the door of the Doctrine Palace. Ling Xiao, the old goat, Taoist Wuliang, and the white dragon horse looked at each other. They didn't know what Shui Wei was up to. Ling Xiao and the others waited outside the Doctrine Palace for a few hours. Shui Wei still hadn't come out. Ling Xiao began to worry. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Wu Liang, can you see what's going on inside the Doctrine Palace? What's Shui Wei doing? Ling Xiao asked Taoist Wu Liang. I can't see. Shui Wei is surrounded by a mysterious boundary of samsara. I can't see what she's doing. Taoist Wu Liang closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then, he shook his head and said. Will something happen to Shui Wei? The white dragon horse poked its head out and asked. Don't jinx it. What could happen to Shui Wei? The old goat said angrily as he knocked the white dragon horse's head with a chestnut. The white dragon horse grimaced in pain. It was so painful that it almost cried. It jumped up and said, Old goat, how dare you hit me? I'll fight you to the death. After saying that, the white dragon horse wanted to attack the old goat. However, the old goat kicked it away. Stop it. This is... Ling Xiao said with a headache. Suddenly, his eyes flashed as he saw some changes in the Doctrine Palace. Boom, a blazing divine light shot up into the sky. A dazzling divine light of samsara appeared in the sky. It was as if it could destroy everything. It reflected the shadows of thousands of worlds. It was as if countless living beings were reincarnating here and would eventually be annihilated. Shui Wei's figure appeared in the sky above the Doctrine Palace. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind. She looked ethereal, like a fairy from the 9 heavens. She reached out and the void within hundreds of millions of miles disappeared in an instant. She grabbed a bit of light from that side of the world and held it tightly in her hand. Rumble, in an instant, dark clouds covered the sky, and lightning filled the sky. Bolts of lightning were as thick as mountains, containing endless destructive power. Disperse. Shui Wei scolded softly. A divine light of samsara flew out from the top of her head. It was dazzling and gorgeous like a full moon. In an instant, it hit the void and scattered the lightning in the sky. Shui Wei's body trembled violently. Her face turned pale as if she had suffered a huge backlash. She fell from the sky in an instant. Shui Wei. Shui Wei, why are you so silly? Don't you know the backlash of the 10,000 reincarnation technique? Why did you use the 10,000 reincarnation technique? Ling Xiao hugged Shui Wei and said anxiously and reproachfully. He had also cultivated the secret reincarnation technique and could naturally tell that Shui Wei had used the 10,000 reincarnation technique. The 10,000 reincarnation technique was a forbidden technique of the secret reincarnation technique. It contained a supreme power that could destroy the heavens and earth. It could pull a person into the cycle of reincarnation and reincarnate for 10,000 lifetimes before being completely annihilated. All traces would be wiped away. It was extremely domineering. With Ling Zhao's current cultivation, he could not use the 10,000 reincarnation technique. Only Shui Wei, who had the saintly reincarnation body, could use the 10,000 reincarnation technique. Young master. This is Sister Xianxia's position. Go and find her quickly. I'm fine. I'll be fine after some rest. Shui Wei's face was pale without a trace of blood. However, a smile appeared on her face at this moment. She reached out and handed Ling Xiao a pure white jade bracelet. Ling Xiao's head exploded, and he was completely dumbfounded. He finally understood why Shui Wei had used the 10,000 reincarnation technique. She wanted to capture Xianxia's aura and position from the endless cycle of reincarnation. Ling Xiao also recognized the jade bracelet. Xianxia had given it to Shui Wei in the lower world. Shui Wei had kept it until now and it was tainted with Xianxia's aura. She had used it as a medium to capture Xianxia's aura and position. Shui Wei, you don't have to do this. The 10,000 reincarnation technique has burned at least a few 100,000 years of your lifespan. Why do you have to do this? Ling Xiao held the jade bracelet tightly. His eyes were filled with gratitude. He quickly took out various precious healing pills and fed them to Shui Wei. However, Ling Xiao knew that using this technique had consumed more than half of Shui Wei's lifespan. It would be difficult for her to recover that lost lifespan. Young master, I'm fine. When I become a saint, I'll naturally be able to recover the lost lifespan. Go and find Sister Xianxia. She might be in danger. Shui Wei shook her head and smiled. Ling Xiao's heart trembled slightly. He looked deeply at Shui Wei and said, "All right. Shui Wei, you must be careful. I will let the white dragon horse follow you. Once you get the dark race seal, come and find me. Do you understand?" "Yes." Shui Wei nodded obediently. "Don't worry, I'll protect Shui Wei. You have to be careful too. It's not that easy to get the human seal." This time, the white dragon horse did not complain and said seriously. Just now, when Shui Wei used the 10,000 Realms reincarnation technique to capture Shui Wei's aura and location, everyone was extremely shocked and showed admiration. Shui Wei left with the white dragon horse. She stubbornly refused to let Ling Xiao send her off. She rode the white dragon horse and disappeared into the horizon, heading towards the underworld's holy city. Ling Xiao stared blankly at Shui Wei's departing figure. In the end, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "Ling Xiao, Shui Wei's feelings for you are as deep as the ocean. You can't let her down." Old Goat stood beside Ling Xiao and said slowly. "I know. But you also know that before I find Xianxia, I won't and can't think about this. I'll try my best not to hurt Shui Wei. She is a good girl." Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said, "I understand. You and Xianxia have been through a lot of hardships. I believe that she'll definitely recover her memories and remember you. Don't think too much about it. Hurry and see where Xianxia is. Let's go find her first." Old Goat patted Ling Xiao's shoulder with his hoof. Ling Xiao nodded and took out the jade bracelet that Shui Wei gave him. His primordial spirit entered it and began to read the information that Shui Wei left in it. When he sensed Xianxia's aura and her location, he couldn't help but reveal a strange look. "Xianxia, is she in some secret territory?" Ling Xiao felt that Xianxia's aura was extremely weak, as if she was separated by endless time and space. However, her location was not far from the Dao race's holy city, in a large swamp. "This is the Emperor Ruins?" The old goat also came over. When he saw Xianxia's position, he couldn't help but exclaim. His eyes were filled with disbelief. "Emperor Ruins? Where is this place? Could it be related to the emperors of the ancients?" Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Old Goat nodded with a solemn look in his eyes. "You're right. The Emperor Ruins is indeed related to the emperors of the ancients. The Emperor Ruins is the largest and most dangerous secret territory in the chaotic ancient land. Legend has it that it's the place where the emperors of the ancients fell. More than one emperor was buried there. It's filled with Emperor Dao laws and the heavenly Dao has been disrupted. It's incomparably chaotic and dangerous. However, there are also many opportunities there. Many people who aren't afraid of death will enter the Emperor Ruins in search of opportunities. If they can find an Emperor artifact or Emperor technique, their strength will immediately skyrocket. After all, Old Goat had been in the chaotic ancient land for many years and knew many secrets. He told Ling Xiao everything he knew about the Emperor Ruins. "That's right. I've also heard that the Emperor Ruins is incomparably dangerous. However, after so many years, most of the opportunities there have been taken by others. It's filled with danger. Even a saint could fall in there if he's not careful." "Xianxia actually went there?" Daoist Wuliang said with some surprise. "Just now, Shui Wei said that Xianxia might be in danger. I'm afraid Xianxia has encountered something she can't solve. There's no time to lose. Let's go to the Emperor Ruins now." Ling Xiao immediately made up his mind. "Ling Xiao, you've kept me in the dark for so long. I didn't expect you to already know junior sister Xianxia. You even swindled the Yang scroll from me. You're too disloyal." Feng Qingyang looked at Ling Xiao with an unfriendly gaze. Previously, he felt that exchanging the Yang scroll for Ling Xiao's heaven-shrouding secret technique was a great bargain. However, now it seemed that he had suffered a great loss. From his observation, he found that Ling Xiao and junior sister Xianxia's relationship was definitely not ordinary. When Ling Xiao obtained the Yin scroll from Xianxia, he would be able to obtain the complete Yin Yang secret technique. "What do you mean by swindling your Yang scroll?" "I clearly used the heaven-shrouding secret technique to exchange with you, okay? Cough cough. Let's go quickly." If anything happens to your junior sister Xianxia if we're late, your master won't let you off. Ling Xiao coughed lightly. He was not aware that he had been exposed. After he finished speaking, he did not give Feng Qingyang any time to react and immediately flew out of the path race's Saint City. Let's go. The old goat and Taoist Wuliang also chased after Ling Xiao. Feng Qingyang was a little helpless, but he could only fly up and chase after Ling Xiao. Soon, Ling Xiao and the others disappeared from the path race's Saint City. Above the path race's Saint City, Kai Dai and Sai stood on the tall and majestic city walls as they watched Ling Xiao and the others leave. When Taoist Wuliang left, they would take control of the path race's Saint City and maintain the order of the path race's Saint City. Sister, let's go back. Lord Ling Xiao is not from the same world as us. He's destined to rule the heavens and be invincible in the myriad of worlds. Kai Dai glanced at Sai and said with a sigh. Sai's expression darkened when she heard this. She nodded and said, I know. I'm just grateful that he saved me. Nothing else. That's good. Kai Dai nodded. However, looking at Sai's expression, Kai Dai knew that she did not mean what she said, but she did not say it out loud. Imperial ruins. This was a desolate and ancient region, with huge lakes and swamps everywhere. Towering ancient trees stood tall, and huge old vines wrapped around the trees like pythons. The sky was gray, and there were bolts of lightning rolling about. A majestic pressure filled the air. Faint ripples spread out in the void like water. The space here was extremely unstable, as if it could shatter at any time. It was like a world that was about to be destroyed, and everything here was very strange. Swoosh! 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 With a few whooshing sounds, Ling Xiao and the others appeared in the imperial ruins. They silently landed on a towering tree. They knew that the imperial ruins was full of danger, so they restrained their auras, and their figures floated, not touching a single blade of grass or tree. Ling Xiao could see blazing divine light rising from the lakes and swamps in the distance. They contained the chaotic energy of the laws, and they seemed capable of tearing everything into pieces. There were obscure auras of living creatures in the lakes and swamps, and there should be powerful creatures hiding in them, occupying the area. According to Shui Wei's investigation, Xianxia should be in the imperial ruins, but we will have to find out where exactly. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He felt that this area was extremely vast, and his primordial spirit's perception was limited to a radius of about 100 miles, so he could not find out how big the imperial ruins was. Although the imperial ruins is full of danger, many people will come here to explore and search for treasures. If we can find them, we should be able to find Xianxia's whereabouts. The old goat said slowly, giving a suggestion. That's a good idea, but it's too slow. Taoist Wuliang said. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, then suddenly looked at Feng Qingyang and asked, You cultivate the Yang scroll, and Xianxia cultivates the Yin scroll. Can you sense Xianxia's specific location? Feng Qingyang's physique was extremely extraordinary, and his attainments in the yin-yang secret skill were very high, so he might be able to sense Xianxia's existence. Feng Qingyang closed his eyes to sense for a moment, then opened them and shook his head. I can sense some weak auras, but they are too far away, so I can't sense their specific location. It's good that you can sense it. Then let's go to the so-called imperial ruins. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Feng Qingyang was able to sense Xianxia's existence. This news couldn't be better. If they were close enough to Xianxia, they would be able to find her quickly. Whoosh, however, Ling Xiao suddenly felt a dangerous aura. The tree beneath his feet suddenly trembled, and several thick tentacles rushed out from it, wrapping around Ling Xiao, the old goat, Taoist Wuliang, and Feng Qingyang. At the same time, the tree split open from the middle, and black divine light gushed out. It was as if a bloody mouth had appeared, wanting to swallow Ling Xiao and the others. This sudden change caught Ling Xiao and the others off guard. Vines instantly wrapped around their bodies, and then they were sent into the mouth of the big tree. Break! Ling Xiao bellowed. The golden blood around him boiled, and an unparalleled divine power erupted. He grabbed the tentacle with both hands and tore it violently, forcibly breaking the tentacle that was wrapped around him. Ogre tree? You want to trick me? Watch me burn you. The old goat sneered. He spat out a mouthful of golden flames that contained a vast law of fire. Its aura was incomparably terrifying. In an instant, it exploded and burned the tentacles that were wrapped around him. One after another, Daoist Wuliang and Feng Qingyang broke off the tentacles on their bodies, resisting the powerful devouring force, and fled. The ogre tree seemed to have sensed that Ling Xiao and the others were not to be trifled with. It trembled all over, and the earth shook violently. It actually wanted to hide in the depths of the earth. Boom, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and he didn't give the ogre tree a chance to escape. Terrifying divine power erupted from his body, and he grabbed the trunk of the ogre tree with both hands. He then exerted force and uprooted the ogre tree. Numerous tentacles lashed out crazily towards Ling Xiao and the other three, causing the void to emit explosive sounds as they tried to break free from Ling Xiao's grasp. Whoosh, a blazing sword light swept across the sky. Daoist Wuliang pointed his finger like a sword, and sword chi swept across the void, cutting off all the tentacles. Immediately after, the old goat spat out a mouthful of golden flames, enveloping the ogre tree, and began to burn. The ogre tree struggled violently, and even let out an incomparably sharp howl. However, it was quickly burned to ashes by the flames. Amidst the ashes, there were a few transparent crystals. They looked very strange and contained a mysterious devouring power. Are these law crystals? I didn't expect the ogre tree to have comprehended the devouring Tao to such an extent that it could condense law crystals. The old goat's eyes lit up. He immediately walked up and picked up the law crystals. The law crystals contained a rich devouring aura. They were formed from the devouring Tao. If the old goat could devour them, it would definitely improve his devouring Tao. The Emperor's ruins is where the great Emperor is buried. The heavens and earth here are affected by the Emperor's Tao. Every blade of grass and every tree has survived under the nourishment of the Tao for so many years. There must be various law crystals in the bodies of those powerful beings. If we can obtain those law crystals, it will naturally be of great benefit to our cultivation. Daoist Wuliang nodded and said, "Everyone, be careful. The beings here are not simple. A small ogre tree can actually block our senses. It seems that the Emperor's ruins is indeed worthy of its reputation." Ling Xiao wasn't too happy. Instead, he said with a serious expression, "Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!" At that moment, there were a few piercing sounds. A few figures came from afar, and they instantly landed in front of Ling Xiao and the others. There were 7 or 8 young men and women. Each of them had an incomparably powerful aura. The women were incomparably beautiful, but the men were ugly and looked somewhat ferocious. They exuded a powerful battle intent as if they had extremely strong battle instincts. Their eyes were filled with aggressive fluctuations. "Brat, this ogre tree is a spiritual being that we planted here. How dare you kill it?" An ugly-looking man sneered as his gaze landed on Ling Xiao and the other 3. "People from the Azura tribe?" A strange look appeared in Ling Xiao's eyes. He instantly recognized the origins of this group of people. When Ling Xiao was in the God of War's world, he had met people from the Azura clan and even obtained the Great Fate divination technique. The Great Fate divination black bone bracelet was still in his hands. Ling Xiao did not expect to meet people from the Azura clan here. "The spiritual item you planted here? This is clearly an ogre tree with at least 1,000,000 years of cultivation. What does it have to do with you?" The old goat sneered. Although the Azura clan members in front of him were not weak, most of them were half-sages. Only the male and female leaders were 9th Revolution half-sages. If a fight really broke out, there was no need for anyone else to do anything. The old goat alone could finish them all off. "Everyone, this ogre tree is the gateway to our Azura clan. Don't you think it's unreasonable for you to kill it for no reason?" A woman in a black dress with a voluptuous figure walked out from the crowd and frowned slightly. It was obvious that she was the leader of the group. Even the arrogant man who had just spoken shut his mouth when he saw the woman in black walk out. "You are from the Azura clan? Do you recognize this item?" Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, but he didn't argue with them. Instead, a light flashed in his palm, and the Dian black bone bracelet appeared. There were mysterious runes intertwined on it, and the 49 black bones were crystal clear, as if they contained 49 mysterious worlds. Although Ling Xiao had obtained the Great Fate divination black bone bracelet, He realized that it did not have any other uses other than activating the Great Fate divination technique. He kept it, but he felt that the Great Fate divination black bone bracelet was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. What is this? I don't recognize it. Kid, don't change the topic. If you don't compensate us for the ogre tree today, we will take your lives. The ugly man sneered. When the woman in the black dress saw the Great Fate divination black bone bracelet in Ling Xiao's palm, she was initially puzzled. However, she suddenly thought of something and could not help but tremble. This is the azure pearl? Why do you have the azure pearl? The woman in the black dress trembled and wanted to pounce forward to grab the Great Fate divination black bone bracelet. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he put away the Dian black bone bracelet, causing the woman in black to miss. Azure pearl? So this Great Fate divination black bone bracelet is called the azure pearl? Seems like you recognize this item. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. The azure pearl is the treasure of the Azure clan. How do you have it? Anne. You have 49 of them? Who are you? The woman in the black bone asked Azure Pearl. A terrifying aura rose from her body, and even the Shura clan members behind her released their powerful auras. Although they didn't know what was going on, they still locked onto Ling Xiao. I advise you not to act rashly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. The old goat coldly snorted, his eyes filled with a trace of killing intent. The woman in the black dress trembled and her aura dispersed. She said with a complicated expression, "Everyone, stop. They shouldn't be enemies. And of fate. What? Third princess, they're 9th revolution half-saints at most, right?" The ugly man said in disbelief. They're all 3rd level ascension geniuses. The woman in the black dress smiled wryly. How is this possible? Many Azure clansmen were stunned. Monstrous geniuses at the 3rd level of heaven treading, and 4 of them had come at once. They couldn't accept it at all. It was like a dream. You have good taste. The old goat looked at the woman in the black dress with surprise and chuckled. Young master, we were rude just now, and we apologize to you here. But where did you get the azure pearl? Please tell us. The woman in the black dress said sincerely. This Great Fate divination black bone bracelet is also azure pearl. A high priest of the Azure clan gave it to me. I comprehended the Great Fate divination technique from it. Ling Xiao didn't hide it from the woman in the black dress. Azure pearl? Great Fate divination technique? Could it be a clansman of that branch? The woman in the black dress was shocked. She seemed to have thought of something and muttered to herself. She fell silent for a moment, and then she raised her head and looked at Ling Xiao with pleading eyes. Sir, since the high priest gave the azure pearl to you, then you're a friend of the Azure clan. The azure pearl is of great importance. Please come with us to the Azure clan. My ancestor will explain everything to you. Ling Xiao, you can't. Who knows what they're planning? The women of the Azure clan are extremely beautiful, but the men are extremely ugly. I can tell with a single glance that they're up to no good. The old goat glanced at the ugly man. That's right. We're here to look for Xianxia. How can we waste time here? Let's go. Daoist Wuliang shook his head. Ling Xiao glanced at the woman in the black robe and said, I'm sorry, but I have more important things to do. I don't have time to waste. However, I do have some connections with the Azure clan. Once I'm done with my business, perhaps I can make a trip to the Azure clan. Ling Xiao was very curious about the Azure clan, especially the secret of the Azure pearl. He would probably only be able to unravel it when he went to the Azure clan. Sir, I heard that you're looking for someone? The Emperor Ruins is filled with danger. It contains countless folded spaces. If you're not careful, you'll forever be trapped in the void turbulence, unable to come out. However, the Azure clan has been living in seclusion in the Emperor Ruins for a long time. My ancestor knows the Emperor Ruins very well. If you're looking for someone, my ancestor will definitely be able to help. It's better than searching aimlessly. What do you think? The woman in the black dress smiled faintly. The ancestor of the Azure clan? A bright light flashed through Ling Zhao's eyes. He'd heard of a certain secret. The Azura clan was once the epic lord. However, that was a matter of a few epochs ago. Rumor had it that they'd been annihilated in the long river of time. Even if the Azura clan still existed, it was mostly a branch with impure bloodlines. For example, the Azura clan that Ling Xiao had encountered in the lower realm should be a branch of the Azura clan. However, could the Azura clan in the Emperor ruins be the true body of the Azura clan? Ling Xiao's heart couldn't help but tremble at the thought of this. He pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, I'll go with you to the Azura clan. I hope the ancestor of the Azura clan can help me find the person I'm looking for. Don't worry, we definitely won't disappoint you. Under the lead of the Azura clansmen, Ling Xiao, Old Goat, Daoist Wuliang, and Feng Qingyang headed towards the Azura clan. Along the way, Ling Xiao learned the name of the woman in black. She was Yi Meng, the third princess of the Azura clan. Although the Azura clan was a clan, the clan leader was also known as the Azura king. Legend had it that the Azura king was the bloodline descendant of the ancient Emperor Azura, so his children were naturally incomparably noble. The ogre tree was indeed a spiritual creature of the Azura clan. Its strength was unparalleled. Ordinary experts at the third level of the Ascension realm were no match for it, but Ling Xiao and the others had killed it like cutting vegetables. They followed the ogre tree north and passed by several lakes before finally stopping in front of a huge lake that was as blue as the sea. Boom, the rune in Yi Meng's palm shone brightly. In an instant, it turned into a stream of light and landed in the lake. A blazing light bloomed in the lake. The water surged violently and then parted to the sides. Within the endless waves, there were mysterious spatial fluctuations that filled the air. It was as if there was a mysterious world hidden within. The Azura clan is actually hiding here? How secretive. Old Goat clicked his tongue in wonder. If Yi Meng hadn't opened the passage, it would have been almost impossible for ordinary people to discover the Azura clan's location. A complete small world? However, it wasn't formed naturally. It was created by a powerhouse. Daoist Wuliang also nodded. Ling Xiao and the others followed Yi Meng into the passage. The water rippled around them, and black light rose. It contained a strange energy fluctuation that seemed to cross 1,000,000 miles in an instant. It was incomparably strange. When the light appeared in front of everyone's eyes, they appeared in an ancient world. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and majestic mountains. Dense origin energy filled the air, intertwining with resplendent light and rising auspicious air. It looked ancient and mysterious. They had arrived at the ancestral land of the Azura clan. On the ground in the distance, there were many simple palaces that looked very crude. They were all made of huge mountain rocks and had a different kind of beauty. On both sides of the road, trees lined the ground, clean and tidy. Far away in the distance, a green ocean rose and fell with the wind, emitting a bright light. Some Shura people were working in the fields. Ling Xiao and the other three felt as if they had arrived in the mortal world. Everything was so fresh and natural. Little Meng, what important matter do you have that you have to call this old man out? The laughter of an old man rang out. The voice was deep and resounding, ringing clearly in the ears of Ling Xiao and the others. A group of Shura people walked over from afar. The men were rough and ugly, while the women were beautiful. In the middle of the group was an old man wearing a white robe and holding a bamboo cane. His face was full of smiles, and his eyes were incomparably deep. When Ling Xiao saw the old man, he couldn't help but tremble. That old man didn't have the slightest bit of aura. He looked like a mortal old man. Even when he walked, he was trembling. However, his eyes were deep and calm. It was a kind of calmness that wouldn't change even if a mountain collapsed in front of him. It was as if he had seen through the cycle of life and death, revealing a kind of vicissitudes and wisdom. However, all the hair on Ling Zhao's body stood on end. It was as if he had encountered an ancient ferocious beast. An extremely dangerous feeling arose in his heart. This old man's cultivation was extremely terrifying. The reason why he did not reveal any aura was because his cultivation had long reached the realm of returning to the origin. I wonder if this old man is a great sage or a saint king. Or, a higher realm? Ling Xiao guessed in his heart, but his expression did not change on the surface. Grandpa Patriarch, you've finally come out of seclusion. Meng is looking for you this time because there's something important. Otherwise, I wouldn't have disturbed your cultivation. When Yi Meng saw the old man, her eyes immediately revealed an incomparably pleasantly surprised expression. She quickly pounced forward and hugged the old man's arm as she spoke intimately. As for the other Shura people, their faces were filled with respect. They all knew that this old man was the patriarch of the Shura clan, the pillar of stability of the Shura clan, and the strongest expert of the Shura clan. He was even stronger than the current Shura king. However, the Shura patriarch was usually focused on cultivating and rarely appeared. This time, he came out of seclusion because of Yi Meng, causing everyone to be incomparably surprised. At the same time, many Shura people also noticed Ling Zhao's group of 4. When they realized that they were not from the Shura clan, their eyes immediately revealed unfriendly looks. Yi Meng, you're getting more and more presumptuous. How can you casually bring outsiders into the ancestral land of the Shura clan? Beside the Shura patriarch, a middle-aged man in a black robe with an old-fashioned expression frowned. He glanced at Ling Zhao's group of 4 and said to Yi Meng with some dissatisfaction. Second uncle, I didn't casually bring outsiders in. This young master has a relationship with our Shura clan. He has. Yi Meng said with some grievance. Outsiders will only covet our Shura clan. What relationship can they have? Yi Meng, looks like I have to tell Brother Wang to ground you. The middle-aged man with an old-fashioned expression said coldly. All right. Xianxia, look at how scared little Meng is. Let's listen to her explanation first. Why did she bring outsiders in? The Shura patriarch smiled slightly. His expression was still incomparably calm. Second uncle, you're too fierce. Grandpa Patriarch is still the best to me. Grandpa Patriarch, this young master Ling Xiao has the Shura pearls. Moreover, it's a string of 36 Shura pearls. Yi Meng snorted and then said to the Shura Patriarch. What? After hearing Yi Meng's words, the originally calm Shura Patriarch's body trembled. His eyes flashed brightly as he instantly stared at Ling Xiao. Boom! Ling Xiao only felt an incomparably terrifying aura coming towards him, as if it contained the power to destroy the world. It also felt like an ancient ferocious beast had awakened, causing his entire body to tremble. He immediately began to be on guard. This Shura patriarch is definitely not a supreme sage. This is the aura of a sage ruler, or even, an emperor. Ling Zhao's body trembled, and there was a trace of shock in his eyes. This Shura patriarch only leaked a trace of his aura, but it made him feel a great sense of danger. However, that aura was still slightly inferior to the Kuan Wu Mountain Emperor that Ling Xiao had seen before. As for whether the Shura patriarch was a sage ruler or an emperor, Ling Xiao could not be sure. Was this the foundation of the Shura clan? It was indeed powerful. Ling Xiao suppressed the shock in his heart. On the surface, his expression was incomparably calm as if he was not affected at all. A light flashed in his palm, and the Dian black bone string appeared in his palm. This is, the Dian black bone string? The heavens have pity on us. Our Shura clan will not go extinct. It was the first time Yi Meng and Yi Zhongshan had seen forefather Shura lose his composure like this. Their eyes were filled with astonishment, but Yi Zhongshan obviously knew more than Yi Meng. He looked at Ling Xiao with astonishment. Gentlemen, you must be very curious about the origin of the black bone bracelet, right? Please follow me. After a long while, Ancestor Shura finally suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked deeply at the 4 of them. All right. Ling Xiao and the others nodded in agreement. Ling Xiao was even more curious about the origin of the black bone bracelet now that even forefather Shura had lost his composure. Yi Zhongshan knew that forefather Shura had something to discuss with Ling Xiao and the others in private. He immediately dismissed the other Shura clansmen. Ling Xiao and the other 3 followed Ancestor Shura to the most ancient and majestic palace in the Shura tribe's ancestral land. It was a palace, or rather, a sacrificial hall. Many memorial tablets were placed at the front of the hall. Wisps of smoke rose into the air, giving the place an ethereal and mysterious appearance. Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed when he saw the memorial tablet at the center of the hall. Emperor Shura's memorial tablet. Ling Xiao hadn't expected Emperor Shura's memorial tablet to be placed at the center of the sacrificial hall. So Emperor Shura had really died? Sir Ling Xiao, can you tell me how you obtained this Dian black bone bracelet? Forefather Shura caressed the black bone bracelet with a nostalgic look in his eyes. A moment later, he slowly spoke to Ling Xiao. Senior, the black bone bracelet was given to me by the high priest of the Shura tribe. Ling Xiao nodded and explained how he obtained the black bone bracelet and the great fate divination technique. I see. I didn't think that there would be a branch of the Shura tribe left in this world. The heavens have taken pity on us and allowed us to continue. Forefather Shura's eyes were filled with emotion when he heard Ling Xiao's story. Senior, are the Shura tribe of the lower realms really of the same bloodline as you? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. Ancestor Shura nodded and said with certainty, our Shura clan has a long history. Legend has it that we were the epic lord of a few epochs ago. We were even older than the humans, demons, and monsters. However, during the great calamity of the epoch, Emperor Shura of the Shura clan died in battle. The Shura clan suffered heavy losses, and only a small portion of our clansmen were left alive. In the subsequent epochs, the Shura tribe no longer had the strength to fight for supremacy. We Shura's strength, so we could only rely on the strength of other powerful races. Because our Azura clan's combat power is extraordinary, we would suffer great losses in almost every epic battle. However, our tribe's bloodline. To preserve our bloodline, we Shura's bloodline, and divided our bloodline we tribe, and divided into three we us. Of God we. Forefather Shura did not hide anything from Ling Xiao. Instead, he told him the history of the Shura tribe. Of the three branches of the Shura clan, the one in the God world had long been lost in the river of time. Ancestor Shura and the others had thought that the branch in the Chaos Ancient Land was the only one left. They hadn't expected Ling Xiao to bring news of the Shura clan's branch in the mortal world. The Great Black Bone Bracelet. Its real name is the Emperor Shura's Bone. It's an apex emperor weapon forged from the bones of Emperor Shura, the ancestor of the Shura tribe. There are 3,000 Shura pearls in total. However, many of them have been lost over the years. Our branch only has 300 pearls left. Forefather Shura's eyes revealed a hint of sadness. Emperor Shura's bone? Apex emperor weapon? Ling Xiao's body trembled. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had sensed that the great black bone bracelet was not as simple as it seemed. However, he did not expect it to be a part of the apex emperor weapon, the Emperor Shura's bone. However, it was almost impossible to gather all 3,000 Shura pearls. If the Shura tribe had an apex emperor weapon, they would not have to hide in the ancient Chaos Land in such a pathetic state. They could use the apex emperor weapon to open up a new world and gradually recuperate and become stronger. Senior, the Emperor Shura's bone is the Shura tribe's most precious treasure. If the Shura tribe can summon the Emperor Shura's bone, we will definitely become stronger. Is there no way to summon the Emperor Shura's bone? Ling Xiao asked. It's easier said than done to summon the Emperor Shura's bone. The Emperor Shura's bone is made up of 3,000 Shura pearls. Even if you add the 49 pearls in your hand, it's only the number of pearls Zhou Tian has. Unless you can gather all 3,000 Shura pearls or obtain the Saint Body of Darkness, you can summon the Emperor Shura's bone with the Shura pearls Zhou Tian has. However, the Saint Body of Darkness has not appeared in the Shura tribe for countless years. Old Ancestor Shura smiled bitterly. The Saint Body of Darkness can summon the Emperor Shura's bone? Senior, maybe I have a way. A strange look appeared in Ling Xiao's eyes as he pondered for a moment before speaking. What way? Forefather Shura asked casually. He did not have much hope. In the lower realm, I have two grand disciples named Yifeng and Yimeng. One of them happens to have the same name as the third princess, and they both have the Saint Body of Darkness. Ling Xiao looked at Yimeng and said with a smile. What? Saint Body of Darkness? At this moment, Forefather Shura could no longer remain calm. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at Ling Xiao. Even his breathing seemed to become a little rapid. That's right. I'm sure it's the Saint Body of Darkness. However, the gate of the God realm is currently closed and has not opened. They are all in the God of War world. If the gate of the God realm opens in a few decades and they ascend to the God realm, Senior, you can bring them back to the Shura tribe. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He had thought about it carefully before he told Ling Xiao about Jifeng and Yimeng having the saint body of darkness. He had a deep relationship with the Shura tribe, and forefather Shura's strength was terrifying. If the gate of the God realm opened and forefather Shura protected his family and friends in the God of War world, he would be more at ease. Forefather Shura would definitely do his best to protect his old friends in the Chongshan sect since he had given the Shura tribe such a huge gift. Young Master Ling Xiao, if what you said is true and they have the saint body of darkness, then it is not impossible for the Shura tribe to summon the Emperor Shura's bone and restore the glory of our ancestors. Then you are the benefactor of the Shura tribe, and we will never forget it. Old Ancestor Shura said sincerely to Ling Xiao. End of chapter 2180. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.